Chapter 1325. It had been 2 days since they'd returned to Los Angeles. Zhilin and Chun Zhao had shivered in the cold for 2 whole days. When Chun Zhao had gone to Mount Toda Snow Mountain, he'd left her with Fei Lai and wouldn't bring her along. "Baby, it's delicious." Chun Zhao had to cook personally. Grilled octopus. Zhilin crossed her arms over her chest and turned to look at Chun Zhao. "Leave the food. Zhilin still won't forgive me." "I won't give you food if you don't forgive me." Zhilin swallowed. "Fine, forgive me for now. You can be angry after you eat. How can there be such a good thing?" Chun Zhao patted Zhilin's head angrily. "Daddy, don't go." Zhilin was already hanging onto Chun Zhao's arm. "Zhilin wants food, good food. You unprincipled little bastard. No more. Daddy's angry now." "Daddy, Zhilin wants food." "Daddy, Zhilin's wrong. What? Okay, stop teasing Zhilin." Fei Lai picked up a grilled octopus. "Honey, you can't have barbecue now. If you can't, you shouldn't have barbecued in front of me." Ignoring Chun Zhao's obstruction, Fei Lai started eating. "Why are you all so stubborn?" Chun Zhao's expression was helpless. Zhilin finally snatched the grilled octopus from Chun Zhao's hands. Running with her short legs to Fei Lai's chair, she climbed onto it. "Ah, Daddy, look over there. There's something. Is that our new pet?" Zhilin pointed at the forest beside Mirror Lake. Chun Zhao looked in the direction Zhilin was pointing. "Crypt demons?" There were 2 crypt demons and a Nissan species. Chun Zhao stood up and walked around the waterfall to the forest. The 2 crypt demons were both male and over 4 meters tall. Chun Zhao was confused. Why were they at his doorstep? Seeing Chun Zhao, the crypt demon swiped its claws at the Nissan species beside it. It stumbled and fell before Chun Zhao. It opened its mouth and was about to bite Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao lifted his foot and kicked the Nissan to the ground, stepping on it. "What are you doing here?" The crypt demon whimpered and pointed at the Nissan species. "For me?" Chun Zhao guessed. The crypt demon nodded and left. Chun Zhao glanced at the Nissan creature. He lowered his foot and stomped it to death. However, Chun Zhao had never tried the Nissan variety before. He didn't know how it tasted and if it suited his taste. "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Come and drag this thing back. You guys see how to cook it." Hearing Chun Zhao shout, the 5 underlings immediately came over and dragged the Nissan back home. However, the Nissan species weighed close to 1,000 kilograms. The 5 inferior demons couldn't move it at all, so they could only ask the other inferior demons for help. There were a lot of inferior demons in the house, but only the first 10 were in charge. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, A, B, C, D, and E. Every outstanding underling had to be an outstanding chef. That was the motto of the 10. How dare he call himself a chef if he doesn't know about nutrition? Not only that, but they also studied Chinese, French, Japanese, and English. To be able to learn so many languages, it definitely wasn't a brainless, low-level creature like Chun Zhao had initially thought. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over. "Gold, where are you barbecuing?" "Mistress, it's a creature that Master brought back. We don't know what it is either." "Don't you know that I can't eat barbecued meat?" Fei Lai asked, displeased. "Mistress, this meat is soft and juicy. It's also rich in protein, so it's perfect for barbecuing. Don't worry about not being able to eat it. If you roast it with lemon juice, not only will it taste better, it'll also help your digestion. It's good for both you and the unborn master." A while later, an underling came over with a plate. There were 2 pieces of barbecued meat on the plate. "Zhilin wants it too. Zhilin wants it too." Zhilin kept swallowing. "Gold, give it to Zhilin." "Yes, master, please wait." The underling returned and also brought a plate for Zhilin. "Delicious, delicious." Zhilin's face was covered in barbecue sauce. Beep, beep. Just then, there was the sound of a car horn outside. Hearing this, the underlings all ran back to the basement. Chun Zhao also stood up to open the door. When he opened it, he saw Winip and 4. "Winip, 4, why are you here?" Chun Zhao's expression was strange. If they came, then so be it. They didn't say anything. "Smells so good. What are you eating?" 4 walked past Chun Zhao and ran to the front yard. "Aunt 4." Seeing 4, Zhilin grinned. Eat, delicious." why are you here? When Feilai saw For, she was still lying lazily on the recliner. But when she saw Winip come in, she immediately sat up from the recliner. Mom, why are you here? Can't I come to visit you? Grandma, you don't come to see Jerlin? Jerlin looked at Winip, pretending to be wronged. Baby, how can I not come to see you, my little baby? Winip hurriedly went up and picked up Jerlin. Grandma, eat, it's delicious. Good, oh good. Winip's eyes brightened. Chin, what meat is this? Where does it come from? Do you have a stable supply? Don't tell me it's a rare supply. I'm sorry to tell you, Chun Zhao said helplessly. It's indeed a rare supply. Chun, give me your supplier's contact information. Winip looked at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Mom, Feilai immediately said. They have their rules. Don't make it hard for Chun. Okay, Chun, Winip said. Other than visiting Feilai, I'm also here to talk about your brewery. Have you produced any experimental products? Not yet. What do you think about the taste? Winip was actually here to ask about Chun Zhao's beer. Winip knew that Chun Zhao was a master brewer. Whether it was the Daydream, the Purple Brew, or the Nameless Wine, they were all the best in the market. Moreover, they weren't brands created by the market. They were truly famous for their taste and quality. It'll definitely taste better than the ones on the market, Chun Zhao said confidently. How's your brewery's production? At most 150,000 tons in the first year, Chun Zhao said. That's not enough. Increase production. Winip panicked. 150,000 tons wasn't even enough for Mara Supermarket's beer sales for half a year. She was also very confident in Chun Zhao's beer, so she wasn't worried about the sales. Chapter 13:26. Supermarkets were the main sales channel for beer, and Mara Supermarket was famous for its alcohol. Alcohol had always been Mara Supermarket's biggest selling product. This was because Mara Supermarket was publicly recognized as the best channel for alcohol. Customers were more willing to buy alcohol from Mara Supermarket. Last year, Mara Supermarket sold 1/3 of all beer in California. It seemed like 33% of the market, but in reality, Mara Supermarket only had less than 10% of the market. However, beer took up 33%, and that was just beer. Other alcohol sold even more. Some varieties and brands even took up 90% of the sales, especially some expensive ones. This was especially true for some expensive wines. Customers were more willing to trust Mara Supermarket, so the sales of expensive wines were particularly high. Some foreign tourists who came to California would go to Mara Supermarket to buy a few bottles of expensive alcohol to bring back. This led to the sharp heads of the manufacturers trying to get into Mara Supermarket's shelves. On the other hand, Mara Supermarket's beer sales didn't have as much market share as other alcohol. There were many big brands, but other supermarkets had them too. They didn't have to go to Mara Supermarket to buy beer. However, Winip hoped to increase the beer's market share through aging beer. For Mara Supermarket, customers were the biggest value. As long as the aged beer could be liked by customers and was exclusive, it could definitely increase the beer's market share. There's nothing I can do, Chun Zhao said helplessly. There's only so much production. I can't increase it. Chun Zhao couldn't increase production just because he wanted to. In order to increase the productivity of beer, more fermentation ponds and more production and assembly lines were needed. He needed to invest more money. Chun Zhao was rich, but it didn't mean that he would invest in an unfamiliar and unproven industry. Even if he had a bright future, he would still invest a small amount in the beginning. If he could open up the market this year, he would consider investing more money to increase production. Chun, if you don't have money to expand production, I can lend you some. Winip really didn't want to miss this opportunity. To her, as long as the quality of the aged beer was good enough, it would definitely be a great tool to expand Mara Supermarket. Currently, Mara Supermarket only had stores in California and a few large cities like New York and Washington. It couldn't cover other small and medium-sized cities at all. But if she had aged beer, it would definitely be a great tool to expand. Then she would take out a lot of loans, and the Marla Supermarket chain would cover the entire United States. Not to mention the annual output of 150,000 tons. Even if it was increased by 100 times, it would not be enough. 150,000 tons, is not enough to supply the local Mara supermarket in California. Winip, the beer hasn't been produced yet. It's too early to talk about this. Anyway, Chun Zhao had made up his mind. The first step was to be steady. Moreover, Chun Zhao would leave the production and management to Denver. Chun Zhao had the right to make suggestions, not to control Denver's operations. Chun, you don't know how to do business at all. If you have the ability, you should seize the opportunity instead of slowly planning your strategy. In a year, your advantage will be gone. Once the other beer manufacturers analyze your beer recipe, they'll also change it. They can't change. The nameless wine has been on the market for a few months. Have you seen other manufacturers produce it? Chun Zhao wasn't worried at all. Are you sure? Yes. I want all your beer to be supplied to Mara Supermarket, Winip said. I can only say most of them. My friend's hotel needs my services too. I also have a restaurant that needs my services too. Chun Zhao's Marina restaurant would definitely supply it. I don't care about your own business, Winip said. Your friend's hotel doesn't need much beer. The rest is all mine. But this way, the value of my beer will be limited, Chun Zhao said. If he only supplied it to one supermarket, the brand value would not be maximized. Even if Chun Zhao was not too ambitious, he at least wanted to increase the value of his brand. Mara Supermarket was a big supermarket in California, but outside of California, its coverage was much lower. How much more value do you want with 150,000 tons of beer? Winip rolled her eyes. I already said that I'm willing to invest in expanding production, but you don't want to. How about this? I'll give you the number of the person in charge of beer production and sales. You can talk to him. If he agrees, I can expand, but I can only double the production. As for next year's plan, we'll talk about it next year. Okay, I'll still say the same thing. If you need money to invest, you can find me. Right now, Mara Supermarket has quite a lot of cash. Mara Supermarket's operation was too good. Unlike in the past few years, she had been exhausted fighting for the market, let alone expanding her business. Several supermarket chains were not something that Mara Supermarket could compete with. Things were different now. Mara Supermarket had expanded its influence with its unique alcohol culture, so Winip was very confident now. She did not expand blindly mainly because she did not want to dilute her shares too much. Moreover, the bank would not give Winip a loan that was more than 10 times the market value of Mara Supermarket. Of course, Chun Zhao also did not want his brewery to be controlled by someone else. Even if it was Winip, Chun Zhao still hoped to have it in his hands. Winip was Fei Lai's mother, but she was talking to Chun Zhao as a businesswoman. Chun Zhao was willing to let Winip put the beer on the shelf for the sake of family, but Mara Supermarket was definitely not his only choice. As for whether it would be listed in the future, it was still too far away for Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao did not even consider something so far away. Grandma, have some meat. Jerlin brought another piece of meat over. Winip ate Nissan's barbecued meat. Chun, is there really no way to supply this meat on a large scale? Winip knew very well how beneficial it would be to Mara Supermarket if it could be supplied on a large scale. Have you seen truffles sold in supermarkets? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, Mara Supermarket has them. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. It was said that truffles could not be grown artificially. That was a lie. However, it was true that cultivated truffles did not taste as good as wild truffles. This was undeniable. The truffles sold in supermarkets were less than $100 per kilogram. Compared to real truffles, they were many times worse. Chapter 13:27. Winip's regret was written all over her face, but she could understand. Normally, expensive luxury goods wouldn't go into supermarkets. For example, bluefin tuna could only be ordered at auctions. Since Chun Zhao said so, no one else in America could eat this kind of meat. This meant that this meat was very rare. Not only did one need money, but they also needed connections. This kind of food, indeed, couldn't go into supermarkets. Winip had come in a hurry and left in a hurry. Fei Lai tried to get her to stay, but Winip still insisted on leaving. Even Jerlin's coquettish tactics didn't work. She was probably in a hurry to deal with work. Managing a supermarket chain, there were indeed too many things for her to deal with. For stayed and enjoyed her rare vacation. Auntie, look at little Jerlin swimming. Little Jerlin can swim very far now. For knew that Jerlin usually swam in front of her house. But she didn't expect Jerlin to be so good at swimming. She could even swim further than her. This didn't mean that Jerlin's stamina was better than For's. It was just that Jerlin was small, so she needed less strength. And more often than not, little Jerlin floated on the surface of the water, not swam. But Jerlin could swim more than 1,000 meters in the middle of Mirror Lake. She would rest for a while before swimming back. This was already shocking to For. After all, Jerlin wasn't even a year old. She was so healthy and strong that For couldn't believe it. Feilai, do you and Chun Zhao train Jerlin? No. Jerlin usually plays with Walter and the others or swims by herself. Chun Zhao and I don't really restrict her. Will she exercise too much? For asked worriedly. It's not good for bone development. But thinking about it, Chun Zhao was here. He was an expert in medicine and kinesiology. Since he wasn't worried, For's worries were unnecessary. Lots of exercise wasn't necessarily good. Even adult exercise had to be controlled. Some athletes even had amazing results on the field when they were young. But after retirement or old age, all kinds of diseases would attack them like fierce beasts. Children had to be even more careful. Of course, proper exercise can promote growth. But if they exercise too much, it would affect their growth and health. In fact, for children, running and jumping every day was the best exercise. Deliberately training children may not be good for them. Chun Zhao and Feilai wouldn't restrict Jerlin most of the time. Apart from her personality, he would deliberately guide her. In other aspects, it allowed her to let go of herself. Little Jerlin, on the other hand, had been accompanied by Princess and the others since she was young. In the near future, she would also have a little brother or sister, so she would not feel lonely. Chin, what were the results of Feilai's pregnancy test? Feilai and her baby are very healthy. Then do you plan to have Feilai have a natural delivery or a C-section? Chin Zhao thought about it. I respect Feilai's choice. In fact, painless childbirth in the United States was already very common. Chun Zhao and Feilai didn't really think about that. For stayed the night at Chun Zhao's house and went to work the next day. Chun Zhao rarely went out now if he had nothing to do. If the association needed something, it would usually be a phone call or Wes would come and talk to Chun Zhao in person. Do. A horn blared from the door. Chun Zhao was furious. He came out and kicked the car. Don't you know there are kids and pregnant women inside? Stephen got out of the car. Seeing the front of his car, he was also furious. Do you know how much I paid for this car? You asked her, Shoal. You have to compensate me. Stephen cursed as he entered the house. As soon as he entered, he smelled an alluring aroma. Ignoring Chun Zhao's obstruction, Stephen went into the kitchen directly. Seeing Chun Zhao stewing meat, he scooped a bowl of soup for himself. Fuck, this is for Feilai. Feilai can't drink this much. Stephen ignored Chun Zhao's anger. Delicious, what meat is this? It's so delicious. Why didn't you give me some? Stephen knew that Chun Zhao's house often had top-grade ingredients. Chun Zhao didn't give him any less, but he didn't know what kind of animal the meat was. Even soup was so fragrant. With a dark expression, Chun Zhao took a piece of meat from the fridge and threw it on the kitchen counter. Scram after you take it. It's best to barbecue it. If it's for pregnant women, you can make soup too. I'm here to invite you and Feilai to our movie's ending party. Is this your attitude? No, it's not convenient for Feilai. I have to accompany her. You don't have to go, but where's the gift? Chun Zhao searched his body and took out a lucky coin. Take it. You know how to use it. What are you giving it to me now? Give it to me after the movie is released. You can use it when you edit the movie, Chun Zhao said. Then take another one after it's released. We'll do both. Chun Zhao had invested 1/3 of Stephen's movie. Of course, he hoped that the movie would be a hit at the box office. Hearing that, Stephen put away the coin. He knew the effect of the coin very well. It was definitely the most magical thing in the world. How many coins do you have? Don't think about it. There's only one lucky coin left. I had 9, and I've used a few already. I should save as much as I can. Can't you make it? Make it? No one in the world can make lucky coins. Then they don't belong to this world. Chun Zhao stopped there. Okay, don't ask too much. I'm waiting for the movie to be a hit. Suddenly, Chun Zhao slapped his head. Oh, I invested in a beer factory. Can I put my beer brand in it? Huh? How come there's no news of you investing in a beer factory? I just thought of it a few months ago, Chen Zhao said. Okay, I'll go shoot a few scenes. Oh, what's your brand? Do you have a brand? Mountain brand, Chen Zhao said. I'll have someone send the brand over. Chen Zhao picked up his phone and called Denver. Denver, send me the brand of our beer. I'll put our beer in my friend's movie. Mr. Chen, I don't think that's part of my plan. Right now, I don't have any money to invest in movies. If it's a niche movie, the effect won't be obvious. If it's a commercial movie with a large investment, the cost will be too high. It's not worth it. Is Steven's new movie good enough? Free. Steven, it's free, right? Chapter 1328. Steven? Which Steven? The most famous guy in Hollywood, Chen Zhao said. Mr. Chen, can you really insert our beer brand into Mr. Steven's new movie? No problem. Denver didn't expect Chen Zhao to have such a wide network. He'd heard that a 5-second advertisement in Steven's movie would cost at least tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, it depended on the size of the brand. Not everyone could spend money to do it. Every manufacturer that could do it in Steven's new movie was a first-tier brand. Actually, according to normal business rules, even though Chen Zhao was the investor of the movie, he still had to pay if he wanted to do an advertisement. However, this movie was completely Chen Zhao, Steven, and Rasfa's playful work. Whether the movie would make a profit or not, they would decide it themselves. Chen Zhao would provide the cheating tools, Steven would be in charge of filming and editing, and Rasfa would be in charge of distribution. The movie hadn't been released yet, but it was already in PLM's distribution list. Since the producer and producer of the movie didn't belong to the Big Six, PLM's commission was quite high as 15%. Even with Steven's name as a guarantee, PLM still asked for a high commission. This couldn't be helped. Hollywood had always been controlled by the Big Six. Even as PLM's chairman, Rasfa didn't have the right to decide how much the film would be distributed. However, with PLM's powerful network, the movie could earn at least 4,500 screens in the first 3 days when it was released in North America. They were still negotiating the distribution with the cinemas. Chen Zhao and Steven didn't need to discuss this. PLM would naturally help them. After all, PLM was the distributor. These were all things they had to do. The investment for the movie was around $60 million. Including the publicity fees, the total investment would be around $100 million. If it was just the North American box office, it would have to be above $220 million to make a profit. Even though the box office was in the hundreds of millions, it was actually rare for an original movie to exceed $200 million in North America. It was even rarer than $100 million. Even Steven couldn't guarantee that the movie would make a lot of money. Even if Steven's previous Sea of Fury did shock Hollywood, no one could guarantee that Steven could create a second miracle. Of course, Hollywood movies didn't just rely on box office to make money. If they only relied on box office profits, 95% of Hollywood movies would lose money. If it was a superhero movie, most of them still had to rely on peripherals, such as figurines and props. However, Steven's new movie did not have any side effects. Therefore, other than the box office, the only way to make money was through the sale of various copyrights, related books, adaptation rights, and DVD sales. Denver didn't send a ticket to Chen Zhao. Instead, he came to Chen Zhao's house personally. When he saw Steven chasing after Jerlin, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Hello, Mr. Steven." "Hello, you are?" Steven looked at Jerlin, who had already run far away, and stopped in his tracks rather unwillingly. "I'm Denver, Mr. Chen's partner." Denver didn't think of herself as Chen Zhao's employee or subordinate. "Hello. I heard from Mr. Chen that you can help us market our beer brand in the movie. Is that true?" "Yes, I'm very close to Chen. We don't need to discuss such a small matter. Just give me the logo." Steven glanced at Chen Zhao in the front yard. "Come here and do me a favor." Steven suddenly lowered his voice. Denver froze for a moment, then followed behind Steven. Steven went to the kitchen and opened Chen Zhao's fridge. "Help me carry this piece of meat to my car." "Fine." Denver was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like Steven was stealing? Fine. He'd listen to Steven for now. But this piece of meat was really heavy. After the two carried it to the car, Steven went in and carried some ingredients. Tell Chen that I have something to do, so I won't be eating here. Stephen was indeed a thief. Just as Stephen was about to drive away, Chen Zhao discovered him. Asshole, you stole from my fridge again. Without looking back, Stephen drove away. Chen Zhao chased after him. Asshole, give it back. Stephen stuck out his middle finger from the window. Chen Zhao chased for a few hundred meters, but in the end, he could only watch Stephen's car drive away with hatred. Denver was dumbfounded, but he could tell that Chen Zhao and Stephen were very close. Seeing Chen Zhao return, Denver felt awkward too. After all, he was Stephen's accomplice in stealing. Mr. Chen, I have something to do. Denver left awkwardly, but he really didn't understand. With Stephen's status, did he still need to steal from Chen Zhao's fridge? To him, it was just a friend's joke. Denver was more and more convinced that mountain beer would be a success. He also needed to get Mr. Product to produce some of it as soon as possible. If there was no product on the market after Stephen's new movie was released, it would be a huge loss for them. After receiving the gold coins, Stephen couldn't wait to start working. He felt that there were many ideas and concepts in his mind. He wanted to realize them all in the movie. To put it simply, it was like a fountain of ideas. Chen Zhao continued practicing Imperial Thousand Swords. In the battle against Kunkka, he used it for the first time. He wasn't familiar with it yet, but its power was starting to show. Kunkka's clone couldn't do anything before Imperial Thousand Swords. But Chen Zhao also felt that Imperial Thousand Swords was lacking. It was indeed effective if the enemies gathered together. But if the enemies didn't gather together, Imperial Thousand Swords would be useless. For example, if the enemies attacked from 4 directions at the same time, Imperial Thousand Swords could only send out 2 waves of swords. As for being able to control it as he pleased, it was still a long way off. Chen Zhao, pay attention to your breathing. Old Turtle sat on a rock and watched Chen Zhao practice Imperial Thousand Swords. Breathing? What does breathing have to do with Imperial Thousand Swords? Of course it's related. Every movement you control has to be in sync with your breathing. The rhythm of your skill is very important. Maintain a sense of rhythm. Chen Zhao tried a few times, but couldn't find the rhythm. He kept trying, but he still failed. Why was the rhythm so hard to grasp? Chapter 1329. Find a feeling, find a rhythm. After resting for half an hour, Chen Zhao went back to practicing. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt his heartbeat and breathing. This was the rhythm. Chen Zhao suddenly opened his arms. Instantly, the 1,000-stone swords split into 4. There was no chaos, no falling. So this was the feeling. Chen Zhao finally felt what he'd ignored before after Old Turtle's reminder. Actually, it wasn't hard for Chen Zhao to feel his heartbeat and breathing rate seriously. Chen Zhao definitely couldn't do something that even a normal person could do. However, both heartbeat and breathing were very ordinary things. So ordinary that normal people were used to these things and wouldn't notice at all. In a normal battle, Chen Zhao wouldn't pay attention to these things either. When Chen Zhao was controlling the 4 sword tides, the feeling disappeared again. For some reason, Chen Zhao suddenly felt tired and sleepy. It wasn't because he'd used too much magic power. Moreover, the drowsiness came too suddenly. Chen Zhao was very awake, but the drowsiness grew stronger. Chen Zhao tried his best to resist the drowsiness. Old Turtle looked a bit surprised. Old Turtle, why do I feel so sleepy? Come here and let me see. Old Turtle waved his hand. Chen Zhao went to Old Turtle. Old Turtle put his finger on Chen Zhao's pulse and looked even more surprised. Old Turtle, is there a problem with my cultivation? No, there's no problem. This is a sign of spiritual movement. What spiritual movement? Shangqing state. Emptiness is also divided into 4 realms: spiritual movement, embryonic breathing, sitting death, and spiritual silence. You're a sign of spiritual movement right now. What will happen to spiritual movement? What I need to do? Nothing, but you'll feel more and more sleepy. Don't resist. If you want to sleep, sleep. You'll complete spiritual movement in your dreams. You'll be fine as long as you don't fall asleep during battle. How long will I sleep for? Not sure. You'll have spiritual movement symptoms a few times in the beginning. At most a few days, at least a few hours. You'll wake up after you've slept enough. When you reach the real spiritual movement state, you won't be able to resist. You'll sleep for 81 days. So, you'd better move forward. Otherwise, you might not make it for your second child. Chun Zhao's expression changed. Fei Lai was almost 8 months pregnant. This meant that she'd give birth in less than 2 months. He'd already missed Zhilin's birth. He didn't want to miss the second one. After leaving the river map, Chun Zhao's heart sank. Chun, what's wrong? Fei Lai saw his worried expression. Fei Lai asked. Zhao, Fei Lai said. Chun. Fei Lai was immediately unhappy. Chun Zhao's face clearly showed that he had something on his mind. Okay, I might fall asleep for no reason in the near future, and the longest I've slept for might be 81 days. I'm worried. Chun Zhao couldn't let it go. You're worried that you won't see the birth of our child? Chun Zhao nodded. It's hard for me to explain. It's like hibernation. I'm not sure when it'll come. Fei Lai could understand Chun Zhao's feelings. No one would be happy. But even if Fei Lai wanted to help, she couldn't. She didn't know magic and childbirth wasn't something she could control. I'm so tired. I'll sleep first. As he spoke, Chun Zhao's eyelids suddenly sank. He felt endless pajamas swarming over him. Chun Zhao remembered old Turtle's words. Don't resist. Let nature take its course. Sleep. Chun Zhao opened his eyes abruptly. He looked around. He was sleeping on the sofa. How long had he slept? Please don't be spiritual movement. Chun Zhao climbed up and saw Fei Lai in the front yard. She was still pregnant. It seemed that he hadn't overslept. Whoosh! Chun Zhao walked into the yard. Darling. Chun, you're awake. Seeing Chun Zhao wake up, Fei Lai was overjoyed. Seriously, can you find a bed to sleep on next time? I told King Kong to move you to the bedroom, but he couldn't. Chun Zhao shrugged helplessly. Even he didn't know what state he was in when he slept. King Kong could barely move you to the sofa. Okay, sorry. How long did I sleep? Less than 2 days, Fei Lai said. Luckily, you told me earlier. Otherwise, I would have thought that something was wrong with you. Fei Lai said. Sorry to make you worry. You said you slept for 81 days. Do you just fall asleep like this? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Are you done sleeping now? Yes, I don't feel sleepy, but I'm not sure when I'll sleep again. What if you suddenly fall asleep when you're outside? Will it be dangerous? Darling, even if I fall asleep, I'll just be sent to the hospital. That's not necessarily true, Fei Lai said. Recently, there's a criminal gang that cuts kidneys in L.A. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. If you or Zhilin go out, you must have her pet with you. Got it? Yes, I know. West, I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? In the future, I might fall into a deep sleep. It won't be longer than 3 months, so after I fall asleep, I'll leave the association to you. Understood, guild leader. Guild leader, are you ill? No, it's because my power has reached a certain level. If you can reach my level in the future, you'll be the same. I see. West was confused. Would this happen when one's power reached a certain level? Anyway, West had never heard of it, nor had he seen such records in magic books. However, with Chun Zhao's power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he'd reached an unprecedented level. Therefore, it wasn't incomprehensible for this to happen. By the way, President Leon got promoted. Mansari took over as the head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Oh, got it, Chun Zhao replied calmly. Which department did Leon get promoted to? I don't know. I think it's a non-public department, West said. West said, President Asalisa is also going to officially join the association. Leon didn't bring her with him when he was promoted. Okay, I know. Is Asalisa in any trouble? There might be some. Chapter 1330. Are the two of you sure you don't want to go back to school? Mansari looked at Li Mu and West Anna. The two girls had told him their thoughts after returning from the Tota Snow Mountain. They did not want to go back to school. They wanted to become Mansari subordinates. Mansari thought about it. He was going to take up his post in the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. He was bringing his own team with him. However, there were not many people in his team. He could not control all the departments in the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Li Mu and West Anna had been through life and death with him. Therefore, Mansari had enough understanding and trust in them. If the two of them joined his team, they could help him with some of the work. Yes, Colonel Mansari. We want to stay by your side, Li Mu said. All right, I accept you too. For now, I hope you two will be my assistants and follow me to the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, Mansari said. What are we going to do now? Mansari thought about it and said, I will introduce you to my people tomorrow. After that, we will go to the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's headquarters. Every new official would definitely have their own small team, not to mention a department like the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. If they did not have their own team to take over, they would still keep their previous subordinates. When that time came, there would be a group of subordinates who only obeyed him on the surface but opposed him on the inside. Other than the two newcomers, Li Mu and West Anna, Mansari still had 4 old subordinates. The next day, Li Mu and West Anna met Mansari's subordinates. Let me introduce you to each other. Li Mu and West Anna are my confidants. They will take over the Anti-Terrorism Security Department with you in the shortest time possible, Mansari said. Mansari introduced Tony, Abevo, Tommy, Ingis. They're all my old subordinates. The 6 of them began to get to know each other. Mansari said, I know the 6 of you from different eras. I have gathered all of you together to show my trust in you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Also, get ready. We are going to the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's headquarters now. Familiarize yourself with the place and communicate with your people. The 6 of them were excited. To be honest, they did not know what kind of department the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was. However, when they arrived at the headquarters of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, they found that it was an office building with less than 10 floors. Moreover, the location was not a mysterious place. It was in the downtown area of Los Angeles, and it was quite prosperous. Colonel, are we going to work here from now on? This place looks more like a financial institution or a medium-sized company. All right, enough nonsense. Let's go in. After passing the security check, Mansari brought his people into the headquarters. After that, they went straight to the top floor. The entire top floor was filled with busy offices. This place was completely different from the military's command room. At this time, Asalisa walked out and welcomed Mansari and the others. Hello, I'm Asalisa, Mr. Leon's assistant, Asalisa said. Hello, Miss Asalisa. Do you plan to stay? Mansari asked with a smile. No, I've already handed in my resignation. I'll leave after the handover. Asalisa gave Mansari a meaningful look. She didn't expect Mansari to be so direct. Even if she didn't plan to stay, she still felt uncomfortable when Mansari asked her this directly. It was as if she was expelled from this place. Mansari was very satisfied with Asalisa's answer. Is that so? What a pity. I really need a capable subordinate like you. Asalisa didn't feel the slightest sincerity from Mansari's words. Asalisa brought Mansari and the others to the minister's office. Mr. Mansari, this is your office. Mansari went to the computer on the desk and began typing a password. Soon, a large amount of data and information appeared on the computer. Mr. Mansari, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Wait, Mansari suddenly called out to Asalisa. Is there anything else? Wait. Mansari's attention was on the computer. After a few minutes, Mansari finally raised his head. I found that you seem to have touched a few documents that you shouldn't have. Mansari's gaze suddenly became unfriendly. You've overstepped your duty. This is a task given to me by Mr. Leon. I didn't take the initiative to touch it. I'm just a liaison, Asalisa said indifferently. I'm afraid your answer doesn't satisfy me. The secrets you've touched give me the right to execute you. Asalisa returned to her desk with a sweet smile and rested her arms on the table. Mr. Mansari, do you think that after losing Mr. Leon's protection, you can make an example out of me? I only know that you broke the rules. Mansari said coldly. At the same time, he took out his gun and pointed it at Asalisa's head. Do you have anything else to say? Mr. Mansari, do you really think that you could do whatever you want? The Mansari loaded the pistol. Are you testing my courage? Asalisa raised her right hand. There was a ring on it. Do you know what this ring represents? Mansari frowned. He had a vague impression of it, but he couldn't remember where. The supernatural organization. Li Mu suddenly shouted. Asalisa looked at Li Mu and praised him. Smart girl. Mansari's expression changed again. The supernatural organization. To him, It was a nightmare that couldn't be erased. You're an informant planted by the supernatural organization around Leon? You can say that. Osalisa didn't need to hide anymore. Wes had already given her an answer. She was allowed to return to the supernatural organization. She wasn't abandoned. The supernatural organization treated her as a part of it. Osalisa was glad that she didn't make the wrong choice. By the way, I also know about the tower-bearing Snow Mountain incident. Not only do I know everything. If you don't want to be fired the next day, you better behave. Huh? Osalisa looked at Mansari's expression as if his parents had died and laughed. What an interesting expression. Chapter 1331. Both Leon and the supernatural organization had hidden the truth about the Big Tower Snow Mountain incident. By hiding Mansari's negligence, the situation wouldn't have worsened. As long as Mansari didn't expel West, the supernatural organization would take over. But Mansari's pride and arrogance caused the situation to worsen. In the end, he even released Kunkka. In the key report, it only stated that there was a misunderstanding with the Belvos. Now, the misunderstanding had been resolved. The Belvos had also returned to their original habitat. But Mansari's role in this incident wasn't there. And the supernatural organization had this information in their hands. If it was just a difference in power, Mansari might have the determination to die together. But now, it wasn't just a difference in power. More importantly, the supernatural organization had something on him. It was fine if both sides were at peace. But if they had a dispute or even a conflict, then Mansari's wouldn't be so comfortable, especially since Kunkka had escaped and was still hiding in the Snow Mountain. Mansari had always suspected that Kunkka's escape was done on purpose by the supernatural organization. Now, whether it was intentional or not, it would become a sword of Damocles hanging over Mansari's head. To put it bluntly, the relationship between Mansari and the supernatural organization had been reversed. Mansari was angry, but he didn't dare to face the supernatural organization directly. At first, he had planned to use Osalisa to establish his dominance. But he didn't expect Osalisa to be from the supernatural organization. Seeing Osalisa leave, Tony asked in a low voice, "Boss, are we just going to let that arrogant woman leave?" "Forget it," Mansari said. "There's no point in fighting them now." Mansari didn't want to explain further. After all, the fewer people who knew, the better. Even though they were his confidants, he didn't want to share his weakness. Them? Who are they? Is it that so-called supernatural organization? I'll go kill them now. I said this ends here. Don't talk about it anymore, Mansari said with a frown. Other than Li Mu and West Anna, the other four didn't understand what was going on. Mansari waved his hand. You guys go to your assigned people and take control of the headquarters as soon as possible. Knock, knock. At this time, a man wearing glasses came to the door with a report in his hand. He looked like a clerk. Hello, Mr. Minister. I'm Chris Moore from the Incident and Coordination Department. Hello, Mr. Chris. How can I help you? I'm here to give you a copy of the current emergency reports. One of them is grade Midnight Kidney Cutter. Because this matter has caused social panic, it needs to be dealt with urgently. At present, the police have increased the number of people on night duty and patrol work, but so far, there are no clues to be found. Yes, report this incident to me in detail. So far, there have been more than 30 victims. Before the victims were killed, they would disappear for 1 to 2 days. Then, when they reappeared, they would appear in various trash cans in the city. Most of them died because they were not rescued in time. There are only 4 survivors, 2 of whom are conscious. They are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Midnight Kidney Cutter is the name given by one of the survivors. What about the statements of the 2 survivors? One of the 2 survivors didn't know much about the whole process. He only remembered that he was drunk in a bar after midnight and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in the hospital. Chris Moore said the other survivor was lucky. His process of being kidnapped was similar to the previous survivors. He remembered that he was drugged with wet wipes and woke up once during the kidnapping. He recalled that he was in a place similar to a slaughterhouse. He and the other victims were all hung up. A burly man dressed like a butcher used a butcher's knife to cut open their stomachs and took their kidneys. Did he see the murderer's face clearly? No. The environment was very dark at that time. He couldn't even tell the time. Did you find the murderer's hair, blood, or fingerprints? No. We can investigate the slaughterhouses in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. According to what you said, when a murderer committed the crime, there would be more than one kidnapper. There would be many kidnappers, so it's not difficult to investigate, Inges said. In fact, the police have already investigated and did not find any slaughterhouses suspicious. In addition, according to the victims' statements and descriptions, the first crime scene doesn't look like a common mechanized slaughterhouse. It looks more like an old slaughterhouse. Many of the facilities are very old. The slaughter plan that the United States implemented now was to first rush the cattle, sheep, and pigs into an electric shock room, then electrocute them with high-voltage electricity before slaughtering them. The whole process was very clean and efficient. At least, the animals did not feel any pain when they were killed. This was also the merit of the Animal Protection Association. Any private slaughterhouse was illegal. Butchers nowadays didn't cut open animal stomachs. Instead, they controlled machines and skinned animals like an assembly line. In other words, the first crime scene is probably not a slaughterhouse. It's just that the murderer made it look like a slaughterhouse. Could it be a criminal organization that sells organs? Logically speaking, the murderer could directly kill all the victims, but they didn't do so. This is different from the style of human organ traffickers. These human organ traffickers won't just cut off the victim's kidneys. They'll be greedier. From the eyeballs to the heart to the kidneys, they might even be their targets. So, for the time being, we can rule out human organ traffickers. If it's not for profit, then does it mean that the murderer finds pleasure in it? Or is he just a psychopath? Mansari thought for a moment. Which hospital are the two survivors in? St. Fu Lyman Hospital. They're currently under police protection. Go through the procedures. I want to see them in person, Mansari said. After all, this was not a small case. Since it had already caused social panic, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was responsible for it. Chapter 1332. English, come with me to the hospital. English used to be a member of the military's Criminal Investigation Division. Usually, it was more difficult to solve a case in the military's Criminal Investigation Division than a regular criminal investigation. That was because their targets were soldiers, and the military knew much more than ordinary people. Most of the time, they would destroy a lot of evidence. The investigators couldn't collect any evidence. As the top investigator of the military's Criminal Investigation Division, English had solved many military crimes. That was why it was natural for Mansari to ask English to help. The two went to the hospital and met the survivor. "Hello, Mr. Corman," Mansari said. "We're the police. We have a few questions for you." The survivor, Corman, turned around and looked at Mansari and English with lifeless eyes. "You've asked me many times. This time, I've asked someone else. I've told you everything I know." Kerman's tone was impatient, and he seemed to be out of breath. It was understandable. After all, his kidney had been cut. "Mr. Corman, we want to help you." "Help me? Help me find my kidney? Or help me get a transplant?" English said, "Mr. Corman, it's not impossible to find your kidney, but you have to be willing to help us. You're our only clue. If you give up, I'm afraid there's no hope of catching the murderer and finding your kidney." Corman struggled to stand up. Both of his kidneys had been cut off. He had to rely on machines for excretion. If he couldn't find a transplant soon, he would probably die. "If you have anything you want to ask away. Can you explain the circumstances of the crime scene again?" "The more detailed, the better," English said. Corman took a deep breath and started again. He had repeated this process many times. He had basically said everything he could remember. There was nothing new. "Were you fully conscious at that time, or were you only half conscious?" Inges asked. "Conscious," Corman said. "Did you feel hot or cold?" "Hot, dry," Corman answered. "The murderer drugged you. Did you feel a pungent smell?" Corman froze. He frowned and tried to recall. After a while, he nodded. "Yes, it was pungent." "Are the interior lights incandescent or fluorescent?" "Incandescent lamp, but the intensity should be very low. The light is dark yellow." Mansari went over to India and looked down at India's notes. However, he realized that India was not taking notes but drawing pictures. India showed Kerman the picture he had drawn. Is this how the crime scene looked like? Or is there something wrong? Kerman's expression changed drastically. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with fear. Once again, Indies brought him back to that horrible slaughterhouse. Mr. Corman, thank you for your cooperation. Mansari and Injus walked out of the ward, and Mansari asked, how was it? Did you find any clues? When the murderer kidnapped the victim, he used Doflurin, which can quickly knock people out and has a strong pungent smell, English said. According to the victim's description, he felt hot and dry. The temperature in Los Angeles during the day is about 19 degrees Celsius and 11 degrees Celsius at night. During the day, there will be a certain degree of warmth, but he won't feel hot and dry. Heat usually occurs when the humidity is high. There's been no rainy weather in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas for the past 5 days, so people will feel hot and dry. There's only one possibility. The first crime scene was not on the ground, but in a cave, and it was at least 10 meters underground. Only this kind of environment would make people feel hot and dry. The murderer deliberately arranged the cave to look like a building, but because it was randomly arranged, it looked quite simple and crude. The dim yellow light was very bad for lighting, but it had a stronger impact on the blood. So, the murderer deliberately used a dim yellow incandescent lamp. Even if someone woke up halfway, they would only notice the body on the chopping board, the blood stains, and the murderer, and ignore the surrounding environment. This is mainly because human senses have a focusing effect. People will only pay attention to the information that their subconscious mind thinks is important. Needless to say, Mansari was amazed by English's analysis. Mansari listened to Corman's answer, but he could not think of any clues. But English had actually analyzed so many clues. Mansari had worked with English in the past, so he knew how good English's deductive abilities were. The elevator door was about to close when a hand suddenly blocked it. Wait. Chen Zhao walked into the elevator. But when he looked up, he realized that Mansari was actually standing in the elevator. Mansari's expression also froze. His expression suddenly became unnatural. Chen Zhao was expressionless. He yawned and waited for the elevator to reach the first floor. He was here to treat a patient. But during the treatment, he did not seem to be in a good mood. The sleepiness came again, and he barely finished the treatment. Confused, English looked at Mansari. You know that person? English looked at the yawning person in front of him. It was obvious that they knew each other. India sensed it from the first moment they looked at each other. But they were definitely not friends. Mansari had been very nervous just now. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. In fact, Mansari did not even dare to breathe for 30 seconds in the elevator. He was really afraid of that man. Just then, the man's body suddenly tilted and he fell to the ground. Soon, a female nurse ran over to help him up. She seemed to be asking what was wrong with him. The man shook his head and wobbled away. Why would Mansari be afraid of such a weak person? Looking at Chun Zhao's back, Mansari was also slightly confused. Mansari ignored Indies' question. Just as Chun Zhao was about to drive back, he received West's call. President, Asalisa has officially returned. We're going to hold a welcoming party for her tomorrow night. Oh, okay. I'll remember. I'll go. Chun Zhao hung up and suddenly felt even more sleepy. No, he could not drive anymore. Chun Zhao forced himself to stay awake. He parked the car by the roadside and picked up the phone. Hey, Fei Lai. I feel sleepy again. Chun Zhao did not even finish the call. He yawned and lay down on the passenger seat. Chapter 1333. When the hooded man pressed the handkerchief on Chun Zhao's face, Chun Zhao didn't resist at all. Then, the hooded man took out a jar. There was a colorful lizard in the jar. The lizard was only an inch long, but when it opened its mouth and rolled its tongue at Chun Zhao, his body actually started shrinking. Then he was sucked into the lizard's mouth. The hooded man put the lizard in the jar and left. He still had to find a second target. Hello, Mr. West, it's Fei Lai. Is Chun at the headquarters? No, Ms. Fei Lai. Didn't the president come home? No. He said he was sleepy on the way. I think he's asleep now. He didn't pick up my call. West thought about it. Chen Zhao had told him before that he would suddenly feel sleepy. He would suddenly feel sleepy, and he might really have fallen asleep on the road. Ms. Fei Lai, I'll send someone to find the president. Okay. Thank you, Mr. West. Finding Chen Zhao's car wasn't difficult at all. In less than 3 hours, West found it through the traffic control files. Chen Zhao's car had been parked illegally on the side of the road for more than 4 hours. The traffic police had given him a ticket, but Chen Zhao was nowhere to be seen. West checked all the hospital records, but didn't find anything about Chen Zhao. Did something happen to the guild leader? Wester wondered inwardly. Thinking of this, West found it funny. Accident? Even if he was asleep, Chen Zhao was still a monster. Perhaps he was hiding somewhere to sleep. India, do you have any clues? Right now, as public surveillance coverage is 55%, but there are no surveillance cameras at all the locations where the victims were kidnapped. This can only mean one thing. The culprit knows the location of the public surveillance cameras very well. Either the culprit is from the police or an electronic company. India suddenly paused. As public surveillance facilities are all contracted to private companies. Boss, can you help me find the locations of all the victims? Mansari quickly found a map with each point marked out on it for Indith. Here, India studied the map for a long time. Boss, look at the locations. They're all concentrated in this area. What happened to this area? The surveillance equipment in Los Angeles started 12 years ago. A total of 3 companies won the contract. These 3 companies are responsible for this area, and this area respectively. Mansari immediately understood after hearing Ingis's words. This area is where the midnight kidney cutters commit their crimes. Which company is in charge of this area? Thomas Electron. Let's go to Thomas Electronics right now. We can't go now. We aren't sure who did it. If we go there rashly, we might be noticed by the murderer. We have to find out who has access to the blueprints of the area covered by the surveillance equipment. These blueprints are either the company's shareholders or the company's engineers. In short, the scope shouldn't be too big. Let's find out which of these people are suspicious, Ingis said. You're right. Mansari nodded, although it wasn't the first time India had discovered India's talent. However, one had to admit that Ingis was indeed very good at solving cases. He had no clue at all, but English was able to find so many clues. India and Mansari returned to the headquarters and sent people to investigate the higher-ups of Thomas Electron Company. As a counterterrorism department, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department not only had powerful armed forces, but also powerful intelligence gathering capabilities. After a tiring night, Mansari carried a large stack of documents and placed them on India's table. Ingis, through our intelligence gathering, we found that many people in Thomas Electron Company have access to the blueprints. Other than the shareholders, there are more than 30 engineers and normal employees who have access to the blueprints. Including the shareholders and higher-ups, there are more than 50 people. 50 people. That's not a lot, Ingis said. Then, Ingis began to look through the documents. I've already roughly looked through them. I didn't find anything wrong with them. Ingis ignored Mansari's words and continued to search through everyone's files. 3 hours later, Ingis separated 3 files and placed them to the side. Boss, I found 3 of them suspicious. I can't be completely sure yet. Ingis brought the files of the 3 people to Mansari. Mansari picked up the files. I've looked through the files of these 3 people. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Also, their bodies are very ordinary. They don't match the butcher's body described by the survivors. The information provided by the survivors might not be accurate or correct. Kerman wasn't conscious at the time. We can use it as a reference, but we can't use it as evidence, Ingis said. When investigating cases, there's a rule. There's a 50% chance that the witnesses provide false information. Why? Because they'll process the information themselves and then state it. They're not lying on purpose. For example, in the famous plane crash, the witnesses said that the plane exploded in the sky and then fell to the ground. However, after investigation, we found out that the plane actually exploded after it hit the ground. The witnesses got the sequence of the crash and explosion wrong. It's the same for Kerman. Most of the information he provided isn't very accurate. He said that he was conscious at the time, but in my opinion, he said that he was conscious. Then what should we do next? Interact with these 3 people, Injus said. I need to interact with them before I can determine if there's a problem with them. Mansari trusted Injus's judgment. The 2 of them didn't rest and went straight to Thomas's company. They called the CEO of Thomas's company and asked him to call the 3 people that Injus suspected to his office. Injus, don't we need to separate them? Injus shook his head and said, separate interrogation is usually used to prevent suspects from colluding to confess. The 3 of them aren't accomplices. If one of them answers wrongly, it'll be easy for the other 2 to correct it. This will help us determine the suspects. This also means that if there's a real murderer among the 3, it'll be difficult for the murderer to lie. Mansari learned another trick. He was really amazed by Injus's criminal investigation ability. With Injus under his command, it would be very helpful for his management of the anti-terrorism security department. At this time, the 3 people that Injus suspected arrived in the office one after another. Chapter 1334. Mansari looked at the aimless conversation between Injus and the 3 of them. It didn't seem like an interrogation at all. It was more like a casual chat. Mansari was a little displeased. He tried to hint Ingrid to get to the point several times. However, Ingrid didn't seem to understand Mansari's intention. After chatting for half an hour, he told the 3 people to leave. Ingrid, what's wrong with you? This isn't your normal state. Boss, I already know who the murderer is. Ingrid looked at the figure outside the glass door. You know, the one who walked in first, Suk. He's tall and skinny. He's the murderer. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mansari immediately rushed into the office. Don't chase him. Ingrid stopped Mansari. Why? Mansari stopped. Although he was anxious, he believed in Ingrid. That person just threatened me with a secret code. If we do anything here, he'll kill everyone in the company. Can he do it? He's a butcher. No, he's an executioner. Ingrid felt something under the table, then threw it to Mansari. Mansari was from the military, so he knew what it was. Yellow. Such a big thing. When did it get stuck under the table? I don't know, Ingrid said. You let him go just like that? They can't run, Ingrid said. Before coming up, I installed a tracking device on their cars. When did you install it? Why didn't I know? Mansari was an elite, but he didn't know Ingrid had done it. I was in a hurry to go to the toilet when I got out of the car. I installed it then. I'll call for help, Mansari said. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the ground shook and began to sink. Oh no, rumble. The whole building was sinking. Mansari and Ingrid immediately jumped out of the window. Then they fell from the 5th floor. But they were lucky because there was a car below. The 2 hit the car with their backs. By then, the office building they were in was in ruins. It was the most professional demolition method. That Suko had already installed a bomb in this office building that could be used to blow up buildings. Both of their faces were a little pale, and it wasn't just because they had just survived a disaster. It was also because of Suko's ruthlessness. I want to kill that bastard. I want to kill that bastard. Mansari roared. There were at least 100 white-collar workers in this building. This was a terrorist attack. For Mansari, who had just taken office, to have such a serious terrorist attack happen within his jurisdiction was a very serious matter. No, to any country at any time, it would be a very serious terrorist attack. Where does that bastard live? Boss, he's definitely not at home, but don't worry. I've installed a tracking device on his car. He can't escape. Mansari immediately made a call to his subordinates. Bring 2 teams to meet up with me. Bring all the weapons from the headquarters. Now, immediately. Mansari's expression was completely distorted. There was an indescribable rage burning in his chest. Somewhere in the desert of Los Angeles, inside a crude cave, tens of containers were placed here, each containing a kidney soaked in formalin. This was Suko's workshop. This was where he performed surgery on those unlucky fellows. Suko took out a jar and let out the bright-colored lizard. However, the lizard seemed to have lost its vitality, and its movements became sluggish. He wobbled on the table for a few steps before he stopped moving. How did it die? Suko frowned and used his finger to poke the lizard. How did it die? How did this happen? This lizard had just been bought not long ago. How could it die so quickly? The previous lizard had lived for 4 years. Damn it, did that guy lie to me? He deliberately sold me low-quality goods? Suku's face was ashen. He picked up the phone and dialed number. Hello, it's me, Suku. The lizard you sold me is dead. You must give me an explanation. That's impossible. I wouldn't sell you low-quality goods unless you did something stupid and used them to control powerful spiritualists. I didn't, Suku said. My targets are all normal people. I want to offend spiritualists. We've worked together for 100 years. How dare you lie to me? We provide the source and the lizard, and you provide the soul essence. Our deal has always been fair. I don't need to trick you with low-quality goods. The lizard I sold you was hatched from the same mother's egg, but it's dead now. I need an explanation. If you can't give me an explanation, then our deal ends here. I'll find another buyer. We've worked together for 100 years and done 4 deals. The first 3 never had any problems. That's why I called you instead of cutting off contact with you immediately. Fine, I'll send someone to check. If there's really a problem with the lizard I provided, I'll give you a live one. Okay. Just as Suka hung up the phone, the alarm suddenly rang. Suka frowned. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked with his binoculars. A large number of cars were coming from the distance. Damn it, they actually found their way here. Suka muttered to himself. Looks like it's time to move. However, Suka wasn't in a hurry to escape. Instead, he unhurriedly moved the bottles and jars to the back of his truck. Rumbling noises came from the distance. It seemed that the guys had already triggered the trap. It took Suku 20 minutes to put the bottles and jars back together. Then, he returned to the cave and began to move the prey that hadn't had their kidneys removed to the truck. However, when he moved the last one, he realized that the man was very heavy. Very, very heavy. Why couldn't he move it? Suka tried a few times, but it didn't budge. Suka was about to give up when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Damn it, aren't they all dead? So many strong bombs, but they didn't all die. Suka pulled a lever on the wall and activated the trap in the cave. Instantly, tragic screams came from outside. Suka had placed a large amount of concentrated sulfuric acid above the cave. The moment he pulled the lever, all the acid poured down. Chapter 1335. Scatter, scatter. Mansari felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. However, his warning was too late. A few of them reacted quickly and dashed out of the range of the concentrated sulfuric acid. However, those who were too slow couldn't be saved. The air was filled with a pungent smell and a disgusting stench. He looked back at his subordinates who had been drenched in the concentrated sulfuric acid. They didn't die immediately, but their skin had fallen off completely. Their bodies were covered in blood, and the clothes on their bodies were stuck to their skin. This time, Tony had brought 50 people with him. He and Indies had also come with them. More than a dozen people detonated the landmines as soon as they arrived. More than a dozen people were killed on the spot. At this moment, Indies and Mansari were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have been so reckless. The fact that the office building had been blown up was proof enough. Who would have thought that this butcher would dare to place so many landmines in front of his house? Wasn't he afraid that he would step on them? Tony covered his arm with his hand. His arm was burned. Although it wasn't fatal, it had greatly affected his combat ability. Now, there were less than 20 members of the anti-terrorist force who survived. The surviving members of the anti-terrorist force didn't look good either. Some were frightened, and some felt lucky. Be careful. Be on full alert, Tony said in a low voice while he made a combat gesture. Tony took a step forward. Suddenly, a piece of steel shot out from a gap in the wall. Tony's body froze. The next moment, his head and body were cut open. Tony! Mansari was shocked and furious. This unforeseen event was too sudden. It was so sudden that everyone was caught off guard. This cave was full of traps. However, they had no way out now. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. I want to leave. An elite member of the anti-terrorist force had completely collapsed. He fled in a panic. However, he lost his footing and fell into a puddle of concentrated sulfuric acid. Cough! Ah! Help! Help! When the anti-terrorist raised his head and struggled, he found that the skin on his face had disappeared, leaving behind only a bloody mess. But soon he stopped screaming because he had choked on the concentrated sulfuric acid. Everyone shuddered with fear. It was horrible. This place was like a slaughterhouse, a killing hell. What kind of person would set up such a place? The number of mechanisms and traps here was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was as if any movement could trigger a trap. Every few steps, a person would die. A steel wire suddenly stretched taut in the middle of the crowd, and 2 more people were directly cut open by the steel wire. But before they could calm down, a hand reached out from the darkness and pulled a person into the darkness. Ah! A scream came from the darkness. The murderer is right in front of us. Shoot! Shoot! Da-da-da! But at this moment, a large amount of gas suddenly surged out. Not good, it's poisonous gas. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. At this time, the gas had already spread out. She smelled the faint sweetness of the gas. It's phenylzinc and fluorine. Audis suddenly felt weak. Hold on. Hold on. Benzalkonium will evaporate very soon. Audis held onto the wall with difficulty, trying his best to keep his body from collapsing. But someone had already fallen to the ground. Benzalkonium fluoride was not an ordinary chemical element, but a special synthetic drug for the military. Audis knew how to synthesize benzalkonium fluoride, but it was almost impossible to synthesize under normal circumstances. Due to the lack of synthetic machines, it was impossible to synthesize it with primitive conditions. Benzalkonium fluoride was not fatal, but it would paralyze the nerves in a very short time. Its effect was similar to anesthetics, but it would only make the body weak without paralyzing the nerves. When benzalkonium fluoride came into contact with the air, it would evaporate in a very short time. Therefore, if they hadn't inhaled benzalkonium fluoride, they would have been able to hold on for 1 minute. It was not difficult for well-trained soldiers to hold their breath for 1 minute. To remind the others, Audis opened his mouth and inhaled benzalkonium fluoride. A few soldiers hadn't fallen, and it seemed that they had made it. But at this moment, a black hook flew out from the darkness and latched onto the shoulder of a counterstrike. The chain on the hook pulled, and the counterstrike was pulled into the darkness. Wearing a gas mask, Suku walked out with a pair of hooks in his hands, and there were bloodstains on the hooks. The soldiers who hadn't fallen immediately attacked him. However, Suku waved the 2 hooks, and the bullets couldn't penetrate the defense of the hooks. Edith and the other soldiers were stunned. This person's use of the hook was too godly. How could he block bullets like that? Was this a movie? The hooks in Suku's left hand suddenly split into 5, and they hooked on the shoulders of 5 counterstrikes at the same time. Then, he pulled the 5 counterstrikes to his front. The hooks in his right hand cut through the air, and the necks of the 5 counterstrikes were cut open at the same time. Audis looked at Suku breathlessly. He was stabbing his thigh with the saber, hoping to get rid of the benzalkonium fluoride with the pain. Suku took off his gas mask and looked at Audis. Mr. Audis, Mr. Mansari, we meet again. A smile appeared on Suku's face. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. You are my prey, and I like strong kidneys. What on earth are you? What am I? Of course, I'm a human, a real human. Suku waved the sickle lightly. Just then, footsteps came from outside the cave. Audis turned his head with difficulty and saw a woman, a beautiful woman with wavy brown hair. She was dressed like a cowboy, with only 1 button on her shirt. Her breasts almost popped out. Of course, Audis and Mansari didn't care how sexy the woman was. They only cared if she was a friend or a foe. Suku, you killed so many people, the woman said. It's a pity. They were all good prey. I had no choice. I tried my best to hold back. Suku wasn't surprised to see the woman. It's a pity that only 2 people were left in the end. Just then, a person walked out from the depths of the cave. Chun Zhao walked out while rubbing his head. When Mansari saw Chun Zhao come out, he was both surprised and happy. But soon he was scared again. Was Chun Zhao the mastermind behind all this? If that was the case, it would be too scary. Chapter 1336. The cowgirl suddenly pulled out her guns. Bang, bang, but the 2 shots missed. Chun Zhao tilted his body and dodged the bullets. The cowgirl wanted to keep shooting, but Chun Zhao had already moved. The next moment, Chun Zhao grabbed the cowgirl's neck. However, something unexpected happened. The cowgirl didn't know how she did it. Chun Zhao felt his hand slip, and the cowgirl slipped out his hand. The cowgirl flew back more than 10 meters and stared at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, they're midnight kidney cutters. Seeing Chun Zhao and the cowgirl fighting, Mansari was relieved and immediately called out. Indies also recognized Chun Zhao as the man he'd met at the hospital yesterday. But from Mansari's tone, she seemed very happy to see him here. But he should have seen how terrifying Suk's combat ability was. The 2 hooks in his hands could even block bullets from 5 people's submachine guns. Even if this man was here, what could he change? Midnight kidney cutters? Chun Zhao glanced at the cowgirl, and then at Su Ke. So, I'm the prey to be cut off? The cowgirl's body started being covered in scales. Her face became like a lizard's, and her body grew taller. Manzali had seen the werewolves, as well as Kunkka and her followers. Now, she saw a woman turn into a lizard. She was somewhat surprised, but also felt that it was natural. On the other hand, Indies' face was full of disbelief. It was his first time seeing such a scene, a supernatural event. Chun Zhao looked at the cowgirl. Your appearance reminds me of some bad memories. Satanism. I once met them in San Francisco last September. The pupils of the cowgirl who had turned into a lizard man suddenly shrank. It's you? You slaughtered the teachings of San Francisco? It's me. Looks like you're from Satanism too. You deserve to die, the lizard said. We see eye to eye on that. I'm different from those useless people in San Francisco. The lizard gave Suk, who was behind him, a look. I'll kill you in the cruelest way possible. Suk's hooks shot toward Chun Zhao's back. It's over. Indies couldn't bear to watch anymore. Suke's hooks accurately hooked onto Chun Zhao's shoulders. He could foresee that Chun Zhao would be dragged to Suk by Go Lian like the other Counter-Strike members, and then he would die tragically. The lizard man looked at Chun Zhao. See? I told you. I'll kill you in the cruelest way. Are you trying to say, just because of this? Chun Zhao smiled too. He looked at his shoulders. It looks cool. Colonel Mansari, what do you think of these accessories? Mansari glanced at Suk and realized that Suk was trying to pull Chun Zhao away. But he couldn't move it. He thought back to his battle with Kunkka. Chun Zhao could even catch the hundreds of tons of icicles. Compared to last time, this scene was indeed a little child's play. Although Mansari was a little weak at the moment, he still had to say something. Indeed, very handsome. Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at Su Ke. Just hold on like this. When the ornaments fall off, it'll be your death. She stared at him in surprise. This man's tone was completely different from the drowsy man she'd met in the hospital. Then, Chun Zhao looked at the lizard man. Can you tell me which Satanism sect you're from? Also, tell me your address. I can visit you later. The lizard man turned around to escape, but the next moment, her limbs were bound. The dark magma locked onto her limbs and pulled her backwards. She was pulled all the way to Chun Zhao. Did I let you leave? The lizard man looked at Chun Zhao, her eyes filled with hatred. My lord Satan will curse you. You'll sink into the nightmare that Satan gave you forever. Do you believe that even your master won't accept idiots like you? You dare to curse me? Chun Zhao looked at the lizard man mockingly. I'm the most loyal servant of my lord Satan. Okay, good child of Satan, tell me where your hometown is. Do you think I'll betray my lord? Chun Zhao thought about it. It seemed impossible to change a fanatic's attitude. Once a person viewed faith as their everything, they would indeed become fearless. If Chun Zhao was willing to spend a few days or even longer torment her, he might be able to make her talk. But the price was a bit low. Whatever, I'll just kill you. Chun Zhao looked at the lizard man. But I won't destroy your soul. You can return to Satan's embrace. Oh, remember to say hi to him for me. The dark lava suddenly poured into the lizardman's mouth. Her skin started turning black and her body kept spasming. But soon, the lizardman's body began to leak. After all, the lizard man was too weak. It couldn't withstand the corrosion of the dark lava at all. This lizard man wasn't even 1/10 of her mother's power. It wasn't easy to be corroded by the dark lava. Last time, Chun Zhao had fought against the lizard men from Satanism. He knew that they had the ability to regrow broken limbs. If he only cut off their limbs or even their bodies, they might survive and even grow back. So, this time, Chun Zhao killed the lizard man more directly. He didn't give her any chance to escape. He used the dark lava to corrode her vitality. The lizard man was tossed aside by Chun Zhao like a rag. The lizard man's body started decaying. Finally, only black bones were left. However, they didn't look like lizards. Instead, they looked like human bones. Chun Zhao turned to look at Su Ke. Su Ke was sweating profusely. He didn't know if he should continue pulling the chains. "We can talk. I have a technique that can extract essence from human kidneys." The next moment, the dark lava sealed Su Ke's mouth. Chun Zhao wasn't interested in Su Ke's sorcery. He also didn't want others to have evil thoughts. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. It would be best if it disappeared forever. Clang. Chun Zhao tore off 2 hooks and played with them in his hands. "You wanted to cut off my kidney, right?" Chun Zhao walked towards Su Ke step by step. Ugh. Su Ke shook his head with all his might, his neck constantly shrinking back. He could be cruel and cold-blooded to others, but he didn't have that kind of courage for himself. He wasn't truly fearless. Chapter 1337. Suk waved his arms. Intense pain attacked him. He'd lived for 120 years. 120 years. He'd always been careful. He never offended spiritualists. However, he'd offended the scariest spiritualist. Suk seemed to have found something. He slammed his arms heavily against the stone wall. Boom! Explosions kept coming from above the cave. Suk had detonated the self-destruct device. The cave wasn't big. 100 kilograms of yellow was enough to make it collapse. Chun Zhao glanced above him. Then he pressed Suk's head into the stone wall and crushed it. Rocks kept falling from above. The cave was already showing signs of collapsing. Chun Zhao glanced at Mansari and Indies. In the end, Chun Zhao decided to take them out. If Mansari died, it wouldn't be good for the supernatural organization to have a new anti-terrorism minister. Chun Zhao grabbed Mansari and Indies and charged out of the cave. Mansari and Indies saw the huge rocks fall on Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao didn't react at all. It was as if it wasn't rocks, but cotton. Rushing out of the cave, Chun Zhao threw the 2 onto the ground. "What's wrong with your bodies? Are you drugged?" "Benzodiazepine," Indies said. "Then I'll get better in an hour." "How long did I sleep?" The 2 were speechless. How would we know how long you'd slept? Mansari was more curious about how Suk had caught Chun Zhao. "I remember last time we met at the hospital," Chun Zhao said. "Then I fell asleep on the way home." "How long has it been?" "Close to 24 hours. I slept for another 24 hours. Chun Zhao murmured. It seemed that he hadn't missed Osalice's welcome party. "Over there, that truck," Mansari said with difficulty. "There's a victim inside." Chun Zhao walked toward the car Mansari pointed at and strode toward the truck. But before he could take a few steps, a huge explosion came from the ground. Indy's expression changed. Chun Zhao had stepped on a landmine. But when the dust settled, Indy's realized that Chun Zhao hadn't moved at all. Chun Zhao stood where he was and patted the dust off his body, cursing. "There's a landmine here?" Chun Zhao asked, turning his head. "Yes, please be careful." Chun Zhao stomped down with all his might. The ground shook slightly. Then, the ground in front of them began to explode. Chun Zhao's kick had thousands of tons of power, but it was difficult for him to transmit all of it. However, it was still possible to cause slight tremors in a small area. The landmines were buried under the ground, and their sensors were very sensitive. As long as the sensor was touched or moved, it would explode. However, Chun Zhao wasn't sure if the landmines ahead had all exploded. Chun Zhao stomped on the ground a few more times, causing a few sporadic explosions. Only then did he walk toward the truck. But when Chun Zhao opened the carriage, he saw a few people stacked together. One of the women was conscious. When she looked at Chun Zhao, her eyes were filled with fear. But Chun Zhao ignored her. Instead, he looked into the depths of the carriage. When Chun Zhao saw that the carriage was filled with kidneys soaked in formalin, the turbid smell made him turn around and vomit. He really vomited. The smell was really disgusting. In the end, Chun Zhao had no choice but to cover his nose with his shirt and get on the car. He dragged everyone off the car one by one. The people in the car weren't dead or injured. They were all drugged. One of the women had already woken up, but the others were still unconscious. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The woman kept screaming. She looked very terrified. "If you scream again, you'll be the next victim." Sometimes, making people shut up was much more effective than threatening them. Not long after, Injus and Mansari regained their mobility. They walked over. Chen Zhao looked at them. "I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving." "Wait, Mr. Chun." Chen Zhao turned to Mansari. "Is there anything else, Mr. Minister? We're not enemies." Mansari decided to step forward and express her goodwill to Chen Zhao first. Chen Zhao thought about it and said, "If possible, I don't want to either. It's just that I don't trust you." Just a moment ago, they wanted each other dead. They wouldn't let bygones be bygones just because they weren't enemies, right? Chen Zhao wasn't that naive. It was good that everyone could coexist peacefully. But Chen Zhao wouldn't let his guard down. Just like the old saying in China, one shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. Chen Zhao first called Fei Lai to tell her that he was safe. He hadn't even finished the call yesterday before he fell asleep. Just then, Chen Zhao received another call. "Hey, handsome, what's up? You just sent my believer to me, and I learned some things from her." "Huh?" Chen Zhao was surprised. What kind of information did the handsome guy get from his believer? "One of my subordinates betrayed me." "You didn't kill him. He hid. He's not very strong, but even I have to admit that he knows how to hide," the handsome guy said. The handsome boy said, "However, he also knows that he can't hide forever, so his plan is to hide in the human world. The Satanism was founded by him. In my name, he used some unknown method to contact humans, and that human thought he was me. So the ultimate goal of Satanism is to summon your subordinate to the human world? A demon of his level can't go to the human world," the handsome guy said. "So or rather, what do they want to do? This subordinate of mine wants to abandon his own physical body and then forge a physical body in the human world that can accommodate him. Although this physical body will still restrict his power, it is already powerful enough that even you will not be able to contend against him. What should I do? Help me send him back to hell and to me. But you said that I can't beat him. If he abandons his physical body, then his physical body will be exposed to my detection range. I can find his physical body immediately, and then I will transfer his physical body's power to you." "Is he a great lord?" Chen Zhao asked. "No, he's a regular lord, an idiot. He stole a drop of my blood and wants to use it to become a great lord." "Okay, I understand. How do I find Satanism?" Chapter 1338. When he got home, Fei Lai was very happy to see Chen Zhao come back. She was a bit worried, but she wasn't too frightened. She knew that even if Chen Zhao was asleep, he wouldn't be in any danger. He just slept for 24 hours, so he was still very energetic. Chen Zhao didn't know when he'd fall asleep again. Because of Nimble, Chen Zhao's schedule was completely messed up. Fei Lai made Chen Zhao a cup of coffee, but Chen Zhao held the cup and didn't drink it. He just stared at the steam in a daze. On the other hand, Chen Zhao was thinking about what the handsome guy told him. In the end, Chen Zhao decided to enter the river map and ask Old Turtle for advice. "Old Turtle, I have something to ask you." Chen Zhao told the whole story. Of course, he purposely avoided mentioning the handsome guy's identity. He only said that he was a very good friend. "It's a good thing for you," Old Turtle said. "Oh, how is it good?" "Usually, you have to return someone else's power, and there's interest," Old Turtle said. Old Turtle said, "That's why there's a sacrifice. But you're borrowing power that doesn't belong to anyone. It's like if you go to a public place and make a scene, you'll have to pay the price. But if you go to the wilderness, no one will care even if you take a dump anywhere you want." Old Turtle's words reassured Chen Zhao. Old Turtle paused and continued, "Of course, it's not all good. Of course, it's not entirely a good thing. After all, this power is lent to you, so it won't become your power. And according to what you said, the other party's strength is much higher than yours, which means that you have to bear this power that doesn't belong to you. When the power is in your body, there may not be any side effects, but if the power leaves your body, then the side effects will follow. An ordinary person may be able to carry 200 or 300 kilograms of things with the help of others. But when the things are put down, it's very likely that they will break bones or even be paralyzed. So, I might hurt myself when I use someone else's power. Yes, Old Turtle nodded. So, you need to train your body. Even though your body is much stronger than humans, it's not enough for many powerful beings. You need a stronger body. What should I do? One is to directly increase your power, Old Turtle said. The other is to be attacked and take damage. You're just a meat shield? That's right. Then why don't you come? I can't. The difference between us is too great. I might fail. It seemed that he still had to think of a way himself. Right? Don't I have a large number of warheads and bombs? Old Turtle, hit me with these things. Hey, that's a missile, right? How did you get these things? Old Turtle had seen them on TV before, but he had never seen the real thing. I looted a military base's warehouse before, Chun Zhao said directly, but they were all outdated weapons from the 70s and 80s. Although these things were outdated for decades, they still had some power. Also, because these weapons were very dangerous, they were not easy to destroy. In addition, the cost was also a problem. For example, a missile like this cost more than 100,000 US dollars. As a weapons exporter, the United States sent a large number of weapons and equipment to the world every year. Although these weapons were outdated, it was still possible to find buyers. For example, countries in Africa or the Middle East. Of course, they were all in his pocket now. Bang! Old Turtle crushed a warhead with one hand. The impact of the explosion sent Chun Zhao flying. On the other hand, Old Turtle, who was in the center of the explosion, was unharmed. So powerful, Old Turtle exclaimed. Old Turtle sighed. Maybe one day, humans can really invent weapons that can destroy the world. Most of these weapons were mounted or airborne weapons. They weren't long-range warheads. Generally, the warheads of load-borne and airborne missiles were used for small-scale attacks in areas, and the vehicles were usually airplanes or tanks. Long-range warheads were mounted on rocket propellers. Usually, those mounted on rocket propellers weren't missiles, they were nuclear warheads. Chun Zhao stood up again. The impact of the explosion was indeed terrifying, but the power was perfect for him. Old Turtle picked up another warhead. Don't use your spiritual chi to block. Use your body to take the impact. Chun Zhao grinned. He'd instinctively used magic defense just now. If he took it head-on, he would probably be injured. The warhead of this missile was very powerful. Bang! The moment the warhead exploded, Chun Zhao felt pain in his abdomen. Then he was sent flying. Chun Zhao climbed up with difficulty. Looking down, he saw a metal fragment in his abdomen. The muscles on his face were all scrunched up. Old Turtle walked up to him. You're hurt. What do you think? Chun Zhao sat on the ground. He pulled out the metal fragment and tossed it aside. Chun Zhao hadn't felt hurt in a long time, but he was really hurt this time. Chun Zhao had estimated that if he was attacked by a missile, even with the protection of Qingyi armor and dark lava, 10 missiles of this power would heavily injure him. If he did not have any protection, 3 missiles would be enough to seriously injure him. Of course, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't stand there like an idiot and let the missiles hit him. Chun Zhao healed in the river map for 3 days. Then he started to be hit by the missiles again. Then he got hurt again. Since he'd chosen this cultivation method, it was inevitable that he would get hurt. If these warheads couldn't harm him, then his cultivation would be meaningless. After a few consecutive injuries, Chun Zhao indeed felt that his physical resistance had increased by quite a bit. Ignoring everything else, for example, the recovery of his injuries. For injuries like the first day, Chun Zhao could recover in less than 2 days. Chun Zhao, this time, I'll detonate 3 warheads at the same time, Old Turtle said. Okay, come on. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Chun Zhao was sent flying by the violent impact. Then he stood up again, but what followed was an irresistible smell of pajamas. It's happening again. Chun Zhao laid on the ground and fell asleep. Chun Zhao had been thinking about a question. Nimbleness. What was nimbleness? During this time, apart from feeling sleepy, he didn't discover anything unusual about his magic power or small world. Chapter 1339. Now, Chun Zhao understood. He'd understood it in his sleep. This was Chun Zhao's first time comprehending something so passively. No wonder Old Turtle said he didn't need to do anything. He'd understand when the time was right. So that was it. What was nimble movement? Actually, it meant that his own mana source and the pocket world mana source had reached an equilibrium. When they were at the same level, the pocket world's mana source would flow into Chun Zhao's body, while the mana source in Chun Zhao's body would be converted into the pocket world's mana source. The two swapped. It wasn't permanent, but constantly changing. His body's mana source and the small world's mana source were constantly blending together. When Chun Zhao had first entered Clear Sky and created the small world's mana source had become his greatest support. The small world's mana source was far greater than Chun Zhao's own. However, as he continued cultivating, his body's mana source kept growing. But the small world's mana source wouldn't change. Because the small world was only so big and wouldn't grow any bigger, the mana source wouldn't change either. But after nimble movement, there was a change because the two mana sources had swapped. Now, the small world's mana source had become Chun Zhao's. Through his own cultivation, he could expand the mana source in his body. Then, after another exchange, he could achieve the effect of expanding the small world. The period of this exchange was 81 days. Every 81 days, there would be an exchange. Actually, Chun Zhao wasn't really asleep. His body had entered a dormant state. This was his body's instinctive reaction. In other words, from now on, there would be an obvious increase in strength every 81 days. Of course, how much would depend on how hard Chun Zhao cultivated. If Chun Zhao didn't cultivate during the 81 days, there wouldn't be any growth during the swap. Chun Zhao had slept for 81 days. In fact, his consciousness had been very clear during these 81 days. He couldn't see, but he could still feel the changes in his body. On the 81st day, Chun Zhao opened his eyes. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "Full of energy. Nothing else." Chun Zhao looked at his hands and feet. In terms of strength, there wasn't much improvement. The first agility transformation was because the source of mana within his body had reached a balance with the source of heaven and earth source of mana. In other words, the source of mana within his body was higher than the source of heaven and earth source of mana. Just like a seesaw, the mana pool in the body exceeded the mana pool of the small world by a little bit, and the mana pool began to swap places. Chun Zhao felt his pocket world. It was indeed bigger. Now, it covered an area of around 31 meters. "Do you want to continue training your physical strength?" Old Turtle asked. "No, I have something to do tonight. I'll go out first." Although more than 100 days had passed in the river map, less than 3 hours had passed in the outside world. Chun Zhao still remembered the welcome party for Osalisa's return. Don't get the impression that Osalisa has done nothing for the supernatural community. First of all, lurking around Lei Ong carried a huge risk. Then there was the information she had given to the supernatural organization. Osalisa's contributions were no less than anyone else's in the association. Now that she was officially a member of the association, everyone in the association had to be present. After all, he couldn't disappoint his meritorious subjects. Chun Zhao actually liked the current state and scale of the association. Because it wasn't big, there weren't any power struggles. Everyone could coexist peacefully. But if there were more people, there would be more benefits too. Would they still be able to guarantee the purity of each member? Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee it. No one could guarantee it. "Fei Lai, there's a party at the headquarters tonight. Do you want to go?" "Sure." Fei Lai didn't reject. Fei Lai didn't dislike parties. She just didn't like the gatherings of the upper class, just like Chun Zhao. For example, they'd been to the parties that Zola, Steven, and Rasful had hosted in the past. But they had to keep a straight face every time. Everyone had to fake a smile to deal with each other. Then, they would say random things and eat and drink carefully, so that they wouldn't embarrass the host. This was why Chun Zhao and Fei Lai hated the gatherings of the upper class. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai didn't have this problem when they hosted their own parties. There weren't any upper-class people in the headquarters, so the atmosphere was very casual. They could play as much as they wanted. No one would embarrass themselves. Also, Fei Lai knew the members of the association. Little Jerlin, on the other hand, loved parties the most. Her friend, Evans, was also in the association. The weather isn't good today. I hope it won't rain. Fei Lai sat in the passenger seat and looked at the gloomy sky. If it rained in the middle of the party, it would definitely be a huge disappointment. It's okay, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao couldn't control the weather in the entire LA area, but he could control the weather in the headquarters. Even if it rained outside, the headquarters would be calm. When they arrived, the people were all busy. They arranged all sorts of decorations and food. A dozen evil spirits floated back and forth, placing plates of food on the table. Little Jerlin had already started playing with Evans. The two children ran around, one chasing the other. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai entered the living room and saw Asalisa chatting with West. Asalisa, welcome back. President. Asalisa immediately stood up. This is Fei Lai. It should be your first time meeting. Hello, Fei Lai. Hello, you're Asalisa, right? When Fei Lai and Asalisa started talking about women, Chen Zhao and West automatically moved away. President, do you know about the terrorist attack this morning? Huh? What happened? West told Chen Zhao what had happened today. Mansari's in big trouble now. Such a big thing happened right after he took office. President, should we kick him when he's down? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and told her what had happened to him. West's expression turned strange. That kidney cutter had actually kidnapped Chen Zhao. At the same time, West was deep in thought. After more than 10 seconds, West said, if that's the case, Mansari's troubles should be smaller. After all, he has just been appointed. Although he paid a heavy price to track down the midnight kidney cutter in 2 days, this can be considered his achievement. Chapter 1340. Do you think it'll be believable if Mansari shows up to me first? Chen Zhao asked. It's hard to guess, but the supernatural organization and the anti-terrorism department won't have any conflicts in the short term, West said. We might have conflicts, but there's no conflict of interest. Mansari doesn't have to turn against us. But in the long term, once Mansari gathers all the power in the anti-terrorism department, he definitely won't be able to tolerate a disobedient subordinate department. Most importantly, this subordinate department needs $20 million a year. It's no longer a subordinate department. It's like his grandfather. Chen Zhao chuckled. West's words were indeed funny, but they also made sense. If this happened in the supernatural organization, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Mansari would be the same. He'd save Mansari. Maybe he'd said that out of gratitude. But would he really tolerate an uncontrollable subordinate department? But there was no better way now. Kill Mansari? Another stranger would be even more troublesome. Also, using assassination to seek benefits was a big taboo in any industry or place. For example, in Latin American countries, criminal groups even dared to assassinate high-ranking government officials for their own benefits. They even put bounties on police officers. Such a chaotic political environment was unimaginable in other places. Chen Zhao might be strong enough now, but he couldn't ignore any rules. In a social environment like America, relying on assassination to seek benefits could very well land him in an irreversible situation. After all, the supernatural organization was an official department, not some random organization. Chen Zhao believed in power, but he wouldn't blindly use it to decide everything. If one day, the battle between Chen Zhao and Mansari ended with Chen Zhao's defeat, Chen Zhao would accept his defeat. He wouldn't just go and kill Mansari. Enemies on the battlefield and enemies in politics were two different things. Of course, up until now, Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization only had good cards in their hands. They still had the advantage for now. Chen Zhao and West were just taking precautions. Chen Zhao and West wouldn't think that they'd win for sure. Since they had the advantage, they could make more proactive arrangements. A few people were competing by the lake. They were having a lot of fun. Jalanash was using an elemental whirlwind to create a water spout, while Morid was dropping a few seeds into the water. A dozen aquatic plants with mouths appeared in the water. This kind of battle was a common occurrence in the association. Other than the fact that no one had ever challenged them before, the other members would often spar with their companions. Baser, it's good that you're back. Do you know how worried I was when you were missing for 2 days? Beside Chloe Base, her husband, Oni, knelt on one knee and grabbed her hand, his face full of joy. Kefui Base sat on the chair like a queen, while Oni looked more like her servant. Oni used to be an executive in her company. In the eyes of others, Oni was young and promising. He was humorous and quite popular in the company. But in Kefui Base's eyes, Oni wasn't as beautiful as others thought. The one who was most disappointed that he was able to come back alive was probably Oni. If he did not return, Oni would be able to rightfully inherit his wealth. "I want to be alone," Kefui Base said calmly. They had signed a prenuptial agreement. Even if Oni divorced her, he would only get a few $1,000,000 as a breakup fee. The breakup fee wasn't only paid by the man. In fact, American law would first determine if there was a prenuptial agreement. If there was one, it would be judged according to it. If there wasn't, both parties would split the assets equally. Of course, if one party made a mistake, such as cheating, it would also affect the distribution of assets. And in America, prenuptial agreements were very common, especially the rich in America. Almost every rich person who got married would sign a prenuptial agreement with their partner. It was easy to know a person's nature. Just marry him. After marriage, Oni's nature was completely exposed. He no longer had the kind of beauty and romance before marriage. Oni's greed and ambition were also exposed step by step. In the eyes of outsiders, the blissful couple was already separated on the outside. The reason why Kefui Base hadn't divorced Oni yet was only for the benefit of the company. Kefui Base knew many of Oni's secrets. For example, he used his position to embezzle the company's assets. He transferred the company's liquid funds to an overseas account, as well as his secret lovers. He thought he hid it well. In fact, a few of them were sent by Kefui Base. Kefui Base was currently investigating Oni's overseas account. Once the investigation was clear, it would be Oni's end. Kefui Base wouldn't give Oni a single cent and would send him to jail. "Then I won't disturb you anymore. Have a good rest," Oni said as he stood up. The moment he turned around, Oni's face instantly darkened. During the 2 days when Kefui Base disappeared, Oni was even more excited than a drug, especially when he found out from the police that Kefui Base might have been kidnapped by a midnight kidney cutter. Oni was so excited that he almost suffocated. But Kefui Base came back, and she came back in one piece. This made Oni very disappointed. He had never wished for his wife to die as much as he did at this moment. Why did she come back? Why did she come back alive? That damned midnight kidney cutter, that trash, just like how Kefui Base knew Oni's thoughts, Oni also knew Kefui Base's thoughts. He was afraid that he would lose everything. This vicious woman, she wouldn't let him off so easily. He didn't dare to use the company's money anymore because this poisonous snake had already set its eyes on him. When she found out what he had done, what awaited him would definitely be worse than death. He definitely wouldn't let this woman have her way. The money belonged to him, and all her assets should also belong to him. He had worked so hard for so many years, and all his efforts were definitely not to prepare for jail. Right? Let her die. As long as she died, then all her assets would belong to him. At this moment, Oni finally made up his mind. He had to let this woman die. But this kind of thing had to be done cleanly and beautifully, and he couldn't be suspected. When Oni left the villa, he took out his phone and made a call. Chapter 1341. "Hey, Oni, I heard you're looking for me." A lazy voice came from the other side of the phone. Oni's heart skipped a beat as he struggled to breathe. What Oni was most afraid of wasn't his wife, Kev Ebas, but this man named Furtis. "Hi, Fernandez, how are you? I hope you didn't call me just to catch up. I hate catching up, especially with trash I hate." Fernandez spoke without holding back, his tone filled with disdain for Oni. "I want to ask you a favor." "What is it? Do you know my wife, Kefui Base?" "Of course. She's a beautiful and rich woman, the CEO of the largest cinema chain in North America. I want her money. I can't help you with that. Other than the shareholders of the company, only the banks can get their hands on her money. As long as she's dead, the money will be mine," Oni said. How much do you want?" $1 million. "Huh? Are you trying to scare me off?" "Idiot, I want more. I want $100 million. "That's impossible. You're robbing me." If you don't agree, I'll send our conversation to your wife," Fernandez said. "How can you? I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What do you think? I, I agree. When can she die? No one can escape from me if I want to kill them. Don't you worry, Felix said. I want it done as soon as possible. She's investigating me right now. If you don't do it soon, you won't get a single cent, right? Where's your wife now? Los Angeles. Los Angeles? Fernandez suddenly fell into silence. Can you take her somewhere else? Like San Francisco or some other city? Why? I don't like going to Los Angeles, Fernandez said. She's very against me right now. I can't take her away from Los Angeles. Oni said. I'm not going to Los Angeles, Fernandez said. You don't need to stay here, just kill her, Oni said. You want more money? Add another 100 million US dollars. Furtis, you've gone too far. I said, I hate Los Angeles. I don't like going there. This is not a reason at all. I'm the reason. If you bring her to another city, you won't have to pay more, but if she's in Los Angeles, you'll have to pay more, Fernandez insisted. Oni cursed in his heart, this vampire. However, this phone call had already put him in a difficult position. All right, you'd better hurry. Oni gritted his teeth and accepted the price. As long as he could get that woman's assets, it would be worth it even if he had to pay 200 million US dollars. Bath Group was the largest cinema chain in North America and even the world. It had more than 1,100 cinema chains in North America and more than 12,000 movie screens. Its market value was more than 30 billion US dollars. Kafu Ibas inherited all the shares of the Ibas Group from her father, 45% of the shares. Last year, the total box office in North America was 12 billion US dollars, but the revenue of the Bath Group cinemas reached 10 billion US dollars. Of course, the box office revenue only accounted for 30% of the total revenue. The rest came from beverages, popcorn, and peripherals. Bath Group's net profit was 2 billion US dollars. In other words, Kafu Ibas earned 540 million US dollars last year. As long as he could get all of Kafu Ibas' assets, he wouldn't even have to pay half a year's worth of income to obtain the wealth he dreamed of. It was as if Oni could already see the boundless wealth waving at him. He no longer needed to wag his tail and beg in front of Kafu Ibas like a dog anymore. He no longer needed to tremble in fear when looking for a woman. Kafu Ibas shopped as usual, as if the kidnapping last time didn't affect her at all. Of course, to ensure her own safety, Kafu Ibas hired a team of 20 bodyguards this time. The famous Blackwater security company provided assistance for her. These 20 people were all experienced veterans or mercenaries. They also knew how to distance themselves when the employer needed them without affecting the employer's leisure time. Behind Kafu Ibas were 2 pitiful mercenaries who were specially tasked to carry her shopping bags. Kafu Ibas suddenly stopped in her tracks, pulled down her sunglasses, and looked forward. Then, Kafu Ibas strode forward. Hello, Mr. Mansari. Mansari and Li Mu were drinking coffee on the side of the road. They were on a mission. However, Mansari didn't expect to meet Kafu Ibas here. You are Miss Kefli? Mansari recognized this woman as the one she had saved from Suk a few days ago. Can you call me Ibas? Kafu Ibas looked at Li Mu. Is this your girlfriend? No, I'm Mr. Mansari's subordinate. Li Mu said, Mr. Mansari, thank you for saving me. Do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't. Mansari shook his head. Which department do you work in? I've checked all the files in Los Angeles, but I couldn't find you. Kafu Ibas asked. That's none of your business. Mansari said indifferently. At this moment, Mansari's earpiece reported to him. Sir, that person is coming towards you and Li Mu nodded to Mansari. Mansari glanced at Kafu Ibas. You better leave now. A person was walking towards them from the opposite side of the road. He seemed to be in a hurry, and his eyes were looking everywhere. They were currently trying to catch a fugitive. Normally, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department wouldn't participate in a fugitive mission. However, this fugitive was more dangerous. He was a bomber. He had caused many explosions and caused many casualties. The Anti-Terrorism Security Department would screen criminals who would cause social unrest. These criminals were their daily targets. Mansari already saw the fugitive, but he deliberately looked away. Li, don't look at that person with your eyes. Pretend nothing happened. Mansari instructed in a low voice. Limu was still a newbie and didn't understand many details. Chapter 1342. Mansari ignored Kefwi base and walked towards the fugitive with Limu. The two of them chatted like they were passers-by. The moment he reached the fugitive, Mansari moved. Like a tiger, he grabbed the fugitive's neck with one hand and his wrist with the other. Then, he lifted him up and slammed him onto the ground. "Don't move." Limu also pulled out his gun and pointed at the fugitive. "Search him." Mansari pressed the fugitive down and yelled at Limu. Limu immediately searched the fugitive. "Boss, look." The fugitive had a bomb on him. Luckily, Mansari reacted quickly and subdued him. Otherwise, if the fugitive detonated the bomb here, it could cause casualties. "Don't get close." Mansari saw Kefwi base approaching and immediately yelled, "Seal off the area and evacuate the surrounding people." Even though the fugitive was subdued, the danger wasn't over. If they couldn't remove the bomb on him, the danger would always be there. The fugitive was extremely dangerous. His homemade bomb was powerful. At this time, the other team members also came. After some effort, they finally saw that the bomb was over. Mansari finally sighed in relief. He wasn't subduing an ordinary criminal, but a bomb that could explode at any time. If the bomb exploded, he wouldn't be able to survive no matter how good he was. Kefwi base didn't leave and waited for Mansari not far away. Mansari saw that Kefwi base was still there, so he walked up. "Miss Kefwi, is there anything else? Do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal." "Sorry, I don't have time. Can you give me a way to contact you?" Kefwi base looked at Mansari. "Sorry, no." "Then what department are you from?" "I can't tell you either." Mansari still coldly refused. "If you don't tell me, I'll keep following you," Kefwi base said. Mansari ignored Kefwi base and left after getting in the car with Limu. "Boss, that woman is still following us." Limu had received some professional courses. Although he was still a student, he still had basic anti-tracking methods. Lose them. But after trying for a long time, Limu still couldn't lose them. After all, the one driving was Kefwi base's bodyguard, a professional mercenary, a few levels stronger than Limu. With Limu's level, he was barely qualified to be their student. "Stop the car on the side of the road," Manzali said. Mansari got out of the car. Kefwi base also got out and came to Mansari. "Mr. Mansari, we meet again. What exactly do you want?" "I just want to get to know you. Do you know I have a right to arrest you?" Mansari said. "I'm rich," Kefwi base said. Kefwi base was telling Mansari that she could do whatever she wanted. Mansari had nothing to say, because he knew that this was the rule of this society. Even if he was a semi-secret organization, he still had to make concessions in front of rich people. "All right, I'm from the Counterterrorism Department. Is that enough?" Mansari said. "Counterterrorism Security Department?" Kefwi base had never heard of the department, but from the name, she knew it was related to counterterrorism. "Do you accept business?" Kefwi base asked. "No," Mansari said, frowning. "I can sponsor you $50 million in one go," Kefwi base said. Mansari was about to turn and leave when he heard the $50 million sponsorship. He couldn't help but stop. Sometimes government departments also had to bow to money. Nothing in this world was priceless. Even the Counterterrorism Security Department had a price. Mansari was clearing the influence left by the previous minister. For example, the finance department wasn't under his control yet. But if he could get external funding, it would be crucial for him to quickly control the Counterterrorism Security Department. "We're not an assassin department. We won't kill people to keep them quiet. I just want to borrow the intelligence department to help me investigate something," Kefwi base said. "Investigate what? How about we find a place to sit? Go back to the headquarters first. This restaurant is expensive, right?" Mansari asked. "The minimum cost is 3,000, Kefwi base said. Just then, the waiter walked over. "Miss Kefwi, we have nameless wine today. Do you want it?" "Is there nameless wine today? I'll have one for my table." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter left respectfully. Mansari picked up the menu and saw the nameless wine, priced at $88888. Mansari felt dizzy. "I really don't understand why people are so rich. $88,888 for a bottle of wine. I don't believe there's any wine in the world that I can enjoy for $88,888. In the entire L.A., only this restaurant has a stable supply of nameless wine. Others might not be able to drink it, even if they're willing to spend money. When a nameless wine was served, Mansari saw that there was no label on the bottle. There was only a number. What wine is this? Why doesn't it have a label? That's why it's called nameless wine. Kefwi Base waved her finger. The waiter standing beside them poured the wine for them. Please, Mr. Mansari. Mansari picked up the glass. Instantly, the aroma rushed into his nose. Good wine. Even without drinking it, Mansari already knew that it was really good wine. It was completely different from what he had drunk in the past. The moment the wine entered his mouth, the moist aroma filled his mouth and didn't dissipate for a long time. When it entered his stomach, he felt a little warm, but he didn't feel hot. Mansari put down the glass reluctantly. How about it? Do you think it's worth $88,888 now? Maybe, but I still won't spend $88,888 on a bottle of wine. Never. Kefwi Base waved at the waiter, gesturing for him to leave. After the waiter left, Kefwi Base said, Mr. Mansari, I hope you can help me investigate my husband. Investigate your husband? Extramarital affair? I basically have all the evidence of his extramarital affair, Kefwi Base said. Kefwi Base said, during the 3 years we were married, he took advantage of his position to embezzle hundreds of millions of dollars from the company and transferred them to his overseas account. I need you to help me investigate his overseas account and the flow of the money. Help me recover the money. It's not easy to investigate an overseas account, Mansari said. Chapter 1343. As soon as Kefwi Base returned home, she received a call from Mansari. Ms. Kefwi. Mr. Mansari, what's up? When was the last time you had sex with your husband? Does this have anything to do with what I asked you to investigate? No, Mansari said, but I found something that I think you should pay attention to. What did you find? In the hospital records, I found that your husband, Oni, has been treated for STDs 3 times in the past 6 months. That's STDs? Kefwi Base asked in shock. Yes, that's right. If you feel anything strange, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. With that, Mansari hung up. However, Kefwi Base's face was green. She could barely vent the anger in her chest. Kefwi Base really wanted to kill that asshole. Go to the hospital? Kefwi Base was about to go to the hospital when she suddenly stopped. Since Oni's records could be found, she would also be found if she went to the hospital. Once this was exposed, it would have a huge negative impact on her image and even her control of Base Corporation. After thinking about it, Kefwi Base decided not to go to the hospital. The disease wouldn't be fatal anyway. Plus, she wasn't sure if she was infected. Kefwi Base thought about it. She wanted to find her personal doctor. However, she suddenly remembered that Oni had recommended her personal doctor. No, she couldn't find a personal doctor. Hey, Chun, there's a client who's in a hurry. Do you have time now? Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was already midnight. What's the price? Chen Zhao asked. $500,000. Absolute confidentiality. Sure. Chen Zhao nodded. Someone who could pay this price was definitely rich. Chen Zhao thought about it and brought some medicine. When rich people sought him out, they would usually treat some shady and unclean illnesses. It wasn't Chen Zhao's first time seeing such a patient. In order not to wake Fei Lai up, Chen Zhao left the house quietly. After half an hour's drive, Chen Zhao looked at the luxurious manor before him. Honk! Chen Zhao pressed the horn. Someone came out. What are you doing? I received a message. Someone here is sick and needs treatment. The guard took out his walkie-talkie and asked, after which he let Chen Zhao in. Then a servant brought Chen Zhao into the manor. Wait here for a moment. I'll call the mistress down. After waiting in the living room for a few minutes, Chen Zhao heard footsteps coming from upstairs. When he turned his head, he saw a brown-haired woman in pajamas walking down the stairs. The pajamas were soft and smooth, and he could vaguely see her slender legs. When Kefwi Base saw Chen Zhao, she was stunned. It's you? Chen Zhao studied Kefwi Base carefully. You are? Don't you remember? Sorry, I really don't remember. Have we met before? Chen Zhao asked. He had no impression of Kefwi Base. You were the one who opened the door of the truck that day, Kafu Ibas said. She thought that Chun Zhao was a member of the anti-terrorist security department. Big truck. Oh, you mean that day in the desert? Chun Zhao realized that it was a woman. When he opened the door of the truck, a woman seemed to be awake. However, Chun Zhao didn't specifically remember what she looked like. You're an illegal doctor? Yes, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Are you the one who needs treatment? The after effects of that incident? Why were you there that day? Kafu Ibas asked. I'm also one of the victims, Chun Zhao said. There was nothing wrong with that. Oh, you were also kidnapped by a midnight kidney cutter? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Are you feeling unwell? Follow me, Kafu Ibas said. Kafu Ibas brought Chun Zhao to the bedroom and locked the door from the inside. I'm not sure if I have an STD, Kafu Ibas said. I need you to check for me. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of, so Kafu Ibas was still a bit embarrassed. Take off your pants and everything on your lower body, Chun Zhao said. Kafu Ibas hesitated and pulled open her pajamas. Chun Zhao took out the speculum and said to Kafu Ibas, lie on the bed. This thing will go in. Be prepared. Kafu Ibas took a deep breath and nodded. You can do it. Chun Zhao put on the mask and put the speculum in. He indeed found the cause. Then he said, turn your back here. I need to check your hepatic portal. That thing will go in? Kafu Ibas was a bit scared. No, just check the local area. Okay, Chun Zhao said. Genital herpes. It's not serious. I'll prescribe some medicine for you, but you need to pay attention to your personal hygiene and safety during sex. Also, genital herpes will recur, so you need to pay attention to your partners too. It's best if you can confirm which partner got it. Do you have physiological salts at home? Yes. Use normal saline to wash the pubic area and behind every day. After that, wipe it dry and keep the lower body dry. This is acinalivir. Take it 5 times a day. Also, this is a painkiller. Normally, you don't need it, but if it hurts, you have to take it. Okay, thank you. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Chun Zhao turned around and glanced at Kafu Ibas. Kafu Ibas' expression was a bit unhappy. She clearly knew who it was. Can you open the door for me? Chun Zhao walked up and opened the door. Then he saw an angry man rush into the room. Oni saw Kafu Ibas covered in a blanket and the underwear on the ground. He instantly felt an unknown anger rush to his head. Ibas, who is he? I'm not feeling well. He's the doctor who's here to treat me. Doctor? Oni clearly didn't believe him. We have a private doctor. Why do you need a stranger to treat you? Tell me honestly, who is he? Even though Oni was a playboy outside, he didn't like it when people cheated on him. I don't need to explain anything to you, Mr. Chun. Thank you for your treatment. I'm much better now. My entire body feels very comfortable. Thank you. Kafu Ibas' tone was purposely teasing. I look forward to your next treatment. Chapter 1344. Chun Zhao grabbed Oni's fist like he was holding a balloon with one hand. Oni's face reddened. He wanted to pull his fist back, but it wasn't that easy since Chun Zhao was holding it. Chun Zhao turned to look at Kefui Base. She didn't look nervous or panicked at all after being caught in bed. Instead, she had a cold smile on her face. It seemed that the couple didn't have a good relationship. No, it could even be said to be bad. They were about to fall out with each other. Chun Zhao pushed Oni away with a casual wave. Useless. When Kefui Base saw Oni fall to the ground, she wasn't worried at all. Instead, her gaze was filled with glee as she spat softly. Oni's face was bright red. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and picked up his toolbox. Mr. Chun, your skills are very good. I'm very satisfied. This is your payment. Kefui Base handed a check to Chun Zhao. Thank you. Can you give me your contact number? I'll call you when I need it. For a man, there was nothing more humiliating than this. Hearing Kefui Base praise her lover's skills right in front of him and even ask for his contact number, Oni was even more furious. He wanted to kill this bastard couple. After Chun Zhao left, Kefui Base glanced at Oni with cold disdain. I'm going to rest. Get out. I'm your husband. Oni roared. I haven't been feeling well recently. I don't like people disturbing my rest. Get out. Kefui Base didn't want to pretend with Oni anymore. Oni's behavior disgusted her. She couldn't tolerate this man anymore. Oni turned to leave. He was also furious. He couldn't wait for this woman to die. He could also feel that Kefwi Base was planning to fall out with him. This made his sense of danger even stronger. If he kept delaying, he would lose everything. Mr. Fernandez, when are you coming to L.A.? What's the rush? I need to prepare, Fernandez replied impatiently. I need you to act quickly. I can't stand that bitch anymore. I want her dead. I want her dead. I want her dead right now. Got it. Don't yell over the phone. I can hear you, Fernandez said slowly. What an impatient guy, Fides said in an annoyed tone. Boss, are we really going to L.A.? The supernatural organization is not to be trifled with. The Hermit Order was a supernatural organization in North America. Their headquarters were located in Seattle and could be considered a large organization. Fernandez had personally led a team to participate in the North American Psychic Contest. They also witnessed the North American Illuminati being fixed by the supernatural organization. It's worth the risk for a $200 million deal. Plus, as long as we're careful, the supernatural organization won't know we're here. Fernandez sounded casual, but he didn't dare to be careless. That was the supernatural organization. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness and the supernatural organization found out that the Hermit Order was messing around in their territory, it could very well lead to an even greater conflict. Fernandez wasn't confident that he could escape unscathed from the supernatural organization's attack. There were quite a number of people in the Hermit Order, but most of them weren't very strong. Fides thought for a while and said, Go get me some bodies. Boss, it's too risky to use that spell. It's fine if we don't use it in L.A., Fernandez said. Fernandez said, Let Oni lure his wife to the suburbs and set up a trap. Cut off their signal, and the supernatural organization won't know what we're doing. Clean up the scene afterward, and no one will know we were here. After a pause, Fernandez said, Don't do it in Seattle. Do it in a city further away. That way, even if it's exposed, the Hermit Order won't be suspected. According to the insider information received by this station, 95 corpses have been lost in Kansas City's Santa Maria Hospital, 30 corpses have been lost in Amore Hospital, and the corpses have been lost in Theodore Hospital. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai watched the news on TV. Fei Lai said, Who are these people who stole the bodies? Chun, aren't you going to do something? Chun Zhao smiled bitterly. The supernatural organization couldn't care that far. What happened in Kansas City would naturally be handled by the local supernatural organization. They had no right to interfere. No matter what organization it was, they all had their own territorial awareness. If they accepted an invitation from the government, a local organization, or a request from the victim, they could go and help. If not, then it really had nothing to do with them. Plus, these body thefts might not be supernatural. It could be a criminal organization. It could also be a criminal organization that was selling human organs. The supernatural organization was mainly responsible for supernatural incidents in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. Of course, if it happened in California, Chun Zhao could still interfere. LA's law and order are better. Fei Lai glanced at Chun Zhao's bragging and rolled her eyes. She stood up and held her stomach. Seeing Fei Lai stand up, Chun Zhao immediately went to help her. Chun, I'm not an old woman, Fei Lai said. Don't come and help me just because I can't move. I want to walk by myself. Fine. Fei Lai walked to the vineyard. The vines were in full bloom. In another 3 months, there would be bunches of grapes on the trees again. A dozen underlings were working hard in the vineyard. They were plucking the dead leaves from the vines and catching insects by hand. Not far away, there was a herd of grazing cows on the grass. One of them seemed to be approaching Fei Lai. At this moment, the princess appeared out of nowhere and roared at the bull. The cow turned around and ran. Princess came to Fei Lai and licked her palm. Fei Lai patted Princess' head. Even at home, Chun Zhao had to watch her closely. Fei Lai sat under Eugenius and gradually fell asleep. Just then, a few underlings came over with blankets and pillows for Fei Lai. Princess lay beside Fei Lai and enjoyed the spring sunlight. Eugenius' treetop shook and a few golden spots fell down. This was the excess spiritual chi that Eugenius absorbed from the surroundings. Because the surrounding spiritual chi was too abundant, Eugenius absorbed a lot of it too. It could be seen from the lush plants that Eugenius managed it very well. Chapter 1345. A few people came from the other side of Mirror Lake. Professor Curson, it's so beautiful here. Yeah, but it's someone else's private property. Curson pointed at the eye-catching villa on the other side of the lake. Forget it. Let's take some samples and leave, the girl said regretfully. They each took out a container, planning to fill some water by the lake. Just then, a rustling sound came from the reeds behind them. There seems to be something in there. The girl stopped and turned to look at the reeds. Maybe a beaver, Curson said. However, the next moment, a huge black wolf crawled out of the reeds. The black wolf was almost 3 meters tall and 6 meters tall at the shoulder. It moved up and down, making a hunting posture and letting out a low growl. Damn it, everyone was frightened. They never thought that they would actually meet a wolf here. They were less than 10 kilometers away from the city. They had come here along the river. They had thought that this was not even a remote area, so they did not bring any weapons. They did not expect to see such a beast here. Such a ferocious beast could kill them all. Moreover, wolves were the kind of beast that would kill even if they could not eat. Run. But before they could take a step forward, another white wolf appeared from another direction. It was about the same size as the black wolf. Both were shockingly huge. Go into the water. Go into the water. Curson shouted immediately. Canines could swim, but some wolves were afraid of water. This depended on whether there was a large area of water in the wolf pack's activity area. Curson was betting that the two wolves would not dare to go into the water. Everyone jumped into the water. They were all university students and did not have much of their own opinions. Now that they heard Curson's instructions, they could only listen to him. However, to their disappointment, the black and white wolves followed them into the water. Quick, quick, swim! Black Ma and White Ma followed behind. They did not plan to chase after them. Instead, they drove the group of strangers toward the villa. Everyone swam forward with all their might. However, when they reached the center of the lake, they suddenly saw a figure. It seemed to be a child. Why was there a child there? It seemed to be wearing a small swimsuit. However, with the two fiends chasing after them, they didn't have time to think too much. Little Jerlin also saw this group of people. She immediately jumped into the water and swam to the side of this group of people. What are you guys doing? Little friend, run, there's a wolf behind us. Curson wanted to hug Jerlin, but Jerlin immediately swam away. You mean Black Ma and White Ma? Black Ma? White Ma? Everyone was stunned. You know them? Yeah. Black Ma. White Ma, what are you doing? Jerlin looked at Curson and the others. Black Ma and White Ma, said your invaders. What's an invader? This. Everyone could faintly sense that these two wolves were reared by the owner of this place. However, they were also aware of their own problems. They had indeed come uninvited. At this time, everyone saw a person standing on the shore. Beside that person sat an astonishingly large brown bear. The brown bear was taller than the man, even when it was sitting. Chun Zhao already knew that a group of intruders had come. Chun Zhao waved his hand, gesturing for them to come over. When Curson and the others reached the shore, they looked rather disheveled. However, they did not dare to approach Chun Zhao. Princess beside Chun Zhao was simply too frightening. Princess was more than 9 meters tall at the shoulder. If she stood up, she would be 4 meters tall and weigh nearly 1,800 kilograms. She was already the largest carnivore on land. But soon, Black Ma and White Ma also came ashore. Little Jerlin sat on Black Ma's back. Papa! Little Jerlin jumped onto Chun Zhao's back. Chun Zhao picked her up. Chun Zhao looked at Curson and the others. Who are you? Why did you trespass on my private land? I'm Curson, a professor at the University of Southern California, Curson said. These are my students. We're studying the water quality of Los Angeles. We didn't know that this is your private land. We're only here to collect water samples. We didn't mean to offend your land. Trespassing on someone else's private land was a violation of the Fortress Agreement. The other party had the right to kill them. Thus, Curson had to be careful. I'm very sorry for our unintentional offense, Curson said. Fine. Chun Zhao nodded. He didn't find any ill intentions or threats. You can leave after taking your water samples. Follow this road, and you'll reach the road outside." Just then, Phalai walked out. Beside her was a snow-white cougar. She was too beautiful. Everyone's first impression was that she was too beautiful. Even though she was pregnant, her beauty didn't decrease. Instead, it made her look even more radiant. There was also the albino cougar beside her, standing together with this woman, echoing each other. Albino cougar. Oh my God, this is my first time seeing an albino cougar. Chin, who are they? Phalai asked. They're university professors and students who came here by mistake, Chun Zhao said. They want to test the water here. The guys were a bit envious of Chun Zhao. He had such a beautiful wife and a beautiful house. This might be their life's goal. Suddenly, the only girl in the group howled in pain. She clutched her thigh and couldn't stand up. Sanel, what's wrong? Are you okay? Everyone was worried, but they also didn't know what to do. Move, Chun Zhao said, walking forward. Let me take a look. Can you? The guys were a bit hostile toward Chun Zhao. I'm a medical professor at UCLA, Chun Zhao said. Is that enough? Curson didn't expect Chun Zhao to be a professor too. He was very surprised. Chun Zhao squatted down and looked at Sanel's thigh. It's fine. Her thigh tendon is dislocated. With that, Chun Zhao pinched Sanel's thigh hard and guided the tendon back to its original position. Sanel immediately stopped screaming in pain, but she still couldn't stand up. It's fine, but you better take her to the hospital for a checkup. Sir, can I borrow your phone? Black Ma, go get my phone. Curson and the others saw Black Ma return with a phone in his mouth. Chapter 1346. An hour later, a woman arrived. She was very imposing. When she got out of the car, she slammed the door and walked with the wind. A pair of high heels tapped the ground. Although she wasn't young anymore, she still wore heavy makeup and looked down on everyone. Sanner, who hurt you? The woman asked at the top of her voice. Mom, no one hurt me. I got hurt by accident. Saul knew his mother's temper. She didn't want to cause trouble at someone else's house. Chun Zhao and Phalai had already returned to their room. They didn't care about what was happening outside. But Saul's mother didn't let it go. She made up a story. Did the owner of this place attack you? Mom, no, it's just my leg cramps, Saul said. Mom, take me home. But Saul's mother didn't let it go. She went up and knocked on the glass door. Open up. Mom. Saul hurriedly pulled his mother back. Move away. Saul's mother was used to being domineering. She kicked the glass door hard. Open up. The door opened. Saul's mother was about to speak. But what she faced was a bloody mouth and a huge body that was like a stone wall. Roar. A bloody wind blew at Saul's mother's face. She was so scared that she fell to the ground. Nothing could destroy a person's courage more than death. Saul's mother's previous dominance was built on this civilized society. However, when she was facing a wild beast, she could not do anything about it. All of her strength vanished in an instant. Everyone covered their ears. This was the wildest roar that came from a beast. Saul's mother screamed and ran away on all fours. Hearing Princess's roar, everyone thought that Saul's mother would be killed. Luckily, Princess didn't move or speak. Saul's mother only heaved a sigh of relief after she ran outside. She was no longer as dominant as before. She looked at Princess in fear. What was that? A monster? Saul, why didn't you tell me there was a monster here? Mom, stop fooling around here. Let's go. No one hurt me. Sanel's mother's face alternated between red and white. In the past, she had always been able to gain the upper hand, whether it was reasonable or not. But here, she was actually threatened by a wild beast. Just then, little Jerlin ran to the door and threw an egg at Saul's mother's body. Get out of here, you old witch. Little Jerlin hates you. Seeing little Jerlin's cuteness, the others turned their heads away. To be honest, Sanger's mother had been causing trouble ever since she arrived, and they were quite displeased with her. Now that they were disgraced by the princess and humiliated by little Jerlin, they suddenly felt that it was quite interesting. Sanger's mother blushed and turned away angrily. Princess, we're not angry. Little Jerlin will go to Daddy's place to steal something delicious for you. Little Jerlin patted Princess' thigh. Roar. The princess gently licked little Jerlin, nudged little Jerlin, and let her go back inside. Sanel's mother left with a gloomy face. Sanner was also a little angry at his mother. They had been getting along well with Chun Zhao's family. At least after the misunderstanding was resolved, Chun Zhao did not make things difficult for them. Moreover, Chun Zhao had also treated her leg cramp. But as soon as his mother arrived, she started to pester him endlessly. But in the end, his mother was standing up for him. Saner did not even have the right to complain. Saner's mother felt a little out of breath and dizzy. She was not frightened by Princess, but because Jerlin calling her an old witch had angered her. When they returned home, Saner's mother was very depressed. Saner, I'm tired. I've already contacted Dr. Howell. I'm going to rest. Mom, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Saner's mother nodded slightly, looking rather down. An hour later, their personal doctor, Howell, arrived. Howell had been serving their family for many years, so Saner was very familiar with him. Saner, I heard that you're injured. Can I take a look? My right leg cramped up because of the strenuous swimming, but a doctor treated it, and it's almost back to normal now, Mr. Howell. Your leg was injured when you were young. I've told you many times that you can't do vigorous exercises, Howell said in a somewhat reproachful tone. But the doctor who treated you was very good. It doesn't seem to have left you with any side effects. Mr. Howell, can you go and see my mother? She was frightened today, and she's been very depressed since she came back. Okay, I'll go and see her. Is she in her room? Howell asked. Yes, I'll take you there. Saner brought Howell to his mother's bedroom and knocked. Mom, Mr. Howell is here to see you. There was no response. Saner knocked again, but there was still no response. Saner pulled the doorknob. Thankfully, the door was not locked from the inside. Mom, I brought Mr. Howell to see you. Daily Moore, it's Howell. Are you okay? Howell went to the window. On the bed, Daily Moore stirred. She opened her eyes slightly. Howell, why are you in here? Saner said you were in bad shape, so I came to see you. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Daily Moore's voice was weak. Let me examine you. You don't look very well. Howell began to examine Daily Moore. First, he checked her heart rate and blood pressure. Daily Moore, your blood pressure is very low and your heart rate is a little irregular. You need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. I just need some rest. Daily Moore was very tired. This won't do, Howell said, frowning. He had a medical license, but he could not perform any more treatments. For example, some stimulants are subject to very strict restrictions. Saner, call an ambulance. Okay, I'll do it now. I said no need. Daily Moore's temper flared up again, but this time she began to wheeze. This was the symptom of low blood pressure. Weakness, aching limbs, palpitations, and night sweats. Mom, if you do this again, I'll call Grandma and Grandpa. I don't need those two old bastards to care about me. Seeing that his mother was so stubborn, Saner dialed his grandfather's number. Chapter 1347. He was done with his day's work. Stephen stretched. He felt as if he had been blessed by God. Usually, editing was a more painful and complicated process than filming. A 120-minute movie might have dozens of hours and thousands of scenes. A scene might have 3 or 4 camera shots, and the most suitable one would be picked. Or 2 scenes that looked similar would take a long time to decide which one to use. However, Stephen and his editing team seemed to be on steroids. Stephen had a very clear picture in his mind. If not for his stamina and the team's endless complaints, Stephen probably wouldn't even want to rest. Just then, Stephen's phone rang. Grandpa, Mom's sick, but she doesn't want to go to the hospital. Huh. Okay. Are you at home? I'll go over now. Stephen rubbed his forehead. Stephen was about to get off work, too. He left the studio and hurried to Daly's home. Daly Moore was Stephen and Halifa Oliver's only daughter. However, because of their divorce, Daly Moore had a very bad relationship with them. In recent years, they might not even see each other once a year. When they did, it was mostly for arguments. Only his granddaughter would be in contact with Stephen. Stephen arrived at his daughter's house. He saw that Hal was there too, so he greeted him. Hal had once worked for Stephen too. They were familiar with each other. How's Daly? Stephen asked. Mr. Stephen, it's best to send Daly to the hospital, Hal said. I feel like something's wrong with her. Then send her to the hospital, Stephen said. It's not up to her now. No matter how bad their relationship was, they were still father and daughter. Sandell called an ambulance. By then, Daly had already fallen into a deep sleep. After arriving at the hospital, Hal was in charge of explaining Daly's symptoms to the doctor in charge of emergency treatment. After the doctor's examination, the doctor said to Stephen, "Strange. Ms. Daly's physical examination is very strange. She seems to have low blood pressure for no reason. We can't find the cause yet, and she's in a bad condition. The low blood pressure made her unconscious." "What should we do now?" Stephen asked. "We still need to observe. We have to find the cause of the low blood pressure." Okay. The next morning, Delamore's condition worsened. Generally speaking, low blood pressure is caused by diseases of the internal organs. The function of the internal organs is diseased, which affects blood pressure. Similarly, low blood pressure could also lead to changes in bodily functions. Stephen and Sannell were woken up by the emergency doctor. "Mr. Stephen, Miss Delamore's condition has suddenly become critical. At 6:45 this morning, Miss Delamore's liver is malfunctioning, and her other internal organs have also shown varying degrees of failure. She's out of the emergency room now, but her condition is still not optimistic." Stephen was already quite tired at this time, but his daughter was now in the intensive care unit, so he had to keep his spirits up. However, the hospital's performance made him a little disappointed. Until now, the hospital had not found a reason. "Can you cure my daughter or not?" Stephen asked with a pale face. "Mr. Stephen, please believe us. We're trying our best to save him and find a cause. Every year, 10% of the patients in the world can't find a cause. It's useless even if you force me," the doctor said helplessly. Stephen fell silent, which made Sanner even more anxious. "Grandfather, what do we do now?" "It's okay. I'll think of something," Stephen comforted him. After thinking for a while, Stephen suddenly thought of Chun Zhao. Perhaps Chun Zhao had a way. Before, Stephen had thought that if the hospital could cure his daughter's illness, he would not need to find Chun Zhao anymore. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to seek Chun Zhao's help. "Hey, Chun, my daughter is in the hospital now. She's very sick, and the hospital can't find the cause. Can you come over and help me take a look at my daughter?" Stephen called. "Which hospital?" Chun Zhao asked. After all, it was Stephen's family. Chun Zhao could not refuse. Stephen told Chun Zhao the hospital's address. "Give me 30 minutes. I'll be there as soon as possible." Okay. 30 minutes later, Chun Zhao arrived at the hospital. Seeing Chun Zhao, Stephen was overjoyed. But when Sanner, who was beside Stephen, saw Chun Zhao, his expression turned strange. "How come it's you? You're the girl with the leg cramp yesterday?" Chun Zhao was also surprised. "Stephen, who is she to you?" "This is my granddaughter, Sanner. Her mother is sick." "Grandpa, Mom got a fright at your house and fell sick when she got home." Sanner blamed Chun Zhao. She felt that her mother's illness had something to do with Chun Zhao. Surprise appeared on Stephen's face. He pulled Chun Zhao to the side. "Chun, my daughter's illness has something to do with you?" Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. "Your daughter ran to my door and made a ruckus yesterday. I only asked Princess to chase her away. I didn't do anything to her. If I did, she wouldn't be in the ward right now. She'd be in the morgue." "That's right. You really didn't do it?" "Take me to see your daughter first," Chun Zhao said. Stephen nodded and brought Chun Zhao to the ICU. As soon as Chun Zhao entered the ICU, he felt that something was wrong. Magic rippled in the air. Vaguely, Chun Zhao felt that something was wrong. Chun Zhao examined Daly more. Indeed, it was as Chun Zhao had expected. "Chun, how's Daly Moore?" "Stephen, ask her to leave first," Chun Zhao said, pointing at Sanner. "Is there something I can't know?" Sanner didn't want to leave. "Sanner, leave first." "I don't want to. I want to watch Mom." "Sanner, I know you care about your mother. For her sake, leave first. It's not the time for you to throw a tantrum." Very unwillingly, Sanner was persuaded to leave the ICU by Stephen. "Your daughter got a fright at my door yesterday. It's not a big problem. But how did she become like this?" "You know I have some special abilities," Chun Zhao said. "I know." Stephen nodded. "Your daughter and I are the same kind of person." "Huh? Your daughter is a witch." "My daughter is a witch? How come I didn't know?" Chapter 1348. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Stephen was shocked. "Chun, you have to save my daughter." "Don't worry," Chun Zhao said. I've stabilized her condition. It won't worsen. You said that my daughter is a witch. Is that true? She can't be considered a complete witch yet. She needs to go through a real trial of life and death before she can gain magic power and learn magic. Only then can she become a real witch. You said that she went through a trial of life and death. Then what? After she wakes up, she'll definitely be attacked by all sorts of evil spirits within 3 days. That's a trial of life. Then what? Can you protect her? Gaia can protect her. She doesn't need my protection, Chen Zhao said. Huh? Gaia, she too? Gaia is very powerful. She can handle most situations. Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure my daughter will be fine? Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. She'll be fine. Do I need to tell her specifically? No need, Chen Zhao said coolly. Just don't let her leave Gaia's sight for 3 nights after she wakes up. Stephen heaved a long sigh, but he was still worried. How about you watch my daughter for me? I'm not free. Chen Zhao rejected him without thinking. Chen Zhao really didn't like Stephen's daughter's temper. If the woman wasn't Stephen's daughter, Chen Zhao might not even help her. Chen Zhao didn't think that he had a good temper to watch over her for 3 days. Okay, I'll find Gaia. Give her this potion in 3 batches, Chen Zhao said. I gave her one just now. Give her the second batch in 6 hours. Okay, got it. Stephen accepted the potion. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Chen Zhao, Chen, I'm sorry for my daughter's offense. You are you, and your daughter is your daughter, Chen Zhao said. Just like how I believe that you won't stand by if something happens to Jerlin in the future. But that doesn't mean that I can accept her, so you don't have to apologize to her. In fact, this wasn't a big conflict, nor was there any deep hatred between them. Chen Zhao didn't plan to fight to the death. He was just expressing his attitude. Stephen was Stephen, and his daughter was his daughter. Of course, Jerlin is my goddaughter. When the two left the ICU, Sanger immediately went up to them and asked anxiously, Grandpa, how's Mom? She's fine, Zhao said. Jerlin, Stephen said. He's the one who killed Mom. So he came here to pretend to be a good guy. Sanel. Stephen's tone became more serious. Is this what your mother taught you? Chun, Sanger said. Chun. Stephen, I'm leaving. Chen Zhao didn't want Stephen to be stuck in the middle. After Chen Zhao left Zhao Ti. With Gaia's current strength, he would be able to put up a fight even against the third Knight's awakening. T's right. Ti Zhao. Chun'll chunt. Zhao said. T. Even if Dahlia's talent was heaven-defying, at the age of almost 50, her talent had mostly been worn down. Chen Zhao didn't think she could awaken on the third night. It was most likely the first night. It was still the same reason he was too old. Gaia agreed. After talking to Gaia, Chen Zhao got another call from Kefui Bus. Mr. Chen, do you have time? I feel itchy and prickly. That's normal, Chen Zhao said. You don't need me to treat you. Usually, patients with STD were more fragile and easily paranoid, even letting their imaginations run wild. Most STDs weren't hard to treat, but patients sometimes wondered if they had AIDS. Chen Zhao had met a patient like that before. The biggest enemy of STDs wasn't the disease, but themselves. Because the disease was painful, doctors had to help. First, they couldn't hide the disease. They had to communicate with the patient gently. Before Kefui Bus was diagnosed, she didn't feel anything. But after the diagnosis, Kefui Bus had been restless. Mr. Chun, I feel like everyone in the manor knows what disease I have. They look at me strangely, Kefui Bus said in a low voice. Kefui Base said in a low voice, they're talking about me behind my back. Once I get close, they stop talking. You're worrying too much. Only you and I know. There won't be a third person. Trust me. No, there's another person. My husband, that bastard. That bastard infected me with the disease. How about this? I'll go to your house in the afternoon, Chen Zhao said. Okay, come for lunch. I'll prepare lunch for you. No need. I still have work. I'll only come in the afternoon. Okay, please be quick. In the afternoon, after eating lunch, Chen Zhao went to Kefui Bus Manor. Since he'd taken the money, he had to do what he could. Comforting the patient was also a doctor's job. He couldn't just give her the medicine and leave her alone. Chun, you're here. Have you eaten? How about I ask the kitchen to make some food for you? No, thank you, Chen Zhao said, smiling. How's your body? How about we take a walk? Sure, let's go. Kefui Bus nodded. Kefui Bus didn't look too good. It wasn't the disease itself, but her mental state. Plus, she didn't wear makeup, so she looked rather haggard. Actually, your disease isn't serious. It's actually a common disease, but before you're sure your husband's cured, don't have sex with him. No, I won't let him touch me again, Kefui Bus said. I'll divorce him this month. Kefui Bus' face was filled with anger. Her tolerance for Oni had reached its limit. Chen Zhao wouldn't interrupt a patient's relationship problems. Take 30 minutes to exercise every day. Whether it's aerobic or anaerobic exercise, it can increase your immunity. Chen, I plan to move to the suburbs for a few days. What do you think? Chapter 1349. Is this your house too? Chen Zhao asked. It was a bit far from Los Angeles. Rich people in America like to build houses far from cities, but this place was too far. It was at least 50 kilometers. Yes, the environment is nice, right? It was indeed nice. It was in a forest, and the surrounding trees had been planted and decorated. It was indeed nice. However, the villa wasn't very big. Perhaps it was to be close to nature, so it was only around 300 square meters. Flowers and plants were planted around it. But is it okay for you to live alone? Chen Zhao asked. After all, it was far from a city. It was dangerous to live here alone, especially since Kefui Base was a super rich person. If she lived here, it would be hard for her bodyguards to stay here. Thank you for your concern, Kefui Base said. No one will disturb me here. Since she had already decided, Chen Zhao didn't bother to say more. After all, he was in no position to persuade her. People in America cared about their privacy. Even good friends wouldn't interfere with other people's decisions too much. Plus, Chen Zhao and Kefui Base only knew each other. Among Chen Zhao's many patients, Kefui Base was relatively easy to get along with. So, Chen Zhao didn't have any bad feelings for her. That was all. Even for friends like Steven or Rasfa, if they wanted to move to such a remote place, Chen Zhao would only tell them to be careful. He wouldn't try to persuade them not to live so far away. There aren't any beasts nearby, so there won't be any danger, Kefui Base said. The most dangerous ones aren't necessarily the beasts. With Kefui Base's intelligence, she could obviously tell that Chen Zhao was reminding her. It's getting late. I should leave. Are you staying for dinner? My girlfriend's pregnant, Chen Zhao said. She needs my company more. Kefui Base smiled. All right then, goodbye. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me at any time. After you finish the painkillers I left for you, you'll be fine. Also, remember to wash up after exercising and wipe yourself dry. Don't let your lower body get wet. Goodbye. Chen Zhao nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. Bye. After Chen Zhao left, Cliff Base called Mansari. Mr. Mansari, I've moved to the suburbs according to your request. The rest is up to you. I don't want anything to go wrong. Of course, I guarantee you won't get hurt, Mansari said confidently. Kefui Base's original plan was to get Mansari and his intelligence department to help her find Oni's overseas account information. However, Oni was too careful. Even the intelligence department of the anti-terrorism security department couldn't find any relevant information. However, Mansari found out that Oni seemed to be in contact with some gang members. So he speculated that Oni couldn't wait and wanted to make a risky move to kill Kefui Base. Therefore, Mansari took the initiative to propose a bold plan to let Kefui Base move to another place without her bodyguards. He used himself as bait and waited for Oni to take the bait. Then Mansari arranged for someone to protect Kefui Base. To put it bluntly, this was a trap. That smelly, Oni was so angry that he couldn't control himself. When he heard that Kefui Base and that Asian had gone to a villa in the suburbs, he almost lost his mind. She did it on purpose. She wanted to embarrass him. Every time he thought about how his wife was flirting with another man, Oni felt his blood boil. Even though he and Kefui Base no longer had any feelings for each other, they were only husband and wife in name. But as a man, he still couldn't tolerate something like this happening right under his nose. After smashing everything in the room into smithereens, Oni gradually calmed down. However, his expression became more and more hideous. Oni picked up the phone again. Hey, Fernandez, how's your preparation? Don't keep rushing me, Fernandez roared. If you keep rushing me, we'll cancel our cooperation. $300 million. $300 million. I want you to kill that bitch in 3 days. Fernandez was silent for a long time. I'm not ready yet, he said. That woman has already moved to the suburbs. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she didn't bring any bodyguards with her. If we miss this opportunity, when she gets bored of living in the suburbs and moves back to her current manor, it won't be so easy to make a move on her. Fernandez thought for a moment. Wasn't that what he wanted? I'll do it as soon as possible. I have one more request, Oni said. What is it? Fernandez asked unhappily. I want that bitch's lover to die too, Oni said with a hideous expression. That's easy. I'll send someone to kill him after this, Fernandez said. No, I want to kill him in front of that bitch. What do you want me to do? Control that bitch first, then tell her to call her lover here. At this moment, Oni was frantically imagining the scene. The more he thought, the more excited he became. The more excited he was, the more he couldn't control himself. Due to the huge pressure recently and the embarrassment Kefwi Base had given him, Oni's mental state had always been in a tense state. It wasn't just recently. Ever since he started pursuing Kefwi Base, he had been very careful. However, Kefwi Base was like most rich people. She didn't let love and marriage go to her head. She didn't give him any benefits in the prenuptial agreement. After getting married, Oni couldn't control his lower half and found more than 10 lovers outside. After years of hard work, if Kefwi Base kicked him out of the house, he would have nothing left. Even though he had gotten almost $100 million from Base Corporation through embezzlement, it wasn't enough for him. He didn't want that, but more money. Moreover, he believed that Kefwi Base would definitely sue him in court if she divorced him. At that time, he would be in an even more miserable state. Oni was already helpless now. Chapter 1350. Achoo! Chun Zhao sneezed. Fei Lai distanced herself from Chun Zhao in disgust. Why didn't you tell me you had a cold? Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. Cold? That didn't exist. Unless it was magic allergy. But he hadn't devoured anything recently. How could he be allergic to magic? Chun Zhao usually wouldn't devour enemies directly. Most of the time, he would just kill them and destroy the evidence. Devouring could increase his magic power in a short period of time, but it was also risky. Magic allergy was a very troublesome symptom. It could also get out of control. But Chun Zhao only sneezed. He didn't have any other symptoms. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hey Gaia. Chun, do you have a conflict with this woman? A small one, Chun Zhao said calmly. I think I know why you two have a conflict, Gaia said. Gaia hung up after exchanging a few words with Chun Zhao. Just then, Daily Moore, who'd finished the discharge procedures, looked at Gaia. I said, don't follow me. I don't need a bodyguard. Gaia followed Daily Moore the entire time. When Daily Moore drove away, Gaia followed behind her. When Daily Moore returned home, she wanted to stop Gaia outside, but Gaia drove her Hummer and smashed the metal door open. You crazy woman! Daily Moore rushed out of the car and roared at Gaia. I'm calling the police. 3 days at most. After 3 days, whether you live or die, I won't follow you, Gaia said calmly. That's what I promised Mr. Steven. How much money did he pay you? I'll pay you double. Get out of my sight now. Gaia still looked at Daily Moore coldly. Furious, Daily Moore turned around and left. She even swaggered into Daily Moore's house. This is my house. I didn't allow you to come in. If you have any objections, you can tell Mr. Steven, Gaia said. If he thinks I'm unnecessary, I'll leave. Daily Moore was furious. She didn't know what that old Astrashol was thinking. He'd arranged a bodyguard for her for no reason. Will you only follow me for 3 days? Daily Moore asked. 3 days at most. What do you mean? Is it possible that it will only be a day? Or 2? Yes. Why? Delamore didn't understand. You'll understand when the time comes, Gaia said. Ridiculous. Dahlia hated riddles the most. The things in my house are all very expensive. You'd better not touch them. Delamore turned and went upstairs. I'm going to bed. Do you want to follow me? Gaia sat in the living room, ignoring Dahlia Moore's sarcasm. After Daily Moore went upstairs, she took out her phone and called Steven. Dad, what do you mean? That woman is the bodyguard you arranged for me? Not really a bodyguard. She will only be by your side for 3 days at most. During these 3 days, she will protect your safety. I don't need a bodyguard. Even if I do, I have the money to hire one myself. Your money belongs to me and your mother. Your company's annual income comes from the business I introduced to you, so you have no right to refuse my arrangements. Dahlia gritted her teeth. Even though she and her parents were like fire and water, Dahlia had no choice. Even though she and her parents were like fire and water, she had to admit that her career relied heavily on her parents. If his mother hadn't been Halifa Oliver, if his father hadn't been Stephen, would he still have received so many Hollywood contracts? She really wanted to tell her father, I don't need your help. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. Even now, she didn't have the courage to say no to her father. If she really dared to say it, her father would really take away all the resources. Where's Sannel? Why don't I see her? She's staying with me for a few days, Stephen said. Don't worry about her. She's much more mature than you. Dahlia tossed her phone aside and lay on the bed. She slept from morning to evening. Just then, Dahlia opened her eyes, stimulated by a fragrance. Dahlia stood by the window and saw Gaia barbecue by the pool. The fragrance was Gaia's barbecue. Dahlia also felt a little hungry. After washing up, she came downstairs. You're barbecuing at my house. Are you going to say that I made the decision on my own again? Gaia looked up at Dahlia and picked up a bottle of wine. Do you want some? Dahlia took the bottle and looked at it. Nameless wine? No, it's tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Dahlia found a glass. The moment the wine was poured, the fragrance filled the air. It really is nameless wine. Dahlia was a little dumbfounded. Where did you get it? After all, she was a loyal fan of nameless wine. But she didn't have any connections. She occasionally went to the black market to buy it, and one bottle cost nearly $300,000. Even she couldn't drink it to her heart's content. Everyone knew that nameless wine was the best investment to maintain one's value. In the past 2 months, the number of nameless wines sold in Mara's supermarket had clearly decreased. This caused the nameless wine to become extremely scarce on the black market. The price had risen by another $20,000. Before Mara Supermarket's batch of nameless wine arrived next month, the black market price would probably exceed $310,000. Dahlia didn't expect Gaia to have nameless wine. Dahlia looked down and saw a DUI beside Gaia. There were also a few bottles of nameless wine on it. Where did you get so much nameless wine? Ask your father and see if he's willing to tell you, Gaia said calmly. My father knows. But thinking about it, with her father's status, it wasn't strange for him to know the source of nameless wine. Dahlia also ate the barbecue with Gaia. After eating, Gaia moved her wine rack back to the Hummer. How about you sell me those bottles of wine? I'll buy them for $300,000 a bottle. I don't lack money, Gaia said, of course. Gaia had tens of millions of dollars herself. Moreover, Chun Zhao had given the wine to her. He definitely didn't want to sell it for money. Dahlia suddenly saw her daughter standing in the dark living room with her back facing her. Sanger, when did you come back? Dahlia walked into the living room and reached out to grab Sanger's shoulder. However, when Sannel turned around, he saw a bloody face. Dahlia screamed. Chapter 1351. Bang! Suddenly, a fist smashed into Sanger's face. Instantly, Sanger's head exploded. Then his body turned into a puff of smoke. You kill my daughter? Daly's lips trembled. That's not your daughter. No, isn't that my daughter? Dalmore's mind was a little confused. Just now, what happened just now? That's why I'm with you, Gaia said calmly. You can go to sleep now. Looks like it's your first night. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You don't need to know. You can sleep peacefully. No one will hurt you. Do you think I can sleep now? She'd only woken up for less than an hour. Even if she really needed to sleep, she couldn't. Tell me what's going on. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. I need to know. I don't want to be treated like an idiot. You were sick earlier, which is a sign of your magic awakening. In the next 3 days, many evil spirits will attack you. So, I need to protect you for 3 days, Gaia said. Seems like you'll attract evil spirits tonight. It'll save me some time. Daly's mind went blank. My father knows too? He only knows a little, Gaia said. Gaia sat back on the sofa. Sit down. Don't be so nervous. There aren't any dangerous evil spirits on the first night. I've dealt with them a few times before. Gaia had dealt with the second night's evil spirit attacks before. She felt quite relaxed then. As for the third night, the only time she'd experienced it was Norma's night. The evil spirit society had invaded, but everyone in the society had been there, including Chun Zhao. Gaia wasn't confident in facing the third night alone. Of course, if Gaia wasn't confident, she could bring people to the headquarters. However, it was only Daly's first night, so there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Just then, Daly screamed again. Outside, there's so many people outside. Gaia looked outside. There were indeed some faintly discernible figures. They were all weak spirits. Some couldn't even be considered evil spirits. These weak spirits did not dare to enter. They were waiting for the slightly stronger evil spirits to attack first, and then they would take advantage of the situation. At the same time, she was glad that she didn't throw a tantrum and chase Gaia away. Or rather, Gaia didn't leave because of her tantrum. Suddenly, the spiritual bodies outside scattered in all directions like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. There seemed to be a hand in the darkness that was trying to capture those spiritual bodies. A chill ran down Dahlia's spine. What's wrong? What happened outside? Can't you see? A powerful evil spirit has come and is currently devouring those spirit bodies. When he is full, he will attack this place. Gaia said, I can only vaguely see a blurry shadow. Gaia understood. It was because Demon was too weak. Suddenly, Gaia pulled Daly more behind her, and the glass door in front of them shattered. Countless fragments shot in, and a 4 to 5 meter tall evil spirit charged in. At this moment, Dalymore finally saw the huge evil spirit clearly. That twisted face sent chills down one's spine. In fact, from Gaia's point of view, this evil spirit was bluffing. Any evil spirit from the association would be able to torture this fellow. Evil spirits were not necessarily stronger the bigger they were. Usually, an evil spirit could grow to such a size only after devouring dozens of evil spirits of the same size. But this evil spirit had only devoured a few ordinary spirits. How strong could it be? Gaia stepped forward and punched. The evil spirit screamed and shattered. Suddenly, Dalymore screamed behind her. 2 evil spirits had appeared behind her without her noticing. While Gaia was dealing with the evil spirit in front of her, they wanted to drag Dalymore away. Scram! Gaia's body instantly exploded with terrifying dragon might. The souls of the 2 evil spirits were instantly destroyed. Gaia's attack power had always been her strength. She was stronger than Hallie's and Norma. But perception had always been her weakness. Hold my hand, Gaia said, reaching out. Dalymore hurriedly grabbed Gaia's hand. Then, Gaia released a trace of magic power and sent it into Dalymore's body. But this magic power felt like a raging flood in Dalymore's body. Another evil spirit attacked from behind, but as soon as it touched Dalymore, its body turned into dust. There were too many attacking evil spirits. Soon, the magic power Gaia had lent to Dalymore was used up. But to Gaia, this bit of magic power was enough to destroy so many evil spirits. It was worth it. If she had to attack herself, it would consume more magic power. Dalymore watched Gaia's continuous battle and was secretly anxious. But she did not know how to help Gaia. In fact, this level of fighting was no pressure for Gaia. She even dared to go through the motions in Aduza's house. Dalymore's living room was already a mess. The battle lasted for 4 hours. At 1 in the morning, it finally ended. Gaia let out a long sigh. Okay, it's over. You can rest in peace now. It's over? Yes, it's over. Gaia nodded. Are you going to leave? Dalymore asked, a little frightened. After all, she had just experienced the first supernatural event in her life. How could she sleep now? Yes, you're not in danger anymore. But I'm still scared. Didn't you always want to chase me away? Sorry. I didn't know. No need to apologize, Gaia said calmly. But after a moment of hesitation, Gaia said, if you encounter similar incidents in the future, you can ask Mr. Stephen to look for me. He has my contact number. Also, you have magic now, so you can learn some self-defense spells. Where should I learn? There are some spiritualists in LA. If you're willing to spend some money, they might be willing to teach you some magic. Of course, don't be tricked. Can you teach me? I can't. I don't know magic. We're not the same. Not the same? What do you mean? Okay, I really should go. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Not even your father. It won't do him any good. He's just a normal person. Chapter 1352. Mom, what happened here? Is it a war? When Sanel returned home, he saw that his house was in ruins. Daly Moore's expression was calm. Compared to what she had experienced last night, her daughter's screams did not affect her at all. Early in the morning, Gaia left. Daly Moore found an engineering company to repair her house. Then, he dialed Stephen's number. Dad. It seemed that she had not called him that for a long time. Daly Moore was not used to it. Daly Moore, are you okay? I'm fine, Daly Moore said. I want to know more about Gaia. Don't you hate her? That's because I didn't know. So you know now. I experienced something last night. Oh? What did you experience last night? It's better if you don't know, Daly Moore said. A friend of mine introduced Gaia to me. She used to be an actress in my crew and was also the choreographer, but the crew has been disbanded. Then give me your friend's contact. No. Why? Because my friend hates you. What? Daly Moore's expression froze. Why does he hate me? Do I know the friend you mentioned? Do you remember that you were scared by a bear a few days ago and ended up in the hospital? Then, that friend is the owner of that place? That's right, Stephen said. I asked him to treat your illness, but he still hates you. Daly Moore was depressed. She had offended someone for no reason. You should also control your temper. My friend's temper is even worse than yours. He doesn't care who you are. If I didn't ask, my friend and even Gaia wouldn't protect you. Daly Moore was silent. No wonder Gaia was always cold to her. Should I apologize to that person? Maybe later. I'll take you there then. Stephen's tone softened again. After all, she was his daughter. He could not ignore her. Mr. Mansari, are your people here? Kefwi Base looked at the military vehicles behind them. There are still 20 people. They have already spread out in the forest around the villa and have begun to make arrangements. Mansari said, The 20 people in front of you are hiding in your villa to protect you. Are you sure they can protect me? Although Kefwi Base agreed to use her as bait, that was under the premise that she was absolutely safe. Every rich person cherished their life, and Kefwi Base was no exception. The reason why she agreed to Mansari's plan was mainly because she didn't want to drag things out. Every day, the person by her bedside was thinking about how to kill her, which also made Kefwi Base unable to eat or sleep well. That was why she made up her mind to use herself as bait. Get rid of your bodyguards and leave your life in the hands of Mansari and his counterterrorism security department. Boss, I've already set it up. I guarantee that not even a fly can fly in, Tommy said. After following Mansari into the anti-terrorism security department, Tommy became one of Mansari's confidants and took over the Anti-Terrorism Operations Command Center. He was responsible for arranging and deploying anti-terrorist operations. Tommy himself was also a professional. Unlike India, Tommy had participated in the operation to hunt down the king of terrorists. It could be said that the fall of the king of terrorists was inextricably linked to Tommy and his team. Okay, I don't want our employer to suffer any harm. Don't worry, boss. Even if they send an army over, I won't let them return. Miss Kefwi, I'll leave this walkie-talkie to you. If you have any problems, you can communicate at any time. Okay, I should go too. Aren't you staying here? Kefwi Base asked. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Your defense here is close to a war fortress. For this operation, I provided the ammunition needed for a war. Don't worry, I won't let you lose money. Kefwi Base didn't have much else, but she had a lot of money. For people without money, their biggest problem was how to make money. For people with money, their biggest problem was how to spend it. Kefwi Base had a lot of money. A rich person like her wasn't limited to how to spend or how to make money. What she worried about was where to invest her money. Money would only depreciate and become less and less valuable. This was also why large companies and tycoons had so little cash flow. If they converted their money into real estate, it didn't matter how the money depreciated. Even if the US dollar fell to the level of the Zimbabwe dollar, they would still eat and drink. For someone like Kefwi Base, her assets could be said to be very complicated. Other than the main base group shares, she also had shares in various industries, including some military industries. A government armed department like the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was also a kind of investment. Of course, she couldn't get shares, and the Anti-Terrorism Security Department didn't have shares either. However, she could gain a certain amount of influence through this funding method. In the future, if she encountered some trouble outside of the business world, she could use pressure to ask the Anti-Terrorism Security Department for help. To put it bluntly, it was similar to political donations. Why was a country like America, which had almost eradicated bribery, still criticized for being corrupt? It was because large financial groups had the right to bribe. They didn't say that the money was bribery, but in the name of donation, which was legally allowed. Mr. Fernandez, you're finally here. Oni finally saw Fernandez and his team members. The truck stopped one by one, and Oni looked at them. What's in them? You'll know, Fernandez said. When do you start? Aren't you in a hurry? Let's do it tonight. Fernandez didn't want to stay in L.A. for too long. The longer he stayed here, the less safe it would be. Once the supernatural organization found out that the Hermit Order trespassed in L.A. and did whatever they wanted, with how domineering they were, they definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. No matter how proud Fernandez was, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could go against the supernatural organization. Chapter 1353. Mr. Fernandez, won't we attract too much attention if we drive so many trucks there? Oni asked worriedly. What? Are you scared? Fides glanced at Oni, who was sitting beside him. How could he not be scared? After all, Oni was just a normal person. But he also understood that even if he backed out now, Fides wouldn't let him go. So even if it was a dead end, he had to walk this path to the end. The sun had already set. A few trucks sped through the dark forest path. Boom! An explosion occurred without any warning. The truck at the front seemed to have run over a landmine. It fell to the side of the road with the back of the truck lying across the road. What's going on? What happened? What's going on? Fides frowned. Didn't you say that your wife lives alone in the front villa? Yeah. Oni suddenly paused. Damn it, that bitch, it's a trap. A trap. Looks like your wife recruited a bunch of people. They actually dared to use landmines. What do we do? What do we do? It's over, that bitch. Oni yelled angrily. Fides didn't seem to care. Good thing we came prepared. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Oni turned to the calm Fernandez and asked, Do you have a plan? Do you have an idea? It's just a small problem, Fides said calmly. Fides said casually and took out his walkie-talkie. Machalo, release all our pets. Just then, the doors of the truck on the ground opened. A large amount of cold air gushed out of the truck. Then, the doors of the trucks in front and behind opened as well. There seemed to be a large amount of ice inside each truck. However, apart from a large amount of cold air gushing out, Oni did not make any other movements. What now? Oni asked. No rush, Fides said nonchalantly. Of course Oni was anxious. He was betting everything he had on this gamble. If Fides couldn't solve the problem for him, then he would suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Oni saw something crawl out of the truck in front of him. A human? It had gray skin and looked like a human at first glance. However, that thing looked like some kind of wild beast. The thing stood up and turned to the truck in which Oni and Furtis were. A second, a third, a fourth. More and more monsters came out of the carriage. Is that a human? Oni felt uncomfortable being stared at by that thing. It looked like a human being, but it was bulging and squirming. A tentacle stretched out from its mouth, stretched its chin, and rolled its eyes. Liquid flowed down the side of the creature's mouth. Do you remember what we were doing the last time we met? Felix asked. What were you fishing for in the sea? Oni was reluctant to recall the last time they met. At that time, Oni and a few models were having fun on the yacht when they encountered Furtis and his men at sea. The models were given to Fernandez, and Oni paid a ransom of $5 million for them. Fighters kept his promise and let him go. He even gave Kieran his contact number. It's to fish out these things. To be precise, it's to fish out the parasites in their bodies. Then what exactly is Nana? Chromis egg, Felix said. They can live on most organisms, of course. Most of them are animals, said Feats. As he spoke, Felix took out a container from under the seat. There was a creature as thick as an arm inside. It was obvious that the creature was alive. Oni moved his, but subconsciously, he did not want to get too close to it. Felix pressed his palms on both ends of the container. The creature squirmed a little, and the chromis parasites all turned around as if they had received some kind of message. This is the mother's body. Controlling it means controlling all of chromis' offspring, Felix said. Where did it come from? Chromis. It has existed longer than humans. Don't think about where it came from. No one knows where it came from. It's a monster that hides deep in the sea. This thing can be used as a biological weapon, right? Hee. Once exposed to air for a long time, they will die within a few days. That's why we need to freeze them first and release them when we need them. If such a parasite really existed in this world, all the species in the world would have gone extinct. Everything in the world had its nemesis, and even supernatural creatures had their nemesis. Captain, someone triggered a landmine. Are you sure it was done by a human? The landmine we planted is an ML-55 landmine. It will only detonate when the pressure exceeds 1 ton. Does that mean that someone drove a car and detonated the landmine? Yes. It seems that our prey is here. Get ready. Tommy didn't know what he and his teammates were about to face. Just then, they heard noises in front of them. They're here. Let's show those bastards what we're capable of. Captain, there's no heat signature on them, a counterstrike said. They could vaguely see figures in front of them, but they couldn't see them with the night vision goggles. Maybe they brought some interference source with them. I don't think they're ordinary gangs. They might be mercenaries. Stay alert. We don't want to be humiliated by a group of mercenaries. Tommy looked through the binoculars and said, Get ready. Open fire when the enemies are 50 meters away. Open fire. Open fire. Knock them down. Data. Instantly, the front line formed by the members of the Counter-Strike Security Department began to spit out bullets. Those figures continued to run forward. Even though they were shot, they didn't slow down. Boom. Boom. In the hail of bullets, some chromis parasites finally fell to the ground. Then, more and more chromis parasites fell to the ground. Tommy was puzzled. He had been through many battlefields, but he had never experienced a battle like this. These enemies seemed to have no regard for their lives. Without using firearms, they just charged forward. He had thought that they were mercenaries, but it turned out that these people were much weaker than mercenaries. It was impossible for them to charge blindly like this. Chapter 1354. Captain, are they really our enemies? One of the team members asked. Yeah, they're just risking their lives for a joke. Tommy was also at a loss. Even if they were a suicide squad, they should have at least put on a bulletproof vest before charging over. What was the point of them throwing their lives away like this? Suddenly, a person who was supposed to have been shot several times stood up and charged over 10 meters forward. A series of intense gunshots rang out, and the person fell to the ground once more. That scared me. I thought he was a zombie. I hope they can send more of them. Just a few of them isn't satisfying enough. One of the anti-terrorists stepped forward to inspect the corpse that had fallen to the ground. The corpse was on the verge of rotting, and a strong smell lingered in the air. However, there was a hole in its stomach. The hole did not look like it was left behind by a gunshot. The corpse did not look like it had just died. Instead, it looked like it had been dead for a few days. Could this be a corpse that was transported over from somewhere? The anti-terrorist soldier covered his nose and used the barrel of his gun to move the corpse away. The moment the corpse was turned around, something abruptly sprang up from beneath the corpse. This what? The thing instantly wrapped itself around the soldier's neck before trying its best to burrow into the soldier's mouth. Hey, Nolly, it's time to come back. What are you spacing out for? The soldier named Nolly staggered back. Nolly, what's in your mouth? When Nolly got closer, his comrade was able to clearly see a tentacle that was as thick as an arm sticking out of Nolly's mouth. Nolly, what's wrong? Spit that thing out, it's disgusting. At that moment, the tentacle in Nolly's mouth suddenly sprang up. The end of the tentacle spread out like a morning glory. The soldier was shocked, and he fired the submachine gun in his hand. What happened? Tommy noticed what was going on. You shot your comrade? He has something in his mouth, the soldier said in horror. Tommy also saw something wriggling out of the soldier's mouth. Just as the tentacle was about to strike Tommy, Tommy pulled out his gun. The tentacle was shot in midair and fell to the ground. Tommy felt his scalp go numb. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. At this moment, a soldier nearby let out a blood-curdling scream. Tommy saw a tentacle wrapped around the soldier's neck, and the tentacle was about to enter his mouth. "Not good," Tommy shouted. "Everyone, be careful." Sha-sha, rustling sounds could be heard in the darkness. Tommy vaguely saw something wriggling on the ground in front of them, heading towards them. Then a tentacle emerged from the darkness and strangled Tommy's neck. Tommy immediately grabbed one end of the tentacle and pulled it out with all his might. Schwa! In a moment of desperation, Tommy whipped out his saber and waved it in front of him. The two halves of the tentacle fell to the ground, motionless. "Don't open your mouth. Don't let the tentacles crawl into the mouth. Inform the others." "Captain, there are enemies in the forest again." Damn it. Tommy finally realized that something was wrong. No matter what the situation was, these tentacles and those people were definitely in cahoots. The number of parasites in the second wave was far greater than the first. At the same time, there were also a large number of chromas in the darkness. The soldiers who were in charge of operating the machine guns were suddenly attacked by the chromis larvae that emerged from the darkness. The entire camp was instantly thrown into chaos. The parasites had already rushed forward and they attacked the soldiers in a frenzy. "I am Tommy. I am Tommy. The outer defense line has collapsed. The outer defense line has collapsed. There are monsters. Monsters." Tommy used the walkie-talkie to inform the people in the villa as he fought. At that moment, a parasite pounced on Tommy and he tried to get up. However, the tentacle hanging from the parasite's mouth bit down on Tommy's neck. Then, another chromis larvae crawled into his mouth. "What's going on? What happened? Did Oni bring people here?" Kefwi Base cried out in fear. The resistance soldiers stationed in the villa began to prepare. Since the outer defense line had been broken, it could only mean that the enemy was very strong. Kefwi Base looked at the soldiers stationed outside the villa, not knowing what to do. She grabbed the phone and wanted to call for help, but there was no signal. "No need to call for help. It's useless. They used a satellite signal jamming device. We can only use wireless power." Kefwi Base was even more at a loss. Since Oni had used such high-tech equipment, it could only mean that Oni had come prepared. At that moment, gunshots came from outside the villa. The battle had begun. Da-da-da-boom, boom. Damn it, what is this thing? Where did this monster come from? The battlefield outside collapsed in an instant. Kefwi Base saw a tentacle-like thing rush into the villa. She turned and ran in fear. However, the inside and outside of the villa had become a battlefield. She didn't know where to run. A thing with a rotting body pounced on a soldier. Accompanied by the soldier's screams, it finally died in a violent explosion. The battle started very suddenly, and it also ended very suddenly. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left alive in the villa. Kefwi Base trembled in fear. She hid in the kitchen with a fruit knife in her hand. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. Would it only find these monsters? At that moment, a parasite appeared in front of Kefwi Base. "Whoa," Kefwi Base screamed. However, the parasite didn't attack her directly. Instead, it moved aside. Oni appeared in front of Kefwi Base. "Darling, I'm here. Did you miss me?" Oni stood beside the parasite, but it didn't attack him. "You? Don't come over. You monster." Kefwi Base waved the fruit knife in her hand. Oni was extremely happy. He'd never felt so happy before. He finally didn't have to swallow his anger in front of Kefwi Base. He no longer had to grovel in front of Chloe Base. He didn't even dare to say anything when Kefwi Base openly cheated on him. "Did you come over yourself? Or should I have them drag you out?" Kefwi Base's face was pale, her hair a mess. She was frightened. No matter how strong she was in the past, she was just a helpless woman at that moment. "Come out, let's talk," Oni said calmly. However, he still had the pride of a victor on his face. That's right, he was the victor. Kefwi Base still didn't dare to go over. Chapter 1355. Kefwi Base screamed as she was dragged out of the kitchen by two parasites. These two parasites used to be members of the anti-terrorism department, but now they had lost their self-awareness. Tentacles were still hanging from their mouths, and disgusting mucus oozed out of their mouths. Kefwi Base was dragged into the living room. She saw a few people sitting in the living room. One of them was Oni. She didn't recognize the others at all. The surroundings were filled with parasites, and a large number of tentacles were wriggling on the ground. Kefwi Base sat on the ground helplessly, her face covered in tears and dirt. She was trembling, unable to control the fear in her body. "Dear, are you surprised by this result?" Oni looked at Kefwi Base proudly. At this moment, all his humiliation was released. The more miserable Kefwi Base was, the more afraid and desperate she was, the happier and prouder Oni was. "What do you want?" Kefwi Base mustered her courage and shouted. "Ha! What do I want? Don't you know? Honey, I want everything, everything." At this moment, Oni finally didn't need to hide his intentions, his ambitions, because soon, all his ambitions would be realized. Oni took out a phone. It was Kefwi Base's number. Oni threw it in front of Kefwi Base. "Tell that man to come here." "Man? Which man?" "Your lover, that Asian bastard," Oni said with a ferocious expression. "You're crazy. I have nothing to do with him. He's my doctor." "Cut the crap." Oni slapped Kefwi Base. "Hurry, I want to see him. I want him dead." Kefwi Base hesitated for a long time. Oni signaled Felix with his eyes. A baby Krumis crawled to Kefwi Base's side. Kefwi Base shuddered when she felt this slippery sensation. She quickly shrank into a corner. "Ah, hurry, tell that man to come here. Otherwise, you'll end up like them, becoming a host for Krumis. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can still maintain your composure and beauty after becoming a host." Oni joked. I'll call. Kefwi Base could barely control her phone. Fear had engulfed her. "I can't get through. There's no signal. Okay, you can fight now. You better control your emotions. I don't want him to hear anything strange," Oni warned. Kefwi Base's face was pale. She tried her best to control her emotions so that she wouldn't cry. "Hey, Chun, it's me," Kefwi Base said in a trembling voice. Oni's eyes shot out a warning. I'm out of painkillers. Can you bring me some?" Kefwi Base bit her lower lip. She hoped that Chun Zhao could understand and help her call the police. After a few seconds of silence, Chun Zhao replied, "No problem. Is it your villa in the suburbs?" Yes. Can you hurry up?" "Okay," Chun Zhao said. "I'll get there as soon as possible. Bear with the pain first." After hanging up, Kefwi Base looked at Oni with fear in her eyes. He said to come as soon as possible. Oni crossed his legs and ignored Kefwi Base. Then he said to Felders and the others, "After this is over, how about you stay in LA for a few more days? I'll arrange everything for you." "No," Felders answered almost instinctively. Oni was confused. "Do you hate LA that much? After we get the money, we'll leave LA immediately." "Fine." Oni didn't care. Actually, he didn't like interacting with Felders and the others either. These people were too scary. If he didn't have to, he really didn't want to interact with them. "If you're really sincere, you can go somewhere else. We won't mind." "Of course. It'll be my honor." Oni agreed without thinking. He had money now anyway. He could even provide them with food and entertainment for the rest of their lives. "Why don't you like LA?" Oni asked curiously. "LA is a big city. You could do anything you want here." Unfortunately, Felders and the others didn't want to talk about it. "This has nothing to do with you. You better not ask too much. It's not good for you." "Fine, I won't ask anymore." Oni shrugged. "Oh, can you guys and these things hide first? I want to give that guy a surprise." "As you wish." Fides had all the larvae and parasites of Chromis hide away, and the Hermit Order members also hid in a room. When Chun Zhao heard Kefwi Base's voice on the phone, he knew that something had happened to her. She also told herself that she'd finished her painkillers. According to her calculations, the painkillers could last her until she recovered. Chun Zhao drove to Kefwi Base's house. He could already smell the thick smell of gunpowder and blood. Of course, there was another smell apart from the gunpowder and blood. Chun Zhao wasn't unfamiliar with this smell. It was the smell of corpses. Not fresh corpses, but ones that had been dead for a few days. Chen Zhao didn't know what had happened here. However, he still hoped that Kefui Base was still alive. After parking the car at the door, Chen Zhao walked straight into the house. Along the way, there were large amounts of bullet casings and guns, as well as some minced meat. For a moment, Chen Zhao couldn't tell what the minced meat was. Chen Zhao touched his nose. The smell here was really bad. When Chen Zhao walked in, he saw Kefui Base sitting on the ground. Oni was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and his arms open, as if he was the owner of the place. "Ms. Base, I'm here," Chen Zhao said. Seeing that Chen Zhao had come alone, Kefui Base's face was filled with disappointment. You came alone?" "Yes. How many people do we need to treat her?" Kefui Base had completely given up. She'd hoped that Chen Zhao could understand her. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhao didn't think deeply at all. "Asian bastard, did you not expect that we would meet under such circumstances?" Oni was still sitting firmly on his seat. Chen Zhao glanced at Oni and was about to help Kefui Base up. Oni charged forward and swung his fist at Chen Zhao. With a backhand slap, Oni fell to the ground. Chen Zhao helped Kefui Base up. He could feel her body trembling. Chapter 1356. "Fernandez, Mr. Fernandez, come out now," Oni yelled. Just then, Fernandez and the others walked out. Oni became even more arrogant when he saw Fides and the others. "Asian bastard, I want you to die a horrible death," Oni roared. "Chun, run. Kefui Bus yelled. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Zhao looked at Fernandez and the others. "I think I've seen you guys before. Let me think. Where have I seen you before?" However, when Fernandez and the others saw Chen Zhao, their expressions all changed. They didn't expect that the person they'd been trying so hard to avoid would actually be here. It was Oni who took the initiative to call him over. "Mr. Fernandez, tell those monsters to bite off his limbs. Hurry." Oni didn't notice the expression on Fernandez and the others' faces. Seeing that they weren't moving, Oni urged again, "Mr. Fernandez, hurry up." "Shut the fuck up," Fernandez roared. "Mr. Fernandez, you." Oni didn't understand. They'd been having a good time just a moment ago. How come Fernandez was talking to him so viciously now? Fernandez only felt bitterness in his mouth. "Sir, looks like we've really met before." Chen Zhao couldn't remember where he'd seen Fernandez. He just felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where. "I don't care where you're from. Don't you know that L.A. is my territory?" Kefui Bus looked at Chen Zhao in surprise, then at the bitter expressions of Fernandez and the others. Suddenly, some hope rose in Kefui Bus' heart. "We'll leave now. We promise you that we'll never step into L.A. again." Kefui Bus remembered what they'd talked about earlier. They didn't seem very willing to come to L.A. Was it because of Chen Zhao that they weren't willing to come? Chen Zhao helped Kefui Bus sit on the sofa. "Did I allow you to leave?" Chen Zhao asked calmly. Fernandez and the others, who'd wanted to leave, immediately stopped. "Sir, we don't want to be your enemy. Please let us leave. We promise we'll never come back to L.A. again. You came to my territory and behaved atrociously, and now you want to leave without saying a word?" Fides and the others were a little angry, but they restrained themselves. "Your Excellency, I am the chairman of the Hermit Order. I am not afraid of you." Fides decided to show off his name. He hoped that the Hermit Cultivators Guild would be able to intimidate the other party. "Hermit Order? Never heard of it," Chen Zhao said indifferently. "Leave your head here and do whatever you want." "Leave his head behind and do as he pleases? If you don't give me a chance to live, then let's fight." Fides suddenly growled and channeled his mana into the container in his arms. In an instant, Chroma's parasite that was hiding outside the villa rushed into the villa. "Careful," Kefui Base exclaimed. She had always been tense, and what she cared about the most were the Chroma's parasites and the larvae. However, in the next instant, a blade appeared out of nowhere and exploded around the room. Countless blades appeared out of nowhere, instantly dismantling the entire villa. Be it the Chroma's parasites or the larvae, they were all pierced through in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Fides and the others were shocked by this scene. What kind of magic was that blade that suddenly appeared? The 1,000 stone swords returned and gathered above everyone's heads. They were like the sword of Damocles, aimed at everyone's head. You said you want to fight me, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Come, who will start first? One of the hermit cultivators raised his head to look at the sky, then shouted, Allow me. The next instant, a stone sword fell from the sky and pierced through the person. Instant kill. Chun Zhao couldn't make 1,000 stone swords do different movements at the same time. However, controlling a single stone sword was like drinking water to him. The second one come, Your Excellency, are you going to kill us all? You should be prepared to behave atrociously in my territory. The North American Light Society was like this, and so are you. Fides suddenly took out a container and smashed it on the ground. In an instant, the main body of Chromis in the container suddenly swelled up, swelled up, swelled up. In the blink of an eye, the main body of Chromis turned into a huge octopus monster. Kefui Base screamed in fear. Let's go. Fides shouted. He wanted to use this chance to escape. A god of otherworldlings. However, this god of otherworldlings wasn't very strong. Go away. Chun Zhao punched the main body of Chromis. Whoosh! The main body of Chromis was instantly shattered by the terrifying power. Chun Zhao looked at the escaping Fides and the others. Darkness suddenly swept over. Ah! Kefui Base saw something wriggling in the darkness. It looked like liquid, but because it was nighttime, she could only see red lines rolling in the darkness. The screams stopped, and everything returned to silence. Okay, it's over, Chun Zhao said indifferently. At the same time, he lifted his hand, and the stone sword hanging in the sky disappeared. Kefui Base had experienced the ups and downs of her life tonight. Oni was the same. Just a little bit more, and he could reach the peak of his life. But in the end, he destroyed everything with his own hands. He'd never thought that he'd ruin everything with his own hands. Suddenly, Kefui Base hooked her arms around Chun Zhao's neck. She tiptoed and kissed him forcefully. However, Kefui Base seemed to know that Chun Zhao would refuse. She didn't get too greedy and stopped there. As for Oni beside her, she didn't care about his feelings at all. Chun Zhao wiped the corner of his mouth and glanced at Oni. Oni lowered his head. Even though he was burning with anger, he didn't dare to show it. What do you plan to do with him? Chun Zhao asked. Oni jerked his head up and looked at Kefui Base. His eyes were filled with pleading. I want him dead. I want him dead. Kefui Base repeated twice. One could imagine how much she hated Oni. Mr. Chun, don't kill me. I can give you half of the money. If you kill this woman, her property will be mine. We can split it equally. Oni made his last struggle. I hate you, Chun Zhao said indifferently. I won't work with someone I hate. Chun Zhao pointed at Oni with his right hand. Instantly, an electric arc shot out from his fingertip. Bang. Chapter 1357. Chun, thank you. Kefui Bus stared at Chun Zhao. It's late. I should go. Chun Zhao seemed to have forgotten about the forced kiss. Are you going to leave me alone in this place full of corpses? I can send you back to the city. Can you stay with me for one night? Sorry, no. Chun Zhao sent Kefui Bus back to the city. Kefui Bus and Chun Zhao didn't speak on the way. When they neared Kefui Bus's manor, Kefui Bus finally said, Do you dislike me? You Asians are very particular about chastity, right? I've been married before, and I'm sick. You're thinking too much. First of all, we're not that close. Second, I don't think a man should have other relationships behind his pregnant girlfriend's back. Kefui Bus fell silent. She suddenly regretted it. Why didn't she get to know Chun Zhao earlier? This was a man who moved her, a man who made her feel safe. She even started to be jealous of the woman she'd never met. Perhaps Chun Zhao had everything that could make that woman jealous. But that woman had a man who was willing to be loyal to her. This was the only thing she lacked. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't think that Kefui Bus loved him. After all, he'd only met Kefui Bus 3 times in total. They hadn't even spent 10 hours together. The so-called love at first sight was a very illusory thing. At least, Chun Zhao didn't believe in love at first sight. Maybe it was because he'd given her hope when she was at her lowest. Or maybe it was just a sense of security. Plus, Chun Zhao didn't think that he had to have an affair. Fei Lai could satisfy all his physical and psychological needs. Chun Zhao didn't want to ruin their relationship and family because of a little impulse. Who are you? Kefui Bus couldn't help but want to know more about Chun Zhao, the man who'd given her a second life. A medical professor and a legal doctor from the UCLA branch, Chun Zhao said. What else? Spiritualist. Like just now? More or less. You rule Los Angeles? No. My job is more like that of a police officer. Of course, you can also treat me as a vigilante, just like what happened just now. I kill those people, including your husband, without going through a court trial. But most of the time, the enemies I face are not humans, and I have nothing to do with the ruler. The car suddenly stopped. We've reached your house. Kefui Base was still in the car. She didn't want to leave. Chun, if I need you again, will you appear? Yes. Kefui Base suddenly smiled brightly. Goodbye. Kefui Base's expression darkened after getting out of the car. She picked up the phone and dialed Mansari's number. Mr. Mansari, do you know what I went through tonight? Ms. Base, I don't know what you're talking about. What's wrong? Your people are all dead, and if I wasn't saved by a friend, I might have died too. What? My men are all dead? Where's Tommy? He's probably dead too. I was attacked by a group of monsters. I don't know where Oni found them. They seem to be controlled by an organization called the Hidden Cultivators. Mansari's expression changed. What kind of monsters are you talking about? Can you describe them to me? The Hidden Cultivators call them Climus. Larvae of Climus are like fat octopus tentacles. They will crawl into people's mouths and control them or corpses. Mansari felt like his scalp was going to explode. What kind of organization was that? What kind of monsters were they? Now, he only felt that being the head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was really difficult. It had only been a short while, but 2 of his trusted subordinates had already died. There were still dozens of other members. Just thinking about the compensation made Mansari's head hurt. Ms. Base, who's your friend? How'd he save you? No comment, Kefui Base said coldly. Mansari was even more depressed. He thought that he could easily get the sponsorship, but it seemed like he could only watch it disappear. I won't miss a single cent, Kefui Base suddenly said. Thank you, Ms. Base. You should call me Ms. Base now. If you have any requests in the future, you can come find me, Mansari said. Kefui Base didn't have a good experience, but the result was satisfying. Was there anything more delightful than Oni's death? Why had she been so blind to have fallen for this man? Daily Moore also resumed her work today. However, she still couldn't get what happened that night out of her mind. It wasn't a supernatural incident. It had really happened. It had happened to him. Boss, are you better? Kermia saw Daily Moore enter the office and immediately came to greet her. Yes. How's the company doing these 2 days? We've recruited 2 new employees. They were recruited by the technical department's manager. Yes. Call the 2 newcomers in. Kermia led the 2 newcomers into Daily Moore's office. Daily Moore looked at the 2 newcomers. Kermia said, Introduce yourselves. Boss, I'm Nawat Singh. I graduated from Caltech. Boss, I'm Antifigos Singh. Are you a Roma? Daily Moore looked at Nawat Singh's dark red hair. The Roma were actually gypsies in the eyes of ordinary people. However, they considered the gypsies to be a form of discrimination and humiliation, so they called themselves the Roma. They were mainly distributed in Europe and North America. Most of them had abandoned their original identity and customs. Singh was a more common surname among the Roma. Yes, boss. I heard that all the Roma know divination. Is that true? Boss, that's just a rumor. In the eyes of the world, the Roma were the symbol of uncleanliness. They did all the dirty jobs. Every man was a thief, a pickpocket, a beggar, or a human trafficker. Every woman was a witch or a prostitute. This was mainly because the Roma were mainly nomadic families in the early days. It's fine, Daily Moore said. I just want to get to know you. Then go back to work. Nawat Singh glanced at Dahlia before turning to leave the office. Kermia, find me Nawat Singh's file. Chapter 1358. Nawat Singh was born in a very ordinary family. She was currently single, 28 years old, graduated from California Polytechnic State University. She had 5 years of work experience. However, Daily Moore noticed that Nat Singh quit her previous job because she was sexually harassed by her superior. Coincidentally, Daily Moore knew Nat Singh's previous company. "Hey, Powell. How are you doing?" "Daily Moore, why are you calling me? A workaholic like you actually called me? What's up?" "I just saw the newspaper saying that one of the executives in your company harassed his employees. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm so angry. That idiot is an unreasonable bastard. He's totally tarnishing my company's reputation and seriously affecting it. Anyway, your company isn't a public company and your company's business is stable. After the incident, that person jumped off the building where my company is located. I even paid a hefty sum of compensation." "Huh? Jumped off the building? Is that necessary?" "That's why I said he's an idiot. Come out for a meal when you're free." After some pleasantries, Daily Moore hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Daily Moore saw Nat Singh eating lunch alone in the dining room. Daily Moore took her lunch and sat beside Nat Singh. "Hi, Singh. I guess I can call you that." Nat Singh raised her head and looked at Daily Moore in surprise. "Boss, alone? I don't know anyone in the company," Nat Singh said. "Are you used to the company?" "It's all right. If you encounter any harassment in the company, you can tell me immediately." Nat Singh looked at Daily Moore in surprise. She heard that her boss had always been rude and overbearing. If there was a conflict between the employees and the company, she would never care who was right or wrong. She would punish everyone. "Boss, you know what happened to me in the other companies?" "Yeah, I know. It's not a secret." Daily Moore nodded. Nat Singh kept quiet and lowered her head to eat her lunch. "When did you experience life and death?" 10. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly reacted. Before he could even swallow the food in his mouth, he gaped at Delamore. "Boss, you." Dahlia laughed. As expected, she had managed to find out her true colors just by probing her. In the spiritual world, Navat Singh was much more experienced than a newbie like Delamore. But in terms of tactics, even 10 Nawat Singh Singhs couldn't beat Dahlia Moore. "Boss, are you a spiritualist too?" "To be more precise, I'm a newcomer," Dahlia said. "Just the day before yesterday, I went through a near-death ordeal." "First night? The second night? Or the third night?" "First night," Dahlia said. "I hope someone can teach me a few things." "Boss, since you can safely pass the life tribulation, there must be someone protecting you, right? You can ask the person who is protecting you directly. I don't know her very well. She was entrusted by someone to protect me," Dahlia said. "After the first night, she left." "Is there only one person protecting you?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" "That person should be very powerful, right?" Navat Singh said. "Yes, she should be very powerful. Usually, there's a certain degree of danger in protecting someone who has awakened their magic during the life tribulation. It's a high-intensity and long battle. For example, when I was going through the life tribulation, my teacher and 2 friends protected me together." "Is it very dangerous?" "I feel like the person protecting me didn't seem to be too tired. She said that if it's the second night, she might feel tired." "The second night? Impossible. The second night is 100 times more dangerous than the first night," Navat Singh said. "Many years ago, among us Roma, there was a witch who awakened her magic power on the second night. At that time, there were more than 20 powerful witches protecting her, but in the end, they all failed. Apart from that witch who was not spared, the 20 witches protecting her were also implicated. In the end, only 3 witches survived. Fortunately, I didn't awaken on the second night," Dahlia said with relief. 2 years ago, there were signs of a third night awakening in Los Angeles. That night, I saw a terrifying wave of evil spirits. It was a disaster. "Is the witch who awakened on the third night dead?" "Probably dead. It's impossible to survive that kind of disaster." "Right. The person protecting me said that we're not the same kind." "What does that mean?" "It should be because you're a magic awakened and she's a blood awakened," Navat Singh said. "A blood awakened has a special bloodline. Then who's powerful? There's no conclusion. It depends on whose magic is stronger," Navat Singh said. "In the legends of the Roma, there are 3 magic awakened and 2 bloodline awakened among the 5 Pillar Kings," said Navak Shingus. "What's a Pillar King?" Dahlia asked curiously. "This is related to the mythological system of the Roma. In the mythological system of the Roma, The god of creation was transformed into 5 orbs and scattered across the world. Then, 5 people found them one after another, and they finally transformed into the powerful Pillar Kings. These 5 Pillar Kings supported the sky, but in actual history, they were just 5 powerful spiritualists. Tell me about dangerous magic, Navats Singh said calmly. Navats said indifferently. In our community, some old Romas sell some handicrafts. Just ordinary handicrafts? Not all of them are handicrafts. Some of them are magic items. But I advise you not to accept anything from a Roma person. If a Roma person wants to give you something, even if it's just a piece of sheepskin or a coin, you'd better not accept it. Why? Some despicable Roma know how to use debt and return magic. It's very complicated, but once it's completed, you'll be out of luck. Plus, there aren't many Roma who know this magic. What happens if the magic is completed? Will it kill me? No. It's like a Roma taking out a coin. This coin is all he has. If you accept this coin, it's equivalent to taking away all his wealth. Then, you have to return all his wealth, which is all your wealth. Then if a Roma wants to use this magic on me and put the coin in my pocket, won't I lose everything? That's impossible because this is a trade magic, Navat Singh said. You can't force a trade spell. He may deceive you with tricks, but he can't force it on you. You have to accept it directly, said Nat Singh. Then what do I do? It's simple. Throw him a bill. No matter how much it is, even if you use Zimbabwe dollars. Why? Chapter 1359. Can you teach me magic? Dahlia finally revealed her true motive. Do you want to learn magic? Yes. There are 3 ways to learn magic, Navatsinger said. You join an organization, Navatsinger said. Another way is family inheritance. Another way is teacher-student inheritance. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your teacher, I can teach you magic. Yes, teacher, Daly said. In the company, I'm your employee, Navatsinger said. Outside the company, you're my student. No problem. Daly nodded. In that case, why don't we be friends? Whether in the company or outside, we don't need to address each other respectfully. That's good. At least it won't be awkward. Can you teach me a spell first? Daly asked. Let's go somewhere remote. You don't want to learn here, do you? They found a park. Navatsinger said, Witches of my system aren't good at fighting. Our strongest magic is exploration. Exploration? What's the use of this spell? For example, I can sense everyone's movements within 100 feet, even with my eyes closed. Even a fly or a bug. Of course, if an enemy approaches, I can know in advance. Daly's eyes lit up. I want to learn this spell. You can't learn it yet. It's an advanced spell. I'll teach you the most basic spell, Danger Sense. Navat Cindy's paused and said, This magic can help you tell if someone is dangerous or not. Of course, what you perceive is not the real danger. For example, if you see a gun as dangerous, but if the muzzle is not aimed at you, you will not be in danger. What you perceive is whether someone can hurt you, not whether they will hurt you or not. I understand. Navatsinger began to explain the spell. After all, Daly had no foundation, so it was difficult for Navatsinger to teach her. After more than an hour, Daly only learned some basic knowledge. I have to go to work. No need. Teach me this spell first. Okay, you're the boss. Did you forget our agreement? Call me Daily Moore or Daily Moore. Okay, Limo, Navat Cindy's continued. You first need to be able to control your magic. After another 3 hours, Navat's and Cindy's pointed at a man in front of them. Do you see that man? Try to sense him. Dalamore tried to use her senses, which were not very practiced. I can feel that his face is a little green. Green means there's no threat. If the color turns red, then you have to be careful. The other party might be a threat to you. You must be mistaken. He's a man, so his stamina must be better than mine. How can I not feel threatened? There's no mistaking it. He has a serious illness, and he wants to jump into the sea from here. He wants to commit suicide. At that moment, the man tried to climb up the railing, but after trying a few times, he failed. Dahlia was stunned for a moment. He was indeed weak. The railing next to them was less than 4 meters tall, but the man couldn't even climb over it. One had to know that even he could do it. Can perception spells be wrong? Perception magic is the only magic that won't make a mistake. No, there's another possibility. Only people who are much, much stronger than you can make a mistake. There are also some spiritualists who know how to hide their magic power, so your perception is useless against them. Dahlia tried to use magic on Navat Cindy's. She saw that there was a red mist on Navat Cindy's body. When can I learn new spells? Use perception spells on 1,000 people first. Practice? Yes. Navat Cindy's nodded. Your magic is still too weak. You can only learn new spells by continuously using it and letting it grow. Boom, boom. Chun Zhao was being attacked by a missile. After so much practice, he'd used up most of the missiles. Chun Zhao felt that it was a pity. After all, he felt that his body had indeed improved a lot. But because he had limited firearms, he couldn't train like this endlessly. After finishing the explosive training, Chun Zhao left the river map. Denver called Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, are you at home? I'm here. What's up? The first batch of beer is ready. I'll send some over. Come and try it, and see if you need to change the ratio. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. A while later, a small truck drove over. Denver had personally delivered the beer. Chun Zhao took out a bottle of beer and blew on it. The beer was gone. A refreshing taste rose from his stomach and was fed to his brain. The beer's unique bitterness disappeared after the alcohol rose. It was replaced by a faint sweetness. Is this brewed from Mirror Lake? Yes. Denver nodded. When brewing wheat beer, a small amount of water and fermented wheat had to be added. Chun Zhao was very satisfied with the taste. It's better than I imagined. What do you think? I don't want to drink any other beer now. Denver was also in a good mood. After all, the taste of the beer determined their development plans. More? I'll bring some to my friends, Chun Zhao said. Then I'll bring 20 more cases. Is that enough? Denver asked. Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. After Denver left, Chun Zhao put away the first batch of beer. Fei Lai really liked beer. Because of her pregnancy, she hadn't had it in a long time. If they released their own beer now, she probably wouldn't be able to hold it in. Plus, Jerlin dared to put anything in her mouth. If the beer was placed in the open, Jerlin definitely wouldn't let it go. Chun Zhao didn't want his daughter to become a little drunkard. Fei Lai, I'm going out for a while. Seeing Chun Zhao put away the beer, Fei Lai knew what he was thinking. Leave 2 cans for me. Fei Lai. Chun Zhao looked at her. I haven't had beer in 7 months. Now that our own beer is out, can I have a taste? Chapter 1360. Fei Lai was just craving for food. She also knew that she wouldn't drink too much now. It was enough for her to keep one for herself. Chun Zhao drove the truck out. On the way, someone asked, Stephen, are you home? Are you coming over? My brewery has already produced a test product. I'm looking for you to test it. Call Rasfa too. Perfect. I'll call Rasfa now. Rasfa arrived at Stephen's house before Chun Zhao. When Chun Zhao arrived, Stephen and Rasfa had already started drinking by themselves. Hearing the car, Rasfa ran out immediately. Chin, where's your beer? In the car. Carry it yourself. Fuck you, how old am I? You want me to carry beer? Chun Zhao carried 2 boxes of beer from the car. It's not hard for you to carry 1 box. If you can't even carry 1 box, go home. We're not going home until we're drunk. Rasfa had no choice but to carry a box of beer. Ever since he'd become 20 years younger and Chun Zhao had taken care of him, he'd become much healthier. Even his personal health consultant couldn't believe that he was so healthy now. Stephen was barbecuing in the backyard. Before he even reached, he could already smell the thick aroma of meat. Fuck, I stole the meat that Stephen is barbecuing for my house. I'll go steal some from your house sometime, Rasfa said shamelessly. If you're not afraid of Princess biting you, just go. Chun Zhao tossed the beer on the ground. He picked up a piece of barbecued meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't eat too much, Stephen complained. I only have a few pieces of meat, and you ate so much in 1 bite. You took it from me, Chun Zhao said, widening his eyes. It's with me now, so it's mine. Stephen wasn't embarrassed at all. He spoke confidently and picked up a can of beer to drink. Yeah, delicious. Just a few boxes? That's enough. The 3 started drinking. As they ate, they didn't forget to insult each other. Stephen, how's the editing going? It's 70% done. I think it'll be done in another week, and it should be out in June, Stephen said. When's the earliest it can be released? Chun Zhao asked. A few more months of publicity, Steven said. Steven said, but I think it's better to wait for Thanksgiving or Christmas. No, the competition between these two festivals is too fierce, Rasfa said. Do you think I'm afraid of competition? Steven said loudly. It was as if he was declaring his strength. It's better to be careful. There's no need to take risks, Rasfa said. After all, he did not know about the lucky gold coin. Also, if we choose to release it at these two times, our show times will definitely be reduced, Rasfa said. Ideally, it'll be released on the weekend before Labor Day. Labor Day was on the first Monday of September in the United States, and it was a legal holiday. It just so happened that the movie that was released on the first weekend could be extended by one day. After all, when a movie was released, there was a huge difference between the box office during the holidays and during the working days. But 3 months of publicity is too short, Steven said. Since PLM is a distribution company, they should at least give enough publicity. Chen, what do you think? Steven looked at Chen Zhao. He thought that Chen Zhao would support him. After all, Chen Zhao knew the inside story. I'm a layman, Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. You guys can decide. Oh, I didn't see Fei Lai at your house last time, Steven said. Did you lend it to someone else? It sunk. Chen Zhao grinned. I knew it. Second-hand yachts are unlucky, Steven said. You shouldn't have bought a second-hand yacht. Chen Zhao touched his chin. He was a spiritualist, so he believed in such things. Luck was something that could not be seen or touched, but Black Ma and White Ma were experts in this field. It seemed that if he bought a yacht or plane in the future, he should not buy second-hand stuff. Fei Lai was a good buy, but it wasn't worth it if he used it for a long time. He used it for a year, and then it sunk into the sea. I plan to book a yacht too, Chen Zhao said. Seagate is a good company. It's cost-effective. I recommend that you consider them. Do you have Seagate's contact information? Yes. I'll give you their product manager's contact information, or I can ask them to contact you directly. Okay, it's good to buy a yacht. At least it's more stable, Rasfa said. The financial market is terrible this year. Wall Street's money is flowing into Hollywood like crazy. They're willing to shoot any movie. Won't they lose money if they shoot a movie? Chen Zhao asked. How can Wall Street's elites not know? Chen Zhao was not in the film industry, but he knew that Hollywood was the world's largest film production base. Only 5% of Hollywood movies could make a profit. The other 5% didn't lose money. The other 90% lost money. As long as it's done well, the movie won't lose money, Rasfa said. For those people, not losing money is a profit. But the channels are all controlled by the big six, so most of the money is flowing into them. As long as they see a good project, those Wall Street tycoons will rush over like crazy. I heard that too. Even James got a big project with a budget of $180 million, Steven said. However, he didn't look too happy. Instead, he looked worried. James is too impatient. If he can calm down, he can take a mid-range project with a budget of tens of millions first. It'll be good whether it makes money or not. But it's too dangerous for him to take such a big production for his second movie. Didn't you remind him? Chen Zhao asked. How do I remind him? Tell him that you shouldn't take the project? With Steven's status, it was indeed inconvenient for him to say it. Even if Steven did, James might not appreciate it. Instead, he might think that Steven was suppressing him or jealous of him. If James didn't suffer a huge setback, he probably wouldn't realize it himself. If it was a small or medium-sized project, it was easier to recoup. At least, it could break even if it was done properly. But an investment of $180 million would require at least $500 million in the world to recoup the cost. If such a large investment failed, it would be a huge loss. Any company would suffer a huge loss, and the reputation of the director would also be greatly damaged. Rasfa's foundation was still too shallow. He only had one successful movie now. Chapter 1361. Don't they say that when the economy is bad, rich people will invest in industries? It's not that easy to invest in industries. Taking out tens of millions of dollars to invest in a beer factory is child's play for the rich on Wall Street. It won't solve their problem of having too much cash. Even if they invest in industries, they won't invest in something that hasn't been discovered yet. Hollywood is currently the most promising and proven profitable project. Of course, they'll focus on Hollywood. Of course, This is only the investment projects that we can see. There are some projects that we don't know about or are illegal investments. Is blindly investing better than keeping the money in your hands? Chen Zhao still didn't understand. At least, Chen Zhao couldn't understand the logic behind it. The big shots on Wall Street definitely knew more than him. They might be crazy, but they weren't stupid. It was just like how Chen Zhao had invested in the beer factory because he knew that he could make money. To Chen Zhao, their investment was ridiculous, but who knew their true intentions? Nevertheless, this was just a casual conversation at the table for the three. The three talked about their own things, eating and drinking. They'd finished half of the 3 cases of beer. Stephen and Rasfa were both drunk. They lay on the ground, covered in mud. Chen Zhao sat on the ground and continued drinking. Just then, the sound of high heels came from outside. Daily Moore walked in with large strides. When she saw Chen Zhao, Stephen, and Rasfa on the ground, Daily Moore froze. Looking at the beer bottles on the ground, Daily Moore roughly knew why they were lying on the ground. However, it was understandable that Stephen and Rasfa were drunk, but they wouldn't drink to this extent with someone they weren't familiar with. Instinctively, Daily Moore cast a perception spell on Chen Zhao. Green gas, but Daily Moore thought of not Sinditha's words. Are you the Chen that Stephen mentioned? Daily Moore asked, trying to sound him out. Chen Zhao was quite sober. He'd drunk a dozen cans of beer, but it was like drinking a glass of water to him. What spell did you use on me? Chen Zhao felt the magical waves from Daily Moore. Daily Moore was surprised. How did you know? There's too much of a difference between our levels. How do you think I know? Perception magic, Dahlia said. Do you want a drink? Dahlia hesitated for a moment, then sat down on the chair beside her. Perception magic? That's a rare spell. Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry about what happened that day. I didn't know you knew Stephen. What did you sense from me? I didn't sense anything. Chen Zhao stood up and said, Tell your father and Rasfa that I'm leaving. Daily Moore looked at Chen Zhao's back. Thank Gaia for me too. Chen Zhao didn't drive. Instead, he put the car away. It was a matter of principle to drink and not drive. He still had to send some beer to the headquarters. After the sky darkened, the temperature in Los Angeles dropped by a few degrees, and the night wind was a little cold. Because the United States was a country with a high crime rate, if a person walked alone at night, they would either be watched by criminals or the police. It was like the curfew in ancient times in China. If a person walked alone for no reason, they would most likely be arrested. Although the United States wouldn't arrest people for no reason, the police would definitely stop and question them if they saw them. When Chen Zhao returned home, it was already late at night. After washing up, he went to bed. He liked to place his palm on Feilai's belly. It was a wonderful process to feel the pulsation in it. Chen Zhao would always think about the process of giving birth to this little life. In almost 8 months, the little life had completed its basic development. However, there were still some that hadn't developed yet. Many premature babies were born with congenital diseases, and most of them were heart dysplasia. Feeling Chen Zhao's palm, Feilai turned her head to look at him. She kissed Chen Zhao deeply and then went back to sleep. Chen Zhao also fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Chen Zhao heard footsteps. Zherlin had woken up again. When Zherlin first came to this house, she would wake up 3 or 4 times a night. Now, she would wake up in the middle of the night, not because she was hungry or because she was startled. She was playing with Little Nine. Recently, she liked playing with Little Nine. Little Zherlin was like a thief. She got up sneakily and clumsily put on her swimsuit. Zherlin thought that she was very secretive. In reality, Chen Zhao had always been watching. Sometimes, he would sit on the balcony and watch Zherlin play at night. Children's sleep schedule was very messy. They would sleep for a few hours during the day and at night too. Humans work during the day and sleep at night was cultivated through years of habit. They weren't born to work during the day and rest at night. If someone was used to working at night and resting during the day, they might not be as healthy as others. Chen Zhao didn't bother to restrict Zherlin and Little Nine's relationship. Also, because of Little Nine's size, he rarely came out during the day. Right now, Zherlin was sitting on one of Little Nine's heads. She used Little Nine's body as a slide and slid down the head. Then she rushed into the water. and there was a burst of laughter. Not long after, the Cerberus and the others also arrived. The Cerberus and the dog had the same temperament, and dogs really liked children. The three dogs were the same. Usually, when Chun Zhao scolded Zhilin, the three dogs would also roar at him. This came from their genes. It was their nature to protect. Of course, Chun Zhao never worried that they would hurt Zhilin. Only by truly interacting with them could one understand their gentleness. Just then, a flash of light came from the forest. It seemed to be a signal to the house. The only person who could get close to the villa without being attacked was the stupid vampire, Murphy. As Chun Zhao's personal employee, Murphy had been patrolling the house dutifully every night. He was quite familiar with Chun Zhao's pets. Chun Zhao silently flew into the air and landed beside Murphy. "What?" Chun Zhao asked, looking at Murphy. "Boss, I have something to tell you." Chapter 1362. "Boss, I want to pay raise." Murphy had prepared this sentence for a long time. Today, he finally mustered the courage to say it. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at Murphy. "Do you know what you're saying?" I. Murphy was scared of Chun Zhao, very scared. Moreover, he knew that it wasn't easy to find a job with a salary of $10,000 a month. An annual salary of $120,000 was a high-paying job anywhere. "Am I not paying you enough?" Chun Zhao's tone was sinister. "Or did you forget that I went deep into the crypt demon lair to save you?" Murphy was so scared by Chun Zhao's aura that he was about to cry. "Boss, I don't want it anymore. I don't dare." "Tell me," Chun Zhao said, "why do you suddenly want to pay a raise?" "I have a girlfriend," Murphy said, lowering his head. Was that a reason? To Chun Zhao, it wasn't a reason at all. With $10,000 a month, it was enough for him to go out and play every day. And then, Chun Zhao still asked calmly. "My expenses are a bit high," Murphy said. Chun Zhao frowned. He let Murphy go back then because the kid was too innocent. He looked like an adult, but because he'd been living in an isolated environment, he didn't have much contact with the outside world. This also caused him to be a bit unsociable and innocent. So, Chun Zhao was very curious about what kind of romance Murphy was playing. His $10,000 a month wasn't even enough for a relationship. "Where do you usually go on dates?" She's a Hollywood star, so we can't expose her. When we're free, we go out to play or book a restaurant so that reporters don't sneak in." "Oh, you know that I know a famous director," Chun Zhao said. "Tell me her name. Maybe I can introduce her to a role." "But she said that I can't reveal her name," Murphy said, troubled. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. He was 80% sure that he believed his own judgment. The kid had been tricked. But could he say it directly? It was said that women in love would become stupid. In fact, this sentence was also applicable to men, especially for an innocent little man like Murphy. He wouldn't believe his own words. "I'll consider your request," Chun Zhao said. "Then do you agree or not?" "I said I'll consider it. Do you want me to make a decision now? Are you sure you want the answer now?" Chun Zhao's tone turned cold. Murphy was really scared of Chun Zhao. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chun Zhao's eyes. Only then did Chun Zhao return to the mansion, but he didn't plan on sleeping. Instead, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of Agnes, Murphy's beautiful young mother. "Hey, I'm Chun Zhao. It's you? Why are you calling me at this time? Do you know that for a woman, adequate sleep can maintain long-term youth and beauty?" "You're a vampire," Chun Zhao said disapprovingly. "You can just find a few people to drink blood from. Also, isn't nighttime your activity time? Tell me, what's the matter?" Agnes said with dissatisfaction. "Your son just asked me for a raise." "Oh, I didn't expect him to have such courage." Even Agnes, as his mother, could not stand Murphy's cowardice. Her tone was quite disdainful. Agnes did not really care about Murphy's salary. What she cared about was Murphy's growth. "But I didn't agree," Chun Zhao said. "Oh," Agnes said, displeased. "You called me just for this?" "No," Chun Zhao said. "I suspect that he's been tricked." Agnes, who'd been nonchalant before, immediately lost her composure. "What did you say? Who dares to trick the Dracula family?" "I don't know. I only got some information from Murphy, but it's not confirmed yet." Rather than being Chun Zhao's employee, Murphy was more like a junior. Chun Zhao helped Agnes watch over and educate Murphy. What Chun Zhao cared about was the Dracula family behind Murphy. Whether it was useful or not, it wasn't a bad thing. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me check it out. You're not coming? You're his mother. I'm not free, Agnes said. After communicating with Agnes, Chun Zhao reluctantly took over this troublesome matter. Originally, he was too lazy to ask. He just wanted to leave it to Murphy's mother. In the end, Agnes left it to him again. The next day, "Hello, Mr. Chun, are you free today?" Denver called Chun Zhao. "What is it?" Chun Zhao asked. "The brewery is hiring a few managers. If it's convenient, come and interview with us." Denver's attitude was clear, giving Chun Zhao enough respect. By now, the brewery had pretty much recruited all the regular employees. They were all residents of Mountain Town. However, the managers couldn't recruit residents of Mountain Town. After all, Chun Zhao had a bit of a relationship with the town government. If even the managers were residents of Mountain Town, they might be controlled by others if there was a conflict of interest in the future. So, after discussing with Denver, Chun Zhao decided to expand the recruitment range. People from Mountain Town could also come for interviews, but only Chun Zhao and Denver could decide if they could become managers. Unless there were people in Mountain Town that the brewery couldn't live without, Chun Zhao and Denver wouldn't consider residents of Mountain Town. The only person who could be considered a manager was Bant, the production director. However, with Chun Zhao and Bant's relationship, Bant would definitely stand on his side if there was a conflict with the town government. This had nothing to do with benefits. It was purely because of Bant's personality. The brewery had already started production, but due to the lack of managers, Denver had to do many things himself. This wouldn't do, so before the beer was officially released, they had to find managers of all levels. Other than Denver and Chun Zhao, the only interviewee today was Bant. Denver had published it in a newspaper before, so there were quite a lot of people interviewing. From product managers to department heads, they had to hire everyone. More than 10 people were interviewed in the morning. 2 of them were decided on the spot. The rest had to be considered. The interviews continued in the afternoon. The first person who came in was a slightly chubby man in his 40s. However, the man didn't look very well dressed. His clothes were a bit old. Chun Zhao looked at the man. Why did he look so familiar? Where had he seen him before? When the man saw Chun Zhao, he froze for a moment. Then he lowered his head. Chapter 1363. Chun Zhao felt that the man looked familiar. Denver, show me his information. Ash Roford, a finance major from New York University. But what surprised Chun Zhao the most was his parole certificate. In other words, Ash Roford had a criminal record. Usually, most companies wouldn't hire someone with a criminal record. Plus, this job was an executive. Moreover, Ash Roford was still on parole. As long as they didn't break the law and didn't leave the city where they were detained, they could choose to work. But the chances of finding a job were very low. Which position are you interviewing for? Chun Zhao looked up at Ash Roford. When Ash saw Chun Zhao, he'd already given up hope. So, he was flustered by Chun Zhao's sudden question. His mind was a mess. Bant and Denver both shook their heads. Ash had good education and work experience, but his biggest problem was that he had a criminal record. America had always been abnormal when it came to people's rights. America had always been abnormal when it came to people's rights. Although they said that they wanted people's rights above all else, discrimination was still everywhere. Even people like Bant and Denver subconsciously rejected Ash Roford. Right now, Ash Roford's dressing was already very bad. Coupled with such an unconventional response, in their hearts, they had already excluded Ash Roford from the list. "Sir, we'll let you know if there's any news." "Next, please." Denver didn't give him any more chances. "Continue with the interviews," Chun Zhao said. "I'm going out for a walk." Chun Zhao left the office and chased after Ash. "Wait!" Chun Zhao stopped Ash Roford. Seeing Chun Zhao chase after him, Ash's expression grew ugly. "Sir, have we met before?" Chun Zhao asked directly. He didn't want to beat around the bush. He just wanted to get to the bottom of things. Ash bowed at Chun Zhao. "I'm sorry, sir. I've done very bad things to you. Did I do something bad to myself?" Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. There weren't many people in the world who could do something bad to him. As for this abject man in front of her, she really couldn't see how he had the ability to do anything bad to her. The more Chen Zhao thought about it, the more confused he became. He kept thinking that Ash Roford was related to the supernatural world. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember. At the airport in Hawaii, Ash Roford said. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered the bearded man who had held him hostage. Ash Roford was the bearded man who held him hostage at the airport in Hawaii. He used to have a big beard, but now was completely shaved. No wonder he felt that Ash Roford was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him before. At the time, Ash Roford had held him hostage and wanted to see his daughter. Actually, Chen Zhao didn't hate Ash Roford at all. It was the worst of his wretched luck that Ash Roford had taken him hostage on the spot. Even if Gimli didn't interfere, Ash Roford wouldn't be able to harm Chen Zhao. Moreover, Ash Roford had said that he wanted to see his daughter. Chen Zhao, the girl's slave, could empathize with her. "Let's go," Chen Zhao said. "I'll treat you to lunch." Ash Roford looked at Chen Zhao, rather hesitant. "What? You don't want to go?" Ash Roford looked at Chen Zhao. Right now, he really wanted someone to treat him to lunch. At noon, he bought a hamburger in town to fill his stomach. His body was a little weak now. "I still have to go to other places for interviews," Ash Roford said. Chen Zhao looked at him. "You know that you're still on parole. You can't find a job, at least not a good one." "Then I have to work hard too," Ash Roford said. "I don't have custody of my daughter, but if I can find a job that pays more than $1,000 a week, I can see my daughter once a month." "You can't visit her if you don't have money?" Chen Zhao really didn't understand. "I'm still receiving welfare," Ash Roford said. Ash Roford said, "If I can't find a job in 2 weeks, the judge will think that I'm a danger to society. So forget about visitation rights. I might have to go back to prison." It was very difficult for a parolee to find a job with a decent income. "What did you do before?" "I was a stock analyst 3 years ago, but after I divorced my wife and lost custody of my daughter, I also lost my job. I've been living on welfare." "What position are you interviewing for now?" "Sales manager," Ash Roford said. "You have a tracking device on you, right?" Chen Zhao asked. Ash Roford pulled up his pants. Chen Zhao saw that he was wearing a tracking device on his ankle. If he moved outside of Los Angeles, or even near the border, he might attract surveillance. "Are you sure you can do this job?" "I studied financial management," Ash Roford said. Ash Roford said, "I've worked in many companies as an HR manager, a finance manager, and a sales manager. But if the company wants you to go on a business trip, you can't even leave L." Chen Zhao said. "It's not impossible," Ash Roford said. "I need to apply to the police, and the company also needs to help me prove it, but I definitely can't leave the country." Chen Zhao had seen Ash Roford's file before. His file was indeed very outstanding. Usually, people like him wouldn't work at the brewery and wouldn't be able to stay either. The people who came for the interview today had decent qualifications, but half of them would leave in less than a year. For them, working in a brewery might just be a springboard, a place to gain experience. "How many years are you sentenced to?" "1 year," Ash Roford said. Chen Zhao took out his phone. "Denver, there's someone for the sales manager position." To Ash's astonishment, Chen Zhao said, "Let's go. Can you eat with me now? You're the boss here?" Ash had thought that Chen Zhao was an executive here. But if he was just an executive, he wouldn't be able to get another executive position with just a phone call. "Sir, thank you. I hope that you won't bring any trouble to my brewery in the next year. Is that okay?" Chapter 1364. Ash Roford was starving. It was hard to starve to death in this country, but without money, one could really starve. "Roford, how long has it been since you last ate?" Ashford raised his head awkwardly and looked at Chen Zhao. He was still holding a sandwich covered in ketchup. His expression was awkward. "Sorry, I'm really short on money recently. I only eat 1 meal a day." "It's okay. Do you want more?" "If it's okay, give me 2 more burgers, beef burgers." Ashford didn't refuse. He really wanted to eat his fill. After all, he really didn't have much money left. "I'll lend you this 1,000. Chen Zhao took out his wallet and tossed it on the table. He could also tell that Ash Roford was really poor. Chen Zhao waved at the waitress. A waitress walked up. "Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?" "Sandwiches and beef burgers, please." Chen Zhao didn't come to this restaurant often, but he was quite famous in Mountain Town. A quarter of the town worked in his factory. Plus, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai usually drove the eye-catching Porsche 918 when they went out. It was hard for the people in town not to know him. Who didn't know the richest man in Mountain Town? Okay, please wait a moment. The rent in town is cheaper, Chun Zhao said. You can find a place to stay first. Mr. Chun, don't you blame me for what I did. I'm a father too. Chun Zhao didn't blame Ashford in the first place. Plus, there was nothing wrong with having Ashford work for him. He trusted Denver, but he still needed someone to watch over him. Chun Zhao would never overestimate human nature. Absolute power would only breed absolute corruption. If he couldn't control Denver, who knew if he'd changed the name of the brewery to Ashford? Legally, this couldn't happen. But there were always people in the world who could find loopholes in the law. It was highly possible that one's business would become someone else's without them knowing. Chun Zhao wasn't an expert in this, so he had to be careful. Just then, his phone rang. Eat first. I need to take a call. Mr. Chun, please help yourself. Chun Zhao walked out of the restaurant and picked up the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm the business manager of Seagate. My name is Oliver Lurby. Mr. Steven gave me your contact number. Mr. Steven said that you plan to book a yacht. Is that true? Yes. Our company currently has a few models of yachts. I will send them to you for you to take a look and choose from. I don't like those standard ones. I want a unique one. Can your company customize it? Sure, but a custom-made yacht will cost at least $30 million US. May I know how much Mr. Chun is planning to spend? $100 million US. Oliver Labill shuddered. A super yacht. This was a huge business. Even their Seagate Yacht Company, which had been established for more than 20 years, had only built 2 super yachts. One of them was custom-made by Steven last year. He did not expect Steven to introduce him to a second super client like this. Mr. Chun, when do you have time? Let's meet up. At the same time, I will bring my company's designers to discuss the yacht design with you. Tomorrow. Is that okay? Yes, of course. Oliver Labill said immediately. Even if Chun Zhao requested to meet in the middle of the night, he would bring the designers. The next day, Chun Zhao went to the headquarters of Seagate Yacht Company in Los Angeles as promised. Seagate was a European company. Europe was the largest yacht supplier in the world, even stronger than America. It wasn't that their technology was very good or that their technology was very high. It was because people thought that Europeans could make yachts like works of art with their artistic senses. Of course, Europeans were especially attentive to big yachts and super yachts. Anyone who could afford such a yacht was either rich or respectable. Therefore, yachts were made with the highest quality. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Oliver Labill. Oliver Labill had probably already gotten Chun Zhao's information from Steven. When Chun Zhao stepped into the company, Oliver Labill and a group of designers were already waiting at the door. Europeans were not all arrogant. It depended on who they were dealing with. If they were dealing with a big client like Chun Zhao, they would kneel down and let Chun Zhao ride them even if he asked them to. Chun Zhao was invited into the meeting room. After everyone sat down, they started discussing with Chun Zhao. There was also a beautiful female secretary who poured tea for Chun Zhao from time to time. She would also throw flirtatious glances at Chun Zhao. This was probably Oliver Labill's idea. 4 custom-made yachts. The yacht company would first come up with the design plan, and then the buyer would pay the deposit. Seagate was no exception. They first asked about Chun Zhao's personal needs and preferences. What was the difference between a super yacht and a regular one? Apart from being big, the most important thing was that it could sail in the ocean. It wasn't like the yacht company could make it whatever Chun Zhao wanted. Yacht design was a very complicated project involving mechanics, physics, and dynamics. Just like an architect, there were many problems to consider. Yachts had a grading system, too. They were graded by the International Sea Organization. There were 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. CA was the highest grade. It could withstand wind above level 8 and waves below 4 meters. Currently, there were also Chinese manufacturers that had obtained CE certification. Super yachts were not in these 4 grades because in the deep ocean, wind and waves were basically level 8 and above. The first thing to consider for a super yacht was the client's requirements. Even if the client wanted a yacht that could withstand level 16 waves, the designer could design it, but it would definitely sacrifice the comfort of the yacht. In that case, it would be better to just buy an ocean boat. Therefore, the yacht designer had to combine a lot of data and the client's requirements to design. Although there were only 5 designers in the conference room, there were actually dozens of design teams behind these 5 designers. Their job was to improve and optimize the structure and aesthetics of a yacht as much as possible while meeting the client's requirements. Next was the engine. It could be said that every super yacht's engine was different. They were all specially designed and built to suit the super yacht. Since he had sailed many times last year, and this year, Chun Zhao's first requirement was wind and wave resistance and comfort. As for the aesthetics of the hull, Chun Zhao had no idea for now. Chapter 1365. After leaving Seagate, Orf Colby personally walked Chun Zhao to the door. Chun Zhao liked Seagate yachts, but if they couldn't come up with a design that satisfied him, he might change companies. Therefore, before signing the contract, Orf Colby had to serve Chun Zhao like a grandson. After leaving Seagate, Chun Zhao picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Hey, Mr. Francis, are you free now?" "Of course. Where should we meet?" "The outdoor cafe on North Street. I'll be there in half an hour." Chun Zhao sat in the outdoor cafe. A while later, a man with messy hair sat before Chun Zhao. "Hi, you Mr. Chun, right? I'm Francis Paco." "Hi, Francis." Chun Zhao shook hands with Francis. "I heard from Rasfa that you have a wide range of businesses, right?" "I do most of them." Francis scratched his already messy hair. There were oil stains on his suit, and he probably hadn't shaved for a few days. Francis seemed to notice Chun Zhao's gaze and grinned. "You think I don't care about my appearance? Are you doubting my abilities?" It seemed that it wasn't his first time in such a situation. He wasn't surprised by Chun Zhao's scrutinizing gaze. Chun Zhao tilted his head. He didn't doubt Francis's abilities, but he had bad breath. "Let's get to the point," Chun Zhao said. "Here's his information. Help me investigate the woman he's been seeing recently. The more detailed, the better. Here's a deposit of $10,000. If you can find something that satisfies me, I'll give you another $20,000. Chun Zhao said, "I have a subordinate. He might have been tricked. Here's his information." "Mr. Chun, you're wrong. My price might not be $30,000. Francis reached for the $10,000 bag. Chun Zhao suddenly pressed down on the bag. "Fine, tell me how much." Francis pulled twice but didn't move the bag. "It depends on the difficulty of the target. If it's a Hollywood star, it's not just $20,000. Since you don't think it's enough, our cooperation ends here. I'll find someone else," Chun Zhao said indifferently. At the same time, he took back the bag with the money. "This coffee is on me. Goodbye." "Don't. Wait." Francis clearly needed money. Seeing how Chun Zhao gave money so easily, he thought that he could put on airs and ask for more. In the end, Chun Zhao didn't fall for it all. He just turned around and left. Francis hurriedly pulled Chun Zhao back. I was joking. I'm very satisfied with this reward. Not just a Hollywood star. Even if you want me to investigate the person in the White House, I'll do it for you." Chun Zhao nodded. "Oh, then help me investigate the one in the White House." Don't joke around, Mr. Chun. I'll try my best to find out what you want." Francis looked at Chun Zhao seriously. "Then I'll wait for your good news." "That deposit." Chun Zhao took out the money bag again and tossed it before Francis. "Goodbye." Just then, Chun Zhao received another call from Rasfa. "Chun, come to my house for a drink." "Oh, I'm out of beer. Bring some over." "Fuck, that beer is a trial product. We only made one batch. It'll be a while before it's officially produced. What do you want to get beer now?" "I don't have any." Chun Zhao had so many friends. 2 boxes for one person, 2 boxes for another person, and a few dozen boxes from the headquarters of the association. They were long gone. Unless Chun Zhao had the beer factory open the production line now. But was that possible? The first batch was to check if there were any problems with the production line, as well as the taste and so on. "Are there only 3 boxes of beer in your trial product?" "No, there are a few hundred boxes. Most of them are used for promotion." "Then bring some more of that meat," Rasfa said greedily. "I'm out of that meat too. I still have some octopus fish. Do you want some?" Okay. Octopus is fine too." "Chun, where did you get your supply from?" Rasfa asked, unwilling to give up. "I can't tell you. I can't break the rule." Chun Zhao first went home and changed his truck. Then he chose some ingredients. However, the ingredients he chose were the kind that couldn't be seen clearly. For example, octopus. Chen Zhao would only cut off a portion. Those who didn't know would only think that the octopus was huge. Chen Zhao still had an even better ingredient, the undying bird. However, Chen Zhao didn't share it. Only the people of the association had eaten it. The undying bird could increase some magic power and physical fitness. It also had super high magic power, so it tasted better than regular magical creatures after cooking. Zhirlin and Fei Lai both really liked the thick soup made from the undying bird's bones. Chen Zhao arrived at Rasfa's manor. Stephen was there too. Stephen, you're here again. Aren't you supposed to be in the studio? Chen Zhao remembered that before Stephen's last movie was released, Stephen had spent half a month editing the movie without sleep or rest. I have plenty of time now. I don't have to rush at all. Stephen was very relaxed. By the way, Stephen, the first trailer has been released. The response isn't that great, Rasfa said. We're still talking about the theaters. I don't care. That's your problem. We can't take less than 65% of the box office. That's hard. The theaters keep saying that it's not produced by the big six, so they insist on taking 40% of the box office. 40% of the box office? Those vampires. I definitely won't agree. It's my work. Isn't my name worth 65%? They think that your new movie has a similar theme to Furious Sea Police, so they think that you're relying on your past and won't be as successful as Furious Sea Police. Then they'll wait and see. Stephen yelled angrily. However, Stephen also knew that the theaters were the end of the movie industry. If they fell out, it wouldn't benefit anyone. There's no rush, Rasfa said. The release date isn't set yet. Plus, for countries, distribution companies have contacted PLM, wanting to import your movie. If they can't, Stephen said, then we'll release it overseas first. Chapter 1366. The three ate as much as they could today. They didn't even drink much. It wasn't that Rasfa's family didn't have good wine. There were still a few bottles of purple brew in the cellar. However, Rasfa couldn't bear to take them out. He wasn't used to other wines either. Stephen's mouth was sore from all the talking, but he still didn't let Rasfa take out the purple brew no matter how he mocked him. Stephen and Rasfa mostly talked about the new movie. Chen Zhao would occasionally add a sentence, but most of the time, he couldn't. Otherwise, they would talk about which female star was pretty and who had done some shady deals. Only then did Chen Zhao realize that these two were really gossipy. Rebecca, you've been waiting for me for a long time, right? Murphy hurriedly got out of the car. He looked at Rebecca, who was sitting on a chair in the park. Rebecca said with a sweet smile, "No, I just finished filming. I'll definitely come earlier next time." Murphy said, "Are you still working the night shift?" Rebecca asked. "Yes," Murphy said helplessly. "I only have night shifts. Let's go for a walk." Looking at Rebecca's back, Murphy wanted to hold her hand several times, but he didn't have enough courage. Rebecca seemed to notice Murphy behind her. She turned around to look at him and then reached out to hold his hand. Murphy shuddered. It was probably his first time holding a girl's hand in his life. Even though they'd gone on a few dates, he still couldn't make any progress. This was unimaginable in this country. In America, when a couple officially started dating, the girl would say that she'd already canceled the apartment and moved to his place today before the guy even said anything. This was the norm in this society. It wasn't like Murphy and Rebecca, who played innocent for so long. There weren't many people in the park. Now that it was evening, there were even fewer people. Just then, there was a flash in the distance. Rebecca and Murphy both noticed the flash. They turned around and saw a figure hurrying away. "Who's that?" "Paparazzi." Rebecca's expression darkened. "Huh? What do we do? Will you be exposed? Will your company give you trouble? What do we do now?" Murphy was at a loss. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. What should I do now?" Rebecca smiled and said, "It's okay. The paparazzi probably didn't get my face, but we can't stay here. Let's go somewhere else." "Yes, yes." Murphy nodded repeatedly. "Where are we going now?" "Let's find a restaurant. I haven't finished eating yet." "Sorry, it's all my fault for coming too late. But the paparazzi might take pictures of us in a normal restaurant," Rebecca said. Then let's go to a high-class restaurant. Those paparazzi definitely won't be able to get in. Murphy braced himself and said. However, he was calculating in his heart how much salary he had left for this month. I've had enough of this life. I don't want to be a star anymore, Rebecca said. Even when I'm with you, I have to be sneaky. It's like I'm a thief. I've had enough of that. It's better if you don't become a celebrity. Murphy didn't know how to respond to Rebecca's complaints, so he could only go along with her. But I forget it. Rebecca shook her head. What happened? Nothing. Rebecca shook her head again. The two of them found a restaurant. Looking at the prices on the menu, Murphy felt dizzy. The minimum cost here was $1,000. Murphy had a toothache. Murphy, don't order too much, Rebecca said. I don't have much appetite. It wasn't Murphy's first time going out with Rebecca. He'd seen her appetite before. Although Rebecca had a slender figure, she wasn't very tall either. She was only 1.62 meters tall, but her appetite was even bigger than Murphy's, very big. Murphy's staple food was blood, so he didn't usually eat outside. Occasionally, he would eat the cows in Chinzhao's house and suck some blood from them. Of course, he could also eat regular food, but he didn't really eat much. Rebecca was different. Her appetite was 3 or 4 times that of a regular person. So, when Rebecca said she didn't have much appetite, it was only relative. Murphy still ordered a table full of dishes. Rebecca didn't stand on ceremony with Murphy either. Whenever Rebecca ate, she didn't look like a lady at all. She didn't look like a celebrity at all. Murphy really didn't have an appetite. He watched Rebecca eat with admiration in his eyes. Why aren't you eating? Oh, Murphy took a casual bite, but he still couldn't move his eyes away from Rebecca. Rebecca wiped her face clean and returned to being a lady. When it was time to pay, Murphy looked at the $1,325 bill and took out his card helplessly. Thankfully, he'd saved some money after he started working. Otherwise, he'd probably max out his credit card for this 1-month date. Let's go watch a movie, Rebecca said. Murphy glanced at the time and looked at Rebecca awkwardly. Rebecca, I have to go to work. Murphy, what exactly do you do? Why are you working at this time? I'm a security guard for a museum. The museum is open during the day. I'm only needed to patrol at night. I see. Then be careful. Rebecca held Murphy's right hand. If there's any danger, don't be rash. Okay, got it. Murphy felt that his whole body had softened. Feeling the warmth from Rebecca's hand and the gentle look in her eyes, Lin Sanjiu felt a chill down his spine. Murphy didn't know how he got home. After sending Murphy to the car, Rebecca's face immediately darkened. She sensed that someone was watching her. Who was watching her? Rebecca couldn't find anyone who was watching her. Could it be someone Murphy hired? Impossible. That idiot didn't notice at all. Also, who was the person who took pictures of her in the park? Who was investigating her? After Murphy left, Rebecca didn't have to pretend to be a celebrity anymore. She just walked on the street. She wanted to draw out the person who was watching her. Just then, a car stopped next to Rebecca. Rebecca stopped in her tracks and turned her head to look. Asalisa. Rebecca looked at Asalisa in surprise. Why are you here? I should be the one asking you why you're here. Rebecca looked at Asalisa's car. Is this your car? You seem to be rich. Asalisa stared at Rebecca. Are you still doing what you used to? Hee. That's all I can do. Leave Los Angeles. Don't do that in Los Angeles. Asalisa said in a warning tone. Why do you care? Rebecca looked at Asalisa angrily. You have no right to. Chapter 1367. Rebecca put her hands on the door of Asalisa's car. She suddenly grinned viciously. Asalisa, are you molesting me? I'm reminding you. I don't need reminding. Rebecca looked at Asalisa coldly. Los Angeles isn't your place. Rebecca's hands suddenly tightened, and Asalisa's car door was deformed. Asalisa frowned. You're still as violent as ever. Rebecca suddenly reached into the car and grabbed Asalisa's collar. Is this the first day you've met me? Asalisa stared back at Rebecca fearlessly. You'd better let go. Asalisa, you're still the same as before. All you could do is talk. I'm not who I used to be, said Asalisa. So what do you think? Rebecca was full of disdain for Asalisa. Asalisa's figure began to disappear, and Rebecca felt her hand loosen. She couldn't touch Osalisa's collar anymore. Rebecca looked around. Osalisa, are you still the same as before? You only know how to hide? Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on Rebecca's neck. Rebecca snorted. She knew what Osalisa was capable of. However, in her eyes, Osalisa was a coward who only knew how to hide and run. But today, Osalisa had actually dared to attack her. Suddenly, Rebecca sensed danger and immediately took 2 steps back. But the next moment, Rebecca felt a stab of pain in her back. Rebecca angrily swung her fist in a 360-degree arc. However, she only swung her fist and didn't touch anything. The next moment, another bloody mark appeared on Rebecca's wrist. Although Osalisa's 3 attacks hadn't hurt her seriously, it was a great humiliation for the hot-tempered Rebecca to be attacked and injured by a woman who was as timid as a mouse. Osalisa, you're still as cowardly as before. Do you dare come out? The next moment, a tuft of Rebecca's hair fell. Rebecca reached out to catch her hair, a little surprised. Leave Los Angeles, or it'll be your face next time. Osalisa's voice sounded in Rebecca's ears. Rebecca swung her fist again, but again she missed. Suddenly, Rebecca saw a man standing in front of her. The man carried a briefcase and wore a suit and tie. He looked like a white-collar worker. Rebecca immediately charged at the man. The man did not seem to know what was going on. Rebecca reached for the man. But the next moment, Rebecca felt pain on her face. She looked at the man again and took a few steps back. Rebecca was enraged and reached out to grab the man again. Ha! Not only did he fail to catch her, he even received a slap. Rebecca picked up speed and grabbed again. This time, she saw the man's movements clearly. She took a step back and slapped him. She did see it clearly, but the man's movements were too fast. She couldn't keep up at all, and her body couldn't react in time. Ha! Rebecca was slapped again. Covering her face, she stared at the man in shock. This man wasn't an ordinary person either. He was a spiritualist too. Clearly, he was a spiritualist of a completely different element. She used a strength-enhancing spell, while the man used a speed-enhancing spell. She was at a disadvantage in front of him. Rebecca took a few steps back and stared at the man in front of her. This man and Osalisa were probably in cahoots. She couldn't do anything to Osalisa anymore. With this man around, her chances of winning were even lower. Rebecca turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing that Rebecca had left, Osalisa finally came out of invisibility. Ungalit, why are you here? Osalisa asked. I live nearby and saw you and that woman, Ungalit said. Who's that woman? My sister, Osalisa said. Your sister? She doesn't look like your sister at all. She looks like a lunatic, Ungalit said. She's a lunatic. Osalisa didn't dare tell him about Rebecca's glorious past. If the association knew that such a dangerous person existed in Los Angeles, they would definitely take action or eliminate her. Osalisa had thought that after 10 years, Rebecca might have changed. She didn't expect that Rebecca would still be as violent as before. That made Osalisa even more worried. If Rebecca did anything outrageous in Los Angeles, she probably wouldn't be able to protect her. In fact, if Rebecca were to meet her own leader, she would most likely die. She looks quite violent. You'd better find her quickly and get her out of Los Angeles, said Ungalit. Osalisa understood what Ungalit was trying to say. Don't tell the chairman about this, said Osalisa. Okay, I won't tell him. Ungalit nodded. How about a drink somewhere? Asked Osalisa. Rebecca touched the wound on her neck. It had completely healed. That was the benefit of strengthening spells. She had super self-healing abilities. However, running into Osalisa here didn't make Rebecca feel very happy. She hadn't seen Osalisa for 10 years. Osalisa, who only knew how to hide and run in the past, didn't run anymore, but attacked her. Rebecca didn't expect that. His weak sister had actually undergone such a change. Also, she knew how to use her spells better than before. Could she really change so much in 10 years? Rebecca and Osalisa weren't real sisters. Their parents formed a new family, and they became sisters too. But a car accident took their mother's life, and their father's personality changed drastically. He drank, abused, and even tried to rape Asalisa. That was the first time Rebecca killed someone. Their father. They found a secret of magic in their mother's belongings, and Asalisa was the first to awaken. At the time, they didn't understand what the Night of Awakening was, but Rebecca had protected Asalisa through that horrible night without any magic. When Rebecca awakened, she also relied on her own strength to get through it. From then on, they relied on their magic and began a life of theft and robbery. Unlike the gentle and timid Asalisa, Rebecca was a thug and a murderer. As long as it was for money, she would stop at nothing, even murder. Chapter 1368. That's basically it. I haven't seen her in 10 years. Asalisa took a sip of her beer. Looks like your sister is really dangerous, an elite said. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her go. I would have forced her to stay. Asalisa had wanted to prevent Rebecca from falling into the hands of the association. But now that she thought about it, she was wrong. It would be better to keep Rebecca here and beg for her life. That way, Rebecca might not die. But if Rebecca killed someone in Los Angeles, Asalisa wouldn't even be able to ask for mercy. Then what should we do? Find her as soon as possible. She can do whatever she wants, but not in Los Angeles. Rebecca had always been a vigilant person. She didn't return to her place immediately, because she vaguely sensed that someone was following her. Was it the person who took pictures of her? Rebecca guessed. Rebecca took out a makeup box from her pocket and looked behind her through the mirror on the box. More than 20 meters behind him, there was a car that was driving very slowly following behind him. There was a lot of traffic on this road. She couldn't make a move here. She would do it in a more secluded place. Rebecca thought to herself. Francis, on the other hand, followed Rebecca carefully. He didn't think it was necessary to be careful when following a woman. He didn't know that Rebecca had already noticed him. He didn't even realize that he had been led to a secluded place by Rebecca. Rebecca felt that the time was right. She turned around and was about to make a move. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of danger. Rebecca knew where the sense of danger came from. A sniper. She had been targeted by a sniper. Rebecca suddenly ducked. Then a bowl-sized hole appeared on the ground next to Rebecca, and the concrete floor was kicked up with dust. A van sped over, and two men in black suits and sunglasses got out. They held machine guns and fired at Rebecca. Duh. Rebecca reacted quickly and jumped into the bushes on the side of the road. The two shooters looked at each other. One of them carefully walked to the side of the road, holding the machine gun tightly. But at that moment, a hand reached out of the bushes and grabbed the shooter's face. The hand pulled forcefully, pulling the gunman into the darkness. There was a burst of gunfire in the darkness, and then there was silence. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the darkness again. However, this time, the gunshot was not aimed at the interior, but at the minivan. The driver of the minivan was killed on the spot. The remaining gunman cursed under his breath and quickly hid behind the car. The next moment, Rebecca dashed out of the darkness. She rammed straight into the van. Bang! The 2,000-kilogram van was knocked over, and the gunman hiding in the back was pinned to the ground. Rebecca turned to look at Francis' car. Francis was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned the steering wheel and fled. Rebecca wanted to chase after him, but the sniper fired again. Rebecca fell to the ground again. She could only watch as Francis escaped. She could only find the insidious sniper first. Mr. Chun, it's me. I'm Francis. Francis was frightened tonight. He had originally thought that she was just an ordinary woman, but he didn't expect that woman to be so terrifying. As a private detective, he had met all kinds of people, even black, but he had never seen a real gunfight. It was too scary. How did the woman knock over the minivan? Did he see it wrong? Francis was still in a state of confusion. Oh, Mr. Francis, did you finish the investigation so quickly? Investigate what? That woman is a killer. I saw her fighting with people on the road. She even killed 2 people. Killer? Chun Zhao was surprised. Was the business of killers so widespread now? They were even in the business of deceiving people? As far as Chun Zhao knew, professional killers made much more than scammers. Was a small fry like Murphy really worth a professional killer putting down his identity to seduce? Francis spoke incoherently, and his words were contradictory. Chun Zhao could feel that Francis was really scared. Continue investigating that woman for me, Chun Zhao said. No, no way. That woman is too dangerous, Francis shouted. You took my money, Chun Zhao said. I don't care. Anyway, I won't take this investigation again. Your $10,000 is my compensation. Francis decided to go back on his word. Mr. Francis, you're afraid of that female killer. Do you think I'm easier to bully than her? Chun Zhao didn't care how Francis felt. Since Francis had taken his money, he had to work for him. This was the rule. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's it. Francis hung up. Chun Zhao looked at the phone and turned to Fei Lai. Fei Lai, I'm going out for a while. It's so late. Do you still have clients? Murphy met a female scammer. I found a private detective to investigate her, but he took my money and stood me up. Then you should teach him a lesson, Fei Lai said, unconcerned. Francis was feeling uneasy at the moment. He didn't take Chun Zhao's threats seriously. Someone who could find a private detective like him to investigate probably didn't have any connections. At least, that was what he thought. What he really cared about was that woman, that terrifying woman. Would she find him? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. No, he couldn't stay here. Francis decided to leave Los Angeles first. Francis hurriedly packed his luggage. But when he walked out his house, he saw Chun Zhao standing beside his car. Francis gathered his courage and walked up. Why are you here? Bang! Suddenly, a streak of blood appeared on Francis' cheek. A bullet flew past his face and landed on the ground beside Chun Zhao. Francis let out a cry and fell to the ground in fright. Mr. Francis, I told you that you'd regret it. Chun Zhao stood before Francis. Francis held his head, not daring to look up. No one has ever dared to take my money and stand me up. I don't know who gave you the courage. I was wrong. Sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. Chapter 1369. If I could spend $30,000 to get you to investigate a woman's identity, I could spend $300,000 to buy your head. Chun Zhao stood up from the car and walked past Francis. Francis wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought that Chun Zhao had no one to rely on in Los Angeles because he was Asian. He didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so ruthless. If the sniper had missed just a little, Francis' head would probably have been destroyed. After leaving Francis' field of vision, Chun Zhao gestured at Klaus, who was hiding in the dark. Klaus came out with a sniper rifle. Klaus, did you do it on purpose? That's more threatening. Klaus chuckled. Chun Zhao had originally wanted Klaus to shoot Francis to scare him. In the end, Klaus showed off his marksmanship. Even Chun Zhao felt that it was a close call. By the way, President, I need to take some time off, Klaus said. Huh? What for? Something happened to a comrade. I received a call for help from his family. Chun Zhao thought about it and nodded. Have everyone in the lightning team follow. If there's anything you can't handle, contact me. Everyone in the society will support you. Okay. Klaus nodded. But I'm leaving tomorrow. The private detective won't be able to keep an eye on me. It's fine, just a small problem, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Where are you going? Let me tell you first in case I can't find you. Did Rebecca know who had just attacked her? It was her old enemy. Back in New York, she'd attacked a mafia family. He robbed the Black Hand family of $20 million worth of gold and killed the heir of their family. All these years, Rebecca had been hiding everywhere. She'd always been low-key to avoid the mafia. It wasn't her first time being attacked like this. No matter how low-key she was, there would always be some traces. It seemed that she had to leave LA again. Rebecca was a little hesitant. That boy, Murphy, should I go and say goodbye to him? In this cold world, perhaps only that man could bring her a little bit of warmth. That shy big boy, just a little bit of sweet talk would make her blush. Pure and kind, he was probably the last person in Rebecca's life that she wanted to hurt. However, in the end, they were not the same kind of people. Rebecca sighed. After hesitating for a while, Rebecca finally picked up the phone. Murphy, are you working now? Yeah. Rebecca, you haven't rested yet. I miss you, Rebecca said suddenly. But it seemed like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Even Rebecca felt shy. She had never said these words to anyone. Me too, You're alone in the museum. Aren't you afraid of the dark? Rebecca did not know what to say to Murphy. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a few times, he kept avoiding the main topic. Rebecca, actually, I have something to tell you. What is it? Actually, I'm not a security guard at the museum. I'm a security guard for my boss. Oh, Rebecca didn't care. I'll be helping the boss patrol his private territory tomorrow night, Murphy said. Okay. Rebecca had wanted to say it over the phone, but she could not bring herself to do it. After thinking about it, Rebecca decided to see Murphy one last time. She wanted to say what needed to be said in person. Murphy, are you free tomorrow? Yes, Murphy replied immediately. Then let's meet at North Coast Beach. So remote? Oh, right. It's not convenient for you to expose yourself. What time should we meet? Murphy asked. Tomorrow at 4. Okay, I'll be there on time. North Coast Beach. In the 50s and 60s of the last century, it was a medium-sized fishing village. But in the 60s, the famous Memphis tsunami hit here, and the entire fishing village was almost wiped out. This disaster was basically one of the worst in American history because it happened at night. The cause of the tsunami was a magnitude 12 earthquake in the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean. Everyone in the fishing village was sleeping at the time. Because of the rainy weather, none of the fishermen went out to sea. As a result, the entire fishing village was wiped out. Of the 350 people in the village, apart from 4 young people in school, there were no other survivors. After that, the entire fishing village was abandoned. Although some developers later wanted to develop this place into a commercial beach, they all gave up in the end for inexplicable reasons. Rebecca did not like this place because it was still filled with the strong smell of death. Even after decades, it was still there. Rebecca had heard that this place was haunted, but she did not find any spirits after walking around the ruins. Rebecca sat on a stone slab by the sea and watched the turbulent waves. The sun gradually set, and Rebecca heard the rumbling of a car. Rebecca turned around and saw that it was a convertible. She was confused and a little wary. However, after the car stopped and she saw Murphy in the car, Rebecca finally let down her guard. Murphy, whose car is this? I borrowed it from the boss, Murphy said. Your boss actually lent you such a nice car? Rebecca looked at the black sports car and licked her lips inadvertently. Rebecca's occupational habit was acting up again. She was used to robbing people. But she remembered that this was Murphy's borrowed car. If she stole it, Murphy would be the unlucky one. Rebecca gave up on the idea. Your boss is very rich, right? Not just rich. Murphy shuddered. Rebecca saw the fear on Murphy's face. Are you scared, your boss? Yes, he's very scary. Murderous intent flashed in Rebecca's eyes. Is your boss fierce? Super fierce. In my eyes, he's a demon king. Then you've never seen a demon king. Rebecca smiled. She was thinking that before she left, she should help Murphy teach his boss a lesson. Looking at Rebecca's smile, Murphy was a little dazed. Do you want me to teach your boss a lesson for you? Hee. Stop joking. Nobody in the world can teach him a lesson. Not necessarily. Rebecca smiled casually. Murphy, I'm leaving Los Angeles.
Chapter 738. Bring these people back to the barracks for me. The battle didn't last for long. Although the overall strength of the 50-plus people that Suwa-E sent was slightly higher than the people sent by Big Brother King on the mountain back, the other side had the dragon-bearded guest, a great expert with abnormal strength. Not to mention the 50 experts that Suwa-E sent. Even if he sent 100 experts, it would still be useless. As for Li Xiaogong's side, he had already cut the tendons of the black-robed assassin and ordered Yoko Ono. He didn't even bring his guards to the palace, so he could only order Yoko Ono. He couldn't order the bearded guest, right? Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Yoko Ono bowed and said pitifully. Li Xiaogong wiped the blood-stained sword, then lightly glanced at Yoko Ono and said, This matter might even be related to your queen. How can this king hand them over to the palace? If you don't want to die, then do as this king says. Your Highness. At this moment, a shout came from the corner of the street. Immediately after, the mountain-back's eldest brother rode a horse and rushed over with a group of guards. Your Highness, His Majesty knew that you were attacked in the city and was deeply shocked. His Majesty sent me to express his apologies and condolences. He also asked me to investigate the culprit at all costs. Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to me. I guarantee with my head that I will definitely find the culprit. The mountain-back Big Brother King jumped off his warhorse and then cupped his fists towards Li Xiaogong with a sincere expression. Li Xiaogong said expressionlessly, "Impossible. These people's identities are unknown. Furthermore, you and the Wu Nation's queen might be related to them. Before I figure it out, I will definitely not hand these people over. The more than 10,000 soldiers outside the city will also not agree to hand these people over to you." The mountain-back's eldest brother's expression froze. He understood the meaning behind Li Xiaogong's words. It was impossible for him to take these people away today. Otherwise, what awaited the Wu Nation would be an all-out war with the Tang Empire. He couldn't bear the responsibility. Your Highness, these assassins definitely have nothing to do with me or His Majesty. You shouldn't suspect us. However, seeing that Li Xiaogong was not moved at all, he said, "How about this, Your Highness, you leave a few alive, and I will interrogate them overnight. As for the rest of the assassins, you can take them away and deal with them as you wish. If we investigate together, it will be faster than if you investigate alone, don't you think so?" Li Xiaogong thought about it. It was indeed inappropriate for the Imperial Court's fleet to stay in Japan for long, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Then Ben Wang will believe you once more." A total of 51 assassins came tonight. 28 of them were hacked to death and 15 committed suicide by poison. There are only 8 left. Other than the one under my feet, you can choose any 2 of them. Hurry up. The Big Brother King glanced at the black-robed assassin at Li Xiaogong's feet. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." A moment later, Li Xiaogong and the bearded man led 6 assassins out of the city, while the mountain-back elder brother led the remaining 2 assassins back to the palace. It looked like the lights of the palace tonight would be lit until tomorrow. The next day, at Yanhuang College. It was just dawn, and the wake-up bell had already rung. The students who were immersed in their dreams had no choice but to get up even if they didn't want to. Do I have to get up so early? I'm so sleepy. Li Tai rolled over and stuck out his fat butt as he grumbled unwillingly. Although the bed in the student dormitory was a hard bed, Li Tai now felt that this hard bed was much more comfortable than the high bed and soft pillows in his prince's residence. If possible, he wanted to lie on it and sleep like this forever. I also feel so King sleepy today. Chung Chumo sat up, rubbed his face twice and then muttered, "CK. It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been punished to stand so late last night." Li Tai lifted the quilt angrily and sat up to complain. Goo. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, his stomach would immediately protest. CK. I'm so hungry. I still have to run later. Oh my God, what should I do? Why can't I have breakfast before running? The academy system is too unreasonable. For the past 2 days, the little fatty hadn't eaten any meat. Those vegetables and whatnot weren't enough to satisfy his hunger at all. In addition, he had been punished to stand for so long last night and used up so much of his physical strength. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry in the morning. Ching Kei, it's not good to exercise after eating. Let's get up quickly and wash up. Otherwise, we'll be punished again if we're late. Li Chengqian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, leaned on the bed railing and said, I'll get up now. 121, 121, 1234, 1234. Yanhuang College was located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. There were no peddlers or pawns who woke up early, nor were there noisy pedestrians or merchants. In the early morning, there were only the neat and loud slogans of the students running here. Compared to the messy team at the beginning, they're starting to look more like it now. Li Zixuan had been waking up early recently. Firstly, he often came to the academy to check on the situation. Secondly, he had been waking up early to practice martial arts recently. He had been practicing the lonely wind swordsmanship that Dugu Xian had taught him last time. Because he didn't deliberately pursue progress, he had only practiced to the 3rd level until now. There were a total of 9 levels, and Dugu Xian had already reached the 7th level. Moreover, he found that this swordsmanship was similar to many other swordsmanship. The further one progressed, the harder it was to practice. Not only did it require a deep understanding of martial arts, but it also required some personal understanding. The two complemented each other, and only then could success come naturally. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan wasn't in a hurry to improve. More haste, less speed. As a Taoist disciple, of course he understood the principle of letting nature take its course. Hee. I heard that Jijie will be here in the afternoon, and tomorrow is the day off. It seems that these students have been having a hard time recently. Qin Qiong stood beside Li Zixuan and said with a smile. Li Zixuan was stunned. Chang Yaojin had said that she would come to the academy to be a temporary instructor when she had time. It had been so long, and if Qin Qiong hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, he would have forgotten. Thinking about Chang Yaojin's usual attitude, Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Last night, these little rascals were full of energy and didn't sleep in the middle of the night. This means that the amount of training is still too little. Uncle Cheng is here to give them a little challenge. Qin Qiong twirled his beard and smiled. Xiao Xian, you have to watch from the side. Don't let Jijie cause any trouble. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Qin, it's better for you to watch over them. I still have some other things to do these 2 days, so I'll leave them to you guys. Qin Qiong was speechless in the face of this lazy guy. Chapter 739. Huff, huff, huff. Ouch. Every time I run, I feel like I've lost half my life. When will this kind of hard life end? In the cafeteria, Li Tai was still panting heavily. He couldn't help but say this when he thought of the hardships he suffered while running, as well as the feeling of suffocation. Qing Ke, you're much stronger today than you were yesterday. Today you ran the entire race on your own. Maybe in a few days, running 5 laps around the field will be as easy as blowing off dust for you. Li Chengqian smiled. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and mocked. Chengqian, don't be delusional. I'm afraid we'll never be able to wait for this stage. Huff huff. After saying that, Cheng Chumo took a bite of the pancake and slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge. He was simply elated. F*ck. Cheng Chumo, you bastard. Your mouth is really F*king mean. Li Tai originally didn't want to become the kind of athlete that Cheng Chumo spoke of. However, when he heard what Cheng Chumo said, he suddenly became unhappy. Cheng Chumo said indifferently, What mean by mean? I'm just telling the truth. Qing Ke, look, you've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage now. How can it be easy to run 5 laps? Nascent soul stage? What nascent soul stage? Li Tai was a little confused. He had read, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, he knew what the nascent soul stage was. However, what did this thing have to do with him? There, look. Haven't you cultivated to the nascent soul stage? It's like you have a child in your stomach. Cheng Chumo swallowed the food in his mouth, pointed at Li Tai's bulging belly with his chopsticks, and said seriously. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. When Sun Zifen heard Cheng Chumo's explanation of the nascent soul stage, he immediately spat out the rice in his mouth. After coughing for a while, Sun Zifen didn't notice Li Tai's murderous gaze. Ha ha ha. So this is only the nascent soul stage. What a joke. It's so funny. Green Sparrow, you're actually so powerful? You've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, and I've only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Air cough cough. I was joking. It has nothing to do with me. It was Cheng Chumo who said it. As Sun Zifen spoke, he felt the surrounding air become colder. He looked up and immediately saw Li Tai's red eyes, so he quickly woke up from his excitement and lowered his head to continue eating. Cheng Chumo, just you wait. Don't let me have anything on you, or I'll kill you. Li Tai glared at Cheng Chumo bitterly, and then turned his grief into appetite and ate heartily. Late in the morning, on the playground of Yanhuang College, the students were still sweating profusely. They were practicing the straight steps and walking in formation. The chanting of slogans came one after another, and correspondingly, the heat on the playground also came in waves. The scorching sun baked not only the ground, but also the students on the ground. The students felt as if they were in a furnace. What's worse was that under such difficult conditions, they still had to do all kinds of tricky movements. It was simply terrible. The heat of the summer is really strong. It's estimated that it will be hot for a few more days. I have to prepare some ice cubes for the college. Otherwise, many students will get heat stroke. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the students train at the side of the playground. However, this was what he thought in his heart. Everyone knew that mung bean soup was a good summer drink. It was already available in the Tang dynasty, but no one would be so extravagant as to add crushed ice to it. Hey! Why aren't you doing your military training? What are you muttering about here? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Li Zishuan turned around and saw that it was none other than Cheng Yaojin. Ah! So it's Uncle Cheng. Why are you here so early? Shouldn't you still be in the morning court? Li Zishuan was surprised. Hee. Old Cheng am here. There isn't anything important in the court today. It's just a bunch of civil officials bickering. This old man asked for leave from His Majesty, saying that I'm not feeling well. His Majesty allowed this old man to come over. Cheng Yaojin explained proudly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself that the old man was really mischievous. He actually lied to Li Er about such a small matter. Fortunately, Li Er was an enlightened ruler who treated meritorious officials well. If it was the later dynasty, if old Cheng still dared to play like this, he would definitely be killed by the emperor for the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hey! Why don't you go and train? In the past, when you were doing business, you liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that you've opened the college, do you still want to be a hands-off Yamacho? Chang Yaojin repeated his previous question. Li Zishuan pouted and said, Who said that I'm not training? Look at those 30-odd people over there. I'm the one training them. Excluding those who were instructors, there were still 34 people in his personal guards who were idle. These people were completely trained by Li Zishuan. Under normal circumstances, their training volume would be 5 times that of the students. If the students ran 5 laps, they would have to run 25 laps. If the students stood in military posture for half an hour, they would have to stand in military posture for more than 2 hours. Cheng Yaojin took a closer look and couldn't help but say, Isn't this just running? Why are you training them to run? Are you expecting them to be deserters in the future? It was originally a joke that Cheng Yaojin thought of, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. Uncle Cheng, there are many times that you can only make a comeback if you're alive. There's nothing wrong with letting them run faster than others. Besides, who said that we only run when we're running for our lives? When we're chasing the enemy, we'll naturally be able to catch up if we're faster than the enemy. Hey! You're full of nonsense. If Her Majesty hears about this, she'll give you a good beating. Anyway, old Cheng, will never let my subordinates be deserters. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and teased. Then he looked at the students who were training under the scorching sun and said, Second brother Qin must be tired these 2 days. Let him go home and rest. Next, I'll take over the military training of the students in the academy. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Okay. You should let Uncle Qin rest for 2 days. Then I'll leave the military training of the academy to Uncle Cheng for the next 2 days. Ha. No problem, you brat. You can rest assured. With me helping you train them, I'll definitely help you train a group of obedient students. Cheng Yaojin agreed readily, as if he was afraid that Li Zishuan wouldn't let him be the instructor if he was late. After hanging out with Cheng Chumo for a long time, Li Zishuan obviously knew what kind of character the father and son of the Cheng family were. He knew clearly in his heart, but in order to cooperate with old Cheng, he said, Well, since that's the case, I'll gather everyone and announce that Uncle Cheng will be the temporary chief instructor. Chapter 740. Li Zishuan wanted to increase the amount of training for the students last night, but Cheng Yaojin came today. He had to admit that this old man came at the right time. After calling the students to gather under the rostrum, Li Zishuan announced that Cheng Yaojin would be the temporary chief instructor of the college. His authority was the same as Qin Qiong's, but Cheng Yaojin was only a part-time instructor. He would only be there when he was free, while Qin Qiong was there every day. Nearly a third of the students in Yanhuang College came from Chang'an or the farms around Chang'an. They had heard of Cheng Yaojin, the devil incarnate. Therefore, when Li Zishuan announced the appointment, there was a wave of cries. Clearly, many students knew that their days of hardship were coming. When Cheng Yaojin saw this, he revealed a proud smile on his face, which made him look particularly scary. Okay, each class can rest for 15 minutes. All instructors, go to the college's conference room for a meeting. I will assign training tasks to each class. There was no such thing as an inauguration speech for Chang Yaojin. The old man folded his hands behind his back, smiled, and instructed the students to disperse. Damn it! Cheng Chimo, King screwed me over last night, and today you called your father over to screw me over. Are you done? On the field, Li Tai stood on top of Cheng Chimo's head and said angrily. Cheng Chimo was now lying on the grass. Qing Ke, you're wrong. I didn't want my father to come, but he wanted to come himself. What can I do? Speaking of this, Cheng Chimo was still depressed. He knew better than anyone else about his father's temperament. Once old Cheng arrived, little Cheng would be done for. This was because his father had personally said that he would take advantage of the military training period to raise his martial arts realm to the Qi transformation stage. The Qi transformation realm. It was not that Cheng Chimo had never thought about it, but he thought that he would be satisfied if he could reach the Qi transformation realm by the age of 30. Now it seemed that he would be the most miserable one in the academy in the following days. TSK. Who are you trying to fool? With your father here, your life will definitely be better, but the rest of us will be miserable. Li Tai, who did not know the inside story, curled his lips and sat down beside Cheng Chimo. Although Qin Qiong was strict, he was very methodical in his actions. However, Cheng Yaojin was different. To put it nicely, this old man had a big heart, was strict with his troops, and was not afraid of anything. To put it bluntly, this old man was heartless and had no sense of severity. When he trained people, it was as if he was playing with their lives. Cough cough, of course, he was playing with the lives of others. Heh, Qing Ke, you'll know when the time comes. Cheng Chimo was too lazy to explain. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Little Xian, can you help me prepare a batch of 6 feet tall wooden barrels? Chang Yaojin asked on the way to the conference room. Li Zishuan looked at him strangely and asked curiously, 6 feet tall? Uncle Cheng, what do you need such a big wooden barrel for? 6 feet was close to 2 meters. Li Zishuan could not figure out what this old man was up to. Chang Yaojin laughed and said softly, of course, it's for the students who don't listen to me. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't beat them with a military rod or make them run. I'll just put them in the barrel and close the lid for 3 days. I'll leave 2 small holes for them to breathe. I'll get someone to deliver food to them. Li Zishuan did not expect Chang Yaojin to be so playful. He could not help but ask, Isn't this just a small black room? Chang Yaojin smacked his lips and thought for a while before saying, Small black room? That's a good name. Whoever doesn't listen to me in the future will be locked in a small black room. Otherwise, if I beat them with a military rod, these soft and tender students will definitely not be able to take it. Hee hee. You really have a lot of ideas. These students will have to thank you properly in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, you were the one who came up with this idea. Why are you putting the blame on me? All right. I'll send someone to get the craftsman in the workshop to make a batch of large wooden barrels. Although old Cheng's idea was a little harmful, it was still a good idea. After all, the military rod was not suitable for the academy. However, where did old Cheng get such a rotten idea? In fact, this kind of punishment method of locking people in small black rooms had been circulating in the army for a long time. The specific origin was unknown. During the period of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Wu Mainyang introduced this method into the palace to deal with disobedient women in the palace. At that time, Li Ji's original empress, Empress Wang, had suffered such a punishment. Oh, by the way, Xiaofan, I have another idea. Listen to it. Chang Yaojin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He had another idea? This old demon was eating people. He really began to mourn for these students in his heart. Uncle Cheng, please speak first. Ahem. This is just a preliminary idea of mine. Xiaoxian, you're smart. Help me perfect it. Cheng Yaojin coughed dryly and began to introduce his detailed plan. I want to select the students in the academy who have a foundation in martial arts. In addition to the usual military training with the other students, they also need to undergo additional weapons training. After all, they have a good foundation. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he asked, weapons training? If they get hurt, It won't be a small matter. He did not object to Cheng Yaojin training the students who knew martial arts alone, but if they fought with real weapons, it was still very easy to get hurt. After all, weapons had no eyes. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand indifferently and said, "What's a small injury to a martial artist? Xiao Xian, don't think too highly of these students. It's not good for them." Hearing old Cheng's words, Li Zixuan came to a realization. This was ancient times. In this era, students were usually willing to endure any hardship in order to learn knowledge and skills. They were not like the students in the modern era. If the teacher said a few harsh words, the children's parents would come to the school and fight the teacher to the death. Indeed, students should not be too delicate. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's good. I agree with your plan. But in terms of weapons, I'll have to rely on Uncle Cheng to think of a way." Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Heh, this is a small matter. Zhuo Wei happens to have a batch of weapons that can't be cut and are about to be eliminated. I'll send someone to get some later. I'm looking for you because I have another problem. I'd like you to help me perfect it." "Please speak." The old demon wanted to eat people. Li Zixuan thought for a while and decided to cooperate. Chapter 741. I'm thinking about how to pick out the students with Kung Fu background. If they know that I am going to give extra training to the students with Kung Fu background, they will definitely hide their Kung Fu. Cheng Yaojin's logic was quite clear. He had actually thought of this. This old man is really meticulous. About this? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and an idea came to his mind. He whispered, "Uncle Cheng, I have an idea." Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up and said, "Oh? What is it? Hurry up and tell this old man about it." "It's like this, Uncle Cheng, in a while." 15 minutes later, all the instructors came out of the meeting room and returned to the field. All the students received a strange order almost at the same time. In order to teach students according to their aptitude, the academy has decided to select students with Kung Fu background and give them special treatment. They will be able to eat meat for every meal. Now, students with Kung Fu background can take the initiative to register and enjoy the special treatment after passing the assessment. When the students of each class heard this order, they all burst into an uproar. What? Those with Kung Fu background can eat meat for every meal? This is not fair. This is not fair. We are going to look for the Yamacho. Yes. This is not fair. Why can those with Kung Fu have meat for every meal while we can only eat vegetables? Among the students of the academy, only a small number of them knew Kung Fu. After all, they were scholars and there were not many people like Li Zixuan who knew both Kung Fu and Kung Fu at the same time. This is an order from the Yamacho. Those who are not convinced can go to the Yamacho's office after school. Now, listen to me obediently. With Li Zixuan supporting them from behind, the instructors were very confident. They all shouted at the students in their classes. As for Class 1, it was even simpler and more violent. What? Who is not convinced? Come out if you are not convinced. I will reason with you. Cheng Yaojin put his hands behind his back and smiled maliciously. The students in Class 1 shrunk their necks. Only idiots would be willing to stand out and fight with Cheng Yaojin. Haha, good. Since no one had any objections, then from now on, those who had a foundation in Kung Fu should take the initiative to step forward and accept the award. I'm just testing you. If you pass, you'll be able to eat meat for every meal every day. Seeing that no one objected, Cheng Yaojin said, Hey, me. Chief Instructor, do you think I can do it? Hearing that he could have meat for every meal, Sun Zifen immediately became excited. He had been eating vegetables for the past 2 days. Sun Zifen felt that even his feces had turned green. He wanted to eat meat. You are Sun Fujia's son, right? You stinking brat. You already know how to visit brothels at the age of 6. Do you think this old man doesn't know martial arts? If there's another person like him, I'll have to punish him for lying about military intelligence. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and glared at Sun Zifen. Haha. Sun Zifen, so you started visiting brothels when you were 6. Amazing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Cheng Yaojin's words caused the students to burst into laughter. Sun Zifen's face turned red and he did not dare to speak anymore. Humph. How is it? What I said just now was right, right? Chonyo, your good days are here. Isn't this rule specially prepared for you? It's a pity that we can only eat vegetables for every meal. Li Tai nudged Cheng Chumo with his elbow and said angrily. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said, "What? Ching Kei, you want to go? If you want to go, I'll exchange places with you." Li Tai said angrily, "I've never practiced kung fu before. How can I go? I think you're purposely trying to piss me off." Sigh, there's no way to communicate. Cheng Chumo shook his head. If it was someone else who announced this order, he would definitely believe that it was a good thing. But now, no matter how stupid Cheng Chumo was, he knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy that would kill him without paying for it. In the short time that the two of them were whispering to each other, 4 or 5 students had already walked out from class 1. At least 30 students from the other classes also stood out. "Cheng Chumo, you little bastard, why aren't you standing out? You brat. Do you think I don't know if you have any kung fu foundation?" Chang Yaojin's angry roar came from the front of the line. This roar completely shattered Cheng Chumo's hopes and dreams. "Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming." Cheng Chumo walked out unwillingly under the strange gazes of the surrounding students. Chang Yaojin glared at his son fiercely but did not say anything else. "Here, this is your identification. When you go to the cafeteria to eat, take this out. You can get meat dishes. You're not allowed to borrow it, or it will be confiscated forever." Chang Yaojin gave each of them a small token and explained. Li Tai and Sun Zifan, the 2 gluttons behind, were about to drool. "All right, return to the team. Let's begin today's training. Before the training, this old man will say a few words to you. There are only 2 sentences, so listen to me clearly." Chang Yaojin waved his hand and attracted everyone's attention. Then he raised a finger and said, "First, listen to this old man and you can eat meat. Second, if you don't listen to this old man will let you suffer the harshest punishment in the world." The harshest punishment in the world? The students sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Brother Chung, he was ruthless and didn't say much. Old Chung was indeed much less talkative than Qin Cheong, but every word was bloody and ruthless. It made people's hearts turn cold when they heard it. "Instructor, what's the harshest punishment in the world?" Wang Meng scratched his head and asked. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "You want to know? You'll know when you give it a try." "No, no, no." Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to be the first person to eat crabs. Someone would die. "All right. These 2 days, the main training is running and formation change. Within 2 days, you must be neat and tidy. Run 5 laps first. If your steps are not in sync, we'll continue to run." After Chang Yaojin said that, he looked around with his eyes. Then, without giving the students any time to react, he directly shouted, "Attention! Look to the right. Look forward. Turn right. Start running. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Bang, 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 bang." Throughout the entire process, the students were like machines. Whatever instructions Chang Yaojin gave, they would respond accordingly. Of course, in order to avoid running another 5 laps, everyone was concentrating to avoid making a mistake. Li Tai was especially serious. Right now, he could only run 5 laps at most. If he were to be punished, he wouldn't be able to run anymore even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 742. With Chang Yaojin here, Qin Cheong was no longer in charge of the training. Li Zishuan had some matters to attend to, so Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards' training was handed over to Qin Cheong. Li Zishuan himself slipped away. "Hee hee. Young master, you're here. Young master, come to my house for lunch. I just hunted a pheasant yesterday. The meat is very fresh. Young master, come to my house. I hunted 2 rabbits yesterday. Come to my house. I have fish. Tisk, fish is nothing. I bought 2 caddies of wild boar meat in Chang'an yesterday. Young master, why don't you try it?" That's right. After Li Zishuan left the academy, he went straight to the Han family village. As soon as he entered the village, he was greeted by a group of villagers. It was less than an hour before noon, so the villagers warmly invited Li Zishuan to their houses for lunch. "Haha. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Today, I came to the manor to look for my father-in-law for some matters. I'll be having lunch there. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Li Zixuan smiled and rejected them one by one. All right. Disperse. With me, Han Tianhu, here, Xiao Xian will have nothing to eat in our village. Disperse. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Unknowingly, Han Tianhu had also arrived at the entrance of the village. He smiled and persuaded the villagers around Li Zixuan. Since Han Lijing is here, let's disperse. We'll invite young master another day. Young master, you must do us the honor. My wife's cooking is very delicious. That's right. Young master, you must do us the honor. Seeing that Han Tianhu had arrived, the villagers knew that they would not be able to invite Li Zixuan today. They said a few words and dispersed. Li Zixuan agreed to their requests one by one. They were all a group of lovely and honest working people. Young master, thank you so much for promoting my family. Everyone else left, except for Hu Hanyun. He bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and thanked him. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? As expected, he was able to enter the academy because of his own ability. I didn't help him at all. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Zixuan quickly pulled Hu Hanyun up and said with a smile. Han Tianhu couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, you don't know this, but Hu has really become the pride of the village. When the other villagers heard that the Hu family had a student from Yanhuang College, they were all envious. A few people have already come looking for me, asking me to quickly set up a school in the village. Now that the villagers are living better lives, they want their children to be able to study. Li Zixuan said happily, that's a good thing. Haha. It's time for our village to have a school for beginners. Taishan, hurry up and get it done. If you have any difficulties, you can find me at any time. I can also send a group of engineers from the academy to you. Han Tianhu waved his hands and said, No need. The original school in the village can still be used after some slight renovations. There's no need to make it so luxurious. Hu Hanyun also said, Yes, young master. We're used to living a hard life. We can't be fussy about that. To us villagers, it's already a blessing for our children to have a place to study. All right then. Li Zixuan saw that and didn't insist. He let them be. Hanyun, do you want to have a drink with little Xian in the afternoon? After talking about the school in the village, Han Li looked at Hu Hanyun and invited him. Hey, how can I do that? Hu Hanyun was quite tempted, but he refused. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go. The sun is really hot. Han Tianhu said casually. Now that his son and daughter were no longer by his side, he was usually the only one at home. He was a proper lonely old man. It was rare for Li Zixuan to visit him, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to gather a table for a feast. Hu Hanyun could see that Han Tianhu was sincerely inviting him and wasn't just being polite. He said, Okay. You guys go first. I'll call my wife to help cook. Han Tianhu smiled and said, Het, that's great. Otherwise, my cooking skills won't be good. At noon, the Han family held a big banquet. Lu Yu also put in a lot of effort in cooking this meal. One had to know that Li Zixuan was not only the young master of the village, but also her son's Yamacho. She also wanted to do something to repay him. Come, little Xian, Han Yun, let's drink. Han Tianhu raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. Okay. Ha. To Li Zhang, to young master. The three of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard from Yushi that the village's harvest this year wasn't good. Recently, I've been busy with the academy. Today, I happen to have some time, so I came personally to see how the villagers are doing. Han Tianhu put down his cup and nodded solemnly. This year's harvest is indeed not good. Our village is better. First, little Xian, you've reduced the rent. Second, the villagers have other sources of income other than grain, such as the mountain fruit wine previously and eggs now. So, even if there's a decrease in grain production, it won't affect the villagers. However, the other villages aren't so lucky. Sigh, I think many poor people will starve to death in winter. The good atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy after being said like that. Hu Hanyun comforted him and said, That can't be helped. How can young master take care of the world's citizens alone? This is something His Majesty should worry about. Besides, didn't the imperial court issue a tax reduction decree previously? The situation should be better. Sigh. Han Tianhu knew the inside story of the people. He shook his head and didn't explain further. He only sighed and poured himself a cup of wine. Li Zishuan said, His Majesty is a rare wise ruler. The lives of the world's citizens will definitely get better and better. Father-in-law, you don't have to be discouraged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat. Little Xian, eat more. Han Tianhu waved his hand and pointed at the dishes on the plate. Li Zishuan quickly agreed. Then, he realized that the dishes for lunch were a little strange. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, egg and tofu soup, fried eggs, stewed eggs, onions, which should be called onions at this time, scrambled eggs. The dishes on the table were most likely related to eggs. Li Zishuan wanted to ask, Father-in-law, can't you sell your eggs? Father-in-law, just make some vegetables. Why did you make so many eggs? Shouldn't you leave them for iron egg to nourish the body? Some words could be said in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the dishes on the plate and smiled bitterly at Han Tianhu. Chapter 743. Ahem. This. Han Tianhu's face turned red as he coughed dryly. Xiaofan, don't worry about it. Eggs are the most abundant thing in the farmstead. Iron Egg has been eating a lot of eggs recently. Li Zishuan paused for a moment before asking, Father-in-law, the chickens in the village have grown up and started laying eggs, right? Generally speaking, it would only take 3 to 7 months for a hen to mature and lay eggs. Counting the days, the hundreds of thousands of chicks should have started laying eggs by now. That's right. They started laying eggs a month ago. Now, every household can get hundreds of eggs every day. Han Tianhu nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a moment before asking curiously, That's a good thing. The farmers can sell their eggs in Chang'an City. That way they can subsidize their families. Generating income for his own farmstead was something Li Zishuan had always wanted to do. Hu Hanyun interrupted. Young master, you don't know. Previously, eggs were selling quite well. At its most expensive, it could be sold for 6 copper coins each. But now, it's not easy to sell them for 2 copper coins each. The farmers are selling them for 1 copper coin each. Even so, there are still many that haven't been sold. Seeing these things spoil, everyone's heart aches. We couldn't bear to eat them before, but now, we can only eat them like vegetables. In this era, eggs were worth money to the farmers. They would sell them in the market. But now with the Han family farmstead situation, they had to eat them even if they didn't want to. Because the eggs were stored for too long, the bacteria would invade the shell and cause it to spoil. Eggs stored at temperatures higher than 25 degrees had a higher chance of spoilage. In the summer, they could be stored at normal temperatures for 7 to 10 days. Below 15 degrees, they could be stored for 30 days. In this era, there were no refrigerators, so the eggs in the farmstead could only be stored for 7 days. Any longer and they would spoil. The price actually dropped so much? Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had a lot of things to do all day long, so he definitely didn't have the time to understand these trivial matters of daily necessities. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the huge changes in egg prices in the past few months. Yes, not only our village, but the neighboring plum village as well. Han Tianhu sighed. Sigh. How about this? Father-in-law, you can send a batch of eggs to the academy first. Anyway, the canteen over there consumes a lot of eggs every day. It's the same as buying other people's eggs. When the time comes, the canteen will buy them from you at the price of 2 copper coins per egg. Li Zishuan thought of an emergency plan and said, How can that be? Now, all the eggs in Chang'an City are sold at the price of 1.5 copper coins. Aren't you suffering a loss, Xiaofan? Han Tianhu said anxiously. He knew that his son-in-law was rich, but he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. The academy's cafeteria is not free. What loss is there? It's just that there are only 600 students in the academy at the moment. At most, we can consume 1,000 eggs a day. Hu Hanyun smiled and said, Young master, It's already good enough to sell 1,000 eggs a day. We will think of other ways. We can't let young master worry about everything, right? Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew that the farmers couldn't think of any good ideas. After all, they had a lot of foresight. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly smiled excitedly and said, "Haha, I have an idea. How about this? I'll send someone to get Steward Wang to arrange the purchase of eggs today. All the eggs in the farm can be sold to Steward Wang at 2 copper coins per egg. Everyone is willing to sell, if they want to." Han Tianhu was shocked and said, "Xiaoxian, you can't do that. Where are you going to sell so many eggs at once? The markets around Chang'an City are all flooded with eggs. If you buy so many eggs, they will all go bad in your hands." "That's right, young master. You've taken care of the farmers enough. We can't let you lose any more money. Don't say that I won't agree. Everyone in the farm would rather have all the eggs in their house go bad than agree to this." Hu Hanyun also agreed at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Haha, father-in-law, Uncle Hu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I've never said that I would lose money to help the farmers. Previously, you all thought that I would lose money when I bought the mountain fruits. In the end, I made a lot of money because of the sale of the gentle village. It's the same now. Since I dared to buy so many eggs, I definitely have a better way to preserve them. When the time comes, I will definitely only make money and not lose money." Hu Hanyun was a little suspicious and said, "Young master, are you serious? I, old Hu, have traveled extensively and can be considered quite knowledgeable. How come I've never heard of such a magical method?" Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Uncle Hu, don't worry. You also know that I never do things that I'm not sure of. When the time comes and I make a lot of money from these eggs, the villagers won't say that I, Li Zishuan, purposely lowered the price of the eggs to make money." Hu Hanyun glared and said loudly, "Let's see who dares. The chickens in our farmstead were all given to us by young master for free. These eggs were originally considered extra wealth. We should be thankful to be able to sell them for money. Young master, earning money through eggs is also your own ability. If you don't buy them, we won't be able to sell our eggs and won't be able to make a single copper coin. When the time comes, if anyone is not grateful and is jealous, I, old Hu, will be the first to fight them to the death and see if their hearts are black." Han Tianhu also stroked his beard and said, "Old Hu is right. Little Xian, if you really have a way to preserve the eggs, that's also your own ability. If you rely on your own ability to earn money, no one can say anything. Moreover, we definitely don't have such a heartless and unscrupulous person in our farm who can't differentiate between right and wrong." Actually, Li Zishuan mentioned this mainly because he had seen too many similar news in his previous life. For example, someone helped the village find a good market for their farm products. The price was also higher than the price of the nearby farmers' market. Then, this person made a lot of money and built a big house in the village. In the end, many villagers said that this person was not kind and that he purposely lowered the price when he bought the farm products to make money. These people had completely forgotten that their own village gained extra income because of this person. And that's fine. The Heavenly King's housekeeper will come tomorrow. Father-in-law, inform the people in our farm and the people in the neighboring plum village in advance." Hearing old Hu's words, Li Zishuan also felt that he was overthinking. After all, the farmers in this era were still very simple and honest. "In the afternoon, I'll go door to door and tell them to prepare the eggs tomorrow. Come, let's drink and eat, the dishes are getting cold." Chapter 744. After lunch, Li Zishuan chatted with his father-in-law under the shade of a tree in the courtyard for a while before leaving. There were still things waiting for him at the academy. He had recently discovered a strange thing. As a shut-in, he could no longer stay at home. If there was nothing going on, he would not be able to stay at home for long periods of time. This problem had troubled him for a while, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He blamed it on the fact that there were no electronic products in this era, causing him to be unable to stay at home. Electronics and chemical engineering were the most important things for the academy in the future. His ultimate goal was to establish the basic science of Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan would be satisfied if he could play games on the little tyrant learning machine while he was still alive. As a successful transmigrator, Li Zishuan had money and power in this world. It might seem comfortable, but from a certain point of view, He could not even be compared to an ordinary person in the modern world. He did not even have a phone to play with. He could only blame himself for not bringing a phone with him when he transmigrated here. Hey! There's a huge grasshopper here. Haha! You guys are finished. Wah! Such a huge grasshopper? I don't want to compete with you anymore. I'm going back to the chicken farm to pick up eggs. When he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zixuan saw Daniel and Ernio playing with a group of children from the same village in the fields. From what they were talking about, it seemed like they were fighting grasshoppers. He smiled and walked over. The lifespan of a grasshopper was around 2 to 3 months. They could be divided into summer grasshoppers and autumn grasshoppers. The eggs of grasshoppers that survived the winter hatched into nymphs in April and May. They were called summer grasshoppers. The next generation of summer grasshoppers was called autumn grasshoppers. When autumn grasshoppers laid eggs, they were called winter grasshoppers. It was already the end of September. This group of naughty children must be playing with autumn grasshoppers. Daniel, Ernio, what are you guys doing? The few children were stunned. They quickly greeted Li Zixuan respectfully. Greetings, young master. Then Daniel said in a muffled voice, Young master, we were competing to see who could catch the biggest grasshopper. In the end, De Zhuang was shameless. Only now did Li Zixuan notice that there was a thick bamboo tube hanging from Daniel's waist. He could faintly hear a dong-dong-dong sound coming from inside. Brat, why did you catch such a big basket of grasshoppers? Even if it was a competition with De Zhuang, there was no need to catch so many. It's such a hot day, aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to you? Hee hee. Scratching his head, Daniel awkwardly laughed. Young master, we're not afraid of the heat. This grasshopper is for the chickens in my chicken farm to eat. My mother said that when a chicken is full, it can lay more eggs. If it lays more eggs, we can sell them for money. If we sell them for money, we can have new clothes to wear during the new year. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Daniel thinking hard while counting his fingers. Haha. Daniel, why don't you let your chickens out of the chicken farm to eat the grasshopper? Li Zixuan was too tall, so Daniel could only raise his head and answer, Young master, that won't do. If we let the chickens out, after they finish eating the grasshopper, they'll definitely go to the vegetable farm. Looks like there aren't many grasshoppers this year. Li Zixuan understood this information from Daniel's words. Grasshopper, eggs, eh? There's something in here. Li Zixuan suddenly had an idea. He patted Daniel's shoulder and said, Daniel, don't let the chickens eat the grasshopper in the future. Tell the other children in the farmstead that if they catch grasshopper, they can send it to the Yanhuang College cafeteria. 1 caddy of grasshopper can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. Ah, young master, you're telling the truth? Daniel widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 copper coins for 1 caddy of grasshopper. To these children who had nothing to do all day, this was a way to make a fortune. As for the chickens in the chicken farm, even if they didn't eat the grasshopper, they would still lay eggs if they ate other insects, right? This was equivalent to earning twice the amount of money. No wonder Daniel wasn't excited. The other children all looked at Li Zixuan expectantly, hoping to hear a definite answer from him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send some grasshopper to the college cafeteria today. When the time comes, we'll definitely exchange money with grasshopper. Li Zixuan said with a smile. That's right, he wanted to introduce grasshopper eating in the college in advance so that when the grasshopper plague came next year, there would be people who could fight side by side with him. Moreover, the grasshopper was rich in protein, which was also very beneficial to the human body. As for how to make the students willing to eat the grasshopper, he already had a plan in mind. Wow! Thank you, young master. The group of children cheered and immediately scattered. It seemed like they went back to call their friends to get tools to catch the grasshopper. Hey! Daniel, come here. Li Zixuan quickly pressed on Daniel's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Young master? Daniel was confused. He didn't know why Li Zixuan called him. Here, I'll give you 5 copper coins. Give me your basket of grasshopper. Li Zixuan took out 5 copper coins from his pouch and handed it to Daniel. He also didn't know why there were copper coins in his pouch. He guessed that Han Yushi put them there before he left in the morning? Ah, it's good to have a considerate wife. Daniel looked at the bamboo basket in his hand and reacted. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Young master, take the bamboo basket. I don't want your money." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Hey! This kid!" Li Zishuan shook his head, then took the basket of grasshopper and walked towards Yanhuang College. "Dahu, come here." In the kitchen of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and shouted at a fat guy who was instructing people to wash vegetables. This person was the brother of Wang Eru, the head chef of Zuaxian restaurant. He was also the current head chef of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Wang Dahu. In terms of talent in cooking, Wang Dahu was not as good as Wang Eru, but they weren't too far apart. Li Zishuan saw that this person was honest and sincere, so he called him over. "Yamacho, why are you here?" Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Wang Dahu wiped his sweat and hurried over. "Dahu, are you busy now? I have something for you." Li Zishuan nodded and asked softly. I'm not busy. Yamacho, if you have anything, just tell me." There were still more than 2 hours before the students' dinner time, so he wasn't very busy now. "Okay, come with me. I'll teach you how to cook a dish." Li Zishuan squeezed the bamboo basket in his sleeve and said to Wang Dahu. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a small cubicle on the side. "A dish? Did Yamacho invent a new dish?" Wang Dahu, who was behind him, thought to himself. Chapter 745. Dahu, go boil these locusts with boiling water. Once they're dead, wash them clean and soak them in the water. Sprinkle some salt and marinate them. Li Zishuan passed the bamboo tube to Wang Dahu and instructed him as he came to the small kitchen. "Ah? Grasshopper? Yamacho, the new dish you're talking about is for me to cook grasshopper?" Wang Dahu was about to reach for the bamboo tube when he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and said with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, "That's right. This dish is deep-fried grasshopper? What's wrong? You're making a fuss over nothing." Wang Dahu was tongue-tied. He swallowed and mumbled, Yamacho, you can't eat grasshopper. You'll offend the locust god." In ancient times, due to the lack of knowledge about locusts, the probability of a locust plague was even higher. When faced with locusts that filled the sky, people said that they were formed from fish eggs. When they entered the water, they would turn into fish and shrimp. Furthermore, when the locusts covered the sky, due to fear, people called them the locust god. When a locust plague happened, the locusts would cause serious damage. Wherever they went, the trees, crops, and even the grass would be eaten clean. The farmers would not be able to harvest anything. This caused many poor people to lose their homes. They would starve to death on the streets and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness. Even so, the people only knew how to worship the locusts. They did not dare to hunt the locusts. They allowed the locusts to eat the crops because they were afraid of the locust god's revenge. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to deep-fry locusts, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order, not to mention whether these things could be eaten as a dish or not. Based on the people's reverence for the locust god, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order. Locust god? Li Zishuan did not understand what a locust god was at first, but after some thought, he understood. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. In his previous life, he heard about the story of Yao Chong, the wise prime minister, destroying the locust god. At the time, he was still grumbling about how could the ancient people be so stupid to treat locusts as gods? But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. What kind of bullshit locust god is this? This is just a little grasshopper. A little grasshopper that will die if you step on it. Li Zishuan casually took out a grasshopper from the bamboo tube. With a pa-ji sound, the green grasshopper was immediately flattened, and yellow liquid flowed out of its body. Did you see that? If this thing was the locust god, how could it have been stomped to death by me? Have you ever seen such a weak god? Li Zishuan pointed at the crushed locusts on the ground and shouted. Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. He knew that many children like to catch locusts for fun. Even if they died, no one would care. After all, they were children. The gods probably wouldn't blame them, but Li Zishuan wasn't a child. Seeing that Wang Dahu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan said earnestly, Dahu, although you are not a student of Yanhuang College, you are considered half a student of Yanhuang College. As a student of Yanhuang College, You must understand that there is no God in this world. These locusts are a disaster to the crops. How can they be called gods? This is ridiculous. These things are only fit to be boiled in oil. Do you understand? Wang Dahu was stunned for a long time before he nodded and said, I understand. Very good. Then go and do as I say. Li Zishuan could see that Wang Dahu had not completely changed his mind. He did not force him. After all, those old ideas were deeply ingrained in his heart. Without some time to digest them, he would not be able to completely abandon those old ideas. Yes. Yamacho. On the field, with Chang Yaojin as the temporary chief instructor, the students of Yanhuang College had a particularly heavy training schedule. The students felt that today was several times more tiring than the first day of military training. Runge. 121, 121, Wunge tube 3-4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The instructors of Yanhuang College were like shepherds with whips today, and the students were like a flock of sheep. Under the shepherds' whips, they had no choice but to run with all their might, even though they did not know when this kind of running would end. Clang, 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 clang. When people were in pain, time would pass very slowly. However, no matter how slow it passed, the time that should pass would always pass. Just when everyone felt that a year had passed, the sound of the drums and gongs finally rang for the end of Yanhuang College. All the students could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that if they were to train for a while longer, their entire lives would be gone. Beep beep. Gather. Chang Yaojin whistled and roared with his strength in the Grandmaster realm. Speaking of which, this bamboo whistle was almost broken by him this afternoon. It had to be said that old Cheng's lung capacity was really big. After blowing the bamboo whistle for an entire afternoon, the students of Class 1 still felt that their eardrums were buzzing. In a dozen breaths of time, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College had gathered. This speed definitely would not have happened a few days ago. Okay, for most of the students, today's training is over, but as soon as Chang Yaojin said this, many students realized that something was wrong. What did he mean by most of the students? Didn't all the students' training end? Cheng Chimo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. The trap that the old man had set for everyone from the beginning was finally going to be revealed. The batch of students who have a foundation in martial arts that were selected in the morning, don't go eat first. Go eat after 2 hours of additional training. From now on, you will be called the special training class. In the morning, Chang Yaojin had selected a total of 36 students who had a foundation in martial arts from more than 600 students. During lunch, these students did indeed enjoy meat that they had not eaten for a long time. Therefore, in the afternoon, except for Cheng Chimo, they were secretly glad that they had been selected by Cheng Yaojin in the morning. This way, they would be able to eat meat every meal in the future. It was really a blessing. But now, after Chang Yaojin's words, they finally understood why there was a saying that there was no free lunch in the world. Tricks. It was all AF** King trick. The Academy's tricks are deep. We are going back to Chang'an City. There's actually additional training? Why? In the morning, High Duke Lu did not mention anything about additional training. Some students could not help but talk about it below. Haha. Ugly ox, it seems that I have really wronged you. It turns out that High Duke Lu is not targeting meals. Haha. The happiest person was none other than Li Tai. When the little fatty saw Cheng Chimo and Li Ke's bowls filled with meat in the afternoon, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, our Prince of Wei expressed that if he wanted to eat vegetables, then so be it. At least it was better than having to train for 2 hours. Chapter 746. Raise your hand. You can't hold the MO sword like that. Use more strength. You're so soft. Can you chop someone to death? Think about it. What you see in front of you isn't a wooden stake, but the wolf cavalry of the north. If you don't chop them to death, they'll kill you. Look at how weak and listless you are right now. You're just like a mother * king softy. You're a disgrace to our Tang Empire on the battlefield. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, most of the students had gone to eat. Only the 36 students of the special training class and Chang Yaojin, the initiator of the special training, remained. You'll practice chopping for the next 2 days. When you can chop the wooden stake in front of you in one stroke, you can end the first phase of the special training in advance. Chop for 2 hours every day. You'll have to chop at least 500 times. Chang Yaojin instructed the students while instructing them on how to hold the sword. Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Baolin looked at the thick wooden stake and the chipped and rusty mo sword in their hands. They couldn't help but gulp. They suddenly felt that their future was bleak. Hey, what's wrong? Do you think that the task this old man assigned to you can't be done by ordinary people? Then watch carefully. Chang Yaojin knew what the students were thinking when he saw the look in their eyes. Thus, he stepped forward and took the mo sword from Cheng Chimo's hand. He twirled the mo sword with one hand, and then the mo sword slashed at the thick wooden stake with lightning speed. Bam! Under the stunned gazes of the students, the rusty mo sword in Chang Yaojin's hand was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It easily cut through the wooden stake from the middle. With a pang sound, the wooden stake that was cut off fell to the ground. The students could clearly see that the surface was as smooth as a mirror. This time, they were completely silent. They stole admiring gazes at Chang Yaojin. People who practice martial arts have always worshipped the strong. In the past, they had heard of Chang Yaojin's bravery on the battlefield. Today, they knew that Chang Yaojin's martial arts were equally shocking. Cheng Chimo chuckled proudly because his father had shown his face in front of his classmates. As his son, he felt honored. Did you see it clearly? This old man doesn't expect you to be like me just now. You can use both hands to hold the saber. As long as you can chop the wooden stake in half, you pass. Then this old man will lead you to the next stage of training. As long as you work hard from now on, you will definitely become strong. After mingling in the imperial court for so many years, Chang Yaojin still knew how to say a few words. In just a few words, he had made the group of youngsters in front of him agitated and their faces flushed red. I heard it. Instructor, we will definitely train well. Cheng Yaojin smiled with satisfaction and said, then let's start now. Practice chopping for 2 hours before you can go eat. Of course, the students obeyed. For a moment, the field was filled with the sound of blunt sabers colliding with wooden stakes. Cheng Yaojin held his hands behind his back and guided the students on how to hold the saber. Okay, today's special training is over. Let's go eat. Oh right, put the saber aside. Don't take it with you. After 2 hours, the sky had gradually darkened. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly said to the students in the special training class. It was not that he did not want to train a little longer, but if he delayed any longer, the gates of Cheng and would be closed and he would not be able to go back. Oh, school is finally over. Phew. Let's eat, let's eat. The students let out cheers of relief. Cheng Chimo looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, Dad, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat? The food here is delicious. It's not inferior to the Zuaxian restaurant. Although this guy was afraid of Cheng Yaojin, filial piety was not to be disobeyed. As a son, he still had to be filial. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and said, No need. I still have to go back. Chon Yo, ask a few people to move these sabers into the building. I'll be leaving first. Cheng Chimo was dumbfounded. He did not expect that instead of sucking up to his father, he would get himself into trouble. Damn it! Virgo, I'll help you move them. Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. Haha. Good brother. Let's go. Let's go eat when we're done. Phew. Finally we can eat. I wonder what's left. Please don't run out of meat. 15 minutes later, Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Baolin arrived at the cafeteria. Cheng Chimo rubbed his stomach and thought gloomily. At this time, the cafeteria was almost empty except for the students from the special training class who had just arrived. Sadly, they were the last two to arrive at the cafeteria. Yo! You're from the special training class. The waiter was about to get off work when he saw Cheng Chimo coming and saw the sign hanging on Cheng Chimo's body. He quickly greeted him with a smile. Hey, is there any more meat? I want 2 portions of braised pork, 1 portion of lion's head, and 2 portions of rice. Cheng Chimo nodded his head and said to the person who brought the food. There was enough meat and rice. This was Cheng Chimo's only consolation. Student, I don't have any more lion's head. I only have 2 portions of braised pork and dongpa meat left. The waiter said apologetically. Cheng Chimo's eyes widened. Sure enough, the thing that worried him the most had happened. In this situation, He could only eat 1 portion of braised pork and 1 portion of dompa meat. He wanted 2 portions of each, but then what would Yuchi Baolin eat? He could not do that. Then give me 1 portion of braised pork and... What's this dish? Why haven't I seen it before? Chung Chumo began to order helplessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a bowl of something golden near the window. He quickly asked, this is the new dish that our manager came up with today. It's called flying yellow, locusts, tungda. This is not for sale yet. It's only a trial today. It will only be sold tomorrow. Hey, flying yellow, meteoric success. This is a good name. Give me 1 portion, quick. The locusts were wrapped in eggs and flour. They were fried until they were golden yellow and tender. They looked so delicious. The more Chung Chumo looked at them, the more he wanted to eat them. But what? Do you see? I'm a student of the special training class. According to the rules, I can eat whatever I want in this cafeteria. Do you understand? Oh right, what is this flying yellow, meteoric success made of? It looks like it's fried with some kind of meat. Chung Chumo glanced at the golden delicacy but could not figure out what it was. He could only ask. This is a secret. Our chef said not to tell anyone. Tisk. Why are you being so secretive? I don't want to know. Quick, give me my food. Chung Chumo pursed his lips and said. Chapter 747. Oh, delicious. So F** King delicious. In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Chung Chumo tried a taste. As soon as the crisp and soft meteoric success entered his mouth was instantly filled with the aroma of eggs and meat, as well as a tinge of numbness. This was the effect of the Sichuan pepper. Chung Chumo couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim how delicious it was. He couldn't stop at all. The Sichuan pepper originated in the Midwest of China. It was originally used as incense to worship the gods. It was recorded in the Book of Songs, Chen Feng, Song of the East Gate. The Sichuan pepper was a custom in the Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Sichuan pepper began to be used as a condiment. Gulp! Seeing how much Chung Chumo enjoyed it, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but gulp and say, Ugly ox, is this meteoric success really that delicious? Yes, of course. I think this thing tastes better than gnawing chicken. Chung Chumo stuffed his mouth with oil as he spoke. Then what does this meteoric success taste like? What's it made of? Ugly ox, have you tasted it yet? Yuchi Baolin really wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only ask Chung Chumo to describe it so that he could enjoy it. Oh, salty, fried, numbness and meaty. As for what kind of meat it is, I haven't tasted it yet. In any case, I've never eaten this kind of meat before. Nonsense, of course I've never eaten locusts before. Tiska, I actually got such a good deal when it's so delicious. Looks like this is God's reward for helping me clean up the knives in class today. Haha. At the end, Chung Chumo couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, only God knew if he would still laugh after he found out the truth. Although Chung Chumo's language skills were not good, Yuchi Baolin listened with great interest. His gaze toward the food in Chung Chumo's bowl became more and more covetous. Ahem. Do you want to eat Baolin? Chung Chumo was not stupid. At this time, he also realized that it was not good for him to eat alone, so he asked. Yes. Yuchi Baolin nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost dripping all over the floor. Oh. Seeing that you are my brother, I will give you 5, 6, 7. Yes, I will give you 7. It's not that I'm stingy, but Baolin, look, I don't have much left either. In the end, Chung Chumo split 7 locusts and gave them to Yuchi Baolin. Of course, he did not know that they were locusts. Otherwise, he would have given them all to Yuchi Baolin. Hee. Enough. Thank you, Cho Ox. Yuchi Baolin did not mind at all. He hurriedly picked up a locust from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in admiration. Delicious. Brother Cho Nyo didn't lie to me after all. This meteoric rise is really delicious. Haha. How is it? Ching Chumo, treat my brother well, right? Hee. Ching K, Cheng Qian, Ziffin, Huayu, let me tell you guys something. After returning to his dorm, Chung Chumo did not even bother to take a shower. Instead, he told everyone in the dorm smugly. Li Tai saw that the corner of Chung Chumo's mouth was still stained with golden food residue. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "What news? You just want to show off to us that you ate meat today, right?" At the mention of this, Li Tai's appetite was aroused. He really wanted to eat meat. For a fatty like him, not being able to eat meat was so cruel. Chung Chumo said excitedly, "Hee. No. Let me tell you guys, Baolin and I just ate a new dish in the cafeteria. I heard that it was made by the cafeteria chef today. It was so F***ing delicious. It was charred and tender, fragrant and crispy. When you ate it, you felt numb in your mouth. It was such a memorable taste." F***ck. Chung Chumo's night poisoning instantly made Li Tai jump out of bed. He asked anxiously, "What dish is it? What's it called? I'll go and try it tomorrow." Yuchi Baolin answered with a smile, "Hee. That dish is called Meteoric Success. It's delicious." Meteoric Success? Li Tai muttered it twice. He felt that this name was too domineering. He secretly decided that he must try this dish tomorrow. However, Chung Chumo's next sentence immediately poured cold water on the little fatty. "Ching K, don't even think about it. Meteoric Success is a meat dish. Only people in the special training class can eat it." Ha! F***ck. This is so F***ing unfair. Li Tai was dumbfounded. Sun Zifen, who was beside him, was also disappointed. Hee. Baolin, come here. I have something to discuss with you. After a while, Li Tai rolled his eyes and pulled Yuchi Baolin out of the room. "Yo, Lord Ju, you're here." The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the academy. He saw Chao Wendong waiting for him. There were 3 horse carriages behind him. He had no idea what was in them. "Hey, Boss Chao. What are you doing here?" Li Zishuan went up to greet him. He suddenly realized that Chao Wendong might have ordered the military training camouflage uniforms in the carriage. Hee. The 700 sets of uniforms that Lord Ju asked me to make have all been completed. I'm here to deliver the goods today. Lord Ju, please take a look. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll ask my subordinates to change it. Chao Wendong's smile was so wide that creases appeared on his face. He had received many envious looks from the academy. After all, Yanhuang College was in the limelight. If he could build a relationship with Yanhuang College, it meant that he had unlimited potential in the future. Haha. Let's talk inside. What's the point of standing here? Li Zishuan laughed and invited Chao Wendong into the academy. Chao Wendong's subordinates lifted the curtains of the horse carriages. Chao Wendong extended his hand and said, "Please take a look, Lord Ju." Li Zishuan nodded and walked forward. A pile of green camouflage uniforms entered his eyes. They weren't made of cotton, but were made of silk. These things were more breathable and cooler on the body. He casually took out a piece of clothing, and suddenly a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. He had also worn this kind of clothing in his previous life. "Lord Ju, what do you think? Are they okay?" Chao Wendong saw that Li Zishuan was silent for a long time and thought that there were flaws in the clothes. He could not help but ask worriedly. Yes. Not bad. The craftsmanship and quality are very good." Li Zishuan came back to his senses and praised. He then put down the clothes and said to Emozhong, get someone to move these clothes to the warehouse of Guanghua Building. Then, let Mr. Yen gather the students to collect them. Yes, Yamacho. Li Zishuan then said to Chao Wendong, "Mr. Chao, come with me. I have something to tell you." Chao Wendong was delighted and quickly nodded. Okay. After you, Lord Ju. Chapter 748. Lord Ju, do you have any instructions for me? In the principal's office in Guanghua Building, Chao Wendong cupped his fists at Li Zishuan as he leaned against the sofa. "I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions, but I have some small matters to discuss with you, Mr. Chao." Li Zishuan took a sip of water, then put down the teacup and smiled. "Oh, Lord Ju, you're being too serious. What's there to discuss? Feel free to tell me what you need." Chao Wendong stood up, flattered, and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, What do you think of Plum Village in Yunshan, Mr. Chow? Chow Wendong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zixuan would bring this up out of the blue. He thought for a moment and answered. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery of Cloud Mountain is unique and beautiful. It is a paradise. Yanhuang Academy is located on Cloud Mountain. In a few years, this place will definitely be a gathering place for talents. In addition, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has opened a branch in Plum Village. Soon, Plum Village will attract a large number of merchants to gather here. In other words, in a few years, this place will be filled with the world's culture and wealth. It's a land of treasures. Clap, clap, clap. Li Zixuan clapped and laughed. Haha, Mr. Chow, you have good taste. No wonder you can become the biggest cloth merchant in Beijing. With your foresight, I'm not surprised that you can achieve what you have today. Chow Wendong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and waved his hands. You flatter me. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chow, what you just said is exactly my plan for the future of Plum Village and Cloud Mountain. I plan to rely on the powerful creative ability of Wonderful Taste Pavilion to turn Plum Village into a supermarket that is even bigger than Shi City. Then, with Yanhuang College's strong teaching staff, I'll turn Yunshan into a holy land of learning. Li Zixuan stood up and looked out the window, revealing his ambition. Although Chow Wendong had expected this, he still felt a ripple in his heart. He thought to himself, looks like I have to plan my plans for Plum Village in advance. Time waits for no one. Li Zixuan smiled and continued, perhaps Mr. Chow has doubts in his heart. What does what I said have to do with you? Hee, this matter is very important. The students of Yanhuang College mainly study engineering. In the future, there will be tens of thousands of students who will inherit my knowledge. At that time, with the top-notch academic ability of Yanhuang College and the strong creative ability of the Strange Taste Pavilion, there will be a huge market here. Boss Chow, you should be well aware of this. However, to build such a huge market, I alone will not be enough. I need many merchants to join in. Hence, I plan to set up a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Plum Village. Only the members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion. At the same time, they will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. When Chow Wendong heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Lord Ju, you are finally going to set up a Chamber of Commerce. 3 months ago, when Li Zixuan got married, Chow Wendong spent a lot of effort to prepare a congratulatory gift for Li Zixuan. It was all for the sake of leaving a good impression so that he could meet Li Zixuan. In the end, he did meet Li Zixuan. However, his suggestion to set up a Chamber of Commerce and raise the status of merchants was rejected by Li Zixuan without hesitation. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise? Li Zixuan frowned and said in a low voice, Mr. Chow, don't misunderstand. The main purpose of setting up a Chamber of Commerce is to develop Plum Village and provide a source of income for some merchants. As for raising the status of merchants, I will not and do not want to worry about it. Although there were many unfairness in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, and businessmen, Li Zixuan was also one of the beneficiaries of this hierarchy. He had no responsibility and no obligation to help the merchants in their class struggle. You could say that he was selfish, but in this situation, he could only be selfish. Otherwise, his entire family would be implicated because of his audacity and willfulness. To Li Zixuan, no reputation was more important than his family. Ah! Chow Wendong choked for a moment and was immediately disappointed. However, he immediately thought about it. Even if Li Zixuan didn't help them raise their status, with Li Zixuan's Chamber of Commerce, at least they wouldn't be casually bullied by some unruly officials. This was a huge benefit. Lord Ju is right. This old man has never thought of troubling Lord Ju because of this matter. Forgive this old man for asking, but how can I become a member of the Chamber of Commerce? This was what Chow Wendong was most concerned about. Li Zixuan raised his teacup and smiled. It's very simple. To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you must first contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce. As for how to contribute, this is the reason why I invited Boss Chow here today. Chow Wendong's face was solemn and he looked like he was all ears. Boss Chow, you have already foreseen the future of Plum Village and Yunshan. This is very good. However, you did not see their current limitations. I would like to hear the details. Chow Wendong cupped his hands and said, Road. The main problem that Plum Village and Yunshan are facing now is the road. When I was traveling the world with my master, I once heard a county official say, "If you want to be rich, you must first build the road." I think it is very reasonable. From the official road outside Chang'an City to Plum Village, the road is not only narrow but also bumpy. How can such a road carry the future of Plum Village and Yunshan? Therefore, the road from Chang'an City to Plum Village must be built. Li Zishuan said solemnly. Chao Wendong nodded and said, "What Lord Ju said is very reasonable. The road in Plum Village should indeed be repaired. However, it will only be paved with some green stone slabs. I don't think it will cost much, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "I did not say that I want to repair the road with green stone slabs. I want to repair the road with cement." Seeing the confusion on Chao Wendong's face, he explained, "It's the road in Yanhuang Academy." Chao Wendong's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. To be honest, after coming to Yanhuang College a few times, he had always been envious of the road and architectural style here. However, envy was not enough. Even if he was rich, there was no place where he could buy cement and the architecture in Yanhuang College. Although he did not know the cost of cement, he thought that it would be more expensive than green stone slabs. "May I ask how much does Lord Ju need?" Li Zishuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, "About 200,000 strings of cash. The first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce will depend on the amount of money they donate to determine the weight of their words in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 749. In 3 days, I will hold a bidding meeting at the Drunken Immortal Inn. All 200,000 strings of cash will be up for grabs. Of course, if the final number is less than 200,000 strings of cash, no matter how much it is, I will personally fill it up. The road in Plum Village must be repaired. In the office, Li Zishuan explained his plan. Chao Wendong rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, "Lord Ju, I wonder if this old man can buy all of the 200,000 strings of cash by himself?" Taking out 200,000 strings of cash at once was a little painful for Chao Wendong, but he felt that it was completely worth it. It all depended on whether Li Zishuan was willing or not. Li Zishuan looked at Chao Wendong in surprise. He probably did not expect this ordinary-looking businessman to be so bold. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "Boss Chao, doing business is about making money peacefully. It's not good to eat alone. Take the matter of repairing the road as an example. I can still take out a mere 200,000 strings of cash. But I didn't do that and left the opportunity to you, so—" I understand. You are right, Lord Ju. I'm just too narrow-minded." Chao Wendong said quickly. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. "Hee, I understand Boss Chao's intentions. But I don't intend to publicize the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. So, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao to inform some wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City to participate. In the end, I will choose 5 people to be the first batch of members." He was a founding baron and a rank 3 crown prince, Zhan Shi. Establishing a chamber of commerce was not a pleasant thing to say. If word got out and everyone knew about it, it would be quite troublesome. So, he did not think of using Datong Daily to publicize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from the start. 5 people. Chao Wendong calculated in his heart. When the time came, each person would have an average subscription quota of 40,000 strings of cash. But it was rare to see people willing to fork out so much money for repairing the road. In this way, he had an opportunity. "Don't worry, Lord Ju. In less than a day, all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City who are qualified to participate in this bidding will definitely know about it." Chao Wendong quickly promised. That's great. Then, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao." After sending Chao Wendong off, Li Zishuan came to the field and saw green military uniforms. Obviously, Yen Silu had already distributed the camouflage uniforms to the students. But why did it look so weird? Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes and took another look. He still felt that the students in the camouflage uniforms in front of him were very strange. Hey! Although it looks like a hooligan, it's really cool to wear. That's right. Moreover, this shirt doesn't have sleeves. It'll be much easier to move around like this. However, Mr. Yen only gave each of us 1 set of these clothes. Be content. I heard that these clothes were specially made for us by the Amacho. They didn't even charge us for it. It's like giving it to us for free. But how can I change into only one set of clothes? Then I can only wash it every night and wear it the next day. Hey, this dress is quite comfortable, but the hair doesn't match the dress. It's in the way. Oh right, it's the hair. When Li Zixuan heard the students talking about his clothes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the camouflage uniform and long hair does not look weird, then something must be wrong. Hey, little Xian, after the students put on this kind of clothes, they all look quite spirited. If they train later, I guarantee that they will look better than before. You really have a lot of ideas. When Chang Yaojin saw Li Zixuan coming over, he went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zixuan was speechless. What do you mean by ideas? Young master's idea was clearly a serious one, all right? Uncle Cheng, don't you think that these clothes and their hair don't match? Chang Yaojin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, they don't match. The style of your clothes is cool, but most of the students' hairstyles are the opposite of this style. Li Zixuan agreed. Uncle Cheng, you have a good eye. That is indeed the case. The only thing we can do now is to let the students tie up their hair and put it in a bun. Cheng Yaojin laughed. Haha, that's great, that's great. After the two of them finished their discussion, they arranged for the people below to get the hair tie. After a while, every student was given a hair tie. According to Li Zixuan's idea, everyone tied up their hair. Now, regardless of hairstyle or clothes, all the students looked neat and tidy. Although it's still a little weird, it looks much better overall. Li Zixuan thought in his heart. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll start the training. Cheng Yaojin squinted his eyes, looked around and said, Okay. Li Zixuan nodded and then retreated to the rostrum. All instructors, listen up. Today's military training begins. All classes will train separately. As soon as he retreated, Cheng Yaojin's loud voice rang throughout the entire field. Li Zixuan was secretly surprised. Good heavens, he didn't even have to use the loudspeaker this way. Everyone in the first class, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look to the front. Turn to the right. Run. Bang, 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 bang. Under Cheng Yaojin's command, the students of Class 1 took the lead to start a new day of military training. With neat and powerful steps, the cadence of the whistles, coupled with the students' neatly dressed camouflage uniforms, today's team was very different from usual. Heh, this bunch of rascals. I haven't seen them for a few days, and they're actually so obedient. Indeed, there's always something to conquer something. Just as the students were running hard, a few uninvited guests arrived at the edge of the field. It was Li Er, who had brought Zhang Sun and Chang'e to Yanhuang College to visit the inmates. They were mainly there to check on Li Tai and Li Chengqian. They all knew that Li Ku was skilled in martial arts, so there was no need to worry about such a small military training. As soon as he arrived, Li Er saw such a group of uniformed students walking in neat steps. Moreover, there were also his two sons in the team, as well as some of the second-generation hedonists of Chang'an City that he had seen before. This made him very surprised. Since when did those hedonists who only knew how to walk chickens and fight dogs become like a well-trained army? Imperial Father, look. That's Brother Qing Ke. He doesn't seem to be running very strenuously. Brother Qing Ke has become thinner, and he seems to have become darker. Chapter 750. Qing Ke. Chengqian. When Empress Zhang Sun saw her two sons sweating profusely on the field, her heart instantly ached. After all, these two children were her flesh and blood. Don't worry, Guanyin. Li Er squeezed Empress Zhangsuan's small hand and squinted his eyes. Guanyin, don't you see that Chengqian and Qing Ke have changed? Empress Zhang Sun frowned and asked directly, What's different? Right now, she only cared about her two sons. How could she have the time to think about anything else? Li Er smiled, then pointed his other finger at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who were running, and said indifferently, Spirit, energy, spirit, they're all different. The most direct manifestation is, look at Chengqian and Qing Ke. Aren't their waists straighter? Aren't their legs more explosive? And they can even cooperate with others. Haha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in just a few days, Chengqian and Qing Ke have changed so much? Li Zixuan's military training is indeed something. Father, Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qing Ke are working so hard. Why does Brother Xiaoxian insist on making them run? Changle tugged at Li Er's wide sleeve and asked with her small face raised. The naive little girl found it hard to understand this kind of strange behavior of running in circles around the field. Li Er rubbed Changle's small head and smiled. This is military training. It trains people's physical strength, endurance, and ability to cooperate with team members. Although it's hard, it's still very necessary to mold young people's personalities. Changle nodded as if she understood. The little girl looked at the long green line on the field and smiled. Although Changle's heart aches for Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke, they're really pretty when they run. They're very imposing. Li Er laughed loudly. Ha ha. Father also thinks so. Then let them run 2 more laps later? This sentence was mostly a joke. After all, Li Er wouldn't trick his own children. However, Empress Zhong's son took it seriously. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please don't. The weather is so hot right now. What if?" Li Er smiled and shook his head. "Haha, I'm just joking with Changle. Guanyin, don't worry." "Greetings, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Zishuan walked over from the side and bowed. He had just stood on the rostrum and looked down at the overall situation. Not long after Li Er walked into the field. He saw them from above and came down to greet them. "Rise." Li Er nodded and said, "Did you make the green clothes that the students are wearing?" Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er's first concern to be the clothes. He replied, "Your Majesty, I mainly want the students to wear uniforms so that it is convenient for training. Secondly, this kind of clothing is cool and breathable. It can reduce the burden on the students." Li Zishuan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued, "Your Majesty, I call this kind of clothing camouflage clothing. Actually, camouflage clothing has another advantage. When in the wild or in the jungle, camouflage clothing can hide the body better." Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he had thought of the military use of the camouflage uniform. Then why did Li Zhongshi let Chengqian and Qingke run one round after another? Suddenly, Empress Zhongxuan's unfriendly voice came from the side. Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not understand why the usually gentle and kind Empress suddenly became so difficult to talk to today. However, he thought about it and understood. He cupped his hands and said, "I understand your love for your son. However, as the saying goes, jade cannot be made into useful without being carved. Qingke and the others will bear the heavy responsibility of developing engineering in the future. If they do not have a good body, how can they carry on until the end? Moreover, as far as I know, people like Qingke who are overly obese will easily have headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms once they reach middle age. It is very difficult to treat. In serious cases, it can be life-threatening. Therefore, I also plan to use this military training to help Qingke lose weight. I am doing this for his own good." Empress Zhongxuan's expression changed. She asked in a low voice, "Is this true?" Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, "Absolutely true." Empress Zhongxuan's face was ghastly pale. Li Zishuan was rather famous in the field of medicine. This time he spoke with such certainty. She had no choice but to believe him. Seeing this, Li Zishuan glared fiercely at Li Zishuan. Then he comforted, "Don't worry too much, Empress. Qingke is still young. I have plenty of time to invite all the famous doctors in the world to help him lose weight." Empress Zhong's son shook her head and did not say anything. Li Zishuan also realized that what he had said just now was a bit too much, so he spoke up. Cough cough. What I said just now was only a certain probability of happening. I did not say that it would definitely happen. Moreover, as long as Qingke can persevere through the military training, there will naturally not be such problems in the future. Empress Zhong's son breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression and said, "Then I will have to trouble Li Zishuan to take care of Qingke." After saying this, she felt that it was a bit absurd. She had sent her son to be tortured in the hands of others, and instead, she had to thank others. No matter how she thought about it, this matter was awkward. "Haha, all right. Let's go somewhere else to have a look." Li Zishuan looked at the time and said, Come, come, come. Your Highness, try this. It's very good for your asthma." As noon approached, Zhang's son wanted to see the cafeteria of Yanhuang College. After all, She was still worried that her son would not eat well here. After seeing that the environment of the cafeteria was not bad, Zhang's son wanted to have lunch here. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. The family of 3 ordered 4 dishes. Li Zishuan walked over with a plate of golden yellow dishes and said, "Let's go." Li Zishuan and Empress Zhang's son were both present. Of course, Li Zishuan would not directly call Li Lizzie as Sister Changle. "Brother Xiaoxian, what is this dish?" Li Zishuan had scruples, but Changle did not. The little girl looked at the golden food on the plate and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan stared blankly. Staring at Li Zishuan, he asked in a deep voice, "You just said that this food can treat asthma. Is this true?" Li Zishuan felt that these words were very familiar. Previously, Zhang's son had asked him similar questions. Was he here today to treat old Li's illness? Autumn locusts were high in protein and low in fat. In particular, the female locusts had many eggs, which were rich in lecithin. After being digested, the lecithin released choline. Not only could it improve one's memory, it could also stop coughing and relieve asthma, treat whooping cough, and bronchitis. Replying to Your Imperial Majesty, this subject only said that there were benefits, but did not say that it could be cured. Princess Changle's illness still needs to be slowly nursed back to health. Chapter 751. Oh, it's delicious. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, have a taste. Li Zishuan and Li Er were discussing Changle's condition, but the person in question went to taste the yellow delicacies. It seemed that she didn't care about her condition at all. It couldn't be said that she didn't care. Perhaps the little girl knew that her illness couldn't be cured by medicinal stones, so she didn't want to show that she cared very much, lest her father and mother worry. Zhang's son picked up a locust and looked left and right, but couldn't see what it was, because it was wrapped in eggs and flour. She tentatively put it into her mouth, and with a light bite, her mouth was suddenly filled with a crisp fragrance. "Well, this thing is really delicious, but I can't tell what it's made of." Empress Zhang's son praised sincerely. She felt that this thing was more delicious than Ken's chicken. Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this dish is called Soaring Success. As for what it's made of, forgive me for not being able to say." In fact, Empress Zhang's son also had qi disease, so eating more locusts was also very good for her body. But if Li Zishuan really said the ingredients of this dish, everyone present probably couldn't eat any more. "Oh, Soaring Success? That's a good name. It's just that you're being so secretive. Could it be that you're afraid that this consort will steal your secret recipe?" Empress Zhang's son smiled and said. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare, but this guy didn't say what the ingredients were. Li Er's curiosity was greatly aroused. He picked up a piece of Soaring Success into his bowl, and then quietly poked the egg on the surface with chopsticks. A cute locust head suddenly popped out, and Li Er's face suddenly became very interesting. "Li Zishuan, come with me." Li Er quickly buried the locust under the rice, and then said to Li Zishuan opposite him. Empress Zhang's son and Changle looked at each other. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and stood up saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Bastard! How dare you feed locusts to the Empress and Changle? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Walking to a nearby pillar, Li Er shouted in a low voice with a gloomy face. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er to find out so quickly that Soaring Success was made from locusts. However, he was not unprepared. His Majesty is angry because he thinks locusts cannot be eaten by humans. In fact, not only could locusts be used as food, they could also be used to detoxify, stop coughing, and stop asthma. They had extremely high medicinal value. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Er was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time he had heard that locusts had so many effects. Your Majesty, as long as you don't think that it's a locust when you eat it, the taste is still very good. Moreover, who knew how many locusts there would be next year? When the time comes, if this method of eating locusts becomes popular, coupled with the many chickens raised by the people, there will be no need to worry about the locusts not being wiped out. Li Zishuan added. Li Er was greatly moved, but he still hesitated and said, "But there is a saying among the people that there is a locust god. What if you incur the wrath of the gods?" Li Zishuan sneered and said, "Your Majesty, not to mention that there are no gods in this world, Even if there were, they would not be locusts. They nibble away at crops and harm the common people. They can only be considered evil spirits and are not fit to be gods. Li Er nodded and then unhappily said, "No matter what, you cannot use the Empress and Chang'e as your experiment." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. This subject cannot bear the responsibility of this crime. In fact, before this, there were already people who tried this dish. This subject saw that the response was not bad. In addition, these locusts were indeed beneficial to the Empress and Princess Chang'e's illness. Therefore this subject brought it out." "Then who else?" Li Er asked. Li Zishuan smiled and told Li Er about Chang Chumo eating locusts yesterday. Li Er laughed and said, "And that's more like it. Today, we will give you some face and go taste that so-called soaring to the heavens." Looking at old Li's back, Li Zishuan silently cursed, "TSK. Still giving me face? If it weren't for me, old Li, you would have to eat locusts raw next year." The history books recorded, in the second year of Zhengguan, there were locusts in the capital. Xin Mao entered the garden and saw locusts. He plucked several of them and said, "The people live in the valley. If you eat them, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines." He raised his hand and was about to swallow them when he admonished, "Evil things may become diseases." He said, "We are suffering for the people. Why should we avoid diseases?" Thus, he swallowed them. In this year, locusts are not a disaster. Compared to eating locusts raw, deep-fried locusts were obviously more delicious. Heh! Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Chang'e? You're all here? When Li Zishuan and Li Er were talking, the gongs and drums of the academy had already sounded. Li Tai, who was always very enthusiastic about eating, was naturally the first to arrive at the cafeteria. After seeing the table of people inside, the little fatty was stunned, as if he had suddenly found his backbone. He hurriedly complained to Li Er and Empress Zhongsun, "Imperial Father, Imperial Mother. Xiaoxian. Yamacho deliberately abuses people. He punishes students every day and doesn't let us eat meat. He only lets us eat vegetables. You see, in just a few days, I've lost weight." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and secretly thought that this little fatty was arrogant enough. He actually complained in front of him. It seemed that he would have to make things difficult for this fellow in the future. Li Er frowned. It was true that he doted on Li Tai, but Li Tai's behavior of complaining still made him a little unhappy. In his opinion, he was Li Shimon's son. If he was bullied outside, he should be bullied back. What was the difference between crying and complaining to him like this and a girl? Qing Ke, Li Zhanshu is also doing it for your own good. Although it's a little bitter. It's only for a month. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Li Tai was instantly dumbfounded. What was wrong with this scene? Why was Imperial Mother, who used to be obedient to him, speaking up for an outsider today? Also, why was his tried and tested method of complaining and acting pitiful not working today? What this fellow didn't know was that he had the method of complaining and acting pitiful, and Li Zishuan had the knack of public relations in advance. Now, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun had already been public relations by him. Hee. Brother Qing Ke is so embarrassing. You actually came to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to complain about Brother Xiaoxian. Shame on you. Chang'e, who was eating happily at the side, raised her head at this moment and made a funny face at Li Tai and giggled. Actually, her words more or less had the intention of helping Li Zishuan out of the predicament. Just as Li Tai was about to quibble, he noticed the golden and dazzling delicacies on the plate. He quickly ran over and sat beside Chang'e, saying, "Meteoric rise, this must be meteoric rise. Chang'e, you leave some for me, let me try it." Chapter 752. Qing Ke, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Li Tai picked up a large locust and put it into his mouth, but Li Zishuan reminded him in a deep voice. Li Tai's action of putting the meat into his mouth immediately stopped, and his face showed both annoyance and reluctance. "Your Majesty, the students have finished school. Let's go back to the palace." Empress Zhongsun looked outside through the glass door of the canteen, and then said to Li Er, "Well, Chang'e, let's go back to the palace. Father will bring you here to play another day." Li Er looked at Chang'e and said in a gentle voice. Empress Zhongsun smiled at Li Zishuan at this moment and said, Li Zhansher, His Majesty and I can't finish these things, so let Qingke do it for us so as not to waste it. What do you think? Li Tai immediately laughed, and at the same time, he gave his mother 32 thumbs up in his heart. Li Zixuan was speechless. Empress Zhong's son had always been wise, but she still had a heavy selfishness when it came to the problem of children. But this was just a small matter, and he didn't need to be unhappy with Empress Zhong's son because of it. Besides, the main ingredient of locust meat was protein, and Li Tai wouldn't gain weight even if he ate some. In this case, I respectfully send your majesty and your majesty off. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and bowed. Empress Zhong's son smiled and walked out of the door with Li Er and Chang'e. Before Chang'e left, she quietly turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and waved back. Hey. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I came at the right time today. After old Li left, Li Tai greedily sniffed the 5 dishes on the table, and then laughed very proudly. Li Zixuan glared at him angrily, but the words he had just said to Empress Zhong's son were still in his ears, so he couldn't be too harsh. He could only say in a strange tone, "Qingke, you brat, take it easy. Don't overeat and you won't be able to run in the afternoon." There was only meat in Li Tai's eyes right now. He didn't care about anything else. He just vaguely answered, "Okay." Then he buried his head in the food. Wah! Qingke, where did you get this meat from? Didn't they say that students in the regular class can't eat meat? Right at this moment, Li Chengqian walked in from outside and was surprised to see the 5 plates of meat on the table. Damn, dompa pork, braised pork, lion's head, these are all my favorite dishes. Qingke, save some for me. Sun Zifan followed closely behind Li Chengqian. However, this amusing idiot didn't pursue the source of the food. Instead, he went straight to the table and started snatching food. Li Tai panicked. Ba 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 ba. This damn fatty was really ruthless. He directly spat on the 5 dishes on the table. Hey, it's all mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me, haha. Li Tai protected the food plates and laughed proudly at Sun Zifan, who rushed up to snatch food. Sun Zifan's face suddenly looked like he had been F***ed by a dog. He pointed at Li Tai with a trembling hand and said angrily, "Damn! Qingke, you're really F***ing wasting natural resources recklessly. You can't finish all these dishes alone. What's wrong with sharing some with me?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and started to say cheekily, "I'm not giving it to you. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? Hee hee. Are you angry?" Sun Zifan was really furious at this moment. It was bad enough that he couldn't eat meat, but he was also ridiculed by others. How could he tolerate this kind of anger? Ba 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 ba. This amusing idiot took advantage of Li Tai's unpreparedness and actually spat 5 mouthfuls of saliva on the food plates. Hee hee, if you don't let us eat, then don't eat. Now, I'm asking you, are you angry? Sun Zifan also started to act cheekily and said proudly, "Sun Zifan, I'm going to fight it out with you." The food that was about to be in his mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. This kind of feeling was worse than killing Li Tai. The little fatty slammed the table and stood up, wanting to fight Sun Zifan to the death. When Li Zixuan saw that these 2 idiots actually started to spit at each other over a few dishes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He went forward and reprimanded them. Spitting filth at each other in public, what kind of etiquette is this? This is simply ruining Yanhuang College's image. Get the hell out of here and get your food. Oh! Seeing that Li Zixuan seemed to be really angry, Li Tai and Sun Zifan decisively admitted defeat and the 2 amusing idiots went to get their food with their tails between their legs. However, when Li Tai left, he still looked back at the dishes on the table reluctantly. Noticing Li Tai's small movements, as the older brother, Li Chengqian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a little flustered. Seeing that the farce was over, Li Zixuan turned around and left in a huff. Li Zixuan went to the kitchen from the back door of the cafeteria and taught Wang Dahu a new method of cooking locusts. After drying the locusts, grinding them into powder, then mixing them with flour and eggs, placing them in a pan of oil and frying them into cubes or meatballs. This way, no one would be able to recognize that this dish was made from locusts like Wang Dahu did. He remembered that in modern times, there were many factories that ground locusts into powder to make protein powder. This way, They could avoid the psychological barrier that many people had when eating locusts. Speaking of which, the cafeteria had received more than 100 catties of locusts from the children of the two villages today. And according to the trend, they would receive more locusts in the next few days. Therefore, the academy would be eating locusts for a long period of time. If the students of the special training class couldn't finish it, they would leave it for the teachers of the academy. If they couldn't finish it, they would hand it over to shopkeeper Lu and sell it at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Zixuan went straight home and saw that the courtyard was already filled with baskets of eggs. The courtyard, which wasn't particularly big to begin with, suddenly became crowded. "Husband, we received more than 3,000 eggs in the morning. The farmers of the other villages heard the news and wanted to sell their eggs to us. But I saw that the Han village and Plum village had already sent over a lot of eggs, so I didn't take theirs." Han Yushi came up and said softly. She didn't look worried at all after receiving so many eggs. Obviously, she was very confident in her husband's methods. Li Zixuan nodded and said in agreement, "We should pay close attention to the farmers in our village. By the way, wife, have you prepared the ingredients that I asked you to prepare for me yesterday?" Han Yushi smiled and said, "Husband, they're all here. Do you want to start now?" Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Let's start now. The weather has been too hot recently, and the eggs aren't easy to preserve. It's better to do it early rather than late. Otherwise, many of the eggs will spoil. Didn't I ask housekeeper Wang to bring a group of servants over yesterday? Why don't I see them?" Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Madame Li walk out of the house and say, "Xian, I didn't let them come. The century eggs you're going to make are our family's secret recipe. The fewer people who know about it, the better." Chapter 753. Yunshan. Courtyard Number 1. When Li Zixuan heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but be speechless. He really didn't expect his mother to have the awareness of protecting intellectual property. Her thinking was simply too advanced. "Mother, if we don't ask the servants to come and help us, how can we finish these thousands of eggs?" Li Zixuan looked at Madame Li and smiled bitterly. "Why is it impossible?" Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said, "There's me, your father, Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi here. There's a total of 5 of us. Xian, teach us the method of making century eggs later, and you can go do your own things. The 5 of us will use half a day to finish all these eggs in the courtyard." Father Li looked up at the sky and was speechless. It seemed like Madame Li didn't discuss this decision with him in advance. He was represented again. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. "Mother, compared to the Drunken Immortal and Fairy Mirror, these century eggs are just a small amount of money. Why should we trouble you and my father? Moreover, the farmers will send thousands of eggs in the future. How can you handle it?" Madame Li frowned. "I know that the money earned from these century eggs can't be compared to the Drunken Immortal and Fairy Mirror, but it's easier to imitate. If we don't pay attention, the recipe will be easily leaked. By then, there will be century eggs everywhere in the East and West markets. Won't we suffer a huge loss if we receive so many eggs? Xian, this is the secret recipe that you got from your master. You can't let others take advantage of it." Li Zixuan was a little helpless when he met such a protective mother. He sighed and said, "Mother, the servants in our residence are all loyal. They won't spread the secret recipe. Moreover, the method of making century eggs is very simple. Even if we don't spread the secret recipe, others can imitate it in less than half a year. You don't have to do everything yourself." "Madam, Xian is right. The servants in our residence can withstand the test. You don't have to worry. Look, if you're exhausted, Xian will be worried, right?" Seeing this, Li Jingma hurriedly said. He had been living a carefree life in Cloud Mountain recently. He didn't expect to be used as a coolie by his wife today, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, the situation took a turn, and Li Jingma didn't hesitate to assist. Madame Li glared at her husband and said after a while, "Since Xian says so, then we'll do as you say. Teach us the steps first, and tomorrow we will call the servants over to help." Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "All right, mother, come with me." In fact, the method of cooking the century egg was very simple. First, the surface of the egg was covered with lime that had been stirred with water. It had to be uniform. Then, The outside was covered with a layer of grass ash or wheat husk. It was ready to be left for about a month. When the time comes, the raw eggs will turn into crystal clear cooked eggs. Together with tofu and vinegar, it will be a different kind of delicacy. Han Yushi asked curiously, "Husband, how did this raw egg suddenly become a ripe egg?" Li Zixuan explained with a smile, "Dear, this is because quicklime is mixed with water. Xiaodong, did you sell your eggs to young master today?" In the Han family manor, a woman in green clothes stood outside the courtyard and shouted at Han Xiaodong, who was enjoying the cool air inside. "It's Aunt Luo." "Yes, we sold more than 100 eggs to young master today." "What's wrong?" Han Xiaodong came to the front of the courtyard and asked doubtfully. "Ah, so young master really accepted them." Aunt Luo opened her mouth in surprise and said, "Then Xiaodong, do you know if young master will lose money by buying so many eggs?" Han Xiaodong smiled and said, "Haha, young master will never lose money. Young master has never done anything that he is not confident of. Since he dared to accept them, it means that he will not lose money." Aunt Luo smiled and said, "Hee, if that's the case, then I will send the eggs at home to young master in a while. I will also send the eggs from the child's uncle's house." Han Xiaodong hurriedly said, "Ah, Aunt Luo, wait. Young master will only accept eggs from our manor now. I'm afraid he won't accept eggs from other manors." "Ah, there's such a thing?" Master Luo asked in disbelief. "Yes, I don't think young master will be able to accept so many eggs at once." Han Xiaodong guessed. Oh, then I'll go back and send the eggs from my house to young master first. Your Majesty, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physician Department are here. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was bent over the table and reading memorials. Today was the official day off, but as the emperor, it was not easy for him to have half a day off in the morning. Therefore, after leaving Yanhuang College, he was full of thoughts about official business again. At this time, an attendant from the yellow door came in from the outside and bowed in a low voice. "Announce." Li Er did not even raise his head and said lightly. After a while, 2 middle-aged men carrying medicine boxes walked in from outside. They were the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department who had followed Dugu Xian when he led the army to attack Snake Spirit Mountain. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. "Your subject greets your Majesty." The 2 doctors bowed to Li Er in unison. "No need for formalities," Li Er said lightly, then raised his head and looked at the 2 doctors. "My 2 beloved officials, I have invited you here today because I have something to ask you." Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The 2 of them quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. "We dare not ask, Your Majesty. If there is anything you need, please let us know." Li Er stood up and walked to Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. He thought for a while and asked, "My 2 beloved officials, your medical skills are superb. I would like to ask if you know that locusts can be used as medicine to treat asthma?" Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin frowned. After a while, Dr. Qin cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I have never heard of locusts being used to treat asthma." Dr. Wang also bowed. "I have also never heard of locusts being used to treat illnesses. Perhaps it exists in ancient books, and I have never seen it." Dr. Wang saw that Li Er's expression was not very good, so he added on. Li Er stood on the spot, his expression uncertain. One could not tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy just by looking at his face. "All right, I understand. My 2 beloved officials, you may go about your business." After a long while, Li Er waved his hand and said, "Your subject will take his leave." Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin bowed and left the palace. Chapter 754. Phew! Chonyo, your father is finally leaving. I only just realized how good Dookie is. As night fell, most of the students returned to their dormitory after eating dinner and bathing. Li Tai was wearing a white silk undergarment and lying on the bed. He sighed contentedly with Chung Chumo, who was diagonally opposite him. Although Li Tai's words more or less had the intention of making up stories about his father, Chung Chumo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I also don't want my father to be the chief instructor of the academy. Not only are you tired, but our special training class is even more tired. Our hands are sore from practicing the Modeo for the past 2 days. Uncle Chin's training is still easier for us. Sigh. I hope your father won't come in the future. Your hands are sore from practicing the modeo, but our legs are about to break from running these past 2 days. Li Tai rubbed his knees. The little fatty clearly still had a lingering fear from what he had experienced in the past 2 days. He felt that the distance he had run in the past 2 days was almost equal to the distance he had run in the past 10 years. Hee, Qing Ke, you don't have to run. You're a prince, and Duke Lu won't eat you. Sun Zifan chuckled eccentrically. Li Tai said in annoyance, F***ck, Sun Zifan, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you go and try it? Duke Lu made that little black room. Once you go in, you can't come out for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep in there. I can't stand it. There's an unlucky guy in class 10. What's his name again? Yes, he's called Chen Yi. I remember that his father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. This unlucky guy was found slacking off by Duke Lu when he was patrolling this morning, so he was directly thrown into the little black room. I went to take a look during dinner and found that this guy was almost dead. He was crying for his father and mother inside. Furthermore, I can smell the stench from far away. To be honest, the small dark room was indeed very relaxing. He didn't have to train under the hot sun every day, and there was even someone to deliver meals to him. However, for someone like Li Tai who was a serious germaphobe, he couldn't stand it no matter what. This was also one of the reasons why even though Chang Yaojin gave him an unusually large amount of training, Li Tai still gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that the 2 days of high-intensity training were over, Li Tai felt that it was a little unbelievable when he thought about it. He didn't expect that he could complete so much training. If a person didn't have the pressure of external factors, they would never know where their limits were. Wah! Is that little dark room so exaggerated? Sun Zifan sighed in shock. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, Why don't you give it a try? That won't do either, because with your size, that bucket probably won't be able to fit you. After staying with Chung Chumo and Sun Zifan for so long, Li Tai had also learned a new skill, taunting. Sun Zifan was so angry that he stomped his feet. Damn! You're making it sound like you can fit inside. Qing Ke, don't you know your own size? Seeing that the two fatties were actually arguing with each other, Chung Chumo grinned and laughed loudly. Ha ha! If it were up to me, the two of you should stop arguing. You definitely won't be able to fit inside. I'll ask my dad to specially make a large wooden bucket for you later. Damn! Chung Chumo, you're courting death. In an instant, the two little fatties formed a united front, turned their spearhead, and rushed forward to suppress Chung Chumo. Goo 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 goo. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yanhuang College's dormitory 001 not only echoed with snoring, but also with the sound of a stomach growling. It was Li Tai. At this time, the little fatty was actually still awake. Instead, he kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. It was not for anything else but because he was hungry. Was there no hunger in this era? If you were hungry in the middle of the night, you could only hold your stomach and roll around in bed. In fact, to be precise, the little fatty was not hungry, but gluttonous. During the day in the cafeteria, because of Li Er and Zhang Sun, he was able to eat 2 mouthfuls of meat with great difficulty. At that time, he felt that he was going to die of happiness, but good things did not last long. In the end, Sun Zifan's arrival made his delicious lunch go up in smoke. In the first half of the night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was back in the prince's mansion, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, fish, and meat. Just as he was about to bite into the twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was dreaming, and the twice-cooked pork in his dream was his arm. After that, the little fatty could no longer fall asleep. Thinking back to the 2 mouthfuls of delicious food he had eaten at noon, and the table of fish and meat in his dream, Li Tai's mouth was full of sour water. There had never been such a moment that made him want to eat meat so badly. Now, as long as someone could give him a plate of meat to eat, Li Tai was even willing to exchange thousands of coins, or even tens of thousands of coins of wealth. In the end, Li Tai could not stand it anymore. He could only get out of bed and plan to go outside the dormitory to get some fresh air. At this time, the instructors were all asleep, so no one would check on the dormitory. Therefore, Li Tai was not worried at all. Yanhuang College's dormitory was actually a building complex. The rooms were neatly arranged in a very large courtyard. Since there was a courtyard, there was naturally a courtyard gate. Li Tai stood in front of the iron fence gate of the courtyard, enjoying the cool summer night breeze. Looking at the neat rows of trees outside the courtyard and their reflections under the moonlight, his agitated heart calmed down a little. Sha sha. At this moment, Li Tai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Little Fatty was startled and turned around to look. He saw that there was indeed a white-clothed figure with long hair behind him. The figure was about the same size as him. Li Tai thought that he had seen a ghost, so he was shocked at first. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, he was so angry that he immediately scolded, "Fuck! Sun Zifen, you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and specifically came out to scare people. Are you crazy?" That's right, the person who came was Sun Zifen. Sun Zifen crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey, Qing Ke, didn't you also not sleep in the middle of the night? You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Li Tai reacted and quickly explained, I felt that the room was too hot, so I came out to get some fresh air." "What does it have to do with you?" Sun Zifen raised his head and thought for a while, then said, "Then I saw you come out alone, Qing Ke. I was worried about your safety, so I came out to take a look." "What's wrong?" "Fuck, you're bullshitting. You're worried about me?" "Apui, no. This king needs you to worry about me?" Li Tai glared and scolded angrily. "Humph. Believe it or not." Sun Zifen sat on the stone bench next to the courtyard gate and snorted indifferently. Chapter 755. Forget it. I'll tell you the truth. Beside the door of the dormitory, Li Tai saw that Sun Zifen didn't believe him and decided to tell the truth. "I woke up hungry. I want to eat meat." Although it was night time, one could still see that Sun Zifen's eyes lit up. This little joker quickly nodded and said, Yes, I also woke up hungry. Qing Ke, your meat dishes at noon were too fragrant. I couldn't help but think of that smell when I lay in bed. It was too tempting. Sigh, it's just that I didn't get to eat it at noon. What a pity." "Damn. Sun Zifen, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, I would have had a big meal at noon and wouldn't be foolishly accompanying you to watch the moon." It would have been fine if Sun Zifen didn't say anything. Once he said it, Li Tai, this powder keg, directly ignited. The little fatty rushed to Sun Zifen's side and kicked the ladder twice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey. Qing Ke, lower your voice. If you alarm the instructors, we'll all have to go to the small dark room." Sun Zifen jumped up from the sudden attack. However, he didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he put a finger to his mouth and whispered to Li Tai. The little fatty immediately cowered. He glanced at the instructor's dormitory not far away. Seeing that there were no lights on there, Li Tai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Humph. No matter what, it's because you spoiled my dishes at noon that I didn't get to eat a big meal. Let's settle this grudge. Sun Zifen, just you wait. See how I'll deal with you in the future when I have the chance." Li Tai said hatefully, but his voice was much softer than before. It had to be said that his words, "You spoiled my dishes," were used in the right place. "Damn, you can't blame me for this. If you didn't spit into the dishes first, I wouldn't have spat too. Besides, if you're willing to share 2 pieces of meat with me, I won't spoil your dishes, right?" It was not a good thing to be remembered by Li Tai. Moreover, he had gone overboard in the afternoon. Therefore, Sun Zifen thought for a while and added, "Qing Ke, there's no point in talking about this. Both of us want to eat meat so much that we can't sleep. How about this? I'll take you out to eat meat tonight, and we'll forget about what happened at noon?" Li Tai pursed his lips and said in disbelief, "Where can we go to eat meat this late at night? Who are you trying to fool?" Sun Zifen said confidently, "Hey, Qing Ke, if you don't believe me, tell me if you agree or not." Seeing this, Li Tai nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay. As long as you don't bring me to eat meat tonight, I'll write off everything that happened before." To him, as long as he could eat meat, he would be willing to give any amount of money, let alone such an insignificant promise. He. Then, Qing Ke, wait for a while. I'll go back to the dormitory to get something. Sun Zifen licked his lips and laughed proudly before sneaking back to the dormitory. Li Tai didn't have time to ask, so he could only sit on the stone bench beside the courtyard door and wait for Sun Zifen to return. After about half a cup of tea's time, Sun Zifen finally returned. However, there were 4 people behind him: Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Chengqian. "Hey! You two want to go out to get something good to eat, and you didn't call me? Luckily, I'm alert. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss?" Cheng Chimo pointed at Sun Zifen and Li Tai as he laughed wantonly. Although this fellow's martial arts skills were at a half-baked level, his martial arts realm was still the highest among the 6 people in Dormitory 001. Previously, when Li Tai left the dormitory, Cheng Chimo had already sensed it, but he was too lazy to move in bed, so he didn't care. When Sun Zifen returned, he jumped down to catch him and interrogate him about what he was up to. With this commotion, the few people in the dormitory woke up. When they heard that Sun Zifen was preparing to bring Li Tai out to get some meat, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva and request to go together. Although Li Chengqian was the country's heir and couldn't do such a shameful thing, he was worried that Li Tai's group would be caught if they went out, so he came along. "Tisk. Chonyo, you and Baolin have been eating meat for the past 2 days. Why are you joining in the fun now?" With the help of the 2 experts, Chang Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, it would be easier for them to go out to get food. However, Li Tai's mouth was full of jealousy. "Tiske, we can't have enough meat. All right, let's not talk nonsense here. Let's get out of the dormitory first. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the instructors later." Cheng Chimo glanced to the side and suggested. The few of them felt that it made sense and agreed. "Come, Baolin. Lend me some strength." If they wanted to climb over the door, of course, they would need someone to support them from below. However, when it was Li Tai's turn, Cheng Chimo felt a little diffident and said to Yuqi Baolin, who had just sent Qin Huayu to heaven, "Hey! Coming!" Yuqi Baolin responded and hurried over. With the combined strength of the 2, they finally sent Li Tai to the top of the door. Now, all that was left was for the little fatty to hold onto the metal fence and slide down. Not long after, the 6 people from Dormitory 001 all climbed out of the dormitory door. "And then? Sun Zifen, didn't you say you could bring me to eat meat? Where are we going next?" Li Tai clapped his hands and looked at Sun Zifen. Climbing over the door of the academy dormitory was the first time Li Tai had done something so unorthodox. It was like a modern university student skipping class for the first time. While he was nervous, he also felt a little excited. "Hey! Follow me, I'll bring you guys to eat chicken. I know a place with a lot of chickens." Sun Zifen rubbed his hands and chuckled. It was also his first time doing something so exciting. His heart was still thumping. When everyone saw Sun Zifen's confident look, they followed him and walked forward. Of course, they couldn't walk through the door of the academy. There were still guards there even at night. The few of them climbed over the wall at a corner in the west. Then, using the moonlight, they followed Sun Zifen all the way to a forest halfway up the mountain to the west of the academy. "Hee. It's right here." Sun Zifen pointed at the reed wall not far ahead and said with a smile, "This is the chicken farm that Plum Village built at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Let's go catch 2 and find a place to roast them. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Li Chengqian was shocked. He hurriedly dissuaded them. "Zifen, you can't. The chickens in Plum Village were personally handed over to the farmers by the Yamacho. If we catch 2 and are discovered, we'll definitely end up in trouble. Ah! There are tens of thousands of chickens in here. No one will find out if we lose 1 or 2. Sun Zifen patted his chest and said, Yes. We'll only catch 2, no 3. The farmers will definitely not find out." Li Tai swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with his eyes staring straight ahead. Chapter 756. In the end, under Li Tai's insistence, this group of chicken thieves caught 6 chickens from the chicken farm at the side. The main reason was that Li Tai felt that the chickens inside were too small and not enough to eat, so he caught 3 more. Yes, 6 people, 1 chicken each, just right. The flock of chickens that had been chasing and playing in the forest for an entire day would never have thought that an evil person would break into the chicken farm and steal them on what was supposed to be a quiet and peaceful night. Qing K, Zifen, it's not easy for the farmers to raise these chickens. It's not good for us to steal them like this, right? The dignified crown prince of the country was actually holding a chicken fearfully at this moment. However, when it came to this, Li Chengqian was a little hesitant. He turned back to look at the chicken farm and said with some pity, "Hey! We've already prepared for this, Your Highness, don't worry." Sun Zifen chuckled, then took out 2 strings of copper coins and threw them into the chicken farm. He then said with a smile, "There's no problem now, right? 6 chickens, 2 strings of copper coins. I'm sure the farmers won't suffer a loss." Everyone looked at Sun Zifen curiously. They probably didn't expect this joker to have a time when he considered things so thoroughly. "Hey! Good. You're good." In this way, even if the farmers find out that 6 chickens are missing, I'm sure they won't make a fuss. "Let's find a place to roast these chickens and eat." Li Tai praised Sun Zifen with satisfaction and then said, "Hey, come with me, I know a place suitable for roasting chickens." Sun Zifan took the initiative to volunteer. The few of them had no objections. They followed Sun Zifen to the top of the Cloud Mountain, to an open space in the east of the academy. There was a clear spring beside them, reflecting the moonlight. It was a quiet and empty valley with the moon shining between the pines and the clear spring flowing over the rocks. "Chou Nyo, Bao Lin, you kill the chickens. Your Highness, Qin Ke, the 3 of us will go find firewood. Huayu, you help move the stones and build a stove. How about that?" After finding such an excellent spot for a picnic, Sun Zifen began to assign tasks to everyone. "I'm fine with it." "I'm fine with it too." Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Bao Lin, and the others agreed and began their respective tasks. It had to be said that Sun Zifen's division of labor was rather reasonable. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin, the 2 daring fools, were not careless in the slightest when it came to slaughtering the chickens. In no time at all, the 6 chickens that had been born for less than half a year ended their short lives. If Li Chengqian and Li Tai were to do this job, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve this result even after fiddling for half a day. 15 minutes later, a bonfire lit up in the empty space beside the spring. Sun Zifen, Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Yuchi Bao Lin, Qin Huayu, and Cheng Chumo sat around the bonfire. Each of them held a bamboo stick, and at the tip of the bamboo stick was a slaughtered and cleaned chicken. They extended the stick into the fire and continuously spun it. Yes, there's already the fragrance of meat." Li Tai took 2 deep breaths and smelled the charred aroma of the chicken being roasted. The little fatty couldn't help but lick his lips, and his appetite was greatly aroused. "It's still lacking a bit. Qin Ke, you just need to spin it a few more times and you'll be able to sprinkle salt." Sun Zifen glanced at the meat that Li Tai was roasting and said, "Sprinkle salt? Oh right, we didn't bring any salt. How the hell are we going to sprinkle salt?" Cheng Chumo slapped his thigh and shouted regretfully. Li Tai's face revealed a trace of regret, but the little fatty still said unyieldingly, "If there's no salt, then there's no salt. As long as there's meat to eat." Cheng Chumo said disdainfully, "Hee, Qin Ke, you're really desperate now. You can even eat meat without salt." "Hee, who said there's no salt?" At this moment, Sun Zifen took out a small bag from his arms and said proudly to everyone, "The salt is here. Everyone can have some later." Li Tai opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, "Damn, Zifen, why are you so awesome today? You brought everything out. Copper coins, fire rolls, and refined salt. What else do you have in your arms now?" The others also looked at Sun Zifen in surprise. Sun Zifen touched his nose and said with a smile, "Haha, in fact, I've long wanted to catch 2 chickens to have a sumptuous meal. I've prepared these 2 days ago. Yamacho is too deceitful and doesn't give us any meat. You little bastards, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you actually came here to make a barbecue. How dare you?" At this moment, a cold voice came from the horizon, which gave them a fright. They followed the voice and saw a man in white coming from Dongfang Takshu. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his sleeves were fluttering, like an immortal banished from the moon. "Damn it! It's over, it's Yamacho." On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Li Zixuan took a fairy lamp for a night tour of Chong, and with a beauty, Sun Zifen had seen him like this before. So, he was the first one among the group to recognize Li Zixuan. Hearing what he said, the rest of the group suddenly panicked. They put out the fire and hid the chickens in a hurry. "Okay, don't put it out, and don't hide it. I saw it all." In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had landed near them. Seeing them in a hurry, Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, Yamacho, this is all a misunderstanding. We were all sleepwalking just now. Chonyo, Chinkei, why are we all here? Weren't we all sleeping in the dormitory just now? Oh, we must be sleepwalking. Yes, we must be sleepwalking. Sun Zifen looked at Li Zixuan awkwardly. This funny guy racked his brains to come up with all kinds of excuses, but in the end, he could only blame sleepwalking. Li Zixuan didn't believe him at all. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he sneered, pointed at the half-cooked chickens on the ground and said, "Ha ha! Sleepwalking? Putting aside the fact that the 6 of you sleepwalked together and sleepwalked to the same location, each of you managed to catch a chicken while sleepwalking? I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to sleepwalk like this again? You left the academy without permission and dared to steal chickens raised by the farmers. This is a serious violation of the academy's rules. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the academy? Do you still deserve to be Yanhuang College's students?" Li Zixuan's harsh words made Sun Zifen sweat profusely. The others were also silent. In the end, Li Chengqian could only step forward and plead. Xiaoxian, Yamacho, Qin and Zifen were just greedy for food. They didn't deliberately violate the academy's rules. Can you spare them this time? Cheng Chimo, Sun Zifen, and Li Tai all looked at Li Zixuan anxiously. After all, today's matter could be serious or small. If it was serious, Li Zixuan could expel them because of this. Chapter 757. Xiaoxian, Yamacho, this is indeed our fault. Don't lower yourself to our level. It's best if you just let us go. Seeing Li Zixuan's serious expression, Cheng Chimo could only shamelessly laugh. Li Zixuan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire when he woke up at night. At that time, he thought that there was a fire here. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and hurriedly used his qinggong to fly over. But when he arrived, the bonfire, chicken feathers, and chicken meat on the ground all told him what had happened on the mountain tonight. Someone had the guts to steal chickens from a farmer while it was dark. The farmers worked hard to raise chickens to reduce their taxes. In the end, you guys ate their chickens because of a momentary lust. Tell me, aren't you guys wicked? Where's your conscience? Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said, Xiaoxian, when we caught the chickens, we already left a few strings of money for the farmer. I think it should be enough to make up for the farmer's losses. Li Zixuan's expression became slightly better. Seeing this, Li Chengqian continued, moreover, these chickens are already dead. They definitely can't be returned. Xiaoxian, don't be too angry. You guys really want to eat meat that much? Li Zixuan asked. Yes. Other than Li Chengqian and Qin Huayu, everyone else nodded. Yes, seeing that you guys left money for the farmer, I won't pursue your responsibility for now. Li Zixuan looked at the chicken feathers all over the ground and knew that Li Chengqian was telling the truth. Chickens couldn't be brought back to life. Now that what was done, there was no point in saying anything more. Of course, he could only choose to forgive them. You two move aside. Li Zixuan kicked Sun Zifen and Cheng Chimo's legs twice. Hearing that Li Zixuan was letting them go, Cheng Chimo and Sun Zifen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then they were inexplicably kicked again. The two of them were immediately depressed and looked at Li Zixuan in confusion. You two, go and catch me another chicken. Wash it clean while you're at it. Don't forget to leave money for the farmer to buy the chicken. Li Zixuan looked at the two and said lightly, Catch another chicken? This time, not only Cheng Chimo and Sun Zifan were dumbfounded, but the rest of the people were also in a state of confusion. Li Zixuan's words were not light. What? Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll lock you all in the little black room tomorrow. Li Zixuan glared and said. Cheng Chimo and Sun Zifen immediately shivered and hurriedly ran away. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, There's meat but no wine. It's always a bit lacking. You guys continue to roast it here. I'll go back and get a jug of wine. Tonight, I'll accompany you guys and have a good chat. Li Tai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give Li Zixuan 32 likes. This move was really too damn considerate. The distance between here and the first courtyard was only 700 to 800 meters. Li Zixuan directly used qinggong to rush over. In a flash, he He had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Hee hee. Luckily, Yamacho still remembers our old friendship. Otherwise, we're all finished. Li Tai forgot the direction Li Zixuan disappeared in and said with lingering fear, Qing Ke, we really were too rash tonight. We can't do this again in the future. Otherwise, little Xian will definitely not let us go again. Li Chengqian sincerely said to Li Tai. The reason why Li Zixuan easily let go of tonight's matter was not only because Sun Zifan stole the chicken, but also because Li Zixuan was giving face to Li Chengqian. After all, among the 6 people, Li Chengqian wasn't a student of Yanhuang College. He was a country's heir who was experiencing life at Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. If Li Zixuan didn't give face to him, it would make Li Chengqian's face very ugly. Hee hee, I know. I definitely won't. Besides, tomorrow is the holiday. After returning to the prince's residence, I can eat as much meat as I want. I definitely won't steal chicken with Sun Zifan again. Li Tai sat back in his seat and continued to roast the chicken while responding to Li Chengqian's words. During the time when the 2 people were talking, Li Zixuan actually came back so quickly. The speed of his qinggong could be seen at a glance. Where are Sun Zifan and Cheng Chumo? Haven't they come back yet? Li Zixuan said as he swept his gaze over the surroundings while carrying a bag. Li Tai was speechless and said, they probably haven't reached the chicken farm yet. How could they come back so quickly? Mountain leader, your qinggong is really convenient for you to travel. Tiske, if I had this ability, I would directly fly back. As he spoke, Li Tai almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Directly flew back to your prince's residence to eat meat, right? Li Zixuan helped the little fatty to say the words that he didn't say. Then he said unhappily, with your personality that can even throw away your life for food, it's already difficult to lose weight. You still want to practice qinggong? Even if you have my qinggong, it's a fool's dream for you to fly back to the prince's residence. It would be strange if the guards of Chang'an City didn't shoot you into a sieve. After insulting the little fatty, Li Zixuan picked up a half-roasted chicken. It was unknown whether it was Cheng Chumo's or Sun Zifan's, and continued to roast it. Since these 2 people haven't come back yet, then I'll roast it first. It's been a long time since I roasted a chicken myself. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was a child from the countryside, so his survival skills were naturally not bad. In this life, he had followed spiritual master Ling Su in the mountains to learn from him and traveled around. He had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. Therefore, compared to Li Tai and the others, his roasting skills were naturally outstanding. After a while, the chicken in his hand emitted a rich aroma. Li Zixuan opened the package and began to sprinkle salt, pepper powder, cumin, and other spices on the chicken. Then he roasted the chicken in the fire. Suddenly, the aroma became even stronger. Goo goo. Li Tai greedily breathed in the aroma, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. He looked at the golden and fragrant chicken in Li Zixuan's hand, and then looked at the slightly black chicken in his hand. He thought gloomily in his heart, we're both roasting chickens, why is the difference so big? What the heck? Who roasted this chicken? Why is it so fragrant? It smells better than the roasted chicken in the restaurant. At this time, Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan also came back with a chicken. They smelled a mouth-watering aroma from afar. Cheng Chumo cried out strangely. This is my chicken. Waha, Yamacho, you're so good to me. You actually roasted the chicken for me. Thank you so much. When Sun Zifan saw the chicken in Li Zixuan's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said with a bashful face, Get lost. Your chicken is still in Cheng Chumo's hands. Go and kill it yourself. Li Zixuan slapped the silly guy's head and said angrily. He had worked so hard to roast it for so long, how could he just give it up? This guy was really thinking too much. Chapter 758. Bright moon, clear spring, roast chicken, fine wine, and teachers and students. Tonight, the wasteland was supposed to be as ordinary as usual, but because of the arrival of Li Zixuan, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifan, the place became very lively. Little Xian, come, let me give you a toast. I know you've put in a lot of effort for Yanhuang College, but we've always been talking about you in secret. We brothers haven't had a drink together like this in a long time. Cheng Chumo's expression changed slightly. He raised a bamboo tube of fine wine and gave a toast to Li Zixuan from afar. Li Zixuan was speechless. After a while he sighed and said, "All right. Tonight, there are only friends and brothers here, no teachers and students. I'll accompany you for a drink or two." Ever since Li Zixuan entered the Imperial College, his relationship with Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, Li Chengqian, and the others had more or less changed. The relationship between friends and brothers had become mixed with the relationship between teachers and students, and there was a sense of distance between them for no reason. Cheng Chumo's words just now made him feel a lot of emotions. Although he was a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, if he always acted like a Yamacho, it would be easy to neglect the relationship between brothers and friends. He didn't need to be like Kong Yingda, who always maintained the attitude of an old pedant, to maintain his prestige among the students. He was him. He was only 15 years old. Only others could imitate him. He didn't need to imitate anyone. Haha, good. To be honest, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, I always felt suppressed when I talked to you before. I only feel that kind of feeling when I talk to my father. It's rare to be able to drink and chat with you as a friend today. It's really delightful. Li Chengqian was one of the earliest people Li Zixuan knew. Feeling the subtle change in the atmosphere, Li Chengqian said with a joyful expression, "Hee, Gao Ming, you're wrong. We're not just friends and brothers today. We'll be friends for life." It was just that sometimes, due to their different standpoints, they had no choice but to do business as usual. "Come, let's drink." Li Zixuan opened the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into his bamboo tube. The others did the same. After all, the drunken immortal's degree of intoxication was too high. If this group of people drank too much, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. At that time, they would definitely be punished. Hee. Little Xian, since we are good brothers, why don't we exchange chickens? Look, my cock is bigger than yours. Do you want to trade? Everyone couldn't help but cry out in joy as the cool wine entered their stomachs. Li Tai, the clever kid, had his eyes on the tantalizing roast chicken in front of Li Zixuan. He couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle. How can good wine not be matched with good meat? Li Zixuan was infuriated when he heard this. The little fatty's words were too *king ambiguous. What did he mean by "my chicken is bigger than yours"? He was obviously trying to stir up trouble. Scram! I'm not trading. My cock is 10 times bigger than yours. If you want to eat good food, you can do it yourself. Do it yourself, and you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Li Zixuan looked at little fatty and said angrily. Li Tai didn't understand why Li Zixuan was angry, but he also knew that it was impossible to trade chickens. He could only ask for the next best thing. Little Xian, can you share some of the seasonings you brought with you? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. At first, Li Tai thought that his roast chicken was pretty good. However, when Li Zixuan came, he instantly felt that the chicken in his hands was a little hard to swallow. Li Zixuan nodded and threw the bag of seasonings over. Everyone scrambled for it. After a quarter of an hour, with the help of various seasonings, the chicken in everyone's hands emitted waves of fragrance. Compared to before, the taste had obviously improved by more than a level. Woo-woo! Fragrant! So fragrant! I haven't eaten such fragrant roast chicken in a long time. There was no need for Li Zixuan to say anything. Li Tai had already started eating without a care for his image. Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, and the others followed closely behind. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, Li Zixuan shook his head and slowly tore off a piece of chicken drumstick and began to slowly taste it. The saltiness was just right, and the heat was just right. However, without the chili, it felt a little wrong. However, because cumin was added during the roast process, the overall taste was still very good. After all, there was a saying in modern times, a skewer of roast meat without chili, a skewer of roast meat without taste, a skewer of roast meat without cumin, a skewer of roast meat without a soul. From this, it could be seen how magical cumin was as a seasoning. Woo! I didn't expect that adding some benzoin fennel on the chicken and roasting it in the fire would actually be so delicious. Xiao Xian, how did you think of it? Li Tai lightly bit a piece of chicken drumstick. His eyes lit up, and he immediately praised it. The benzoin fennel in his mouth was cumin. Cumin was native to North Africa and West Asia. According to the archaeological findings in Syria, the use of cumin seeds could be traced back to 2000 BC. The ancient Egyptians used cumin as a spice. When the pharaohs were buried, the ancient Egyptians needed to make mummies. Cumin also became a component of the mummy's preservative. Benzoin phenyl was an ancient name for cumin in China. From the word benzoin, one could see where and when cumin was introduced to China. Sima Qian recorded in the records of the Grand Historian. In the beginning, the Han envoy came to Rest. The king of Rest ordered 20,000 cavalry to the east border. The east border was thousands of miles away from the capital. Compared to the journey, there were dozens of cities, and there were many people. Dewan, Xia, and Anxi are all big countries. They have many strange things and indigenous people. They are quite similar to China, but their soldiers are weak. Therefore, it could be said that cumin was introduced to China from the Silk Road of the Han Dynasty. Yes, I only found out today that adding cumin to the meat can make it so fragrant. Xiaofan, you are really too talented. As he was in the special training class, Cheng Chumo had eaten a lot of meat in the past 2 days, so he was not as hungry as Li Tai. However, after tasting the meat he had personally roasted, Cheng Chumo could not help but be surprised. Heh, actually, there is still a kind of seasoning missing. If there is it, this chicken will definitely be more than twice as delicious. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up and he said, "What seasoning? I will send someone to search for it later." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Our Tang Empire does not have this kind of thing. If you want to get it, you can only go to the far west to find it. There are tens of thousands of miles of sea in between. I hope I can still eat it in my lifetime." The few of them knew that Li Zishuan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, so they did not ask him how he knew about the seasoning. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin and smiled. "Heh, what are you afraid of? Our Tang Empire's fleet can now go to the small countries in Nanyang. In the future, we will definitely be able to go to the far west. Xiaoxian, you will definitely be able to eat that kind of seasoning again." Chapter 759. By the way, speaking of the fleet heading south, they should be back soon, right? Qin Huayu suddenly asked beside the bonfire. "I heard from my father that the fleet should be back in half a month." Li Chengqian replied. Li Zishuan frowned as he thought of the dream that Meng Wenhao had described. He was a little worried, so he sighed and said, "I hope so. This fleet has a lot to do with it." Sigh. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't go south with the army this time. It's better to use the tens of thousands of troops to show off in Nanyang than to stay in the academy. On the side, Cheng Chumo said regretfully with a face full of unwillingness. Li Zishuan sneered. "Come on, ugly ox. You're a landlubber. You won't be able to stand staying on the ship for 2 days. You still want to show off in other countries? I'm afraid you won't be able to." Cheng Chumo tore a piece of chicken with his mouth and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. He then said unhappily, That's not necessarily true. I'm an expert who's about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Why would I be afraid of a small ship? Maybe I can even make some military achievements this time." Sun Zifan laughed strangely. "Chumo, wake up. Stop dreaming. Go away. The adults are talking. You little brat. Go away." Cheng Chumo angrily scolded, and then suddenly looked at Li Zishuan seriously and said, "Little Xian, you also know that I am not the type to study. In the previous entrance exam, I spent a lot of effort to get in. But I can't always stay in the academy. In terms of grades, I can't compare with Qin Ke and Wenhao. So, when the imperial court sends troops to the Turks, I plan to go to the north to make a name for myself. Otherwise, my life will be boring." This guy was usually carefree. Who would have thought that he would be so clear-headed? Maybe he was drunk today, so he said these things that were buried in his heart. Yes. Yanhuang College didn't intend to nurture bookworms in the first place. The academy only nurtured people who were useful to the Tang Empire. No matter what, as long as they had a positive effect, it was fine. Chowoks, if you want to go to the front line to protect your country and build your career, the teachers in the academy and your classmates will support you. You will always be a student of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan knew Cheng Chumo's character better than anyone else. Cheng Chumo's plan was within Li Zishuan's expectations. Li Zishuan thought about it and nodded in agreement. Haha. Thank you. I've long seen through it. Xiaoxian, the Yanhuang College you've made is very different from the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. It's my honor to be classmates with Qing Ke and Bao Lin for a few years. Cheng Chumo laughed and poured himself another jar of wine. There's not much wine left in the jar, so I'll drink as much as I can. It'd be a waste not to drink. Yes. Brother Choax. I'll go with you when the time comes. I can protect you. Yuchi Bao Lin hurriedly said with a simple and honest smile. Cheng Chumo's face darkened. Yuchi Bao Lin had reached Qi Transformation Realm half a year ago. There was nothing wrong with him saying that he could protect him. However, Cheng Chumo had received 10,000 points of critical damage. Heh, alright. Chumo, you can go to the front line without worry. My classmates and I will help you research and build more advanced and powerful weapons. We can guarantee that you'll win every battle without worrying about your life. You'll also be able to build countless military achievements. Li Tai's goals were clearly different from Cheng Chumo's. Of course, the main reason was that his physique and physical fitness limited him from going to the front line. That's right. Chumo, we'll support you from behind. Although Qin Huaiyu was the eldest son of Qin Qiong and the second generation of the empire's military family, he was a scholar who didn't know anything about weapons. Therefore, he was the same type of person as Li Tai. Haha. Alright. I believe in you, and I believe in Xiaofan's skills. Cheng Chumo raised a bamboo jar of wine and offered a toast from afar. He was toasting with his hands, but he wasn't urging them to drink. Then, he laughed loudly. Li Chengqian shook his head. Cheng Chumo and the others could have their own dreams and could do whatever they wanted. However, as the empire's heir apparent, he could only obediently follow the emperor and hide under his father's incomparably tall figure to learn about politics and how to govern the country. In the past, when Li Tai competed with him for favor, this was the life he wanted to live. However, now that Li Tai was engrossed in his skills and no longer competed with him for favor, he realized that the position of heir apparent was just so. Now, he was actually a little envious of Li Tai's life. Alright. Then, since you all have things to do, what should I do? Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Sun Zifan was a little depressed. Compared to the others, this little joker was a typical example of someone who was neither proficient in academics nor martial arts. At present, he didn't seem to have anything that he could show off. Hee. Sun Zifan, it's not that I, old Chang, want to criticize you, but you really embarrassed your father. You only scored 5 points more than me in the entrance exam. Cheng Chumo immediately mocked him. F***CK. Isn't 5 points more a lot? You have to know that just because of these 5 points, I'm dozens of places ahead of you. Sun Zifan immediately said stubbornly. Haha. Fine. Only you can do it. But I, old Cheng, am better than you. At least I have something that I can show off. Cheng Chumo was obviously the type of person who had a cheap mouth. If he didn't attack others, he would feel bad. This blockhead winked at Sun Zifan and said sarcastically. Sun Zifan wanted to refute but found that he couldn't. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even the roast chicken in his hand became tasteless. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled meaningfully. Hee. It's still too early for you to say all this. After all, the academy hasn't started classes yet. In the future you will have to learn all kinds of courses. You have never heard of many of them, let alone seen them. So by then you will really understand what you are good at. No matter what kind of knowledge you are good at, the academy will do its best to give you the space to show off your strengths. Everyone lowered their heads with a thoughtful look on their faces. My talents are born to be useful. Everyone who comes to this world has their own meaning and value. Everyone's potential is unlimited. When the day comes when you have done everything you can do, you will be surprised by yourself. Yanhuang College is a small world that I have created for you. I hope that you can find your own ideals and values in this small world. Before that, don't blindly deny yourself, understand? Li Zishuan said earnestly to everyone. Understood. Thank you, Yamacho. After a long time, Sun Zifan solemnly saluted Li Zishuan and said, Haha. All right. Hurry up and finish your food and drink. Then go back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't get up tomorrow and get punished. Li Zishuan stood up and said with a smile. Then he floated away, leaving the 6 thoughtful young men behind. Chapter 760. Drip, drip, drip. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, sporadic raindrops began to fall from the sky and hit the roof, making a slight drip, drip, drip sound. At first, the raindrops were very sparse, and the sound of the rain was also very soft. However, as time passed, the raindrops began to become heavier and denser. A torrential rain poured down, and the loud pitter-patter of raindrops woke many people from their dreams. It's raining? It's really raining? Does that mean we don't have to undergo military training today? Haha. That's great. At this time, it was less than a quarter of an hour before the Academy's daily morning exercise time. After so many days of military training, many students had already formed a biological clock, and they would automatically wake up at this time every day. At this moment, they looked out of the window in the direction of the sound and found that it was pouring outside. One by one, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. This sentence of, "We don't have to undergo military training today," could be said to be a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. More and more people joined in the celebration, and soon, the student dormitory began to become restless. Huh! Why is it so noisy outside? Did the instructor blow the assembly call? In dormitory 001, Sun Zifen drank the least last night. It wasn't that he didn't like to drink, but that he wasn't as cunning as Chung Chumo and the others. When he wanted to drink, there was no wine left. Therefore, he was the first to wake up in the dormitory this morning. The silly little guy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered in a low voice. After a moment, he was a little more awake, and he could clearly hear the cheers outside. F***CK. It's raining? We don't have to undergo military training? Ha ha ha. That's great. We finally don't have to undergo military training today. Sun Zifen opened the dormitory door and saw that it was pouring outside. This fellow immediately started to make a fuss. Oh, Sun Zifen, what the F***CK are you yelling about so early in the morning? Chung Chumo, who drank a little too much last night, turned over in bed and muttered in extreme dissatisfaction. Yamacho. In front of the gate of Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong saw Li Zixuan coming out of the rain with an oil paper umbrella. He hurriedly ran out of the security guard post and bowed. It's already past 5, right? Why don't I see the students coming out for their morning run? Li Zixuan said with a frown as he glanced at the western field. Mo Zhong was stunned. Ha! Yamacho, it's raining so heavy today, everyone's is what? Li Zixuan's expression was somewhat displeased. Do you all think that there's no need for military training because it's raining? Who said that? Does the Academy's the enemy? Mo Zhong was speechless. Li Zixuan asked, "Where is Duke E? General Qin still hasn't come today. It's probably because of the rain." Li Zixuan paused and ordered, "Inform Pang Feiji. Let him gather the students today's militaries as usual. It's not winter now. A little rain will only make people feel cool. Generally speaking, people won't catch a cold." Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands and accepted the order. Beep beep beep. In the student dormitory, just as all the students were cheering for today's rain, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from outside the dormitory. In an instant, the noisy dormitory immediately quieted down. The students looked at each other in dismay, all of them thinking that they had misheard. However, the continuous whistling that followed brought them back to reality. Does that mean there's still military training today? Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's raining so heavily. Do we still have to go out for military training? Hurry up and wash up. If we're late, we'll probably be punished again. In dormitory 001, Chung Chumo, who was catching up on his sleep, heard the whistle and was instantly filled with grief and indignation. F***CK, do they have to do this? Military training in this kind of weather? It's simply unreasonable. I was planning to sleep in. Looks like that's not going to happen. Li Tai said regretfully. After eating a sumptuous supper last night, he wasn't hungry at all, he just wanted to sleep. F***CK, it's raining so heavily, I'll definitely get my clothes wet if I go out. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have washed them last night. What a King waste. Sun Zifen's focus was different from the others. He felt that going out for military training in this kind of weather was equivalent to washing last night's clothes for nothing. Li Zishuan stipulated that the students had to dress neatly during military training. They had to wear camouflage uniforms, but each person only had one set of camouflage uniforms. This directly led to the students having to wash their clothes before going to bed at night, or else they would only be wearing smelly clothes the next day. "All right, hurry up and get up, don't laze around in bed," Li Chengqian said with a frown. Not long after, the open space in front of the dormitory was filled with students. The bean-sized raindrops soaked the students' clothes instantly, but they didn't have the time to care about that at this moment. Beep beep. Instructors of each class, do a head count. Since Qin Qiong wasn't around, Pang Feiji became the head instructor. He blew his bamboo whistle and shouted loudly. Yes. Not long after, a continuous stream of reports sounded in the field. Everyone from Class 1 is here. Everyone from Class 2 is here. 2 people from Class 3 are missing. 1 person from Class 4 is missing. You, go and call out the students who are late. In a while, lead them to run 10 laps alone. The rest of the students will start their morning run according to class order. Pang Feiji randomly pointed at a subordinate and instructed. Yes. Students from Class 1, start running. Bang bang bang. In the heavy rain, the students were like dragons in the sea, meandering toward the field. The sound of footsteps and chanting was endless, as if it was going to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. A day of military training began just like that. Chang'e is here too? Imperial Palace West Court. Li Zheng Hall. Li Er, who had just finished the morning court, came here to visit. He entered the door and smiled in surprise. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang'e and Zhang Sun bowed one after another. Yes, you may rise. Li Er laughed, walked closer, and asked, Guanyin maid, what are you doing? It's not even noon yet. Empress Zhang Sun smiled and said, Your Majesty, I heard from Li Xiannan at the academy yesterday that meteoric success can treat asthma, so I asked him to send some into the palace every day. This was just sent over, so I called Chang'e over and planned to have lunch together. Then, Empress Zhang Sun opened the food box. There was a plate of golden dishes inside. It was the crushed version of meteoric success. Li Er's expression changed when he saw that and he said, Don't eat this. Don't be fooled by that brat. Chapter 761. What does Your Imperial Majesty mean by this? Seeing Li Er's reaction, Empress Zhang Sun asked curiously. At this moment, Princess Chang'e's attention was also focused on Li Er. This was because she could sense that her imperial father was angry. Humph. Do you know what kind of material is used to make this so-called meteoric success? Thinking of this, Li Er became somewhat angry. He felt that he had been toyed with by Li Zishuan. This servant does not know. Empress Zhang Sun shook her head and replied. She had wanted to investigate the materials used to make soaring to glory. However, when she used her chopsticks to take a look, she discovered that the inside was a flour-like substance. She could not tell what it was. The soaring to glory that the Academy made today was made with crushed locusts mixed with flour and eggs. It was not strange that Zhang Sun could not tell the ingredients. Locusts. Soaring to glory was made with locusts. Li Zishuan, this stinking brat, actually dared to deceive us. We must properly deal with him. Li Er sat at the head of the table and angrily slapped it. Hearing that they had been eating locusts, Zhang Sun and Chang'e's faces turned deathly pale. Their stomachs churned, and they nearly vomited. Imperial Father, please do not blame Brother Xiaoxian. Brother Xiaoxian definitely would not harm Chang'e. There must be something hidden here. Chang'e recovered her wits and promptly pleaded with Li Er. That's right. Your Imperial Majesty. Xiaoxian has always been a loyal and righteous child. He does not seem to be someone who does not know the gravity of the situation. Perhaps these locusts really are effective against asthma? Empress Zhang Sun glanced at her eldest daughter and then spoke in support. Li Er coldly snorted and said, Humph. There is no need for you to speak for that brat. Yesterday, we already asked the 2 doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They have never heard of locusts being able to treat asthma. From this, it can be seen that Li Zishuan's words are nothing but nonsense. As we see it, This stinking brat is definitely itching for a beating. Seeing that Li Er only spoke fiercely but did not have any intention of punishing him, how could Empress Zhong's son, who had been with Li Er for over 10 years, not understand what he was thinking? She could not help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this child remembered wrongly. It can be assumed that he does not have any ill intentions. Your Imperial Majesty, please do not blame him. Humph. I will settle the score with him in the afternoon. Take these things away and don't eat them in the future. Li Er pointed at the meteoric success in the food box and said with a straight face. Yes. Empress Zhong's son responded. Changle, who was next to her, rolled her black eyes as if she was thinking of something. The rain came quickly and left quickly. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the raindrops had obviously lessened. By noon, 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky had cleared up, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the sun was about to come out. Leader, a lady sent a note to you, saying that it's for you. When it was almost noon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office and bowed to Li Zixuan. Oh? Did you ask about that woman's identity? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. That woman said, Yamacho, once you read the note, you will know who wrote the letter. Give it to me. Li Zixuan ordered. Mo Zhong stepped forward and handed over the note, then tactfully retreated. Li Zixuan opened it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly, and he said with some exasperation, F***CK. This is really good intentions doing a bad thing. Old Li is really narrow-minded. You don't know anything, and you still have the nerve to blame others? If Li Er heard this, he might go into battle and beat Li Zixuan up. Sigh, speaking of which, don't the doctors at this time realize the medicinal value of locusts? It shouldn't be. Now that old man's son is not in Chang'an, what should I do? Yamacho, someone from the palace is here. He said that he wants you to prepare to enter the palace to meet the emperor. In the afternoon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office again, but this time, Li Zixuan had already changed into a purple official's robe, as if he was already prepared to enter the palace. Okay, I got it. You go down first, I will come later. Li Zixuan responded and said. That's right, he was indeed prepared. The note in the morning was a letter that Changle asked a palace maid to send over. In the letter, he completely explained Li Er's plan and attitude to him, so that he could be mentally prepared in advance. Yes. After a while, Li Zixuan rode a carriage out of the academy, followed by the palace attendant from the palace, and headed in the direction of the palace. It had just rained heavily, and the mountain roads were extremely difficult to travel on, so this trip took more than an hour before they arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Li Zhanshe is already here. At the Sweet Dew Hall, a small yellow door entered the hall and bowed carefully. Announce. Announce, Li Zhanshe for an audience. Hearing the eunuch's shout, Li Zixuan took small steps and entered the hall seriously. He then bowed to Li Er and said, Your subject greets your Majesty. Humph. Li Zixuan, you maliciously deceived me and tricked the Empress and Princess into eating locusts. How should you be punished? Li Er didn't let Li Zixuan get up. Instead, he directly pressured him coldly. Your subject is terrified. Your subject doesn't know when I have deceived your Majesty. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Although he knew what Li Er meant, Li Zixuan still pretended to be ignorant and asked. After all, Changle had kindly informed him of Gout's news. He couldn't betray an ally at a critical moment. Humph. Do you need me to remind you of what you did? What did you tell me yesterday? Didn't you say that locusts could cure Changle's asthma? But why did I ask all the imperial physicians in the palace? But none of them knew that locusts had this function. And you still say that you are not deceiving me? Li Er glared and said angrily. Li Zixuan was already mentally prepared for this. He began to put on an act and said with a surprised expression, How is this possible? Your Majesty is wise. Locusts do indeed have extremely high medicinal value. What I told your Majesty yesterday was only the tip of the iceberg. These things were all said by my master himself. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask Priest Sun when he returns to Chang'an. What I said is absolutely not false. In fact, locusts could not only stop coughing and asthma, detoxify, penetrate rashes, treat whooping cough, bronchial asthma, infantile convulsions, sore throats, obstructed rashes, bronchitis, stop cramps, and so on. They could also reduce blood pressure, lose weight, lower cholesterol, nourish the body, and nourish the stomach and spleen. If eaten for a long time, they could prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. When used externally, they could treat otitis media. Frosted locusts could treat dysentery, enteritis, and so on. Whether it was Changle or Li Tai, locusts were very beneficial to their bodies. It was just that many doctors had yet to realize the value of locusts. Chapter 762. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er, who was originally full of doubts, couldn't help but become hesitant after hearing Li Zishuan's solemn explanation. However, he didn't give in easily. "Brat, you're using your master as a scapegoat again. Why did spiritual master Lingshu accept such a wicked disciple?" Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, "Wasn't I forced by you? If you were slightly more cultured, would I have to fight like this? Your Majesty, I was originally pure and kind. However, I entered the big vat of corruption that is the imperial court. However, I absolutely have a pure and innocent heart towards your Majesty and my master." Li Zishuan played a slick trick and said. This time, it was Li Er's turn to vomit blood. "Brat, what do you mean? Don't tell me that my court has polluted you?" Cough cough. "I definitely didn't mean that." Li Zishuan shook his head and cupped his hands. He flatly denied. "I only meant to say that surviving in the imperial court is far more complicated than what I learned in the mountains. I still have many things to learn." Li Er glanced at Li Zishuan and said unhappily, "You're so glib-tongued at such a young age. You've ruined the integrity of a loyal official." Li Zishuan didn't care. He never wanted to be a loyal official. It was too tiring. He also didn't want to be a sycophantic official. It was too smelly. He only wanted to live happily and freely. "Your Majesty is right. I will definitely remember it in my heart." Looking up and seeing Li Er's face of disbelief, Li Zishuan could only change the topic. He said, "Your Majesty's previous concern, other than the effect of locusts, was that locusts couldn't be eaten by ordinary people. If this meteoric success was made from flour, even if it couldn't cure the illness, your Majesty wouldn't blame me." In fact, it was true. Li Er knew clearly that his family's disease, Qi disease, could not be cured. After knowing that his meteoric rise was caused by locusts and that it could not help Changle's illness, Li Er was furious. But what he was really angry about was that his daughter had suffered so much. She ate locusts but could not be cured. If meteoric rise was made by something slightly more normal, Li Er might not be so angry. As for the effects of the locusts, my master came across it by chance during his medical practice. He didn't leave behind any medical books or notes. Moreover, Priest Sun isn't in Chang'an right now, so I can't immediately prove the effects of the locusts to your Majesty. However, I can guarantee that the locusts are not disgusting insects. Their meat is very delicious and has high nutritional value. It is comparable to black chicken and bird's nest. Words have no proof. I just happened to bring some of the soaring meteoric success that the Academy made this afternoon." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan took out an oil paper package from his arms and opened it, revealing the golden soaring meteoric success inside. Li Er stared and said, "Why do you bring these things with you?" Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, since I invented the way to eat locusts, I usually bring some with me. When I am hungry, I can eat it as a snack. It is very delicious. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Seeing such delicious food, I can't hold back." After saying this, Li Zishuan apologized to Li Er. Then he couldn't wait to grab a piece of soaring meteoric success and put it into his mouth. He deliberately chewed it until it was crispy, causing the palace maids and eunuchs outside to blush with shame. "Oh, it's really delicious. Your Majesty, do you want to try it?" Li Er was frowning when Li Zishuan handed over a piece of soaring meteoric success and asked, "Scram." Even though Li Zishuan looked like he was eating very happily, Li Er couldn't help but feel nauseous when he thought that this thing was made by locusts. He then angrily said, "I will take my leave." When Li Zishuan heard this, not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also felt like he had been pardoned. He immediately took the opportunity to take his leave. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and didn't want to bother with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan bowed and slowly left the hall. "Wretch, wretch." Li Zixuan quickly walked out of the imperial city, and immediately scurried to a corner and retched. The heavens took pity on him. This was the first time he had eaten such disgusting things like locusts in his previous life. Although he knew that locusts had many benefits for the human body, although he had made a solemn vow in front of Li Er just now and acted beautifully, when he actually ate locusts himself, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted. Cough cough. His performance in front of Li Er just now was just an act. What about bringing soaring meteoric success with him every day as a snack? These were all lies. The reason he brought a bag of soaring meteoric success today was because Chang'e had secretly informed him in the morning, and he had prepared it in advance to deal with Li Er. Therefore, the cause of these twists and turns was Chang'e, but the person who helped him through these difficulties was still Chang'e. Sigh, I've finally gotten rid of old Li. But in the end, it's still because there are too few medical books in this era that specifically introduce medicinal herbs. This led to the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department not to recognize the magical effects of locusts. It seems that when Old Sun returns to Chang'en, it's necessary to ask him to compile a medical book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. After calming down his tumbling stomach, Li Zixuan thought silently in his heart. In fact, there were many medical books that could be used in the Tang Empire, such as Shennong's Materia Medica, Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Treatise on Typhoid and Miscellaneous Diseases, Synopsis of the Golden Chamber, and the 1,000 gold prescription that Sun Simiao might have started writing. These medical books could be said to have built a more complete medical system, but there were still certain limitations. Because the starting point of these medical books was to prescribe medicine for diseases. Overall, their contents were mainly prescriptions for various diseases. But there were millions of diseases in the world. How could they cover all of them? Therefore, at this time, a medical book was needed to find another way to improve the current medical system. The Compendium of Materia Medica was a peerless book that was compiled in the style of categorizing categories. It was different from the previous medical books in that it introduced prescriptions by categorizing the herbs in the world into categories. Li Shizhen used about 27 years, and after 3 rewrites, it was finally completed in the 6th year of the Wanli era. There were more than 1.9 million words in the book, containing 1,892 types of medicine, 11,092 medical prescriptions, and 1,160 beautifully drawn illustrations. It was divided into 16 parts and 60 categories. It was a comprehensive collection of traditional Chinese medicine from the Han Dynasty in ancient China. It was a systematic summary of Chinese medicine before the 16th century. It was known as the Magnum Canon of Oriental Medicine, and had a great impact on modern science. In his previous life, although Li Zixuan did not read the Compendium of Materia Medica, he had read part of it. The medical effects of locusts were what he read in the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life. Now that he had abnormal mental strength, if he seriously recalled, he could still recall some of the contents. Chapter 763. After leaving the palace safely, Li Zixuan went straight back to the academy. From afar, he could hear the deafening cheers from the field. The students were especially enthusiastic about their training this afternoon. As for the reason, of course, it was because today was a holiday. According to the academy calendar that Li Zixuan set, today was Friday. After the afternoon training, the students would welcome a 2-day holiday. For the students who had been tortured for such a long time, this was undoubtedly great news. No wonder they were not excited. When Li Zixuan was in the military training in the university in his previous life, he spent his weekends and days in the military camp. In comparison, this group of students was considered very lucky. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan walked towards his office. The field was in full swing and extremely noisy, but the Guanghua building was unusually quiet. This was because the teachers of the academy were racing against time to study the courses that they were going to teach this semester. How is it? Can you see it? How far can you see? When Li Zixuan walked to the 9th floor, he suddenly heard Yan Xiaoning's voice from the corridor. He could not help but stop and turn around to walk there. In the corridor, Mo Lingwei was holding a black cylindrical object. One end was placed on her left eye socket, and the other end was facing the foot of the mountain in front of the academy. Yan Xiaoning was extremely anxious at the side. He was very eager to know the result. However, Mo Lingwei did not care about him at all. She was still focused on looking at the scenery. Hey. Wei, tell me quickly. Did you succeed this time? Can you see the scenery from afar? Yan Xiaoning was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If he was not afraid of the girl in front of him, he would have already snatched it. It was worth mentioning that before, he called Mo Lingwei an ink girl. Now, he directly called her Wei. It seemed that their recent progress was quite good. What's the rush? Little Ning, let me finish looking at it first. Mo Lingwei waved her fists and pretended to chase Yan Xiaoning away. No way. You've been looking at it for almost half an hour. Are you not done yet? How long are you going to look at it? At this moment, Yan Xiaoning felt that women were really troublesome. They were not cute at all. It's only been half an hour. You've lost your patience after half an hour? Little Ning, you're a man. Why are you nagging like an old woman? Are you still a man? Hearing the urging, Mo Lingwei immediately. Yan Xiao Shui, Yan. You. Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he was trembling. You for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he had an idea. He moved his feet and came to the front of Mo Lingwei. Then, he used his right eye to look at the other end of the cylindrical object in Mo Lingwei's hand. Then the image froze there. Ah! Little Ning, you're courting death. After about 3 breaths of silence, Mo Lingwei suddenly screamed and took a few steps back. She looked at Yan Xiaoning with dissatisfaction and said angrily. God knows how she would feel when a huge eye appeared in her field of vision. Anyway, the person involved, Mo Lingwei, didn't want to experience this kind of experience again. Li Zixuan, who had just witnessed this scene, suddenly couldn't help but think of a song from his previous life. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person, I waved my sword and turned around, and blood like red lips, in the memory of the previous dynasty, it's not the blade that hurts people. It's your reincarnated soul. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person. I spurred my horse to battle. The sound of the horse's hooves is like running tears. The moonlight on the blue stone floor shines into the mountain city. I followed you all the way to reincarnate. I have deep feelings for you, the old tree roots beside Luoyang City. This song was pretty King fitting here. Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei just looked at each other after confirming with their eyes. What are you shouting for? I just asked you to show it to me. If you don't want to, I can go and see it myself. Do you have to have such a big reaction? Yan Xiaoning's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's panic, he snatched the cylindrical object from her hand and then looked at it himself happily. What the *CK? Xiao Xian. When did you come over? You didn't even make a sound when you walked. Are you trying to scare me to death in broad daylight? Yan Xiaoning adjusted the direction of his gaze and saw Li Zixuan's huge figure in his field of vision. He was so scared that he almost threw the thing in his hand away. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong in the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Xiaoning, you're so flustered. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Li Zixuan stared into Yan Xiaoning's eyes and said meaningfully. Damn. You're so weird. I think you're the one with a guilty conscience. Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said in annoyance. As a straight man who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life, how could he have a guilty conscience? This was called being calm, okay? Yamacho, you're here. Just in time. Come and take a look at the clairvoyance that we just made. Xiao Ning, quickly take out the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw Yan Xiaoning acting like a block of wood. But when she thought of the results of the past few days of hard work, she couldn't help but come forward and say excitedly to Li Zixuan. Oh. Yan Xiaoning responded dully and then handed the clairvoyance in his hand to Li Zixuan. The outer shell was made of wood. Li Zixuan judged the material of the clairvoyance's outer shell as soon as he held it in his hand. It was made of high-quality Phoebe Zhennan wood, complemented by peerless carving skills. It was very classy and impressive. This was obviously the masterpiece of Strange Pavilion's heavenly knife Lu. 2 lenses were embedded at both ends of the wooden tube, one big and one small. Li Zixuan put the clairvoyance close to his eye socket and then looked into the distance. He realized that the flowers, grass, and trees at the gate of the academy were all reflected in his eyes, and even the texture was unusually clear. Cough cough, although with Li Zixuan's current eyesight, he could still see things that were so far away even without the clairvoyance, but with the clairvoyance, he still felt that things were bigger and clearer. Not bad. You've already adjusted the distance between these two lenses very well, and it can meet the requirements of the clairvoyance. Ink Girl, Xiaoning, you've done very well, and the progress is also quite fast. I'm very satisfied. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them and sincerely praised them. Oh. It's rare that you're satisfied with Yamacho. It's really not easy. Mo Lingwei said excitedly with a bright smile on her face. Logically speaking, it could be said that Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning had put in a lot of effort to be able to go from nothing to making the clairvoyance in just 10 days. Although they had the support of the powerful and advanced production capabilities of the workshop behind them, their hard work couldn't be ignored. It was indeed very difficult. Chapter 764. Yamacho, does this mean that I've succeeded? You have to keep your promise to me. Mo Lingwei became excited when she heard Li Zishuan's affirmation. Li Zishuan chuckled. Haha, you're still far from success. Back then, I asked you to build an astronomical telescope. Miss Mo, don't tell me you think you can see the moon in the sky with this little thing? Mo Lingwei blinked curiously. Why can't I? My clairvoyance can already see very far. Can't I use it to see the moon? Of course not. Seeing that Yan Xiaoning was also puzzled, Li Zishuan had no choice but to patiently explain to them. I've told you guys before that the magnification of the clairvoyance is related to the focal length of the objective lens and the eyepiece. The clairvoyance that you guys are making now has a magnification of at most 7 to 8 times. That is to say, a person who uses this to see a distance of 1,000 feet will only be able to see a distance of about 10 to 12 feet. The moon is about 880,000 miles away from us. Do you think we can clearly see what the moon looks like with this? Usually, the moon is about 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimon's 2 steps, 1 step for each of his left and right feet, was used as the standard. It was called Bu. It was stipulated that 300 steps was 1 li, and 1/5 of 1 bu was 1 qi. In the Tang dynasty, 1 qi was 303 meters, and 1 li was 454 meters. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was about 880,000 miles in the Tang dynasty. 880,000 miles? How far is that? The two of them were speechless. Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and asked, Xiaoxian, according to what you said, we just need to increase the magnification of the clairvoyance next? Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and replied, yes, but it's not just about increasing the magnification. When the magnification is too high, the final image of the clairvoyance will be seriously distorted. You have to think of a way to reduce the distortion of the image. Otherwise, no matter how high the magnification is, it will be useless. Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, Yamacho, what do you mean by image distortion? She could not be blamed for being ignorant. It was mainly because this knowledge had not been covered in the first volume of the physics textbook. Li Zishuan organized his words and explained, previously, I told you about the imaging principle of the convex lens. In fact, those are the cases where the light rays are close to the central optical axis. But in fact, there is always a part of the light rays that are not close to the central optical axis. They are at the edge of the lens. Compared to the actual object, the final image of this part of the light rays has a certain deformation. I call it distortion. For the clairvoyance, if you wanted to obtain a higher magnification factor, the overall length of its optical path would have to be longer. At this time, a small distortion would become even bigger after such a long optical path. So in the future, when you increase the magnification of the clairvoyance, don't neglect the image quality. According to my experience, as long as you can ensure that the magnification is above 30 times, you can basically meet the requirements of astronomical observation. Li Zishuan was very familiar with binoculars. When he was in high school, one of his roommates brought a pair of binoculars with the excuse of looking at the scenery opposite the dormitory. But in reality, he was only looking at the girls' dormitory. In the end, the boys' binoculars were confiscated by the head teacher who suddenly came to check on the dormitory. When he was in university, thanks to the school's geographical location, he once spent 35 yuan to go in on the opening day of a certain planetarium in the capital. It could be said that he personally used an astronomical telescope. Moreover, his undergraduate and postgraduate studies involved a considerable part of the knowledge of optics. He even personally polished lenses during his internship. In the Tang dynasty, he could be called an expert in optics. This was also why he could explain it to Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning, and the others so clearly and logically. Then Xiao, how should we solve the imaging distortion? To be honest, Yan Xiaoning wasn't shocked at all by the endless stream of new knowledge that kept popping out of Li Zixuan's head because he was already numb to it. What was more important than being shocked was that he had to try his best to absorb the new knowledge that Li Zixuan spat out. This is very difficult. Li Zixuan shook his head with a complicated expression. To solve the imaging distortion and chromatic aberration problem of lenses, the method of cementing lenses was often used in modern times. By fixing 2 or more lenses with photosensitive glue and baking them with ultraviolet light, after going through 2 curing processes, a set of cemented lenses could be obtained. In modern times, some of the precision optical components, such as the objective lens of a microscope, the eyepiece of a telescope, and so on, used lens sets that were cemented with photosensitive glue. If only a simple convex or concave lens was used, it would be very difficult to obtain a better imaging result. However, in this era where basic science was extremely backward, wanting to control the imaging distortion like modern optical lens companies was tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that there was no photosensitive glue, there was no way to even obtain pure ultraviolet light. In this case, how could they make a cemented lens set? Although it's very difficult, you can think of a way to replace a simple single lens with a lens set composed of many small lenses that are very close to each other. Also, you have to keep the overall imaging light path unchanged. This way, the results might be different. After pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan could only give it a shot and said in the end. Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei both fell into deep thought. Clang, 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 clang. With the crisp sound of gongs and drums, Yanhuang Academy's training for the day was finally over. Qin Qiong, who was late because of the heavy rain in the morning, as the chief military instructor of the academy, blew the whistle decisively. School is over. The students' enthusiasm for training today was very high. There was no need to deliberately make things difficult for them, so Qin Qiong's impression of the instructors was quite good. Once school was over, he decisively let the students go to school without any hesitation. Oh, it's the holidays. I can finally go home and sleep in. Haha. I must eat a lot of meat these 2 days. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. This young master is coming. The students burst into cheers, and then Yanhuang College became a sea of joy. Cheers could be heard everywhere. The students ran back to the dormitory like a gust of wind, then rushed out of the dormitory, out of the college gate, and directly down the mountain to Chang'an City. Chapter 765. 2/3 of the students in Yanhuang College came from outside Chang'an City, so only a small number of students went home during the 2-day holiday. Although the rest of the students could not go home, they were very happy that they did not have to go through military training. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and misfortune hide within each other. Sometimes, not being able to go home was actually a kind of luck. F***ck. I just came back and I want to poop. Jiang Wuyun, bring this young master some toilet paper. It didn't take long for Cheng Chumo to return to Chang'an. As soon as he entered the house, he suddenly felt that his chrysanthemum was tight and he wanted to poop. Cheng Chumo quickly went straight to the outhouse and ordered his errand boy. Jiang Wuyun, who was in the front yard, saw Cheng Chumo enter the courtyard. He wanted to greet him, but when he heard such a sentence, he was suddenly stunned. Hey! Young master, what is toilet paper? Jiang Wuyun chased after Cheng Chumo and shouted loudly. Cheng Chumo, who had just walked to the front of the cottage, paused his steps, patted his head and said in annoyance, F***ck, I almost forgot, there is no toilet paper at home. Forget it, forget it. Bring me some newspapers. Jiang Wuyun took the order and left. Cheng Chumo shook his head and went into the outhouse with an unhappy face. F***ck. Why is it so smelly? Cheng Chumo, who was used to the outhouse of the academy, came back and saw his own outhouse and immediately began to dislike it. His outhouse not only did not have the white and smooth toilet of the academy, but also did not have a complete flushing system. It looked disgusting and smelled bad. No wonder this guy began to dislike it. Young master, our outhouse has always been like this? Jiang Wuyun, who had just brought a newspaper, stood outside the outhouse and said in amazement. Okay, I know you can go. Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and took the newspaper into the outhouse and said helplessly. Cheng Chumo, who had just left Yanhuang College for less than an hour, had already begun to miss his life in Yanhuang College. When he was in the academy, He wanted to leave the academy. Now that he was out of the academy, he wanted to go back to the academy. Was this the legendary act of being cheap? In fact, Chung Chu-mo was not the only student who was embarrassed. When the students returned home, they were not used to the sudden change in architectural style. Most of the buildings in Yanhuang College were foreign-style buildings made of cement bricks, while the students' homes were in the classical style with wooden doors and windows. It was hard to say which style was better or worse. It could only be said that the students were used to living in the classical style of wooden buildings and windows. When they first entered Yanhuang College, they felt that living in the style of Yanhuang College was more comfortable. In addition, similar to Cheng Chumo's situation, the students all discovered the superiority of the academy's toilets. The clean and hygienic toilets were incomparable to their own toilets. Housekeeper, go to Chitsu Pavilion and help me buy some toilet paper. In the Sun Mansion, Sun Zifan came out of the outhouse with a constipated expression on his face and said to the housekeeper in the courtyard, "Looking at this guy's expression, God knows how much he suffered in the outhouse. Young master, what is toilet paper?" The housekeeper looked at Sun Zifan with a puzzled face and asked. Sun Zifan frowned and impatiently waved his hand and said, It's very hygienic paper. Housekeeper, you can go to Chitsu Pavilion and ask. The people there will definitely know." The steward answered in a daze and went out. However, after a while, he turned back and said embarrassedly, "Young master, now that the gate is about to close, there should be no one at Strange Interest Pavilion." Sun Zifan was speechless and said, "Then let's go tomorrow morning." Most of the Yanhuang College students who returned to Chang and encountered the embarrassing situation of not having toilet paper in the outhouse. After leaving the academy, they felt uncomfortable everywhere. But there was one person who was luckier, and that was Li Tai. "Hey! Fortunately, royal sister has toilet paper, otherwise, wouldn't this prince be slaughtered?" Li Tai came out of the outhouse with a roll of toilet paper in his arms. He was very satisfied as he thought to himself. Now in the entire Tang dynasty, except for Li Zishuan's house and Yanhuang College, only Chang'e had toilet paper. Previously, when Chang'e followed Li Zishuan and Empress Zhang's son to tour Yanhuang College, Li Chengqian suddenly had a stomachache, and Chang'e inadvertently discovered the wonderful use of toilet paper. Then, the little girl took the initiative to ask Li Zishuan for a batch of toilet paper. Li Zishuan had always treated such an obedient and lovely little girl like Chang'e as his own sister. After hearing Chang'e's request, Li Zishuan naturally agreed. He arranged for a cart of toilet paper to be sent to the palace that day. Li Tai took advantage of this loophole and was able to obtain the precious toilet paper. Sigh. The only flaw is that the outhouse in the residence is not as comfortable as the one in the academy. I have to admire Xiaofan's design skills. He can even come up with new tricks in the outhouse. The outhouse in the Prince of Wei's residence was not dirty or smelly, but Li Tai still felt that the outhouse in the academy was more comfortable to squat in. Chief Gu, tomorrow, go and invite a group of craftsmen who participated in the construction of Yanhuang College to renovate the residence. Ask them to do as much as possible in the style of the academy. Li Tai found the chief of the residence and whispered to him, "Yes, Your Highness." The so-called Elder Gu was a middle-aged scholar in his early 30s. He bowed and said, "By the way, ask someone to buy some toilet paper from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion tomorrow. It's not good to keep borrowing toilet paper from Chang'e." Li Tai added after some thought. Chief Gu was speechless. What kind of borrowing is this? What's the difference between borrowing and not returning and stealing? Yes, Your Highness. To a certain extent, the Yanhuang College students who returned home during the holidays were like a batch of sparks that spread to the world and ignited a prairie fire. Through word of mouth, people gradually learned about toilet paper, water pipes, showers, and other novelties. After listening to the descriptions of the students from the academy, they felt that these things were quite useful. Especially toilet paper, this soft thing that could replace the hard as iron toilet paper was simply a blessing to everyone. As long as one was not short of money and valued quality of life, there was no one who did not yearn for toilet paper. But where should they buy it? Many people subconsciously thought of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion because toilet paper first appeared in Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College and the big boss of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. If toilet paper were to be sold to the public, it would definitely be at the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Thus, early the next morning, the Wonderful Taste Pavilion welcomed a large group of customers. The line had already filled the entire street. Chapter 766. Whoa! Why are there so many people here today? As soon as Sun Huayuan opened the door of the Strange Interest Pavilion, he was shocked by the huge crowd outside. He rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but wonder, Strange Interest Pavilion hasn't launched any new products recently? Why are all these people here? Did Lord Ju come up with some new information? Ever since the Divine Mirror and Azure Glaze Cup were launched a few days ago, Curious Pavilion's customer flow had been relatively stable. Today, however, there was a sudden surge in customer flow. Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of Curious Pavilion, couldn't understand it. Shopkeeper Sun, you've hidden it well. Curious Pavilion has such a good item like toilet paper, but you didn't sell it earlier. You're too mean. Chao Wendong, who was at the front of the line, laughed loudly when he saw Sun Huaiming. He was rich, so of course, he didn't need to line up every time. However, he wanted to build a good relationship with Li Zishuan and the people around Li Zishuan. Moreover, he valued Li Zishuan's business opportunity very much. Therefore, whenever Curious Pavilion launched a new product, Chao Wendong would always be in the line to buy it. That's right. Boss Sun, you're too mean. In the past, I, Li, have patronized every new item in Strange Interest Pavilion. That's right. If I didn't hear from old Wang's son next door, I wouldn't have known that Curious Pavilion has toilet paper. Shopkeeper Sun, you can't hide it. If you have something good, you should share it with everyone. It's not like we can't afford it, right? Yes. As long as it's good, it doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. We earn so much money, but in the end, we still want to enjoy ourselves. These were the words of two seemingly stupid but rich fellows. Sun Huayuan was a little stunned by this indiscriminate bombardment. He only reacted after a while. He cupped his hands and asked, "Dear guests, where did you hear that Curious Pavilion sells toilet paper? Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never received any news that my boss is selling toilet paper." Buzz! Sun Huayuan's gaze was like a drop of water splashed into a boiling pot of oil. The people who had been lining up for a long time immediately exploded. What? Odd Interest Pavilion doesn't sell toilet paper? I've been waiting in line for almost half an hour. What are you doing? In order to buy toilet paper for my young master, I've been waiting here for an hour. In the end, I didn't manage to buy it. It's over now. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Two young men wearing servant hats complained to each other after hearing Sun Huayuan's words. Damn it! Shopkeeper Sun, you can't scare people like this. Who doesn't know that toilet paper was invented by the Yamacho? Who would believe you if you say that Strange Pavilion doesn't have it? In the crowd, Wang Meng rubbed his buttocks and shouted at the top of his voice. This guy had completely forgotten his own identity, and was actually helping an outsider to harm his teacher. Cough cough. The main reason was that he was used to using toilet paper at Yanhuang College. After returning home yesterday, he had to use toilet paper again, so he wasn't used to it. It just so happened that he was unlucky. There was a thin and short bamboo stick on the toilet paper, and Wang Meng's buttocks were instantly pierced by it. That was why he hurried over to Strange Interest Pavilion early in the morning to try his luck. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many heroes who had the same idea as him. Wang Meng's voice was famous for being loud. Sun Huayuan could hear him clearly even from afar. After hearing what he said, his old face darkened, and he was so angry that he almost went downstairs to drag Wang Meng out and give him a good beating. This was because he knew that the person who had spoken was definitely a student from Yanhuang College. A student who actually dared to scam the Yamacho. If such a student didn't deserve to be beaten up, then who should be? That's right. Shopkeeper Sun, from what you said just now, it seems like you already know about the existence of toilet paper. Moreover, Strange Interest Pavilion also seems to have toilet paper, but why don't you take the initiative to sell it? Chao Wendong's eyes suddenly lit up. He found the contradiction in Sun Huayuan's words, so he asked. The other merchants, servants, students, and commoners all quieted down. They wanted to see how Sun Huayuan would answer. Sun Huayuan smiled bitterly and said, Boss Zhao, I indeed knew about the existence of toilet paper a long time ago. However, at the beginning, the workshop's production of toilet paper was limited. In fact, Faubert didn't want to waste resources to produce this kind of meaningless toilet paper. All the toilet paper produced was sent to the boss's residence. After that, Yanhuang College started school, and the workshop opened a branch in Plum Village. Only then did the production of toilet paper gradually increase. However, at that time, the toilet paper was mainly supplied to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The boss didn't have any intention of selling it outside. The surrounding crowd was speechless. What else could they say when they encountered a willful boss who didn't want to earn money even if he had it? They could only cry without tears. Boss son, if such a good thing can't be sold outside, it would be a pity. Strange Interest Pavilion is a shop that constantly brings joy and convenience to everyone's lives. My brothers and I have always liked and supported it very much. I hope that shopkeeper Sun and Lord Ju can seriously consider including toilet paper in the queue for goods to be sold. Chao Wendong and Sun Huayuan stirred up emotions for a while before pleading with a sincere expression. That's right. Boss Chao is right. We have always supported Strange Interest Pavilion, and we hope that Lord Li can consider our request. That's right, it's just some toilet paper. I don't think Lord Li will care about this. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had been stirred up again, Sun Huayuan had no choice but to agree in order to be safe. Everyone, please don't be impatient. I will personally convey your request to the boss. In the end, it will still be up to him. Okay. Thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper Sun. Yo! Shopkeeper Sun. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan had a guest who had never been to his house before. Lord Ju, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Sun Huayuan looked at the Western-style house in front of him and asked carefully. No, shopkeeper Sun. Is there something you need from me? Come in, let's talk. Li Zixuan ordered the servants to serve tea as he brought Sun Huayuan to the study on the first floor. After seeing the luxurious interior of the Western-style house, Sun Huayuan was shocked again. He thought about the rumors that many Yanhuang College students couldn't help but return to school today after going home for the holidays. He sighed in his heart. I've heard that Yanhuang College's construction is extremely luxurious. If the decorations are like this house, then it's possible that the students can't bear to leave school and return. Chapter 767. Lord Ju, this is what happened from the beginning to the end. I was forced by them to come and disturb you. In the study room, Sun Huayuan told Li Zixuan about what happened in the morning with a bitter face. Speaking of which, it was easy for Li Zixuan to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but Sun Huayuan was not at all relaxed as the front shopkeeper. He had to be smooth and slick, and not provoke enemies for the main house for no reason. When facing all kinds of customers, he had to be careful and greet them with a smile. Oh, these people are really interesting. They actually came to you to ask for toilet paper. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he muttered, the current workshop can supply the toilet paper, but there are so many people fighting for it. It's easy to fall short of supply. Sigh, forget it. I'll sell it first. Shopkeeper Sun, later on, tell the workshop to increase the production scale of toilet paper. If they don't have enough manpower, they can recruit people from Plum Village and the nearby villages. Now, the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion had taken root in Plum Village. Its scale was several times larger than before. Also, it was more convenient to place papermaking, which was a highly polluting process, near the river. Yes, Lord Ju. Li Zixuan's decision was beyond Sun Huayuan's expectations. He had tried to persuade Li Zixuan to sell toilet paper in the past, but Li Zixuan had never taken it seriously. He knew that the main reason was because the fairy mirror and colored glass cup were available in the Strange Taste Pavilion, while the winery had drunken immortal and gentle village. Li Zixuan didn't care about the profits from toilet paper. This time, he didn't have high hopes, but he didn't expect Li Zixuan to agree. Sun Huayuan left with satisfaction. This result allowed him to report to Chao Wendong and the other rich businessmen. He did not have to be in a difficult position anymore. Of course, he had reason to be happy. Li Zixuan sat in the study room. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Husband, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Han Yushi saw that Sun Huayuan had come out of the study room, but Li Zixuan did not come out. She could not help but come in to see what was going on. She saw Li Zixuan leaning on the armchair with an inexplicable expression. So, she walked up and asked softly, "Oh, wife. Come sit here." Li Zixuan came out of his thoughts. He moved a little to the right of the chair and pointed to the empty space on the left. He smiled at Han Yushi. The armchairs in his house were quite spacious. They were the kind that was more than enough for one person to sit on, but it would be a little crowded if two people sat on them. This guy wanted to take advantage of his wife blatantly. Han Yushi glared at her husband, but after thinking about it, she still walked to Li Zixuan's side and sat down. Li Zixuan smiled. He put his arm around his wife's waist and said, Sun Huiyun just came here to plead for the people of the people. Just now, shopkeeper's son came to petition on behalf of the people. Today, the curious pavilion was surrounded by many merchants and ordinary people who wanted to buy toilet paper. It seems that the people of our great Tang have all suffered the harm of toilet paper. This was a private matter. Thinking about how she had used toilet paper in the past, Han Yushi blushed and asked, Husband, you agreed just now, right? I saw that Sun Huiyun was in a very good mood when he left. Haha, my wife is smart. Li Zixuan praised. Then he sighed and said, Your husband has never cared about the small profits brought in by toilet paper. However, your husband has neglected the needs of the people of the Great Tang. He has also neglected the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. When the Strange Taste Pavilion was established, it was to create new and interesting things in the world to make life easier for the people. But now, Wife, do you think that your husband is obsessed with money? In fact, this was also the main reason why Li Zixuan had agreed to Sun Huiyuan's request. Chao Wendong and the others' words in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion had made him happy and alert. He had thought that toilet paper would not make much money, so he had never considered selling it. Obviously, this went against the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. The market should not be decided by profits, but by practicality. Otherwise, he would become a businessman who only cared about profits and not a great man of the era. So this is what my husband is thinking about? Han Yushi giggled and said, Actually, my husband, you are thinking too much. In my opinion, the reason why my husband hasn't sold the toilet paper is not because the profit is small, but because my husband is now wholeheartedly devoted to the affairs of the academy and doesn't want to manage these trivial matters. That's true. After hearing Han Yushi's words, Li Zixuan's mood immediately improved. He hugged his wife and laughed shamelessly. Ha! My wife knows me best. In the evening, Li Zixuan made another trip to the academy because there were still more than 400 foreign students living there. The youngest was the 6-year-old prodigy, Jia Jirin. It was fine if there was a military training instructor on a normal day, but if there was no one on the weekend, he was worried that the students would cause trouble in the academy. Wang Meng. Sun Zifan? Why are you two stinking brats back again? Could it be that you are not awake and remembered the school day wrongly? Coincidentally, as soon as Li Zixuan entered the academy, he saw Sun Zifan and Wang Meng walking in front of him with a bag slung over their shoulders. Li Zixuan quickly caught up with them and asked, Yamacho, hello. Sun Zifan heard Li Zixuan's voice and quickly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and saluted. Yamacho, hello. Wang Meng also saluted. The two of you haven't answered my question. Li Zixuan glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. Yamacho, it's like this. When I returned home, I realized that studying at the academy was more fulfilling than wasting time at home, so I returned to the academy and planned to use the break to prepare for the upcoming lessons. Sun Zifan rolled his eyes and explained to Li Zixuan. Wang Meng nodded and echoed. Yamacho. I also came to the academy to prepare for my lessons. Do you think I will believe you? Li Zixuan glared at the two of them and said angrily. Nonsense. Do you believe that I will ask Instructor Pang to discipline the two of you separately tomorrow? Sun Zifan was shocked and quickly waved his hands. No. Yamacho, I'm not used to staying at home, so I came back to the academy. After all, life at the academy is good, and I can eat, sleep, and poop well. Cho Nyo, Bao Lin, and Qing Kei came back earlier than us and arrived at noon. He really wanted to say, I came to the academy to freeload food and toilet paper, but if he said so directly, he would definitely be beaten up again. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He looked at Wang Meng and said, Wang Meng, I heard that you have a lot of free time in the morning. Wang Meng's eyebrows twitched and his legs trembled. He was about to explain when Li Zixuan said, All right, you guys can go now. Only then did he feel as if he had been granted amnesty. He dragged Sun Zifan and hurriedly fled. Chapter 768. Wang Meng, what did Yamacho say to you just now? Yanhuang College. On the way back to the dorm, Sun Zifan nudged Wang Meng's arm and asked. Nothing. Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. He couldn't possibly say that he was mischievous because he didn't manage to buy toilet paper from Quirk Pavilion in the morning. Could he? Since Li Zishuan didn't hold him responsible, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. TSK. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but you're still acting mysterious. Sigh. We're finally back at the college. Don't you think it's strange? We were tortured at the college a few days ago, but when we were back at home, we felt uncomfortable. Now that we're back at the college, everything is normal again. It's really baffling. Looking at the dormitory building not far ahead, Sun Zifan stroked his bald chin and sighed emotionally. What a pity. What a pity. Wang Meng glanced at Sun Zifan and finally said, maybe this is what Yamacho means when he says I'm cheap. Damn it. Wang Meng, how dare you scold me in a roundabout way? I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. Sun Zifan was furious and wanted to kick Wang Meng. Wang Meng naturally wouldn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. He took advantage of his long legs and ran out of Sun Zifan's attack range. Yo! Boss Huang, you're here too? Heh, our Chang'an City's god of wealth invited me. How could I not come? Even if I can't do business, it's still good to gain some wealth and build good karma. Haha. That's right. In just half a year, Lord Li was able to accumulate so much wealth without stealing or robbing. Compared to him, people like us who have been doing business all our lives are really ashamed. Early the next morning, a group of businessmen dressed in different clothes came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. At this time, the gate of the college was not open yet, but they stood in front of the gate and began to whisper to each other. Sigh. Perhaps this was what a genius was. At such a young age, not only is Lord Li doing well in business, but he is also very knowledgeable. He is comparable to many famous scholars. Otherwise, how could he become the Yamacho of Yanhuang College? Speaking of which, this Yanhuang College is really impressive. Haha. Of course, Yanhuang College's limelight was about to overshadow the directorate. Let's wait for next year's imperial examination to see how many of them can pass. Yo! Isn't that Boss Liao? I heard that Boss Liao's good friend, Boss Feng, went out to sea with the imperial court's army. The two of them together have more than 30 big ships. Then Boss Feng is going to make a killing this time. I heard from Lord Li that the wealth at sea is endless. Hey, Boss Chow is here. The noisy crowd suddenly quietened down, and the merchants consciously opened up a path for Chow Wendong. He was dressed in plain clothes, but his noble aura could not be concealed. He walked to the front of the crowd with steady steps. Hee, good morning, my friends. Chow Wendong cupped his hands and smiled warmly at the people around him. Good morning, Boss Chow. Good morning, Boss Chow. The merchants around him quickly cupped their hands and greeted back politely. They had no choice. Chow Wendong was definitely one of the most important people who could get in touch with Li Zishuan. They had no choice but to be polite. Hee, we are still too early. I estimate that it will take another half an hour before the academy opens. Chow Wendong looked at the sky and pondered. It's fine. I can afford to wait. It's rare to have such an opportunity to listen to Lord Li's teachings. Let alone half an hour, even if it's a quarter of an hour, we are willing to wait. Yes. With that said, the merchants immediately said politely. Chow Wendong stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. Half an hour later, the door of Yanhuang College opened on time. Under the lead of Mo Zhong, the merchants filed in and came to the conference room of Guanghua Building. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. The mountain will be here soon. Mo Zhong, who had already received Li Zishuan's instructions, said to the people who came in. Okay, thank you. The merchants did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were all full of smiles. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Zishuan finally walked in from outside. Hee, sorry to keep you waiting. Li Zishuan cupped his hands in salute and said sincerely. You are too polite, Lord Ju. We just arrived and did not wait for long. Chow Wendong stood up and said with a bow. Yes, we just arrived. Besides, Lord Ju is very busy every day. It's normal for you to be delayed by something. Liao Shifan stood up and cupped his hands. The rest of the people quickly agreed. Li Zishuan gestured with his hands, then looked around at the people in the room and said with a smile. Since you are here today, you must have heard that I want to raise money to build roads and develop Plum Village. Plum Village is close to the Ba River and the waterway is smooth. Moreover, the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion is also in Plum Village. Therefore we have the most advanced workshop products here. We will not have to worry about sales no matter where we ship them. To the north of Plum Village is Yunshan and Yanhuang College. In the future, this place will become the holy land of learning for all the scholars in the world. It will bring countless talents to Great Tang. Moreover, with the promotion of academic knowledge, the workshop technology will be more advanced in the future. It will be able to produce more interesting and practical things. Correspondingly, this land will produce a huge amount of wealth. Currently, the only factor restricting the development of Plum Village and Yanhuang College is roads. For everything that I have just mentioned, roads are the most basic and important. That's why I've invited all of you here today. I want all of you to participate in the future Feast of Wealth by investing in the company. I want to establish a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. In the future, only members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by Strange Interest Pavilion. At the same time, they will be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. As for the first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce, the amount of money donated today will determine the weight of their words in the Chamber of Commerce in the future. You have a total of 200,000 shares to subscribe. The final 6 people will be the first batch of members of the Chamber of Commerce. Then, let's not waste any more time. Let's start the voting. At first, Li Zishuan only wanted to accept 5 members. However, after seeing so many people today, he decided to add 1 more member. The rest of the people did not find it strange. They were just secretly glad. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although these people had heard about the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from Chao Wenzhong, hearing Li Zishuan say it personally still made them feel a little strange. I will subscribe for 40,000 strings of cash. If there is any left in the end, I will take it all. Chao Wendong was the first to respond. Chapter 769. 40,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong's words immediately shocked everyone. It should be all the merchants. After all, there were very few people present who could casually take out 40,000 strings of cash like him. Moreover, judging from Chao Wendong's behavior, 40,000 strings of cash was clearly not his limit. He was prepared to increase his investment at any time. Rich and overbearing, this is what it means to be rich and overbearing. All right. Boss Chao is the first to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Who else is willing to invest? Li Zishuan's face was expressionless as he said calmly, I'm willing to buy 20,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He was not as rich as Chao Wendong. Mobilizing 20,000 strings of cash in a short period of time was already the limit of what he could do. Any more and he would have to sell some things. Liao Shifan felt that it was not worth it to put up all his money for a plum village with an unknown future. Wow! Is Boss Liao that rich too? Some of the merchants below were discussing in a low voice. I'm willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm also willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm willing to buy 8,000 strings of cash. Some people might have the same thoughts as Liao Shifan and felt that it was not worth it to put up all their money for a plum village with an unknown future. Some people did not have much money at all. Anyway, after Liao Shifan, all the bids hovered around 10,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and looked a little unhappy. Chao Wendong, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. The fewer people who bought, the more authority he would have in the Chamber of Commerce. Lord Li, His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to pass on a message. The East Palace is willing to buy 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a scholar came in and bowed to Li Zishuan. Everyone was shocked. No one suspected that the scholar was deliberately lying because his clothes had the East Palace logo. Moreover, given the relationship between Li Zishuan and Crown Prince Li Chengqian, it was very likely that this was true. This way, the situation was completely different. Lord Ju, I'm willing to add 20,000 strings of cash for a total of 40,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan reacted immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs when he heard Eastern Palace advisor's words. Although his own funds were limited, if he added in his good friend Feng Jihua, he would be able to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's sudden disruption made him feel optimistic about the future of Plum Village. If he didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand, he might not even be able to drink soup in the future. Lord Ju. My young master said that the Wang family of Taiyuan is willing to pay 100,000 strings of cash. Boom! Liao Shifan had suddenly increased the East Palace's 30,000 strings of cash to 40,000 strings of cash. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan had directly offered 100,000 strings of cash. These offers made everyone's blood pressure soar. It was extremely exciting. Your young master is Wang Renbiao? Li Zishuan looked at the middle-aged man who said he would give 100,000 strings of silver and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man bowed and replied, Yes, Lord Ju. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Wang family to join in after hearing the news. He was about to say something when he heard a series of offers from below. Lord Ju, I'll add 40,000 strings of cash for a total of 80,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong smelled a hint of danger and immediately began to raise the price. Lord Ju, I'm willing to pay 40,000 strings of cash. Lord Ju, I'm willing to pay 45,000 strings of cash. Lord Ju. A strange scene appeared. Following the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash, the conference room suddenly fell silent. The businessmen who didn't make it in time all swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at each other in frustration, but no one dared to make a rash offer. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a higher price, but because Li Chengqian had offered 30,000 strings of cash. There were already 5 people who had offered more than 30,000 strings of cash. If the remaining people offered a price higher than 30,000 strings of cash, wouldn't they squeeze Crown Prince Li Chengqian out of the picture? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 guts. People who had been in the business world for many years had to have this level of EQ and eyesight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to sit here and bid. What's wrong? No one's bidding anymore? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Previously, it was still lively. But now, these people suddenly became silent. Hee, I'm not bidding anymore. I'm not bidding anymore. Most of the businessmen forced a smile on their faces as they chuckled. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and was very satisfied with the situation. The businessman surnamed Lin who made the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash had a flushed face. He couldn't hide his smug expression. All right. Since no one's bidding, I'll announce the results. Li Zishuan picked up the paper in front of him and said in a deep voice, The first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are Wang Renbiao, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, Zhang Jingyang, and His Highness the Crown Prince. The subscription limit is 100,000 strings of cash, 80,000 strings of cash, 45,000 strings of cash, 40,000 strings of cash, 30,000 strings of cash, for a total of 335,000 strings of cash, which exceeds the limit by 135,000 strings of cash. The excess will be temporarily used as backup funds for the construction of the roads. After the roads are repaired, the unused money will be returned to you according to the proportion of your subscription. Does anyone have any objections? If not, then today's auction is over. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I have no objections. Those who were on the list naturally didn't have any objections. Those who were not on the list, although unwilling, didn't dare to openly object. They could only blame themselves for being slow to react. Lord Ju, I wonder if we'll have the chance to become a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce in the future? A greasy middle-aged man with a full beard stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. The other businessmen immediately looked at Li Zishuan with hopeful eyes. Of course. But the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are valued by quality, not quantity. It'll only get harder and harder to join in the future. Of course, friends who haven't joined the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce can choose to work with members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. I believe it'll be very profitable. Li Zishuan said calmly. I understand now. The greasy middle-aged man bowed with a determined look. Good. Then that's all for today. Let's welcome the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Li Zishuan stood up and clapped his hands with a smile. Everyone knew that he was sending them off and hurriedly stood up. Li Zishuan continued seriously, but no one is to spread the news of what happened here just now, especially news related to the Crown Prince. If the news is leaked, I'll investigate one by one. If I find out who it is, don't even think about having a foothold in the Tang dynasty in the future. Do you all understand? Don't worry, Lord Zhu. We know the severity of the matter. Chao Wendong led the crowd in response. That's good. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan nodded and waved his hand. Chapter 770. Little Xian, come with me. The first batch of shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce had been oversubscribed. Li Zishuan was in a good mood. Of course, whether it was Li Chengqian's interference or Wang Renbiao's sudden involvement, they were all outside of his expectations. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Li Zishuan bumped into Li Gang. Just as he was about to greet him, he heard the old man say in a low voice, "Oh, good." Li Zishuan felt that the old man was in a bad mood. He was a little confused. The two of them came to Li Gang's office. Li Gang closed the door and looked at Li Zishuan. Little Xian, you were the one who called those merchants over, right? Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He paused and nodded. Yes. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and said bitterly, "You're stupid, stupid. I know that you gathered them to discuss something. I don't have any prejudice against merchants, but Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. How can you let this place be tainted with the stench of money? This is an insult to the saints, an insult to the educated people." Li Zishuan said disapprovingly, Mister, you're wrong. First of all, today is the school's holiday. I gathered all the merchants here to discuss the future development of Plum Village. There's nothing wrong with that. Secondly, I founded Yanhuang College mainly to be practical, not to pretend to be virtuous. What do you mean by the stench of money? Mister, you're an enlightened person. Why are you associated with the commoners? If not for the stench of money that scholars talk about, how could Yanhuang College develop to such a scale in such a short time? How could Plum Village develop so quickly? Li Gang was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. You! Are you saying that I'm vulgar? Short-sighted? Pretending to be virtuous? Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Absolutely not. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I just want you to know that academics and money don't conflict in many cases. In fact, they even complement each other. For example, money can provide a good learning environment and promote the rapid development of academics. Academics can also promote technological innovation and earn more benefits. You also know that not all of the students trained by Yanhuang College will become officials in the future. Li Gang furrowed his brows and remained silent. He had taught and educated people all his life, and had written books to establish a theory. How could he be as sharp-tongued as Li Zishuan, who had lived 2 lives? Seeing this, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, Sir, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Then, seeing that Li Gang was still deep in thought, he left. Big brother, you're really fast, and you're really generous. I was still hesitating on whether to join, but you've already invested 30,000 strings of cash in it. In dorm 001, Li Tai saw that everyone else had left and whispered to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian smiled and said, Qing Ke, what's there to hesitate about? In Chong and City, in terms of earning money, if Xiaofan is ranked second, who dares to be ranked first? Whenever he needs help, it's our chance. Besides, this 30,000 strings of cash was earned for me by Xiaofan. Even if I lose everything, I have nothing to lose. Don't you think so? Big brother is wise. When Li Tai heard this, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Then the little fatty chuckled and said somewhat embarrassedly, Big brother, I'm sure it will be difficult for you to take out so much money at once, right? It just so happens that I have some spare cash here. What do you think? Li Chengqian found it funny and said, I knew you would say that, Qing Ke. Don't worry, you have a share. Not only you, but Chang'e also has a share. The 3 of us will each get 10,000 strings of cash. Li Tai was overjoyed and said, Hee hee. Thank you, big brother. Azure Dragon District. Wang family residence. Young master, Butler Gong is back. He has done what you asked him to do. We already have 100,000 strings of cash in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. In the backyard, Lang Yuyao leisurely walked over to Wang Renbiao's side and bowed slightly as she spoke. Wang Renbiao, who was sitting in the pavilion playing chess by himself, paused and said softly, I got it. Lang Yuyao was speechless. 100,000 strings of cash was definitely not a drop in the bucket for the Wang family. It was a considerable amount of wealth. But now, Wang Renbiao had given it away with just a few words, and all he got in return was those illusory shares and the unknown future of the Plum Village. She found it hard to understand what her young master was thinking. She also found it hard to understand why the elders and head of the family would agree to such a foolish transaction. Yao, what's wrong? After a long while, Wang Renbiao saw that Lang Yuyao was still standing beside him with a conflicted expression on her face. He couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lang Yuyao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. Yao must be wondering why I would use 100,000 strings of cash in this flaming yellow chamber of commerce? Wang Renbiao stared at Lang Yuyao for a long while, then shook his head and laughed. Young master's every move must have a deeper meaning. Yuyao doesn't dare to make wild guesses. Lang Yuyao bowed. Wang Renbiao smiled, then stood up and took the initiative to explain, actually, it's not for anything else. Just the golden signboard of Li Zixuan alone is worth a gamble. Otherwise, why would there be so many people rushing over to buy shares? Obviously, I'm not the only one who thinks highly of Li Zixuan. Besides, I'm also very optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College and the Plum Village. 100,000 strings of cash may be a lot, but the profits it will bring to the Wang family in the future will also be considerable. Lang Yuyao nodded thoughtfully, but didn't reply. Wang Renbiao suddenly asked, Yao, have the people that third uncle sent out to the sea to gather information returned? Lang Yuyao replied, Young master, third master has followed the orders of the head of the family and sent all the spare ships in the family to the southeast sea to gather information about the imperial court fleet. They will be back soon, but according to third master, there will definitely be news within these 2 days. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, Good, inform me immediately when there's news. Yes, young master. Yanhuang College. After raising more than 300,000 strings of cash, Li Zixuan could be said to be full of confidence. After he left Li Gang's place, he went straight to Yan Xiaoning, the former chief engineer of the college. Speaking of which, Yan Xiaoning was now hanging out with Mo Lingwei every day, researching astronomical telescopes. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to care about the remaining projects of the college. Many times, when the craftsmen had something to do, they would come to him personally. He just didn't know if this guy was doing it for official business, or to make it easier for him to pick up girls. Li Zixuan thought maliciously as he walked along the corridor. Chapter 771. Xiaoning, how much longer do we need to finish the rest of the construction? Arriving at the 9th floor of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, he found Yan Xiaoning scribbling on a piece of paper. However, he didn't see Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan didn't have the time to care about this and went straight to the point. Oh, little Xian, you're here. Yan Xiaoning stopped what he was doing and stood up. He thought for a while and said, According to the original plan of the college, we still have about 3 buildings left. A total of more than 100 houses that haven't been completed yet. If the construction team goes all out, it'll take about half a month to finish. What's wrong? Little Xian? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Did something happen? Li Zixuan sat on the chair beside him and sighed. He replied, Something did happen. Xiaoning, I'm planning to send some of the craftsmen to help me build the road. Yan Xiaoning didn't know much about the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He asked curiously, Build the road? Little Xian, what kind of road are you repairing now? The road from Plum Village to Chang'an. Now, the workshop and the academy are both in Plum Village. Have you forgotten how crowded the roads were when the academy started school and how difficult it was for carriages and horses to pass? Moreover, with the current road, it'll take at least 2 hours to get from the workshop to Chang'an. It's as slow as a turtle. If this road isn't built, Yanhuang College and Plum Village won't be able to develop much in the future. Li Zixuan explained seriously. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. He felt that Li Zixuan was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, since Li Zixuan looked so confident, he must have come prepared. Yan Xiaoning could only agree. Okay. Then tell me how you're going to build it. How many people do you need? Li Zishuan was prepared for this question. He replied, I'm planning to build a cement road. The width of the road should be more than 6 feet. I need at least 1/3 of the craftsmen. Damn, are you crazy? After Yan Xiaoning heard this, he shouted, If you want to build a road, then build a road. Why do you have to build a cement road? Is the cement produced by the workshop enough for you to build such a long road? Also, if you ask for so many craftsmen, the progress of the academy's construction will definitely be greatly affected. Have you considered this? Li Zishuan answered his questions one by one. The cement output of the workshop has gradually caught up. Also, the students of Yanhuang College are now undergoing military training. It doesn't make any difference if the college is completed a few days earlier or later. In comparison, road repair is more important. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Yan Xiaoning knew that he had no choice but to fix this road. He spread his hands and said, All right. You have the final say. I'll fix it if you say so. When do we start construction? Within 3 days. I'll have at least 300,000 strings of cash in 3 days. I can guarantee that we won't have to worry about anything in the future. Yan Xiaoning thought that Li Zishuan was going to pay 300,000 strings of cash. He was a little surprised. He didn't know how much money his good brother had, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask this kind of question. He could only reply, All right, I'll arrange a group of craftsmen in advance. Happy days were always so short, at least for the students of Yanhuang College. The 2-day weekend passed in the blink of an eye, and they ushered in a new week of military training. Even if they were very unwilling, they could only obediently comply with the old-fashioned chief instructor Qin Qiong and the strict system of the academy. At the same time, they hoped that the next holiday would come soon. Yamacho, there's a person called Wang Renbiao outside who wants to see you. The next morning, Li Zishuan was strolling on the academy's field and checking on the students' morning run. He saw Emozhong trotting over from afar and cupping his fist. Wang Renbiao? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Take me there. Emozhong saw that Li Zishuan was so concerned about Wang Renbiao that he actually wanted to personally greet him. He knew that it might be important, so he quickly responded and led Li Zishuan to the academy's gate. Cousin Ren, long time no see. How are you doing? Li Zishuan smiled and greeted the indifferent Wang Renbiao and the frosty Lung Yuyao outside the academy's gate. I'm fine, I'm fine. Xiao Xian, I'm here today to tell you something. I've found the traces of the Imperial Court's fleet. Wang Renbiao cupped his fist and said. Lang Yuyao on the side pouted and snorted. She was obviously angry that her young master came all the way here to deliver the news but was rejected at the door. Li Zishuan was startled at first, but then he smiled and said to Emozhong, Young Master Wang is an honored guest. You don't need to report when you come to the academy in the future. You can come in directly, understand? Understood, Yamacho. Emozhong carefully glanced at Wang Renbiao, trying to remember his appearance thoroughly. Lang Yuyao's face looked better. Renbiao, let's talk inside. Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said. Okay. The 3 of them came to Li Zishuan's office. Lang Yuyao temporarily acted as a maid and poured a glass of water for each of them. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked, Renbiao, you said that you've inquired about the Imperial Court's fleet. Quickly tell me, how are they now? Did they encounter any accidents? Wang Renbiao's face turned serious and he replied, Accidents? They really did encounter a group of pirates in the Southeast Sea. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the fleet would really encounter an accident, so he hurriedly asked, And then? Were there any casualties among the crew? Where are they now? Wang Renbiao replied, I just received the news this morning. It said that the fleet docked on an unknown island that night and was ambushed by a group of pirates. Dozens of crew members and defenders were killed. The commandery Prince Hejian was furious. After chasing the pirates without success, he mobilized the army to go to Neon and ask the King of Neon for an explanation. Because according to the investigation, the pirates were from Neon. His Highness went to Neon? Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said worriedly, The Neon are cunning and cunning. His Highness went deep with a large number of supplies alone. It's inevitable that some thieves would want to harm him. Renbiao, how is the situation over there now? Wang Renbiao smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiaoxian. The commandery Prince Hejian took the elite troops to see this time. Even if the Neon people were audacious, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The ones who should be worried are not us, but the Neon people. According to the latest news, the commandery Prince Hejian has already stirred up half of the world over there. Chapter 772. According to Ranbiao's words, you have more information about Neon. Tell me about it. In the headmaster's office, Li Zishuan saw Wang Renbiao's confident expression. He guessed that Wang Renbiao must have more information, so he asked. Wang Renbiao nodded and slowly said, "It's a long story. I'll pick out some important things to tell you first. I'm sure it won't be long before the imperial court receives more detailed information. At that time, you'll be able to understand the situation clearly." Seeing that Li Zishuan had no objection, Wang Renbiao began to tell. After the imperial court's army was ambushed that day, commandery Prince Hejian failed to find the pirates. The next day, he led the army to Neon. Although there were defenders in Neon, they were weak compared with our Tang army. Commandery Prince Hejian left 8,000 soldiers to guard the ships. He led 12,000 soldiers and arrived at the capital of Neon at dusk that day. It was said that the imperial court of Neon was divided into two groups at that time. One was in favor of war, while the other was in favor of peace. The Queen of Neon finally decided to make peace with commandery Prince Hejian. She sent a messenger out of the city to contact commandery Prince Hejian and express her goodwill. She also invited commandery Prince Hejian to the city as a guest. Commandery Prince Hejian was brave. He only took one master with him and entered the city alone. Before leaving, he told the generals in the army that if they didn't return before dawn, they would be ready to attack the city. Who would have thought that the two of them would be gone for a full 6 hours? It was only in the middle of the night that the two of them returned from the city. However, when they left, there were only 2 of them. When they returned, there were more than 10 of them. All of them were assassins. The army outside the city knew that commandery Prince Hejian had been attacked by assassins in the city. They all shouted that they would kill their way into the city to avenge commandery Prince Hejian. Commandery Prince Hejian didn't attack the city. He ordered people to interrogate the assassins and investigate their identities. By chance, a master assassin who was captured alive confessed that he was a hanger-on of the Suo family. Commandery Prince Hejian was furious. He sent people into the city to ask the king of Push-gu to give him an explanation. Otherwise, he would personally enter the city to kill the Suo family. The king of Tuigu Kingdom severely reprimanded the mastermind of the assassination, Suo Xia, and went to see Hejian commandery prince in person, hoping that the Neon Kingdom could deal with the Suo family themselves. Hejian commandery prince didn't agree. He told the king that there were only 2 ways to go. Either the imperial court of the Wei nation exterminated the Suo family, or he personally led the army into the city and exterminated the Suo family. Seeing this, commandery Prince Hejian immediately ordered the army to enter the city. Surprisingly, the queen didn't order the guards on the city wall to stop the army. The 12,000 soldiers entered the capital of Wei nation without any hindrance. A few hours later, the hundreds of people in the Suo family and the thousands of warriors they raised were all killed. For a moment, the capital of Faenio was filled with blood. One of the 3 major forces of the imperial court of the Neon Kingdom disappeared overnight. According to reliable sources, Hejian commandery prince will return to the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver sent by the Neon Kingdom as an apology. Moreover, the Neon Kingdom will work together to catch the pirate leader who attacked the imperial court last time. After he is caught, the descendant of Crown Prince Shengde will personally escort him to Chang'an. Even if it was just a simple story, Wang Renbiao talked for half an hour. It was really because Li Xiaogong and the others had experienced too much at sea. After hearing this, Li Zishuan opened his eyes wide and was stunned speechless. He really didn't expect that Li Xiaogong would have such an experience in Wei nation. He also didn't expect that the Neon Kingdom could be defeated with only 12,000 soldiers of the Tang Empire. He couldn't blame him. The earliest he knew about the Neon Kingdom was that they were pirates in the middle and late Ming dynasty. At that time, several pirates could chase thousands of soldiers of the Ming dynasty. He didn't expect that in the Tang dynasty, the strength of China and the Neon Kingdom would be opposite. However, he was still very happy to see the Neon Kingdom was unlucky. In his last life, he was a genuine angry youth. This kind of national hatred was engraved in his bones and would not disappear because of time travel. Now, the Neon Kingdom was kneeling in front of the army of the Tang Empire. They not only lost their power but also paid compensation. It was so similar to the Braid dynasty thousands of years later. It was so satisfying to think about it. Haha, good fight. The Neon Kingdom was so bold that they dared to assassinate the prince of the Tang Empire. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what a great country is. Wang Ranbiao's words contained a lot of information. Although Li Zixuan didn't know much about Empress Gu, Crown Prince Shengda, the Suo family, and the mountain-back elder brother and so on, he could roughly understand the story. He didn't want to know about the internal affairs of the Neon Kingdom. He only needed to know that Li Xiaogong had pressed the Neon Kingdom to the ground and rubbed the Neon Kingdom's imperial court on the ground. This was a piece of good news that made people excited. So he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, Wang Ranbiao shook his head and said, Xiaoxian, Prince Hejian won the battle. Of course, it's worth being happy. But things are far from as simple as you think. After His Highness returns to the imperial court this time, I'm afraid that he will be impeached by many ministers. Li Zixuan felt strange and asked, why is that? Wang Ranbiao slowly opened his mouth and explained, although the general is away from the imperial court and does not obey the emperor's orders, His Highness started the war with the Neon Kingdom without the emperor's permission. This will definitely cause chaos and panic in other small countries around the country. It will also damage the image of the Tang Empire. Some ministers will impeach Prince Hejian because of this. Li Zixuan glared and said angrily, I'll see who dares to do that. The Neon Kingdom disrespected Tang Empire. If we don't punish them, how will Tang Empire's reputation be? Prince Hejian showed our country's prestige in the Neon Kingdom, which is absolutely meritorious. When the time comes, I, Li Zixuan, will be the first to disagree with anyone who uses this fallacious argument to attack Prince Hejian. Wang Ranbiao sighed and said, although this is the truth, there is no shortage of pedantic people everywhere. Xiaoxian, you'd better take it easy. Don't rashly make too many enemies. In fact, as long as His Majesty doesn't pursue this matter, His Highness will definitely be fine. He didn't want Li Zixuan to offend too many people because of his impulsive actions. Li Zixuan shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while he was suddenly surprised and asked, Ranbiao, you said that the pirates suddenly attacked the fleet that night and killed dozens of civilians and soldiers. Do you know if Meng Yuliang was among those who died? He was so focused on listening to Li Xiaogong's killing that he almost forgot that his original intention of asking Wang Ranbiao to help him investigate the fleet was to find out if Meng Yuliang's life was in danger under Meng Wenhao's request. Chapter 773. Wang Ranbiao was greatly surprised to hear Li Zixuan specifically ask about the situation of a nobody. He thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know about that. Li Zixuan made an "oh" sound. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he also expressed his understanding. After all, there were over 1,000 ships accompanying the imperial army on their journey south, and over 10,000 commoners. It was truly difficult for Wang Ranbiao to pay attention to an ordinary commoner whose name was unknown. Young master, I heard from the people sent by Third Master that there was a merchant named Feng Zhihua in the pirate attack on the imperial fleet. Almost all the crew members on his ship were killed, but one of the people was lucky enough to be saved by a master at the critical moment of life and death. This person seemed to be called Meng Yuliang, and that master was the one who accompanied Commandery Prince Hejian into the capital of Neon. At this moment, Lang Yuyao, who was standing behind Wang Ranbiao, suddenly said. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Miss Lang, is what you said true? Lang Yuyao rolled her eyes and said angrily, Why would I lie to you for no reason? Li Zixuan just asked subconsciously. In fact, he didn't have any doubts. Seeing Lang Yuyao's expression, he touched his nose embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. Wang Ranbiao hurriedly reprimanded in a low voice. Yao, don't be rude. Lang Yuyao looked gloomy and didn't say anything. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, It's okay as long as Meng Yuliang's life is not in danger. Li Zixuan had long been used to Lang Yuyao's indifferent temperament. Moreover, compared to before, Lang Yuyao's attitude towards him was much better. Wang Ranbiao couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxian, why are you so concerned about Meng Yuliang? Li Zixuan said with a smile, Meng Yuliang is the father of one of my students. My student is worried about his father's safety, so he specially asked me to help him inquire about the news. Oh, I see. Wang Ranbiao came to a sudden realization. Lang Yuyao, who was at the side, also looked at Li Zixuan. She probably didn't expect that a busy person like Li Zixuan would go through so much trouble for an ordinary student. Wen Hao, come with me for a moment. After sending Wang Renbiao off, Li Zixuan came to the field and found Meng Wenhao, who was training. Meng Wenhao was shocked and had a bad premonition in his heart. Yes, Yamacho. The two of them came to the shade of a tree beside the field. Li Zixuan looked at Meng Wenhao and went straight to the point. Wenhao, I've already heard news about your father. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his heart was in his throat. He took a few deep breaths and said, Yamacho, how is my father? Please tell me. This student is very grateful. Li Zixuan paused and said, I've received news that not long ago, the Imperial Court's fleet was attacked by pirates in the Southeast Sea area. Almost all the crew members on Feng Jihua's merchant ship were killed. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his small face suddenly turned pale. He staggered back 2 steps and murmured, What? Sir, are you saying that my father was killed by pirates? The reason why he said this was because he knew that his father's boss was Feng Jihua. When Li Zixuan saw this, he said, I haven't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Although almost all of Feng Jihua's crew members were killed, your father was saved by an expert at the critical moment. Together with Feng Jihua, they both survived. Although he was injured, his life is not in danger. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Meng Wenhao's pale face gradually regained a trace of color. He was stunned for a long time before he solemnly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, Thank you, Yamacho, for taking care of this student's affairs. This student is very grateful. Li Zixuan waved his hand with a smile and said carelessly, Haha, now that you know the news of your father's safety, you must not continue to let your imagination run wild and affect your mentality. You don't have to thank me. Studying in the academy is the best way to repay me. Go quickly and adjust your mentality as soon as possible. Meng Wenhao quickly responded, Yes, Yamacho. Wang Renbiao's guess was right. The next day, the Imperial Court had already received the news of Li Xiaogong's massacre in Neon. After receiving the report, Li Er raised his eyebrows and was shocked. Neon? One Piece? Assassination? This little Neon is really daring. It's getting more and more outrageous. I remember that in the previous dynasty, the Neon envoy actually called himself the Emperor in the letter of credence that he submitted to Emperor Yang. Now it seems that the Neon people are indeed beginning to be arrogant. They actually dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers of the Tang Empire. However, Xiaogong's actions will inevitably be criticized. Forget it, let's wait for him to come back. As the Emperor Li Er, of course, knew that if this report was made public in the Imperial Court, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Therefore, he chose to keep the report and temporarily suppress the matter. When Li Xiaogong returned to the Imperial Court, he would solve it together. In fact, according to the original history of Neon, after the death of Emperor Kogo in 628, the second year of Jingguan, there was a struggle for the succession of the throne in the Neon Imperial Court. The emperor's last words were that the son of Prince Shengda, the grandson of Suamatsi, would succeed the throne. However, Suamatsi violated the last words and supported Prince Tamura, the grandson of Emperor Minda, the son of Emperor Yasaka's eldest brother, as the emperor, who later became Emperor Shuming. After Emperor Shuming ascended the throne, he sent the first envoy to the Tang Empire the next year. During his 12 years on the throne, the Suamatsi family's strength had developed greatly, and the Suamatsi family had reached its peak. But now, Li Xiaogong led troops to kill the entire Suamatsi family. The Suamatsi family, which controlled the political situation of the 6 emperors, suddenly disappeared. Therefore, the heir to the Neon Imperial throne became undisputed. It was the son of Prince Shengda, the eldest brother of Brother Shengda. This man, who was originally the spare tire of the emperor in history, was really going to be the emperor now. Who should he thank the most? Li Xiaogong? That's not it. The person he should thank the most was Li Zixuan. If it weren't for Li Zixuan, the transmigrator, the Tang Empire wouldn't have sent such a large fleet to the south to trade in the first year of Jingguan, and it would be even more impossible for the Tang army to enter the Neon territory. The Suamatsi family, which was powerful in Neon, naturally wouldn't have been accidentally destroyed, and the eldest brother of Brother Shengda could only continue to be the spare tire. Li Zixuan never dreamed that he, an otaku who had transmigrated from the modern world, would actually change the Neon court in this way. He also never thought that the butterfly wings of his transmigrator had been flapped and gradually affected the world situation from here. This was the so-called butterfly effect. Chapter 774. 3 days later, the first batch of funds raised by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, 335,000 strings of cash, was all in the account. Looking at the room full of copper coins, Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. The times are too backward. A mere 300,000 strings of cash is not enough to fit a room, and the servants in the house have to count the money for half a day. How is it like the modern era, where a finger lightly taps on the phone, whether it is 300,000 or 30 million, it is all in an instant. At the very least, the cash of the modern era is much easier to count than the copper coins of this era. 10,000 for a stack, 30 million for a box. Unlike now, 300,000 strings of cash is enough to fill an entire room. Li Zishuan had actually ridiculed the currency of this era many times in his heart. Think about it, if you want to buy a horse in Shi City, you have to count at least 10 strings of cash, right? In the ancient era, coins were usually around 3 to 4 kilograms, and 10 strings of cash was around 40 to 50 kilograms. The weight of the copper coins used to buy a horse was almost equivalent to the weight of a person. One could imagine how inconvenient it was to buy a large amount of money in this era. Paper money, we have to develop paper money in the future. Li Zishuan sighed. Modern online payments were still too far away from the technological level of the Tang dynasty, but paper money was still something to look forward to. In fact, before the Tang dynasty, there were already signs of paper money. According to historical records, because of the long war with the Xiongnu during the Han dynasty, the treasury was empty. In order to solve the financial problem, while the 3 baht and platinum coins, alloy coins made of silver and tin, were minted, the white deerskin coins were also issued. The so-called white deerskin coins were made of white deerskin from the palace gardens. Each piece was a square foot long, and the edges were painted. Each piece was set at 400,000 strings of cash. Because its value far exceeded the value of the coins, the white deerskin coins were only used as tributes between the nobles, and were not used in circulation. Therefore they were not real paper money, and could only be said to be the precursor of paper money. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, there was a type of currency called flying money. At that time, when merchants went out to do business, it was inconvenient to bring a large amount of copper coins with them. First, they went to the government office to get a certificate, which recorded the place and the amount of coins. Then, they took the certificate to other places to withdraw money to buy goods. This certificate was called flying money. Flying money was actually just a kind of currency exchange business. It did not enter into circulation itself and did not exercise the function of currency. Therefore, it was not a real paper currency. During the Northern Song dynasty, the jiaozi of Sichuan and Chengdu was the beginning of paper money. It was not a coincidence that paper money did not appear in the Tang dynasty or earlier dynasties but in the Northern Song dynasty. It was an inevitable product of social, political and economic development. In the Song dynasty, the development of the commodity economy was very rapid, and the circulation of goods required more money. At that time, there was a shortage of copper coins, which could not meet the demand of circulation. At that time, iron coins were commonly used in the Sichuan region. The value of iron coins was low and heavy, so it was extremely inconvenient to use them. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 10 iron coins. For every 1,000 iron coins, the big ones weighed 25 caddies, and the medium ones weighed 13 caddies. Buying a bolt of cloth would cost 20,000 iron coins. It weighed about 500 caddies and had to be carried on a carriage. Therefore, objectively speaking, there was a need for a lighter currency. This was also the main reason why paper money first appeared in Sichuan. Moreover, although the Northern Song dynasty was a highly centralized feudal autocratic country, the national currency was not unified. There were several currency areas, each of which governed their own affairs and did not use the same currency. At that time, there were 13 roads, administrative units of the Song dynasty, that used copper coins, and 4 roads that used iron coins. Shaanxi and Hedong used both copper and iron coins. Each currency area strictly prohibited the outflow of money. Using paper money could prevent the outflow of copper and iron coins. In addition, the Song dynasty government was often attacked by Liao, Xia, and Jin. The military and reparations expenses were very high, so they also needed to issue paper money to make up for the financial deficit. Under all these reasons, the paper money, jiaozi, was created. According to the original history, it was impossible for paper money to appear in the Tang dynasty. But now, as a modern person, he had transmigrated and became a rich second generation. Therefore, it was necessary for him to do something. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Li Zixuan went to look for Yan Xiaoning directly. As for paper money, he would do it in the future, but definitely not now. It required time and talents in the related field. After arriving at the academy, Li Zixuan went directly to Yan Xiaoning's office. Xiaoning, the money for the road construction is all here. Quickly arrange for people to start work. Li Zixuan pushed the door open and saw that Yan Xiaoning was still alone. He went straight to the point. Yan Xiaoning stood up and said in surprise, "The money is here so quickly? Okay, I've already arranged everything. Since it's like this, let's start work today. How's the preparation of the cement at the factory?" Li Zixuan replied, "There's no problem at the workshop. The production of cement will definitely be enough." Ever since the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion moved the main production to Plum Village, the production of carriages, scooters, glass, cement, and books had gradually increased. Now, the supply of goods at the Strange Taste Pavilion had been greatly improved. It was rare for people to fight for goods like before, but the goods were sold out in an instant. This was also the purpose of Li Zixuan's expansion of the workshop. Although hunger marketing could motivate people to buy goods in a short period of time, it would only make people hate it after a long time. After all, he had experienced the torture of hunger marketing in his previous life. Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, "That's good." Li Zixuan looked around and asked with a smile, "Where's your family's ink girl?" "She's been at the workshop recently. She asked the workshop's master to help her make lenses." Yan Xiaoning subconsciously replied, but he immediately realized that Li Zixuan's words were wrong. He hurriedly scolded, "F***ck, what do you mean by our family's ink girl? Brat, don't talk nonsense and ruin Miss Wei Er's reputation. When the time comes, Mr. Mo will definitely find you to settle accounts." Li Zixuan laughed and turned around to leave. He left a sentence in the air. "Haha, I'm afraid Mr. Mo will come after you, not me. Who asked you to steal his daughter's heart?" Yan Xiaoning's ears turned red. He chased after Li Zixuan and wanted to argue with Li Zixuan, but there was no trace of him outside. He could only spit and curse under his breath. Why is this brat always thinking about that kind of stuff all day long? He's a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. He doesn't have any Yamacho manners at all. He's a teacher in vain. Ah, marriage. What marriage? It's so good to be alone and free. Chapter 775. Oh, isn't this 7th Master Han? Where are you going, old man? At noon, Li Zixuan arrived at the Han village. At the entrance of the village, he met 7th Master Han, who was carrying a hoe and walking into the village. 7th Master Han was considered a native of the Han village. During the last years of the Sui dynasty and the Wuda era, 7th Master Han was the village chief of the Han village. However, due to his old age, he retired from the position. Even so, he still had a high reputation in the Han village. "Hey, it's young master. I just came back from the fields. Young master, you have to come to my house for a meal today. To tell you the truth, I have also brewed some wine. Young master, quickly go and have a taste." 7th Master Han heard the voice and quickly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and smiled at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm here to look for my father-in-law. I'll visit your hometown another day." "All right, 7th Master. This year's harvest wasn't good. Is your family or the other farmers facing any difficulties? If so, I'll tell Butler Wang that the Han village won't collect rent this year." Hey. You can't, young master." Grandfather Han the 7th hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, although the farm's harvest this year isn't good, the farmers in the farm have made a lot of money by selling the mountain fruits. Moreover, you also set up a chicken farm to reduce the burden. Most people actually only need to pay less than 20% of the rent. Everyone can afford it. Moreover, the chickens in the chicken farm have started to lay eggs. The money the farmers earn from selling eggs every month is equivalent to their annual income. Young master, you don't have to worry. If you reduce all the rent, everyone will feel bad." Li Zixuan was slightly relieved. He smiled and said, That's good. If the farmers have any difficulties, just let me know. I'll go to my father-in-law's house first. Hee. Okay. Young master, go ahead. Seventh grandfather Han stroked his beard and chuckled. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. Father-in-law, I plan to build a road to connect Plum Village, Han Village, and Chang'an's official road. In the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan had prepared some dishes and wine. During the meal, Li Zishuan briefly mentioned the road construction plan. Han Tianhu put down his wine cup and said in surprise, "Repair the road? Little Xian, why did you suddenly think of repairing the road?" Li Zishuan repeated the theory that he had told Chao Wendong earlier. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. After hearing this, Han Tianhu was speechless. After a while he said, "Little Xian, since this is the result of your careful consideration, then this old man will support you. Have you prepared the money and manpower to build the roads?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Everything is ready. Now, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the construction to start. However, the road construction process might take up a portion of the land. Of course, it won't take up the entire land. It will only take up a small portion of the land. Even so, it will affect the farmers' future harvest. That's why I'm here today to ask for your help in coordinating with the farmers. We'll see if we can reduce the rent or compensate the farmers who have their land occupied." In the past, the road between Han Village and Plum Village was too narrow. Now that the road was going to be repaired, the road had to be widened. If it was widened, it might take up the land by the roadside. Regarding the land occupied by the road construction, if this was the modern era, it would be called land expropriation compensation. However, the land in Han Village originally belonged to the Li family, so there was no need to talk about land expropriation compensation. At most, the land would be reduced according to the size of the land occupied by the farmers. Alternatively, it would be converted into copper coins and paid to the farmers in one lump sum. Han Tianhu thought seriously for a while before saying, "Yes, this is indeed a problem. After we finish eating, I'll gather the farmers to discuss this matter. I don't think there will be any problems. After all, repairing the road is a good thing for the farmers in the village." At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers of the Han family manor were gathered at the threshing field at the entrance of the village. After waiting for a while, Han Tianhu saw that everyone was present. He stood in front of the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Today, I've gathered all of you here because I want to discuss something with you. It's like this. Young master intends to build a cement road similar to the one in Yanhuang College. It will connect Han Village and Plum Village with the official road outside Chang'an City. Because the cement road that young master wants to build is very wide, it will take up a small portion of everyone's land in the middle. In the future, the harvest will definitely be reduced. So today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss the compensation. Let's see if you're willing to reduce the rent or take a sum of money directly." As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the villagers below began to discuss with each other with a buzzing sound. "Repair the road? Young master wants to repair the road for us? That's great. And it's a cement road. Do you know what cement road is? It's the very smooth road like Yanhuang College's. I didn't expect that we would be able to walk on that road in the future. If this road is repaired, won't we only need half an hour to get to Chang'an in the future? Li Zheng, when will young master repair the road for us? I'll go over and help." Hu Hanyun shouted as he looked at Han Tianhu. Han Tianhu replied, "It started this afternoon. So everyone needs to discuss and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. We don't want to affect young master's progress." Hu Hanyun laughed and said, "Hey, what's there to discuss? Even if the road will take up some land, how much land can a road take up? Anyway, old Hu, don't want any compensation. Young master repairing the road is also a good thing for the farm. Young master has already done his utmost for us by not asking me to repair the road. How can I, old Hu, be so thick-skinned as to ask young master for money?" Hee. What Hanyun said is right. Although the road will take up some land and affect the future harvest, if this road is repaired, it will be of great benefit to our entire village. We can't be ungrateful and ask the young master for money for such a small profit. Grandfather Han also spoke up at this moment. After the old man finished speaking, voices of agreement rang out one after another. Grandfather Han is right. Young master is kind enough to repair the road for us. We can't be ungrateful. Yes, we can't be ungrateful. Li Zhang, we don't want any compensation. In an instant, the farmers were clamoring to reject Li Zishuan's compensation for the land. This was what the people wanted. Chapter 776. The same thing happened in the plum village. In the afternoon, after Li Zishuan finished his meal, he went to the plum village to inform the village chief, Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also gathered the villagers at the village entrance. Unsurprisingly, the villagers of the plum village were the same as the villagers of the Han village. They were not willing to accept any compensation. Young master is too kind. Previously, he reduced our rent by so much. Now, we have eggs to sell. Whoever goes to young master to ask for compensation is really too heartless. That's right. We can't accept this compensation. Otherwise, my wife will beat me to death. We have to live up to our conscience. We can't let young master's heart down. Compared to the Han village, the villagers of the plum village did not enjoy the profits from selling the mountain fruits. However, their loyalty to Li Zishuan and their sense of belonging to the Li family was no less than the villagers of the Han village. This was because before the plum village became Li Zishuan's fiefdom, they were bullied by the father and son of the Lu family. It was Li Zishuan's arrival that saved them from their misery and allowed them to live a happy life. They cherished everything they had now. Not only can we not ask young master for money, I think we should help young master fix the road. After all, didn't young master fix this road for us? Now that the crops have been harvested, each family can probably contribute one laborer. This way, the road can be fixed faster. Don't you think so, second master? Mei Jun, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted. Lu Qingfeng, who was in front of the crowd, frowned. Second master Lu, who was in the crowd, pinched his chin and said, Haha, Mei Jun, you brat, you're right. Young master is building this road for us. Although we don't need to fork out any money, we can contribute. Don't you think so, everyone? Second master Lu's influence in the plum village was not to be underestimated. Once he said that, the villagers all echoed his words. Second master Lu is right. Since we can't fork out any money, we have to contribute. Otherwise, we won't be able to live up to our conscience. That's right. Young master fixed this road for us. How can we not help? We have to help. I'll help young master tomorrow. At Yanhuang College, when Li Zishuan received the news from Han Tianhu and Lu Qingfeng, he had a strange expression on his face. He felt both helpless and touched. Compared to the modern society where everyone was profit-driven and deceitful, the people of the Tang dynasty were much more simple and honest. Kindness to others will eventually be rewarded with kindness. The villagers could see the little bit of good deeds that Li Zishuan usually did, and when it was within their power, they would not hesitate to contribute their own good deeds. Maybe this is what they mean by, good will be rewarded with good. Li Zishuan murmured to himself, Fine. Since they have good intentions, I'll accept it. I just don't know how long it will take to fix this cement road. After it was repaired, it would be faster and more comfortable to take a horse carriage from the academy back to Chang'an. This is what I call enjoyment. Therefore, on this afternoon, Yan Shaoning led a construction team of more than 3,000 people and quietly began the construction of the world's first cement road. The next day, a big event was about to happen in Chang'an City. Toilet paper was going to be sold. Last weekend, Yanhuang College's students were on holiday. The people outside heard from the students that Yanhuang College had a very soft type of toilet paper that was especially suitable for wiping people's butts. At that time, it attracted a lot of people who wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, Chizu Pavilion did not sell toilet paper. Of course, the week mentioned here referred to a unit of time that Yanhuang College proposed to make it easier to calculate the students' holidays. Every 7 days was a week. This was clearly explained in the Yanhuang College calendar. Currently, the concept of week had started to become popular in a small circle, but it was not fully popularized yet. Yesterday, these people heard from Tang Dynasty Daily that Chizu Pavilion was going to start selling toilet paper today. One by one, they came to line up early in the morning, ready to buy some to try. Although some of them had children studying in the academy, no one would let their children secretly take toilet paper from the academy. Firstly, it would be embarrassing if they were found out. Secondly, it was not worth the risk for toilet paper at all. What if they were expelled? What would they do then? Hey, I can finally buy some toilet paper to try at home today. I don't know if this thing is as magical as the legends say. Of course it is. Anything from Chitsu Pavilion must be the best. That's right, but I don't know how much the Chitsu Pavilion prepared today. Don't sell it out before it's my turn. I don't think so. I heard that Chitsu Pavilion's workshop expanded in Plum Village. The number of craftsmen there is several times more than before. Didn't you see that there's no need to rush to buy the new carriages, glass cups and glass lamps? This means that we don't have to worry about the Chitsu Pavilion's current production capacity. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hey, the door is open, the door is open. Shopkeeper's son and the others are coming out. At this moment, the door of Chitsu Pavilion opened. Sun Huan walked out with a smile on his face flushed. Dear customers, don't worry, everyone has a share today. The workshop has prepared 3 days' worth of toilet paper to ensure that everyone can buy it. Don't push, don't cut in line, take your time. 1 roll of toilet paper is only 100 copper coins. Before anyone could say anything, Sun Huayuan had already spoken first. The crowd immediately became restless. 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was still a little expensive. If they bought it, they would have to use money to wipe their butts when they pooped. Of course, only a small number of people hesitated. Most people were not dissatisfied with the price. After all, in this era where paper was very expensive, strictly speaking, 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was actually not expensive. After Sun Huayuan finished speaking, he cupped his hands to the crowd and turned to enter Chitsu Pavilion. Most of the people who came to buy toilet paper were not shocked by the price of 100 copper coins per roll. However, as Sun Huayuan said that everyone could buy toilet paper, many people, especially those who were at the back of the line, were very excited and secretly sighed. The Chitsu Pavilion finally doesn't have to miss out every time. This is great. At first glance, it was obvious that these people had been cheated by the Chitsu Pavilion's hunger marketing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have complained like this. Chapter 777. Wow! It's so white and soft. Inside the Strange Interest Pavilion, a customer exclaimed. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't doing anything inappropriate. He was just caressing a roll of toilet paper. So this is toilet paper. This is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more comfortable than toilet paper. In this world, no one can compare to Lord Li when it comes to enjoyment. Give me 10 rolls. It was obvious that this was someone who didn't lack money. He directly asked for 10 rolls. The Curious Pavilion was also very confident today. They didn't set a limit on how much each person could buy. As long as it wasn't the kind of person who wanted to buy hundreds or thousands of rolls, the Curious Pavilion would sell it to them. Clearly, Sun Huayuan was very confident in the amount of toilet paper they had. Quick, give me 10 rolls too. A young man in a servant's uniform held a copper coin and hurriedly called out. It seemed like he was a servant of some rich family. His young master might even be a student of the academy. Counting the days, Yanhuang College would be on holiday this afternoon. The second weekend was coming soon. The people at the front of the line returned with a full load. The people at the back were looking forward to it. As time passed, more and more people returned with a full load. The remaining toilet paper in the Curious Pavilion didn't show any signs of drying up. What everyone was worried about didn't happen. In an elegant room in the Curious Pavilion, 6 people sat. They were Sun Huayuan, Chao Wendong, Liao Shifan, Lin Wenyuan, Zhang Jingyang, and the housekeeper from the Wang family who helped Wang Ranbiao buy the shares last time. Clearly, the first batch of members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce were all here, except for the Crown Prince. Everyone, my Lord Ju said that the first batch of toilet paper will be given to you all. The Crown Prince doesn't need this business. The 5 of you can each get an average of 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. The price is 80% of the market price. After this, the Curious Pavilion will provide you with a batch of goods. You can sell them in Chang'an City, or you can ship them to other places to sell at a high price. My Lord Ju won't interfere. Sun Huayuan asked the servant to pour a cup of tea for each of the 4 people present and then said faintly. Actually, according to Li Zixuan's intentions, the Curious Pavilion would sell fewer and fewer goods in the future. He would distribute most of the goods to the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce for them to sell. After all, These members had paid a high price to join the Curious Pavilion. How could he not give them some benefits? Moreover, by selling a large number of goods to them at once, they could quickly recoup their funds. With these funds, they could quickly expand their production, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Although the price of selling to the members would be much cheaper, Li Zishuan would not suffer any losses. Sun Huayuan's words caused the eyes of Chao Wendong and the others to light up. Clearly, the current productivity of the Curious Pavilion had surprised them. Thank you, Shopkeeper Sunday. I'll ship the toilet paper to other states and counties to sell. The Curious House in Chang'an is enough. Chao Wendong and the others looked at each other, then stood up and cupped their hands towards Sun Huayuan. It was clear that this was an extremely discerning person. He did not want to compete with the Curious Pavilion in Chang'an. Sun Huayuan chuckled and waved his hand. Shopkeeper Chao, you worry too much. My Lord Ju said that you can sell wherever you want. You don't have to worry too much. Hearing Sun Huayuan say this again, Chao Wendong and the others were convinced that Li Zishuan did not care about the Chang'an market at all. They all hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands in thanks. Shopkeeper Sun, Lord Ju is willing to distribute the toilet paper to us to sell. I wonder if Lord Ju is willing to distribute the rest of the items, such as the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror? Liao Shifan carefully looked at Sun Huayuan, then stood up and asked tentatively. Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and Zhang Jingyang secretly praised Liao Shifan for his boldness. They all looked at Sun Huayuan with hopeful eyes. The old housekeeper of the Wang family did not pay much attention to this. This was because Li Zishuan had cooperated with Wang Renbiao a long time ago. Even without the flaming yellow chamber of commerce, the Wang family did not lack the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror. As for why the Wang family, despite being blessed by the heavens, still wanted to pay a huge sum of 100,000 strings of coins to join the flaming yellow chamber of commerce, this could only be attributed to Wang Renbiao's wisdom. He felt that the items the Curious House had now were only the tip of the iceberg of Li Zishuan's abilities. He was optimistic that Li Zishuan would be able to create even greater wealth in the future. Sun Huayuan stroked his beard, then took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to everyone. Haha, my Lord Ju has already instructed that this paper contains a list of all the goods in the Curious House's inventory. In principle, based on the percentage of shares each family has, you can split these goods at 70 to 80% of the market price. Of course, if there are people who don't want a certain item, they can also sell it to others. This will depend on how you discuss it. In truth, this was just a temporary measure, because the Curious House's production capacity had not yet been fully released. In a few more days, when the production capacity of the workshop was fully released, Chao Wendong and the others could buy whatever they wanted, and as much as they wanted. It all depended on their personal wealth. Other than the old housekeeper of the Wang family, everyone else was delighted. They had not joined the Chamber of Commerce for nothing. At this rate, they would soon be able to earn back all of their membership fees. It had to be known that even though the Wang family had deep roots and great strength, they had not been able to sell the goods of the Curious House to every province and county of the Great Tang. Besides Chang'an, the other provinces and counties still had a great desire for the goods of the Curious House. That's great, that's great. Many thanks to Shopkeeper Sun. Many thanks to Lord Ju. After looking through the list of goods, Chao Wendong said excitedly. It was true that he was the largest cloth merchant in Chang'an, but with his channels, it was very easy for him to sell the goods of the Curious House to other places at a high price. Sun Huayuan waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Everyone, forgive this old man for speaking out of turn. My Lord Ju does not object to you using the goods of the Curious House to earn money, but my Lord Ju does not wish for you to earn money that goes against your conscience. You can be rich, but you cannot be unethical. My Lord Ju is an official in the imperial court and has always valued his reputation. As members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, you must not tarnish the reputation of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce because of your own lack of morals. Otherwise, my Lord Ju will definitely not tarnish the reputation of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly stood up and clasped their hands. "Please rest assured, Shopkeeper Sunday. We will definitely not do anything unethical and tarnish the reputation of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce." Sun Huayuan nodded. This warning was the first warning that Li Zishuan had given to the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce.